Morning. Good morning. Let's. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, chat. How is everyone doing on this fine Friday? It's Friday, man. Yo, it's 8 in the morning. It is 9:38 a.m. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How you guys doing today?
Protect your bald king.
How are you guys doing tonight? Horrible. Yo, Liam, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Oh, jeez, don't tell me that, man. And Cammy, how you doing for 5 months? Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Yo, what's up, Senzu? How you doing? How's Emily? She's sleeping right now, but she's doing good. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Is this another dude that streams on YouTube but acts like it doesn't exist, or do we get the chat rights? Okay, well, after that comment, I'm back to Twitch. How you guys doing on Twitch? How you guys doing? How you guys doing? Yes, time for the best watch party? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's going to be fun, chat. We have 5 games starting at 10 a.m. for EU. Anyone from EU? I mean, I just started my stream, but anyone here from EU? We have 5 matches for EU, and we also have 5 matches for NA. It's going to be a very long stream. It's probably going to be 12 hours. You guys are going to have a lot of fun. And on top of that, I see all my EU viewers must be happy because I started my stream very early for you guys. You guys should be happy. Also, what was I gonna say?
Protect your bald king.
Oh, you guys have.
I can't believe I'm coming up on 2 years. Also hit top 50 on the Xbox leaderboards yesterday.
Yo, congratulations, congratulations. Die 410. Appreciate the master 21 months. I was going to say, you guys on Twitch, at least YouTube, if you guys want to open Twitch, you can, but we do have 2 drops going on right now. You have the Wanda. There you go. I had to think about it for a while. You have the Wanda and you have Gambit. Yeah. Also, apparently these 2 skins just came out. So, the Daring Duo and Brett Hendrick, the Star. You don't need to see all that. This is a good skin, though. I like it. Oh, and you could... Oh, wait. You could do different colors? Oh, that's purple? Or you could do red? Oh, I like the red one. Oh, you guys can't see it. You come over here. You have purple. You have red. And you also have the blue. I really don't like that. I like this one. You know what? I just want to see something real quick, chat. I just want to see something. I want to equip this skin. I like that highlight intro, even though I don't play her. Ooh, wait a minute. That actually kind of slaps. I like that. Okay, chat. What I want to see, I like this one, so I'm going to buy this. I'm going to equip this. But there's something I really want to see right now. Hold up. I want to go to the practice range. Go to the practice range, chat. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see it on myself. Wait, no, you can because it's a third-person perspective. But I don't know if you can see it because...
Before we had powers, we had each other. That bond is unbreakable.
Okay, so when I saw this skin... When I saw this skin, I thought, since they are giving him like legs, is he going to be able to run, chat? But it doesn't look like he runs. It looks like he still floats. So those feet just float, bro. Oh. I don't see Gambit. Here, I'll show you exactly why. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Right here. So, I think I read this to you guys yesterday, but so I'm not going to read all this thing. But tune into participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, spray, nameplate emotes, and exclusive Gambit skins starting March 27th at 2 p.m. UTC. So I'm guessing 2 p.m. UTC is going to be 10 a.m. EST. So that's only 4-hour difference. The difference between UTC and EST is 4 hours? But let's copy this. Wait, you have to unlock the 100 Thieves Deadpool bundle just for the Jeff mood? I don't know what that means. I'm still waiting on a skin called Dagger and Cloak where they swapped them. I don't think they're going to do that. Let's go to Fosabot. Go to Fosabot chat. Let's go to your drops. You guys have new drops as well. Oh, I have to type all this. Hold on, give me a second. Also, exclusive. Okay, there. Let's see. Let's see. What happens if you type? Yo, what happens if you type drops? Okay, awesome. Chat, just as a heads up as well, when you guys are trying to get the drops, I don't think you're gonna get both drops at the same time. Since they're both 4 hours, you can't get them in 4 hours. What happens is I think you're gonna have to finish one 4-hour segment, and then the next drops start dropping. So then you have to watch another 4 hours, I'm pretty sure. Also, you have to buy 100 Thieves to what rank are you? What rank are you? What rank are you? Silver 3, bro. Silver 3. Wait, what is this? What's this? This is a $6,900 bundle. What, you unlock everything? You guys are saying 100 Thieves has the mood Jeff. That's what you guys want me to buy the bundle for? That you guys want me to spend 1,400 credits to just get this emoji?
Protect your bald king.
It doesn't matter that you have 45K, Jasmine. I'm pretty sure you have $600 in your bank, so or more. So why not gift 100 subs to Jay3? You see how ridiculous that sounds? Just because you have it doesn't mean you should. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Yeah, let's go, champ.
Look, this one has a mood as well. Why do I have to buy the 100 Thieves one, chat? Just because they have a Jeff. This one has another mood. Also, Jasmine, you're ridiculous. I appreciate the massive 5 gifted subs. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it, appreciate it. And Jekyll's, appreciate the massive Prime sub. Look, this one has like a cat. This is cute. Why not buy the cat? What does this have? Look, this one has... It looks like a cat too. Okay, let's keep going. Navi. Oh man, yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think Navi is pretty cool, bro. With the Jeff with the glasses on. Ooh. Ooh. What is this one? Oh, this is Deadpool. Oh, what's this one? What is that? What is that? It looks like... I don't know what that looks like. Let's go this one. This thing is... I don't know what that is. Oops. Let me go back. Tournament. I mean, that is kind of sick. I do like their stuff. Listen. If I am going to buy a skin to not even represent a team, because I'm probably not going to represent a team, because I have, you know, if they want me to represent them, chat, they're going to have to sponsor me as a streamer. So I'm not going to show favoritism or anything. So if I am going to have to sponsor not sponsor a team, if I'm going to have to show support to a team, I'm going to show support to all the teams. Make it stop, bro. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop, bro. Jesus Christ. Make it stop. What the fuck? There you go. There you go, Jasmine. You happy? If I am going to support a team, I'm going to support all the teams so all of them get paid, chat. But I am not going to support a specific team unless, you know, they want to get Jay3 under the roster. You know what I'm saying?
Protect your bald king.
Igniter time.
Oh, yeah, we have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes until Marvel Rivals Ignite. Also, yeah. Let's see this. Phase 1, I just want to see this. Phase 1 esports, the predictions. We already have our predictions in. They're done. Can you see, let's see, view tournament. I think not this one, chat. Let's go to the EMEA. Let's view tournament. This is going to start at 10 a.m. It doesn't say not started yet. I feel like, in my professional opinion, if you are coming out with a... This is a really cool feature. This is a really cool feature, how they have all the teams in the game and all this stuff. I think, since it's not started yet, you should say not started, but still watch here, so you can still click on it. Because it kind of does suck if you are preparing to watch the game and it's not 10 a.m. yet. You can't go to the web, like, you can't go to their shit and be ready for it. Okay, let's see this.
Ultimate Charge has been basically universally nerfed across the board. Moxie, why is that so important for how this game's going to be played from now on?
I mean, it means we're going to be seeing a whole lot of neutral, as well as for things like the dive compositions.
Let's see,
you can soft dive, but it's more going to be to force cooldowns.
Yo, what's up, TTK's dad? How you doing? How you doing?
Maybe
this would be a little better.
Dive into a hard dive in the same hit, as opposed to having to soft dive in, force the ultimate, get out, stabilize, and come back again. Something else that is going to put a lot of pressure on is the strategists. Like, if you have the I love these casters, don't get me wrong, they're all my friends.
Tetcher looks like I've died and I'm looking up and he's like the guy who's waiting for me to enter heaven. Like, I look like I am rising up out of my body and he is the one at the gate to let me in.
rippling effect.
I don't know why. Bro, I mean,
See you in game if you want to head in right now.
bro, it just has like, he has that like very bright background and everything.
Dagger daring duo costume. Remember, danger never walks alone. Traveling through the dark force.
Okay, let's see this theater mode. Take out the chat. Bang.
Costume first appearing in the Marvel Rivals Infinity comic, which you
Can you guys hear that? Seems it's pretty loud for me. Can you guys hear it? Andy, appreciate the massive 63 months, my friend.
So make sure to jump in there. And also, you can see more teasers in those Rival Infinity comics.
Probably turn it up.
A good like meta, I suppose. For like sometimes we like show skins and we're like
a little quiet.
This is beautiful.
Let me do this then.
I'm not gonna see it in play though. I think at least you get sort of like free for
That's
the price
probably
of
a lot
one with
better.
the flight mode.
But the problem with that is that it probably
so you have
is as loud as my voice.
At least a few weeks, pretty much probably.
I'm gonna do that, so my voice is a little louder.
Before they're gonna be out
that better?
of options, but of course a good mix. Free characters. Some of which we'll see more
better
than
chat,
others,
better.
But Moxie, I think it's like we got a chance.
I don't want it to be too loud. I want you guys to be able to hear them, but when I talk, I want to be able to talk to you guys as well.
Going to be like maybe a connoisseur on it, but it is also like Star-Lord, Namor do have a seat at the table when it comes to duelist options. So it would not surprise
I turned
me
it down to
that we see
negative
some of the
7.2.
flashy flight mode skins from the World Tour Volume 2 today, even.
Negative.
Yeah, and I mean, if you don't want to go for the flight mode cosmetics, you can also pick your free costume to be one of the ones that you missed out on. But speaking about missing, cosmetics just don't miss. Captain America's Brett Hendrick, the Star costume, is going to be up next. And you know what? We're Brits. We don't
the predictions are already
know an
over,
awful
chat.
lot about the side of the American football teams, but this is insanely clean as a skin and very, very fitting to give Captain America, because he is just going to be right charging into those backlines and playing as disruptive as possible this meta.
I love a little bit of hand egg. Make some noise for ESU's very own sports legend. I'm loving the college themed skins we're getting all across the game right now. So it is great to see. Also available as of yesterday, so you can head into game right now and pick that up for yourself. But with our due diligences out the way, we can start talking about what's going to be coming up today. We have so many best of threes coming up for you, and they are competing right now for those high-ranked positions so that they can be prepared for when the main season starts up. And Ryan, we have so many good matchups here, but we also have two groups. Some of these teams won't face each other.
I need to
yeah, I mean that's similar to sort of how
I
things
need
worked
to
last year as well, that we would have
give you guys your
groups going into
predictions.
playoffs. But I think the key thing here
I
is
think when they
it's
start
round
introducing
robin.
the teams,
We
I'll give you guys
don't
your
have this,
predictions.
like, GSL broadcast where like if you lose 2 games you're out, which some teams just had like really hard matchups and surprise teams that they ran into and lose this bracket, so you can't really gauge their performance. Here we have the group stage over the next 2 weeks. Everybody
there's a
will play
preseason
everybody else in
playoffs?
the group, and then top 4 will make playoffs for a chance of like the prize pullers will sort of go over bragging rights, seeding also going into stage 1. But I think more than anything, as we look into like partnership teams and the ones that were invited along, whether the orgs are going to be a
It's
little
weird
bit of,
when
like,
you're actually early.
when
I'm always
it
early.
comes to like, did we pick up the right team and stuff? This is a great litmus test, and that's why
Yeah,
there's
there's a
like
pretty good
50,000 USD total.
What, this looks like $100,000
the appetizer before we really get stuck into
$100,000 for the preseason.
Nothing says prepare for the main season.
Kristen.
Like not only getting a
Was it Christine? Appreciate the massive 2 months. How you doing? How you doing?
Top teams heading into the main Ignite stage.
I am
for a
very
little
happy.
bit, but also getting a little bit of change. 16,000 for first place. Split between your team is going to give you a lot of.
Oh no, it's only
security.
50,000. Sorry, I thought it was gonna be
Focus
100,000
on
in
that
total.
practice
Only
and really
50,000,
continue to prove
which is still a
why
lot of
EVA
money, chat.
is the
$16,000 go to the winner.
A solid startup, and of course prize money going all the way down to 12th place. And we have our new map pool. Moxie, what's there to look out for here?
Well, it's sort of like a return of the old, isn't it? Because we have the return of Shin Shibuya. And I mean, this is going to be such a curveball for a lot of these teams to have to deal with. Like, Angela, I think, is going to be seeing a lot of play both on the defense and the offense. But as always, if Shin Shibuya is in play, so is Doctor Strange. There's going to be such a heavy reliance on the teleport
I
coming
like
on
this
through from the attacker
orange
side,
theme that
because
they
it's
have
still
now.
incredibly defense favored.
Yeah, there's a big focus, I suppose, on like for Shin Shibuya. The last time that we saw it in like the sort of tier 1 level was the Invitational, which was over a year ago now. But It would be the first time that we see.
I'm gonna turn this a little bit
Ignite
more
draft
down, chat.
system.
I'm gonna turn this a
And we'll
little bit
touch
more
on
up.
that.
Is that still good?
You remember it. You remember it. If you don't, we'll definitely like gloss over the main game points. But it is like the meta, I suppose, and how that's going to shift. There's more options there. And
good?
also we
Okay.
get to see.
That was a little. It was
contemplation.
way
We did
loud
see
in
a little bit
mine.
more in MRC, but like I said, some
This is
characters are very,
-5.
very good on this
Oh.
map, and now you can
-5,
maybe have it
chat.
one-sided on your team and not the
Fix
enemy.
that.
What kind of ideas are we going to start to see to, most importantly, break past that like infamous second point?
Not just infamous
Stellar,
second
appreciate the
point,
massive resub on
infamous
YouTube.
first
Hello
and
everyone,
first as
since
well.
we're going to
Like,
be
that's
here
the
for a
thing
long
about it.
stream, I hope you're all
Shin
reminded to
Shibuya, you
drink
can
water
get
and
full
stretch and have a
held,
good
or you can
time.
get
Yep,
held
true,
on
true.
both
Make
of
sure
the
to
two
stretch,
remaining
chat.
parts of the map. So it'll be interesting because I'm sure we're going to have certain teams who, the moment it got announced Shin Shibuya was back in the pool, just went to the drawing board and wanted to be the one to crack the code so that if they did have to pick a convergence
Oh, they're
map,
still
they
doing the
could
band
take
saves.
someone to
Okay,
Shin
I like
Shibuya
that.
and
I like
have
that.
a composition ready to go that people weren't quite prepared for.
And Ryan
Who are you
mentioned it
supporting?
earlier,
I am
this
supporting
is
good
our
games.
Ignite, pick and lock, ban and lock
By the way,
system.
CC for 7
This
months.
is not
Appreciate it.
the same
Appreciate
as
it.
your ranks. This is not the same as MRC. This is the Ignite system. When you ban something or protect something, it is only one-sided. If you were to ban Torch in that first position, you would ban it for your opponents and still have it available to pick for yourself. If you are to save that Human Torch, your opponents can no longer ban it, so you could, in theory, end up with one.
They could have did a better job on
characters, something
explaining
that
this
can be
ban pick
used
phase
when
instead of
actually
using
not
the
just
same
trying to
character
draft
for
around meta,
all of the
but
bans and
draft
saves.
around your opponents. Ryan, you're the one who brought up this system. What is there to really look out for in this compared to MRC outside of those one-sided things?
I think it's like the sort of first.
Oh,
ban.
I'm
So, like,
blocking-
we'll see a stage where like both teams ban at the same time. They don't.
I'm
get to see
blocking
what
this
each other's
guy
banning,
as
they're
well.
both revealed, so it's a lot of times you might see like we're both banning Gambit, we're both banning Elsa, we're
Protect
both
your
banning
ball
Mantis,
king.
and then you might see like okay, one team's actually banned out the Gambit, one team's banned out the Elsa. There's going to be a big shift there on how you decide it, but I think the main thing is like, sure, very strong characters like Elsa are going to be taken out, and whilst Gambit has been pulled back a little bit in how powerful
Mordecai,
he is,
appreciate the massive 7 months. How you doing? How you
ultimate nerfs
doing?
as well with generating them. It still feels like he enables a lot of composition, so taking him out affects not only just him, but like 3 or 4 different characters that might not see the light of day because they don't have the Gambit to support them, right?
It's not
Speaking
8
of
banned
supports,
characters,
we should
chat.
mention it very quickly. These players will be playing on the
It's 4
previous
bans, 2
patches
saves for
before
each
the
team.
hotfix onto characters
You are
like
banning
that
for the
White
other
Fox, so
team. You're
White
not
Fox
banning
can
for your
still be
team. So if
played
you
if
ban
you see a release
Psylocke,
patch for
the
White
other
Fox,
team
but
can't
it's
play
before they
Psylocke,
get
but
to
you
the
can still
tail
play
adjustments
Psylocke
after
unless they
coming
ban
out
it.
of that ultimate. Just so we're all on the same page, so if you jump into game and see a White Fox ultimate not immediately burn all their cooldowns after coming out of that ultimate, that's why. Just so we're all on the same page here. But it has affected a couple other heroes. We'll have to see what does stand out. Moxie, what are some of the heroes that we're potentially expecting to see? Who are, Ryan already mentioned potentially the Gambit, who are some other game-changing heroes?
I mean, Jeff is still around. Dive is very much the flavor of the month currently, and Venom is one of the main proponents of it. So having the Jeff, having those symbiotic shenanigan team-ups to be able to enable greater sustain is going to go a very long
Sounds
way.
unfair.
But
It's
so
not unfair,
too
chat.
is
Both
the,
teams can ban
startup
and both teams
Vanguard
can
that we
save.
didn't
How's
really
that
get to see
unfair?
all that much of last year.
I like it.
Hulk
It's so
has
you don't
started
have
making
mirror
his way
matchups. Oh, let's
into
see
the
this.
match, and I am so excited because some of these players, they've already got experience getting to play the Hulk, so that would elevate their ability to jump onto these compositions a little bit faster than some of the rest of the teams, in my opinion.
And speaking of teams, let's talk about it. Welcome to your new Ignite teams. There are some familiar names here, of course. Na'Vi and VP, our former world champions, plural. Both the world champions we've ever had, both sitting, waiting for some of this newer blood to come on in. But also, we have some newer teams via the guest and partner system. And we also have our qualified teams. Rad, Alter, and Crownfall all had to fight for their spot in this Ignite preseason.
And there was
gave
a lot
them-
of twists and turns too.
There's no way VP wins
I mean,
again,
I
chat.
think
They still
everyone
have
was
the same
expecting
team, but
Linux, but something that I really wanted to talk about very quickly was
I
that
think there's
the
a lot of
MLC
teams that
actually
have,
gonna
like,
a little bit of an
changed players and
advantage
everything.
because they got to play with Gambit. Like, MLC being on the universal ban draft meant that Gambit actually got through much more frequently in comparison to what it would get through in terms of scrims, and we didn't even get to see Gambit in the Ignite.
as we are getting ready to head into our first series.
Oh, chat.
What matchups we have coming.
Yo, Cloud, appreciate the massive tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
You can see it. We have, of course, split up Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. Do not fear, they will get to play against each other soon, but there is going to be a little bit of time before we have.
Wait, you can watch streamers through the in-game streams now? What?
This is based
what
on
does that mean?
The way the teams were invited, the way they qualified, but once
you can,
again,
like,
they are
through
playing
the
for
website?
their seeding, playing for their setup, heading on into this first setup. So, looking over here, Ryan, which of these groups stands out? What's exciting to you looking at these two groups?
Ooh, I think you've got like the red teams in Group B for the most part as well. Like, it's not only seeing some of the invited teams that are just fresh faces that we've not really seen play in, for example, Ignite last year, but also some returning faces like Shikigami, Fire Red, being prime teams that we saw actively involved, Peps as well. But like Vision, Reason, sort of maybe flirt with the idea of putting into games Pulsar too. It really does feel like you've got like a good mix of like
there's
new
no
and old
predictions
here.
yet.
I still think that there's a lot more
breathe
surprises
in,
in Group B. It's
breathe
harder to call,
out.
And
you guys will get
each
your
of these
predictions.
cases,
They
the
haven't
top
even
four out of the group is
announced the
gonna
two
make
teams
playoffs.
who are playing yet.
Obviously, we're going to talk about predictions because that's something that everybody can have a pop at and get prized for it as well if they come out on top. But I think Group B is, in particular, very difficult to get right.
It does look scary, but you mentioned predictions, and here we are. These are the predictions based on the in-game system. You can head on in to the esports
predictions through the in-game system. Oh, that's actually pretty sick.
The other ones, I believe the EMEA ones are closed because we're starting.
Is it too late to do predictions on the game rivals? Yes.
You might be able to fit in some of your predictions for the other regions and potentially get yourself some units out of it. And interesting to see here, we do have our expected setups of Na'Vi and Virtus Pro at the top, but maybe not by as much as we'd expect, Moxie.
Yeah, I thought Virtus Pro for sure would be seeing pretty much everyone jump on the train of Virtus Pro are going to be able to be the top of their group. Because not only, like you said, are they the champions coming through from Atlanta, but literally everything that they played in Atlanta has now actually circled back into meta because the Psylocke just got buffed. So Sparker stocks just shot through the roof. You still have to worry about Phi being the best Daredevil as well. So it's going to be pick your poison in terms of the
NA actually looks kind of crazy. They have Swamp Gaming being the least, but Liquid Citadel being the most chance to win.
Doing very well in previous times, but of course we've had some massive roster changes. A couple of our EMEA players are experimenting over in the Americas, and a couple of the American players, particularly on Na'Vi, we have Terra now, have made their way over to EMEA themselves. But some other notable ones here, Gen G getting outpaced by Kanga in these predictions.
When the fuck is it starting? Chat, relax, bro.
Yet to lose an MRC or an Ignite
when you go to
played
watch your
in
favorite
China,
soccer, baseball,
again,
basketball game and it says it starts at 10, does it really start at 10? No.
I also think that there's the element of like, we saw
you guys have no patience. Chat, do me a favor, please get off the TikTok. It's ruining your guys' brains.
Like, OUG might be the best team in the world.
It's been 28 minutes.
Like full force now, so yeah, natural
No.
like favorites, and it's good to sort of see the other regions. Also, what's going to happen with like Pacific, with the Oceanic and Pacific regions kind of combining and then going into like playoffs. That'll be a lot of fun to watch in Americas later. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how today is gonna go.
Ooh, I'm taking a screenshot of this because I need this.
Stress that's gonna go in. Especially
Actually,
like
I don't know what
teams,
VSN
like
is.
Ultra Esports qualifying from MSC, your first opponent's Na'Vi. It really is just a case of like, okay, let's get that official under our belt and see how we do.
Let's start from bottom and work our way up. We'll be ending today with Heretics versus Peps, so raise those French flags in the chat, and there's Spanish flags. So we're going to have a little bit of a European battle right at the end of the day. Virtus Pro will be seeing action today versus the MRC qualifiers of Crownfall, Shikigami and Pulsar, along with...
Oh, that's going to be a great match right here. The champions of MRI against the champions of
like Brian said,
MRC.
Na'Vi versus Ultra Esports will be how we're starting. Moxie, what games stand out for you?
I mean, like you said, I think the Vision versus Reason is likely to be the closest matchup of today. And especially when it comes to just like the predictions going forward for a lot of these teams, if they do want to be at the top of their groups, it goes without saying that these matches that they have today do have to be like 3-0 sweeps. Na'Vi, Heretic, Shiki, Kami, they're all sort of like around the top, could be the top of Group A, and there's constant debate between Na'Vi and Heretics who's going to be able to come out ahead. So for both of these two teams, I think it's really important that their first match is a strong performance.
You've also got to bear in mind that in those predictions, like you said, Heretics were there, Na'Vi was there. Alter have a lot of faith. The crowd are behind them. They actually came in second. But let's talk about our teams for this first matchup here.
Okay, now they're doing it, chat. Now you guys can do your predictions.
Changes coming into the
Na'Vi
season, Moxie.
Versus...
There's some names here that are definitely worth pointing out.
ALTR.
Yeah, I mean, there's one major change
ALTR?
that Na'Vi made, and it was
ALTR.
grabbing Terra from the side of America. Terra actually came through, played with Na'Vi for MRC. The team did very, very well, despite having to go through the lower brackets because they missed out on one of the upper bracket matches, and they won the whole thing. But I think, like, for me, for Na'Vi, on paper, they should be doing extraordinarily well. It's just to see how well they gel together.
This is going to be for the series, chat. This is going to be for the series, not for the map. I mean, not for each round.
And then we look over at the other side, coming through from the Marvel Rivals Championship.
Oh, I know Team Captain.
Ryan, we covered them a little bit. We all covered them a bit, us three
I don't
together.
know about any of the other players,
Alter.
though.
Tell us about them. For people who are seeing them for the first time, who didn't watch MRC, what's there to know?
So they came through MRC. They came.
I always
the
wonder how
bracket
these
as
tournaments
well,
go when the
qualify
game is
from,
blatantly
one
rigged.
Of the main spots out of the 3 that was available, and
yeah,
you
man,
know, it really
the
is
game's
like
rigged.
a rough test. You're going up against world champions for the mid-season final, second place at grand finals.
I'm not
team
falling
that
for
has
that.
something to prove. But at the very least for Alter,
Definitely
today
rigged, bro.
Is like a rough start. You get it out the way early. You can take a lot of lessons from it on how Na'Vi look at the meta and try to copy it and build off of it yourself, so that these main qualifying games for playoffs are a little bit more available and later than you. So it really is just a case of get the big game out of the way first. I think the main thing that I would say, and sorry for like Alter Esports for saying this, I think their side of the bracket to qualify from MRC was a lot easier than the side that we saw Rad and Lunex have to play on, for example.
This is what, chat?
It really did feel like they were very.
And you guys said it was Alter Ego. Okay.
But I'm really wanting to see how they address like the Ignite system, like how they want to play with this kind of draft, but also how players like Team Captain, who has been playing since the Invitational and hasn't been in Tier 1 since, how he fares playing at this level against a team like Na'Vi that have played pretty much every single Tier 1 tournament that we've seen since last February.
We're going to be finding out very soon. These are best of 3s all the way out through today. And we're starting off, as usual, as we do in Ignite, with Domination, starting off on Celestial
What's up,
Husk.
Shannon? Hope you have a great day.
See Alter, as Moxie mentioned, they've had practice with the Gambit, but also with the Vanguard pool. And it might not be the player you expect who's really excelled on that. Monarch has really shown what they can do here.
I mean, Monarch just played every role that we got to see them on. They were on Vanguard, they were on Duelist, they actually turned their hat to Strategist as well, getting to play things like Mantis. So for sure, a player to keep your eye out on, as their Vanguard pool was absolutely exceptional. Whoops too on the Elsa, a lot of this team was able to just really play off of the identities of those two specific heroes, making it through. The ban draft in MRC is, again, we talk about it, MRC universal. If one side gets Elsa, the other team also gets it, so teams were more than happy to let both of them go through. I don't think we're going to be getting to see the same reliances this time, though. So the big question for me for Alter Esports is actually about their newest player, Z-Cube, who they've brought in because Z-Cube was from the American side of things.
You guys, no, chat, you cannot predict for EMEA anymore. It's already started.
So it definitely feels like they were already getting ready to jump ship and play a little bit more of the Hulk dive compositions that we're going to be getting to see a whole lot of.
Chat, why did Alter have 2 Jean Greys? It's just a placeholder, chat. They asked the players, hey, what's your favorite character? What do you want to look like? And you could be a DPS player and pick support. It's just a placeholder.
It is time to ignite the battle. We're heading on in for Na'Vi versus Alter, and this is our first game. They're fighting for prize money, they're fighting for seeding, and they're fighting for pride. Who's going to be coming out on top, guys? First map, Celestial Husk. What are you on the lookout for in the draft?
I think it's a case of whether we're going to see the White Fox or not for Fate, because like after the
yes, Ignite drops are happening on this channel as well.
More,
yes.
Not on the stuff that we saw with like the recent changes to White Fox. Saying that though, you've got Fate. Fate has been really keen on experimenting with new strategists. That feels like one major thing to keep an eye on for.
Moxie, what are you also on the lookout for?
I think, like Ryan said, Na'Vi not only was Fate one of those staple strategists who stood out last year, it was also the innovation that Na'Vi brought to the table. They were behind a lot of comps that
I don't know if they're playing on the newest patch that hit Friday. I think they're playing on a patch before that.
And I feel like Na'Vi are going to be feeling something very similar as we head into this 2026 year of the Marvel Rivals Ignite season.
When the tournament is
they're
just
not going
starting.
to be wanting to sort of like stick to meta that's been established by other teams. They're going to be looking to make their own and be so good at it, they force others to try to use theirs instead.
Countdown has begun, meaning we are going to be heading in. I'll chime in if needed, but
okay, here you go. So chat, just so you guys can understand, if they ban Elsa, so you're gonna see 2 Elsa bans. That is normal.
So
they are
like
banning Elsa, so the other team can't use Elsa.
And
they're banning Elsa, so the other team can't use Elsa. And now they're saving Gambit, so the other team can't ban Gambit. So that means this team is going to play Gambit.
Different.
But they can't use Loki
here,
now.
Like, so yeah, like the trying to get one-sided Gambit might be a keen thing, but both teams have protected it, meaning that we are going to see it in action.
Yeah, and I mean, now potentially we have to see a Loki mirror ban come through from the side of Alter, as you don't want to allow Na'Vi to have 2 casts of Raging Roar Flush, plus the fact that the ultimate generation got nerfed means that there is much more value placed on the value of regeneration domain, which is literally ultimate level at the cost of a cooldown. So not surprised to see that Loki is going to be the next ban lock coming on through from Alter. We do still have Star-Lord in play as well, and while the duration of Raging Roar Flush got nerfed, the team-up power that it has to synergize with Galactic
The only
Legend,
person
as
I
well
know
as
on Alter
Rogue,
right here is
remains
team
as
captain
strong
now.
as ever, and Rogue will actually
Also,
be
this
the next
team-
Vanguard
this team
target
has
coming on
a
through from Alter before Na'Vi
champion
managed to secure
Black Widow.
one-sided Vanguard Deadpool.
Seems very like quick on these decisions as well. Like both teams wanted to lock in this stuff pretty early, but we are seeing like deviations here. Maybe there's a chance to try to take out something alongside. Psylocke has been buffed recently, and with the mention of Dive, her stocks go up massively. Not going to see it in action, at least for Na'Vi today. Is it going to be Alter Esports that decide to try to one-side it? It's looking like they're going to highlight and go over the Rogue, so that Vanguard line is going to be a little bit different. But what's the likely character that might pair with the Deadpool Vanguard for Na'Vi and then for Alter Esports? I guess we'll sort of see depending on what Na'Vi go for last here.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to have to see, as they're going to ban out the Daredevil last. So if Alter do want to have any element of dive, they're not going to be able to have the Daredevil to match Jerkies, and it feels like Na'Vi are actually going to be leaning into that dive angle. They were able to
this
get
is
the
what's
Vanguard
really cool
Deadpool,
about
but
this
they've
thing,
also
chat.
got
So
Trust
they
Me on
cannot
that
run
Venom.
mirror matchups.
And,
Every
while
matchup you're
Jerky
going to see is a
won't be
little
able to go
different,
with the
which I
Psylocke,
like.
there's still
Oops, I'm going to go down
plenty
here.
of duelists who can keep up
do I
with
have
the
a thing
tempo
for-
that a dive
don't.
composition brings to the table.
I think it's
what I
over
really
here,
want
but
to see
anyways,
is how Alter Esports tried to
this
use
is what I
Team
like. So
Captain
the
on
other
the
team
Rogue.
can't
He
play
was really,
Psylocke,
really
they
good
can't play
on the Rogue
Rogue,
in the Marvel
Loki,
Rivals
or this.
Championship,
It's going to be a little
but
different. Each
Heartbreaker
match is
value
going to be a
has
little
also
different. Also, we're seeing a White
skyrocketed
Fox
because
here
being able
already.
to take
So,
your opponent's ultimate charge from 100% down to 80 is a
oh, I want to keep. Oh
huge
shit.
change.
Keep in mind as well, chat.
comparison to what it was before.
Let me do this real
Gone
quick.
from Heartbreaker being a bit of a tiff to an absolute
Oops, not now.
relationship destroyer potentially with that. And for that reason, like
I paused it, so I'm gonna try to catch up. Keep in mind as well, if you see a player that you really do like and they really do pop off, and you guys are like, "Wow, I want to watch this guy," you can do that through the game client now, which is fucking sick. Just as a heads up.
We'll see just how
A
this team
Hulk,
does
appreciate the
against
massive prime
those
sub,
response
and
that-
D.
Probably the underdogs in this one, it's fair to say, but at least they have some
Decaf
more
Ice
recent
Loft
practice with the
Coffee.
MRC.
Appreciate massive tier 1 sub.
Okay, well, Na'Vi had the option to go for Fate on the White Fox, but he's instead going to go for the jab to player up with both the Deadpool and also that Venom, as it will be them rolling out on Dive, having to just adjust to where Alter Esports decide to send Z-Cube Strange Portal, and it looks like they're just going to try and take themselves up onto that
So it looks like we are playing Dive kind of, chat.
to come up against them while dropping the Strange on to be able to keep control
Looks
of that
like it's a
point,
dive
so
meta.
that Na'Vi can't just pick up the first control of it and then start cycling their players' lives with the higher mobility.
because you have got more divey compositions, there's more chance of a play being isolated, so jumping in might be good. But here, Na'Vi were keen and aware of it. The brawl and the fight is about to start. Na'Vi not quite getting progression onto the point before Alter Esports have forced them back, but the first elimination coming in against Jerky means that the Daredevil is going to be
Does it
out
sound
just
good
for
for
the
you
time
guys?
being. And we are just watching Team
Good
Captain
chat?
holding his own up against Trust Me, that's had to use that resilience in order to survive a bit longer. But no eliminations come in before Rajaro's actually able to get up the
Hey, what's up,
banner.
Bonsai Bros? How you doing? How you
Rajaro
doing?
gets the first ultimate
Hope life's going
online,
well.
as Deadpool does not have to worry about those universal changes. It's just a 1-minute cooldown on the ultimate. Jerky's also back in the mix as well and putting up the pressure on that backline together with Trust Me. So this time we're not going to be
Wait,
getting
there's
to
no
see
way.
Alta's backline
Someone
survive the
disconnected.
dive, and no
Someone
one,
disconnected in the
Ryan,
tournament.
actually picked up the
Dude, the
point
first game of the day,
whole
someone fucking
time. So
disconnected.
Na'Vi
Did you
being
see
able
that?
to pick it up now, plus having that first cast of Raging Road
No
Flush means that
fucking
the next time
way,
Alter
bro.
Esports walk through one of these chokes, they're about to get absolutely temporaled by a dive team that decides to take first turn.
Yeah, it's in hand for level 1.
It's probably a tournament server then, yeah, it makes sense. Overwatch does the same thing. I'm pretty sure that might have been a spectator chat.
Are going to be prepared for it at this rate. Z-Cube, after using the portal play for Dr. Straight, is going to stay on it, and Trust Me has been taken out, so it is a 5v6 currently that Na'Vi need to be holding onto. They might be able to catch Terra that was trying to go in for the offensive, but there's the combination. Even a player down, the combination is just too good, and you're seeing the elimination feed fill up with the royal blue colors that is Na'Vi.
Oh, it's more painful than that, Ryan. Alter tried to use Raging Royal Flush to live it.
Yeah, that's lovely, chat. Don't you guys
with
like
the
Gambit?
Ultimate active. So now when they try to play this retake with Whoops' Galactic Legend, it's not synergizing with the Raging Royal Flush. And you can see, Na'Vi, they know they don't have to have as much respect as they would if the Gambit Ultimate were there to superpower it. In fact, if they just hold close at these chokes and force Exo into using that invisible boundary, it will be static and off point, and Na'Vi can fully disengage it.
I think Gambit is by far one of the most broken characters in this game.
Work with it now, but now Monarch has the Dance of the Butterflies. Heartbreaker is going to be used as well as the invisible boundary to force a fight on the objective. Actually clears out and is able to get a pick onto Terra, but Trust Me, he's managed to trade
That
it.
Strange
He'll
Ult
go
looked
in
like my
hard. He
Strange
has to
Ult,
go
chat.
in at pretty low health, but he's got the resilience in order to survive this bit more. He's brought the fight back to the objective, which is nearing towards completion for Na'Vi. And whilst Alter Esports trying to fight on it, it's forced out a lot of ultimates, but there's not much time for Alter Esports to contest this one.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing the Galactic Legend come through, but Monarch's already down, so no Dance of the Butterflies to overlap that damage. And it seems like it's just going to be Na'Vi closing things up now.
Seems to be the case. Na'Vi now taking out everybody one at a time. It was a bit of a rough start to begin with, but a pause has come in. We do have these for any disconnects, any issues that is happening for the teams. For
A T4
Ignite.
Urchin. Appreciate Master Prime sub.
Like
It wouldn't be a tournament, chat. It wouldn't be a tournament without some pausing and disconnects.
With the new
Thank
change.
you,
I
thank
think
you,
we're
thank you.
gonna
Appreciate
go
it,
back to
appreciate
us
it.
for a second. It
Watching
really
you
is
on
a
Twitch
case of,
and on the game to get
how
both
much
dropped
ultimates are
and
really
missions.
necessary. Like one mess up of like Royal Flush.
I don't think it happens
decided that
double.
whole point.
You can only
Yeah, and I
You
mean,
could watch
even
one
when
or the
Alter
other.
Esports had
You
so
don't-
many of the ultimates that they burned in the next fight, like they used Invisible Boundary, they used Heartbreaker, Eye of Agamotto, and they started getting
Unless you-
eliminations, but
if you watch through the
crucially,
game
they
client, do you
didn't
finish
manage
missions?
to clear both Rajaro on the Deadpool and Trust Me on the Venom. So both of those
You get
Vanguards with the help
missions
of
from
Fate
watching
just
in-game
lived
J3,
on the
but
point,
drops on
refused
Twitch.
to give up the cap, and by the
Oh,
time
that's
the Alter
interesting.
Esports were actually ready to try and take those Vanguards down,
Interesting.
Navi's whole team were back, and they didn't even have to give up any temporary point control. They could just keep funneling themselves to that front line and continue playing it to the point that we get to OT, and Alter Esports currently have a Strange holding down the front line, Z-Cube at half health, which means that no portal potential as well, Ryan, for Alter Esports to refresh their players and keep this overtime going, potentially for Monarch to turn the tide with that Dance of the Butterflies. So that's
Caption
very
Death.
much
Appreciate the
over.
massive Prime sub. Okay, we're back in the game, chat. We're back in the
Sort of
game.
Finish it out in the end.
Oh, the
I'm very
round was done.
Curious too, because obviously one of the changes that came in with the ult charge rate being increased for a lot of characters. Deadpool also got nerfed with his ultimates. Like there's more of a cooldown before you can start building up charge after using the various ultimates that he has across the different roles. But it still feels like his charge rate getting the ultimate first in a
Lana,
fight
appreciate the massive
is
2 months, my
incredible.
friend.
And so for maps like this, having a one-sided Deadpool as a Vanguard is incredibly important because Rajara was the first to get his ultimate, and he's going to outpace literally everybody right now.
Yeah, especially because you just slap it on a strategist, right? And that allows level 1 Crook to massively outpace Hatro in terms of building up that first Raging Royal Flush. And as we saw, Na'Vi being able to literally just send out that Gambit ultimate alongside Terra's Galactic Legend caught Alter Esports when they tried to go for the Gambit Mirror, but just didn't have anything to be able to also synergize with the ultimate aggressively. Speaking about aggressive, we're going to be seeing Z-Cube yet again go for this teleport, but it looks much more aggressive this time. Instead of taking high ground and being a little bit more neutral to try to rotate to bunker beneath the point to make yourself a little bit harder to dive, they might try and jump onto someone from Na'Vi's end and force out that Raging Royal Flush that level 1 Crook has to try and kite it.
He's used it actually very quickly as the offensive has come in. You've got Dance of the Butterflies that's used in response from Monarch, but it has found very little. Everybody's cleaned up. It's a complete team wipe from Na'Vi. Just off of the Royal Flush. Anything else, like Terra's actually held onto the Galactic Legend. It was just the dive was so good from Rajaro. Yeah.
If you look at Alter Esports Ultimate economy, right? They didn't have Gambit Ultimate. They also did not have Invisible
I feel so
Boundary.
bad for Alter
so
Esports chat.
I don't think now puts a lot more pressure onto Exo's
I don't know if they're getting this game,
Navi
chat.
to use the solid ultimate in the next
Navi, remember chat, if you guys don't know who Navi is, Navi was your mid-season winners in China. They beat all the other teams.
But they're also turning the attention to allow the Venom in and to open up the space for Jerky to come through with Let the Devil out.
But Virtus Pro was your Grand Finals champion.
Fight is coming hard from Team Captain, able to find a pick at least onto one of the duelists and taking the fight onto the objective. But there's the Galactic Legend ringing through just after the Banhammer. The Cherokee is not going to be too far out of the fight either. That has used to let the devil out. And now finally there is a pick at the end of it for Terra, able to sort of clean up the fight. Level 1 Crook is going to go in.
I'm pretty sure Alter Esports. Okay, I'll explain this. I'll explain this after.
All of these cases, and Alter Esports.
Yeah, dude, Navi's looking like a really good team right now, bro.
And no progression on the objective at all from me.
Yeah, I mean, Alter Esports are actually going to swap off of the Invisible
So there were invited teams, chat, that you could buy, bundles for and support your favorite team, right? And there's also teams in the game that made it through the MRC. I think it's 3 teams from the MRC make it into, which are qualified teams make it into the tournament. Or Marvel Rivals Ignite. I think Alter Esports is one of the teams. I like it because that means any team who's put together, if you guys win, you guys can make it against the pros.
And kite out as level 1 Crook's a little bit away from the Raging Royal Flush to survive.
It's been pulled back a little bit. It is just fate with It's Jeff in hand for the team, but level 1 Crook, because he used that Royal Flush so early, he is going to have it as it hits 99%. Heartbreaker built up very quickly again from Team Captain, and now you do have a Galactic Legend used on the other side. Royal Flush is used to try and counter it, but that alongside the Dance of the Butterflies is enough to actually take out Jerky. He seems to be the only one that's actually going down from Navi. The strategist
nice dodge, though. Nice dodge. Nice dodge. Oh, fate. What are we doing on the Jeff, bro? You're going to go for a Psylocke that has mobility? Come on.
Now
Come on, man. He's better than that.
Fight up against Exo, and so you're missing some of the backline at the very least, but now more picks starting to go in favor of Alter Esports. If it wasn't for Rajaro,
is TSM expected to be a good team? I have no idea. This is my first time seeing the new teams since last year.
Been a little bit of time for the respite. And
I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to see TSM play today.
For this first domination,
but
Navi showing that they really like the dive is the new thing again.
Yeah, I mean, Navi, they love running the dives, they love running the Venom, they absolutely adore the Jeff strategies.
No,
so
I am not paying until the series is done, chat. That's map 1. Alter Esports can still come back and win.
Was really, really good. Level 1 Crook is going to be picking up the MVP, the first of many, I am sure, as he's been looking incredibly comfortable on the Gambit. But everyone from Navi, in terms of how you wanted to play the dive, they were all playing it absolutely perfectly. Like, trust me, Faye, even that we were getting to see Jerky on that Daredevil just going in, disrupting Alter Esports, splitting the team's attention.
Wait, 3 tanks? Oh no, I'm pretty sure Jerky was playing a DPS, but he
finding a greater, higher priority.
Yeah, this is a nasty team, bro. Look at this team.
Force out the
This is,
Raging Roll
if
flush
you guys
from
don't remember
Patro,
as well,
and
Terra
then
was on
kited,
100 Thieves.
making
Terra
sure that
left
level one
100
Crook was
Thieves
able
and
to
came to
hold on
Navi.
to the full charge of his
So they
ultimate,
Jerky
and we got to
and
see
Terra
Michael
as your
Clutch that we
DPS
talked
players,
about being
Rajaro
used
and
to
Trust Me as your
clear
tank.
Alter Esports
Fate
from
and
being
level
able
1
to get the
Crook
point
as
flipped. So
your
the moment that
support.
the Rogue
And
ultimate
also,
was
level
done,
1 Crook went
Navi gets
20
to
and
answer
0.
back,
Oh,
and
here, let
there's
me move
very
myself so you
little
can see the
Alter
stats.
Esports have to be able to react to it.
I think it's pretty telling too that like the two protects that come in, like sure both teams have access to the Gambit, but then you've got the one-sided Deadpool Vanguard. Neither of those two players got eliminated once. Rajaro not going down 19 and 0 and then 20 and 0 for level 1 Crook. So it's not only a case of being able to play the draft very well for Navi, it's the fact of like if these characters are like win conditions, these characters are literally Thanos before Thanos gets added into this game.
I think what we're going to see is a lot more Star-Lord, but I think they're playing Star-Lord because they have
I feel like we're
a
going to be seeing
Gambit.
a lot of teams try to go for a prioritization
What's up,
of
Talis?
a
I think
one-sided
they're...
Deadpool. Because, like, as we talked about, right, Banhammer as an ultimate is so impactful.
Yeah, I think they're playing, I want to see what happens if they
these fights
don't.
early on, but not just that, his neutral kit is insanely strong. We were seeing
chat.
every
Gotta
single
text my
time we
dad,
look from
good morning.
Rajaro's POV, he's jumping someone on Alter Esports, he's lobbing down that magical unicorn shield to be able to block LOS off of the strategists, being able to keep the heals going to them, and they're just down in about 2 seconds. You see them there, and it's literally a Houdini magic trick. You blink, you miss it, that player is gone.
Talking about, I'm back by the way, we're talking about the Vanguard Deadpool. You're also seeing the fact that it does team up so well with the Jeff. A double Jeff team up coming in that was prevented from the side of Alter. They did not go for that side, meaning that they could have done it.
Yes, bans are for the opposing side, chat. So in your ranked games, if you ban Rogue, Rogue is going to be banned for all the teams. Not in this tournament. In tournament, if you ban Rogue, the other team can't play Rogue. You can still play Rogue unless they ban it as well. But you can also save characters from getting banned. So let's just say you really want to play... Let's just say you really want to play Black Widow. You could save Black Widow from getting banned.
That's game number 1, meaning that we're going to be getting ready for map number 2 very shortly, meaning that it now comes down to Alter Esports to choose.
Yeah, you have to do it for the vibes.
Like MRC, where you can pick multiple of the same map type in a row.
Who picks the maps?
What do you think
the
could
first
be
map
the
is
thing
always
fortune
picked
tells?
for you to make it fair, so you know what your first map's going to be. But the next map is going to be whoever loses. Whoever loses the first map gets to pick the next map. But you cannot pick the same game mode. So if you played King of the Hill and you lost, you cannot play another King of the Hill until all the other game modes types are picked. So Convoy and Hybrid. The payload and the hybrid maps. Once those are all played, then you can pick King of the Hill again, but it's a best of 3. You're not going to be able to do all that. Best of 3s only allow each game mode once.
It will be the continuation of Navi versus Alter Esports.
Oh, they have to show you the skins so you guys can buy them. So what is the prediction looking like over here, chat? Hold up, let me see. What's the prediction looking like over here in chat? %92% on Navi, 8% on Alter. Almost $2 million and 145 people voted for Navi. 32 people voted for Alter Esports with only $200,000. Yes, chat, dollars. We do real money in this stream. Real money. And it looks like Alter Esports is not only 32 people, but you guys are losing your money.
Protect your bald king.
I'm doing it per series as well, chat. If after this series is done, then we're gonna start the next one. It's not gonna be per map. Per map, that's too many predictions, chat.
Protect your bald king.
Oh, by the way, many songs. Appreciate the massive 3 months. Devour for 19 months, and also DD Blessed for 5 months. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. Also, just want to let you guys know, because it says 2 minutes up here until we come back. If you guys watch someone, this is totally up to you guys, but if you guys watch someone and you're like, wow, I really love Black Widow. This guy in the pro tournament played Black Widow. I really want to see and analyze his gameplay because when they're spectating the games, you don't only see the Black Widow game POV.
Protect your
You
bald
can
king.
go into the game client.
Been on vacation. How's the new season?
You can go into the game client, pick the person who was playing Black Widow, and actually watch that game from their perspective. So that's actually really fucking cool. If you guys were interested, I think I'm going to do that for content as well. If we see someone who pops the fuck off on, let's say, a character, then we're going to be able to spectate it and stuff. Yeah. I'm watching you from my bath. What are your thoughts? Why? If you take a bath, you better take a shower afterwards, or take a shower first, then take a bath.
Protect your bald king.
I feel like baths are nasty. You're laying in your own dirt and stuff. Dan, appreciate the massive 11 months, my friend. And how do you say your name? CRSSNTX? Appreciate the massive 3 months, my friend. Been on vacation. How's the new season? Absolutely fantastic. I'm liking it.
While Flight Mode's World Tour continues, it's actually us who are taking off, with Na'Vi taking a 1-0 in our first best of 3 of the day. And Alta have chosen to take us to the Museum of Contemplation.
Ooh,
Yeah, a little
this is
bit
going to be
concerned
awesome.
because there's a lot of flank routes, right? Dive is still really, really strong in this, so I would honestly expect to see a big change up in terms of the ban draft. We were sort of hypothesizing how exactly Alta could approach the ban draft in the break that we just had, and I think like really going for the Jeff or
I'm
potentially
sorry,
the
Tetcher,
Vanguard
my
Deadpool would
face cam's
open
on your
up
face.
a
I'm
lot
sorry.
of options for Alta Esports, because not going to lie, there was some fights there, especially on the first round of Husk, that Alta Esports should have been able to finish off and translate into a point flip, but they just weren't able to clean through the stall sustain of things like that Vanguard Deadpool and finally finish off the fight.
Right, we brought up something interesting earlier in the fact that Alta have had more time to play in officials with stuff like the Gambit. They've also had more time to play on Museum of Contemplation. This will be Na'Vi's first official match on Museum of Contemplation. Could that experience be a game changer?
Yeah,
I would have said so if we went into MRC into this with none of the changes that we got from the patch. Like the ult generation means that stuff like the Adam triple strategist kind of like hold line, things like Magneto were really good.
Inca, Cola, appreciate the massive 7 months. How you doing? How you doing?
Played much because it's like they rely a lot on like ultimate coordination and also just get ran over by a lot of the characters that we saw on Celestial Husk on both sides, right? So maybe you still see stuff like D'Angela, like that was a good pick to just be really annoying, use the barriers that you can move through, but you can't.
I can't be a caster, chat. Looking at your camera,
but it's also like the draft.
I don't know,
system,
bro.
right?
I can't
like
do
whether
it.
Na'Vi feel that there's some characters that they might be able to try.
You have to look into the
isolate
camera to make
away
eye
from
contact,
Alta
chat.
esports to
But I
have
can't do it.
themselves.
I'm scared of eye
I think it's going
contact.
to be like more of what we just saw from Celestial Husk, really, but there might be a chance to see the likes of Wolverine and stuff again. But because the way the game has changed so much, I don't know if like Alter Esports are going to be as on the ball as on this as Na'Vi.
We'll be having to find out, as we'll be getting ready to head into that game as soon as possible. Let's talk about some of the other heroes that could be very influential, and some that maybe aren't as much. If we have a look at last stage, for example, this is a map where spawn holds and delays were quite popular. This could bring in heroes like Groot. Why aren't we seeing that so much now? Let's start with Moxie.
I mean, the thing with like the Gru, or when you try to run a triple Vanguard line, is that even if you don't manage to find the eliminations, what you're doing is you're throwing out so many high health pools into characters who scale so quickly if they start stacking up the damage. So like previously on MRC, a lot of teams would be running the Elsa or the Deadpool, so if you literally just threw out triple Vanguard lines in front of them,
How much
give
you
it
bench,
a
Jay?
good 20 seconds, Elstra's
the bar.
at max levels of instinct and popping off
I don't
those
have a max, man.
advances literally
It's best out
every
of 3.
2 seconds.
Best out of 3.
So
Not
that was
5.
one of the reasons why a lot of teams stepped away from those
I am
kinds of
not,
strategies.
dude. Casting and hosting is a
Going
different
into
skill
what we
set,
just
chat.
talked
I
about Elsa, but we've also talked
It
about
is
the
hard.
characters that might be trying to bring in bans for Alta. And that's
How do you
gonna
say
make it more difficult,
Avarius?
isn't it,
Appreciate the
right?
massive
They
2
have
months.
these high priority picks that are almost in every single ban phase. Gambit,
Protect
Elsa,
your
they still
bald
seem to be
king.
quite high up in a
Is
lot
it
of
E?
team priorities,
I'm
but
Marie.
suddenly
Appreciate the
target
massive
bans
prime
start
sub, my
to
friend.
come in.
Yeah,
Welcome,
and it's
welcome,
like
welcome.
how well prepared are you for your opponent? For Na'Vi, you haven't had to show anything for quite some time.
Usually in casting as well, you have your color casters, and you also have your play-by-play. So like an analyst that breaks down the fights, and your play-by-play who's calling out the plays. In Marvel Rivals, it's actually very hard because it goes by so fast. You actually have to have two like play-by-play casters. It's actually really cool.
A lot of the characters
really hard.
They are just very strong on when they go off of the beaten path. And if people go, oh, what are Na'Vi going to try to run meta-wise, draft-wise? It's very hard to replicate. That's what Virtus Pro did.
You have to know the ability names. Like, yeah, chat. You have to know the ability names, the ultimate names. I play this game every single fucking day, and I cannot name you one ultimate ability.
Coordination and execution. Na'Vi is sort of the same.
Jeff Eat.
I don't think we're going to see.
I don't even know what that ult's called. It's called Jeff Eat. Is it called Yummy Yummy?
What they would want to continue on here.
You are my favorite board streamer.
Bands. You see, the contemplation is our second map. This is a convoy, meaning the last map of the series, I believe, has to be Convergence.
It's Jeff. Wait, the ultimate for Jeff is called It's Jeff. Yeah, I would have fucking lost. Never mind.
Which is
Derek, appreciate the massive 10 months and feeling turned on. Wow, that's a great name. Appreciate the massive prime sub. Are you feeling turned on?
I mean, shows as well.
Yeah, like, it's a rough one. Like, maybe they have a strategy where they want to be able to go ham with damage boost. When it comes to being able to break these spawn hordes, like, we're still getting to see a lot of Storm. I know they
also I
did
curse a
the
lot.
team
I
up
can't be
between Storm and
a
Jeff,
caster.
which a lot of teams actually relied quite heavily on being used to break the free holds with those Adam Res compositions, but Storm damage boost stacked with things like the Mantis or just a Punisher in that neutral can be incredibly strong at breaking a defensive hold.
Also for Convoy, no more Jeff Nadeau. Just full stop. This is the first time that we're going to see it in action, so like a very easy thing to just clean up house when you have got these like...
Well, oh, you would definitely get rage baited by chat. The casters don't read chat, surprisingly enough. They actually don't read you guys.
His ultimate as quick as a Moon Knight could beforehand, you don't want to give them the chance.
We've lost Jeff Nadeau, but we do now have Adam leaving.
I mean, unless when they're casting in person, they don't read you guys. Maybe at home they'll have you guys on a second monitor. But
a little bit rougher, meaning another thing in favor of those big, hefty spawn holds.
I can't cast chat. I can't cast.
Once again,
also, there are a lot. Yeah, you said good because people are rude. Some of you guys, some things that people say about the casters are pretty mean.
Well, could we see if they do get
also,
out and Na'Vi move over to the Captain America, the Hulk, all these
I would be a very mean caster. I'll be like, yo, kill that fucking Jeff, break his goddamn legs, yeah! Can't say that on stream, bro.
He's back next week. We put him in the cool box, but he's gonna be like, as well as like the new talent.
Oh, Lover, appreciate the amount of 3 months. How you doing? How you doing?
We've leveled up, I think, and I just think for Na'Vi, I think whilst we're sort of waiting for the teams to get like into game as well. It really is a case of like Terra is such a big.
That will make it more fun. Yeah, but these casters you can't make it more fun. Man. They're actually paid and stuff.
Outright said that like they've clashed with that system in the past before. I wonder how Terra's going to do with it across the season.
But I think they were aware of that, right? Because some teams in the off-season, like Virtus Pro, we did not hear hide or hair of. Na'Vi entered literally everything they could, even to the point of
also,
going and like...
you guys are probably wondering, why are they not starting the game? Listen, caster's job is to cast and talk. It's probably because on the back end, both teams aren't ready. So chat, don't blame the casters for stalling the matches. It's probably because both teams are not ready yet. There's a lot of things that go on in the back. I ran my own tournament, trust me. There's production, there's the players, there's a lot of things you guys don't see, and that's their job to keep stalling this.
To how Alter adjust in the draft. So many things that Na'Vi were using really empowered their composition.
Also, this is like on a, I'm pretty sure it's on a delay as well.
If they are able to force Na'Vi to show more strategies, that could be huge, and it is a huge risk of playing first, which unfortunately is outside of their control. Let's start with it, Ryan. If we do you think Alter should go in for these target bans, or are they just going to try and flip it completely, stick with the same bans, and just adjust their composition?
Oh, that's a tricky thing, because I think there's an element of like, if you have a general game plan of how to approach this, you don't want to just completely U-turn on it. Like, they'll have a good idea of what Na'Vi would want to play. Just,
hey, Crystal for 3 months. Appreciate it. You're going to have a lot of fun. You're going to have a lot of fun.
it really does.
To be
feel
honest
a
with
little
you,
bit for, like Alta, it's like getting used to
there's
the
different
system. You've got
streamers
some
who like to
players that
cast
were
these
on
things and,
Paradox
you know,
in
talk to
stage
their
2
chats.
of
Some
last
probably
year in Ignite
break down
that
the
did get
fights.
to
Some,
play on this
no, I
Ignite system,
I sit
but
here with
there's
you guys
some
and I talk
players
shit
that,
about
like,
all
this
my
is the first
friends.
time they've got a chance. It's getting used to it and seeing exactly what
Like
Navi's doing and trying to
I
learn
am
from
like you guys when you guys watch me. I just sit here and make fun of everyone.
Head back in. Will they learn? Will they adjust? Will they target ban the Deadpool?
I actually feel like a
or
chatter.
the Venom or
This is how
even
you guys
the
feel
Jet?
like all the time. This is fun. I want to be a chatter. All you guys do is talk shit. Even though they're professional players and we're not on the same level as them. It's fun to laugh at them. Also, they're my friends, Chad. I can laugh at them. Trust me.
They are really going to want to try and take us to a map number 3 here, Boxy.
Yeah, I imagine in terms of the ban draft, it's still going to be Elsa instant ban for both of those teams. But I think we all really want to see an adaptation, like remove the Vanguard Deadpool, or at least don't allow Na'Vi to have it one-sidedly, as them being able to just lead the charge with those initial ban hammers.
Lego, who
allow
are you
them to
talking
set
about?
up
Well,
so
congratulations,
much tempo
though.
as there it is indeed. There goes
Oh,
the
it's
instant
Rogro.
ban
Appreciate the
onto
massive
Elsa.
8
Now,
months.
do Alter Esports go for something different than the Gambit? No, Gambit is still the first save, which does put a lot of focus on a low-key ban coming on through from Navi's side.
Appreciate.
Now, do Navi go for the Gambit now, or do they want to
Consistency.
prioritize the Vanguard
Definitely a lot of
Deadpool,
consistency.
anticipating
Oh, we're
Alta
seeing a
pushing
lot
it
more
out instead?
Gambit, chat.
I
They
think that this first
don't
part of the
want
draft is
Elsa
just
in
gonna
the
be
game,
same.
so they
Only
rather
for, like,
play
two
with
teams
they
you
rather
can
play
see
with
of their
Gambit
map,
than
but
Elsa.
potentially for a lot more. It's
Happy to
just
report that I
okay.
started doing
This is
comp
like
every
what is
day,
just
as
generally
opposed
strong
to a
at the
few days a
moment to
week
build
and
around.
mostly
Now we're gonna
PvE
get a
with
lot more like
friends. And a few
specific,
days
I
into the
suppose.
season,
And
and
here
I'm
it's
on
like
Vanguard
Ultra
Deadpool.
Esports.
Please.
Yeah,
Yo,
it
Yo,
seems like they're gonna maybe
congratulations.
still
Jet
commit to
Lius,
the Rogue.
appreciate that
I
for
think
4
the
months.
other side of the
Congratulations,
feel like
congratulations.
Rogue is strong. No doubt Navi's Vanguard line can play Rogue, albeit we haven't seen that much of it because we only saw them play MRC. And even then, I think Juriki was Vanguarding on it.
And by the way,
It is
Emmy,
just more like-
appreciate the massive new Prime
They're
sub.
gonna be
Welcome,
like, so
welcome,
what?
welcome.
We're gonna go for the
RT
Deadpool
runs. I'm
Vanguard
sorry, my
again,
bad.
so that's going to be
Yeah.
one-sided. So Alta Esports trying to stick to their guns, feeling that the Rogue value one-sided and the Psylocke one-sided is going to be enough.
Yeah, that's exact same ban line that we had on the first map. So Alta Esports probably thinking that by changing the scenery of a Museum of Contemplation, they'll be able to change the outcome of the composition that they run into. Team captain is going to go for that save onto
No
his own rogue as
Tank
well. So we'll get to
Deadpool.
see
That's
a very
Tank Deadpool, right? Yeah,
similar
no
sort of
Tank
outcome of
Deadpool.
Alta
But they're
Esports
saving
composition,
Tank
I'm sure,
Deadpool for
anticipation
themselves. But the
of
other team
these
banned
dives trying to
Psylocke
come
and
on
kept
through with
Rogue
those
for
grabs,
themselves, but
locking
banned
down
Rogue.
those dive players, as Na'Vi are going to be able to secure 2 one-sided Vanguards, one-sided Venom and one-sided Deadpool Vanguard. They've also still got the Jeff if they want to go for it, but we could potentially see that White Fox as well
Wait.
come through as getting to
Wait,
play
they have
those
one
long
support down here.
stretches.
No, someone's just-
Sightlines having as well that teleport to be able to just jump in with your team, or if you're coming
Look how-
under
look how
pressure from a
that
dive
chat- I'm
Ultra
sorry,
side,
that is
being
sick.
able to TP
This-
out of it after baiting your
this is
position
sick,
initially
bro. That's aura
could
right
be
there.
a really strong way of burning out the time.
Also seeing Terra hover over the Black Panther. It is worth adding.
How do
too,
I
Terra doesn't
participate
play
in
on the
predictions?
100 ping this time like he
Before the
was
matches
in
start, I
Season
run
5.
predictions and
He
you
is
can
in
gamble
Europe,
your channel
and
points.
that is an even more terrifying prospect with how well coordinated this team is. But for Alta Esports, for a lot of players like
I
Team
think
Captain,
they
haven't played
did
since
add
the
playing for the
Invitational, at
vibes
least at, like,
spray.
this level.
I think it's a team spray,
This is like a very
if I'm not mistaken.
new system for them. And then for Na'Vi, when they were rad beforehand, they were the team that really worked out how to use this Ignite draft system and break it first. That's how they were able to get such a, a big
Team
win
Heretics.
over
There you
Virtus
go.
Pro to
Thank you,
qualify
chat.
for the mid-season finals, but then to go and win the tournament. So it really is like teams that are very new to this sort of system versus Na'Vi, who kind of wrote the book on how to play it.
Oh, we're getting a mix-up though. Terra is actually going to be locking the Namor, which is going to be putting a lot of
Namor,
pressure onto
okay.
Whips as Ultra Esports. If they're able to get the Gambit Starlet ultimates at the same time, they will win the Gambit Mirror ultimate off. As Jurkius is going to be playing that Daredevil, trying to intercept Ultra Esports flanking routes to give his backline the opportunity of adjusting
let's see
or
this,
potentially
chat.
hitting ultras first before they can decide to make an aggressive play.
Yeah, Jericho's job is just keep an eye on where exactly Monarch is going to try and be in for the dive, and it's the backline of Exo that's actually taken out. Not with the team up of White Fox, just in their own right, wanted to see if they could go for something a little bit more high tempo and go in for the engagement. Seems that Na'Vi have held off on this defense. It's not the big and burly kind of compositions that we used to seeing on Convoy, even back at Season 6 MRC.
It does look like it's going to be a dive meta here, though, chat. It looks like it's going to be a lot of dive. I've been playing Psylocke a lot recently, and I'm loving Psylocke.
Rajaro's already got the first ultimate ready to go, which I'm sure is about to be slapped onto Hatro on that Gambit. As Alter Esports, the way that they break this corner is with the Gambit Starlord, which is why we're just seeing Trust Me continue to go put pressure on the backline.
Also, I'm really surprised. Oh, never mind.
Venom, it frees the attention from the rest of Navi's composition on these front lines, and one elimination snowballs.
You know what I think Marvel Rivals fucked up on?
It's a very quick on.
I think Marvel Rivals fucked up on their esports packages. You can only buy Daredevil. Oh, sorry, Deadpool. You can only buy Deadpool, which I think not a lot of people play Deadpool. Not a lot of people are going to want to buy Deadpool. They should have actually came out with a full team skin for all the characters and then sold it like that.
Looking to maybe like deliberate
and then when you are playing your tournaments, your tournaments like are your team, you know, skins.
In the room, Hatro is the one that's taken out, and he
they kind of fucked up on that, man.
Off the back of the Banhammer being used too.
That was such
same thing
a
like
huge
Overwatch does. Yeah, every game does it.
Horn of Proteus. I think it stunned up 4 out of 6 players on the side of Alter Esports, who, by the way, have abandoned this attempted dive coming through. Monarch is now on the
Overwatch does it, but like every game does that, chat.
Trust Me and Jerky, as Fate's just going to be able to hold pretty aggressively close to Alter Esports composition, has the Isjaf to bail out if he goes a little bit too low, but at the moment, ideally, you're just setting up Trust Me to go in, pull attention, take off time, potentially force out an ultimate, and allow Na'Vi to be able to build Jerky's own ultimate up to synergize with level 1 Crook when we get the Gambit ult mirror.
Right now, there's only 90 seconds left for Alter Esports to push this a little bit further. Heartbreaker and Royal Flush are going to be the combination that's used in tandem. The lovers, newlyweds, are going to try and fight in with the addition of the Galactic Legend. But it is looking like it's only going to be Trust Me that goes down. A really good disengage, actually, from Na'Vi to not lose too many people.
But all the characters, what about future ones? That's what people use as an argument.
Even 2, so both the strategies for Alter Esports.
You can still buy. You don't have to buy a whole team skin bundle. Let's just say all the skins are like $100 together. You don't have to pay for that. You can buy individual skins. If a new character comes out, you buy the individual skin then. Which is not going to be like $100. It'll be like $5.
Cannonball into Na'Vi's line so that Jerky's ultimate gets drained away, and then win stage 3 with one-sided Galactic Legend shredding through Na'Vi's players. The problem is Na'Vi sent half of their team to occupy Alter Esports' whole back line, so no one was actually able to walk forward alongside the Rogue and make the damage actually stick, converting into eliminations. So now, with 30 seconds left, Na'Vi still have 2 ultimates to be able to play, and Alter Esports have at least 3 fights before they get a checkpoint.
It might be a little bit too much for Trust Me to hold, but every pick that we
I feel bad for this Alter Esports team, though.
Traded on the other side from the strategists for the most part, able to put in a lot of hits. The Horde of Proteus connected onto a couple more. Is it going to be the forward from Rajaro? It is going to force out the Eternal Bond from the Cloak and Dagger, and Monarch has found that pick onto Jerky. A disengage has to come in, and Na'Vi trying to group up together for a final fight before the end of this checkpoint.
But what's the win condition for Alter Esports? You're relying on Meteor M, which Na'Vi are just going to be able to intercept off of the Deadpool, potentially off of the Blessing of the Deep coming on through from Terra, as Na'Vi just send the dive yet again to put the pressure on the back
I want to
line.
see what
Team
Fate
Captain
does here. I don't know if you guys remember, but we used to duo with a lot of Fate a lot. And he's like the best Jeff player.
Jerky just getting all of the
never mind. They're just dominating right now.
To take that fight fully outnumbered against
I feel so bad.
Back line, while the rest of the team clears the objective. Alter Esports tried to change the script by going to Museum of Contemplation, but it was the same problems they faced on Celestial Husk. Na'Vi got the same composition and got to do the same tricks, split the team's attention, and win both pockets of fights.
And this isn't just like a new sort of meta thing that's happening, and it's not even to do with like the Ignite, like one-sided draft system either. We were seeing it a lot in like the recent MRC of just there are too many not problematic characters, but for some of these teams that came from MRC, it was like, okay,
I don't think their draft is bad. They're doing like a basic draft. You cannot give Jerky Psylocke. Jerky is actually one of the best Psylocke players out there. I'm blocking his name right here, but he's right here. Jerky is like the best Psylocke player.
It really feels like
and
Alter Esports, respect to them. Like
you can't give them Elsa as well. Elsa is still busted, chat. So to be honest with you, like
it's a comfort pick for team captain that he feels like he's gonna.
Wait, what's wrong with my camera?
And the team's gonna perform better off the back of the Rogue, because you want to run the Magneto, you're gonna want to run the team up with the Gambit. But for like Na'Vi, they just have so many ways to adjust this. You can't get rid of the Jeff. You can't get rid of even stuff like the Daredevil without leaving something else egregious open.
Well, we talked about the adjustments we would likely see on Convoy to the defensive team compositions, and we can see no Adam, no Triple. This is literally just 2-2-2. They're going to try and have an anchor core with Z-Cube on that mag, looking to give a little bit more peel to the backline with the Bulwarks when they get pressured out by
the way,
this
Mario,
dive.
appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend.
Jay3,
And
he's out of the spawn room with it. I
sub.
think we actually are going to see the Spider-Man alongside Fate getting to show
Wait,
us
they're playing
our
Spider-Man
first
in a
White
tournament?
Fox
No
coming
fucking
on
way, bro.
through
They're not taking
in
this shit
the
seriously.
Ignite Preseason. The
They are
level
not
1 Crook is
taking
the
this
first
shit
to fall, and
seriously,
that's
chat.
a great opening pick for Ultra Esports.
It might actually be the first Spider-Man that we've seen in the Ignite as well, to be honest. So it is very.
And they are playing White Fox. I guess
interesting
who's
for
dead
Na'Vi,
first?
but
White
it's to be
Fox.
Expected. They've been sort of rolling their way.
I wonder if he's gonna switch.
And there's a lot of merit to how good Spider-Man is at the moment, especially when Dive.
No,
seems to
he's
be
not
the name
switching.
Of this game. There have been a couple of picks that have gone against Terra in the end, but Jerky has managed to fall into the backline that has just been absolutely hounded by every single member of Natus Sincere. The Banhammers early
Nice
in for
shots.
is going to try and go in for the fight, and it's a bit of more of a scramble. Ultra Esports trying to create some space with this Namor just shooting from distance, but now they have so much time to work with.
I mean,
Oh, they're
so much
playing a
map
little
space
too
too.
scared,
Like,
man. They
Ultra
gotta get through
Esports,
that
because
choke,
those
bro.
guys, they've had to
They're playing a little
bunker
too
up inside
scared.
the small room, but that
They're
means that
terrified
we're
right
down to
now.
potentially
They're shaking.
one last
It's almost like they
fight
saw Jay3 in real
for Na'Vi
life
to
and they're
be able to
scared.
close out this map. Trust me, goes in, soft dives, tries to base some of those resources and clear the space for Jerky, but he does still
Terra is
go
playing
down,
BG?
as did Terra, who actually swapped onto the Black Panther. So Ultra Esports have been able to weather the storm.
I smell some trolling
of the
going on
Panther
here.
And the Spider-Man, they'll be able to have that respect in that regards at least. Terra goes to the Namor, Jerky the Daredevil, and Na'Vi get one good
What the
fight
fuck?
push
I'd be scared of
with
that
this
bald spot
Raging
in
Roar
person
flush,
too.
although it will
What
be
the
matched by
fuck?
Natro, as Ultra Esports taking so much damage have been able to build up quite a nest egg of strategist ults.
You got the Royal Flush Banhammers being used from Na'Vi, maybe wanting to put an end to this and make sure that this first game is a quick and easy one.
That looked like
You
my
even
whale
got
out
the
there.
Kamiho
Airball.
dedicated in from Fate. But he gets sort of taken down, forced back at least, and the fight is a really good look actually of where this dive is trying to counter from Ultra Esports, but how the fight is completely split. The Daredevil from Jerky.
Oh, they're back on
cleaning
their
up
comp
shot.
again. They were trolling a little bit,
Galactic
but
Legend, it might be a little bit of a short story here over on the side of Whoops. The damage he did in MRC isn't going to matter in comparison to this freight train of Na'Vi looking to close it out. There's one last fight, couple more players in. The portal play dedicated within its Jeff to try and
no,
grab
they
whoever
missed the
can,
Jeffel
pull it
and
back
everything.
into the
Oh
spawn of
no,
Ultra
Terra
Esports.
does have his ult
But
again
now
though.
it's just if they can get
Let's
the
see it.
numbers on board.
I taught
Na'Vi
Terra how to play
dedicated
Namor,
Banhammer,
by the way,
they're
chat.
not
Watch
going
this.
try
He's
and
gonna get a
regroup.
5K ult
Despite
right
30
now. Watch
seconds
this.
that this fight has been going on for.
Watch this.
You can see just how messy it is, who the calls are going on. Trust me goes down again, and actually we're seeing Monarch show up on the Adam Ward, get taken out. He's got the life cocoon, that means that he's going to be able to try and contest this one, but there's just more fuel to the fire that is Na'Vi. Let the devil out is great.
Wait, he used his ult. What did he do? Wow.
Na'Vi, after full holding on Ultra Esports, win out 2-0 in their first series.
Oh, Na'Vi are looking so comfortable with this Vanguard Deadpool. Like, Rajara is
Congratulations
adjusting
to the
absolutely
145
perfectly.
people
That
who
whole
voted
last
on
push,
Na'Vi,
when
for
we
the
have sustained
32
TP,
people
when we
who
have
bet
its
on
Jet
Alter
levels of
Esports.
one-sided sustain. Not surprisingly, he picks
Sorry,
up
you
KVP,
guys
but he
just lost
does
your
not
money.
Go down. In fact, he picks up two. One soul bond has won its course, and I'm sure in the future a lot of these teams are going to be looking at that ban draft and thinking, is it worth going for that one-sided Vanguard Deadpool target that Na'Vi have been looking as a win condition? Because both times we saw in the two maps that they played,
So you guys can see your
Rajara
stats right
was
here.
a crucial part of the composition.
I'm pretty sure.
If I go over
let me
here,
just
can you guys see your
double-check real quick
stats?
of how many
Oh, shit,
eliminations
no.
went against
What over
backline.
here?
So for both
You guys can't see
Crook
heals.
and
Never mind,
Fate,
sorry.
they went down a total of 4 times across 2 series.
Yeah.
And that's crazy with how offensive they are being, and also just like how little sustenance they need from each other.
I just want to let you guys know,
like from the bird's
that
eye
is
view
the
of some of those
biggest.
fights,
This is
how
the
slick
difference
they were,
between
and how
Na'Vi,
Wolf
a
Crook can
team
survive
who
the
is
big
like,
two of his plays up against a
they are an
full dive
esports
from
org.
Ultra
They're
Esports.
paying their
So
players.
it's
They've
not
been a
only the
team
fact
for
that
a
they're
very
not
long
being
time
eliminated,
now.
it's the fact that
Compared
they're
to
able to
Ultra
actually win
Esports,
out.
I don't know
It's
how
calling out
long
guns,
or
but
their
not for
history
me.
with their
For
games,
both of these
but like
guys
they are the
individually
team
in
I
their
think
own
that made
sort
it
of
through
ecosphere playing
MRC.
strategy.
So that's like the
Yeah,
Marvel
but that
Rivals
also, like, it goes back
championship,
to
I
what
think, and
Navi's
then you have the Marvel
team
Rivals
is
Ignite,
doing,
which is
'cause
the
there were
$3
moments
million
having some
championship. That's
contemplation where
the
we were
difference
following
between
Navi's
the
strategist,
both
POV,
teams.
and they were just pushing cut because
Yep,
the
it's
rest
the
of their team, like,
difference between
Trustme's going
experience,
in,
chat.
soft diving, drawing all of the attention. Alter Esports have to try and peel that back line, which means that those resources, which could be used aggressively to chase down eliminations onto Navi, they're having to be used defensively instead.
Both teams have chat rooms in the
there.
tournaments,
we saw
yes.
some attempts at trying to mix it up, but Navi with their defensive setup on that early round was just so hard to deal with. You mentioned Trust Me causing the distraction. Rajaro keeping up with the duelists
let me see
in
what's
terms of
next,
damage
chat.
done and final hits in that second round.
VSN
7
versus
final hits, which is the
RSN.
same
I don't know
as
the
Terra,
team names,
which
but
is
I
just
can...
wild to see, and you can see why, as Moxie mentioned earlier, that one-sided Deadpool is causing so many issues. And Navi, former world champions and runners-up from the global finals at the end of the year. A very
Can you explain the
solid
ban and
first
save, Jay? I'm
performance,
confused on how
and
that
they
works.
enter into Ignite
You are
with their
banning for
first
the
win
other
on the
team.
board.
So
But
if
we
you
have
ban
more games coming up for
Gambit,
you,
the other
including
team
one
cannot
that we are
play
very
Gambit. Your
excited
team
for.
can
I
still
believe it
play
is
Gambit
Preseason versus
unless the
Vision
other
next,
team
which
also
is what we
bans
have
it.
been talking
You're not
about,
banning
the
for the
very
whole
important four
server,
placements in
like
that
in
group.
ranked.
So
It's
don't
different.
go anywhere. We're going to head into a break while we get the players ready, and we'll be right back with more Ignite action.
Okay, they're taking a break. So, VSN again. Whoa, 10-minute break. God damn. That's probably because they have to get the players and everyone into the servers and whatnot and everything. So in your regular ranked matches, chat, you have, when you ban a character, you ban that character for the whole server, both teams, right? If you ban Rogue, no one can play Rogue in that whole match. In tournament play, when you ban one on a character for your team, so let's say you want to ban Rogue, the other team can't play Rogue, you can still play Rogue unless they ban it. But you also have 2 saves per team, so both teams can save one character from being banned. Why EMEA first? Because it's 11 a.m. in America, and it's also like very late for EU, so it makes sense to do EU first, because if you put them last, then they're all going to be asleep at 4 a.m. Time zones, chat. Time zones. You guys... Just flip the Earth? That's what I'm saying, chat. When does Middle East play? Well, EMEA does stand for Europe, Middle East, and Africa, so that would probably be right now, if there is any Middle Eastern teams. But what about Europe? You know, I looked over at my second monitor to just distract myself from your guys' questions, and I looked over and guess what I saw? Me ulting as Bucky and getting solo ulted by a fucking Magneto. I can't escape it, bro. I can't escape it. Oh, yeah. Is this Twitch? I'm done. Yo, what's up, YouTube? How you guys doing today, YouTube? I only have one platform I stream on, and it's YouTube. Oh, before I stop do anything, YouTube, I'm sorry I can't do predictions for you guys, but the next game is going to be called RSN against VSN, chat. Good luck, have fun. I am going to give you guys a 10-minute prediction to get all your predictions in. I don't know who's on what team. If you guys don't want to predict right now, well, you guys can wait until the last few minutes when they do show you guys the rosters, if you guys want to wait on the players. Yeah. YouTube, if you guys want to get some channel points and lose your money for bets, you guys can come over to Twitch. Also, Twitch does have 2 new drops. Chat. Watching this stream, you are getting the Wanda drop, and you are also getting the Gambit drop. Can we predict in our minds? Used to make games up when I was a kid, unlike these kids today. What? Yeah, you can predict in your head, I guess, if you want. Let me see. Vid. This is gonna be Vid EMEA. This is VSN versus RSN. Don't know what any of that is, but I think it's gonna be a good game. I don't know why, but I think it's gonna be a good game. Get your predictions in chat. So far, hey, this is your only chance to predict on my stream. This is your only. I don't do a lot of predictions. This is the only time you guys are able to predict.
My time to shine.
Is there no Gambit costume for drops? There is Gambit costume for drops. It should be live right now. But you cannot. I think what they do when they have multiple drops. I'm gonna go over here as well, chat, because they have all this stuff over here. If you want to see who's next, you cannot finish. You cannot get the Gambit drop if you're doing the Wanda drop, and vice versa. You cannot get both drops at the same time. You have to finish one before you get the other. So they don't stack. Oh, it's Vision Esports versus Reason Gaming. Oh. A Marshmallow for 9 months. How you doing, my friend? Ryan Sparks, appreciate the massive Prime sub. And Sasaki, is that your name? I appreciate the massive Prime sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, also, if you watch in-game for, I think, 15 minutes, you do get some drops in... Wait, hold up. Give me a second. What's going on here? Wait, chat, what? If you watch in the game, you do get, like, some credits and stuff, I think. Shiro, appreciate the massive gifted sub. The Gambit skin is going to be start until April. I don't believe that. March 27th till May 30th for the Gambit drops.
Your bald king.
Oh! They have it split into two! March 27th to April 24th, you get these two drops. And then April 19th to May 17th, you get these two drops.
Your bald king.
Wait, I don't like that.
What up, what up? Thanks for being a homie.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Yeah. 5 eggs. Appreciate the massive 3 months. How you doing, my friend? And Shiro with the massive gifted sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. Okay, let's go see how the predictions are going. So far, VSN has $1.8 million with 200 people voting. RSN has only 77 people with only $500,000. Yo, chat, this is the only time you're going to be able to gamble, bro. Get your gambling in. Get your gambling in. Satsumir? Appreciate the massive Prime sub. Welcome, welcome. How can I participate in predictions? It should just show up on your stream. Chat, anyone wanna help? Is it gonna be on the top of chat?
Protect your bald king.
Oh, okay, we're starting in a minute. I'm gonna let the prediction. It looks like the prediction has like a few more minutes left on it, chat. So you guys enjoy that. I am going to go over here.
Protect your bald
Nice.
Banger.
Hey, Bergie. Appreciate the massive 9 months. Or, yeah. Appreciate it. How you doing? And Tiptoe Bandit for 6 months. Appreciate it. Vision has a Human Torch main. Yeah, but is Human Torch good this season?
Protect your bald king.
40 years old, just like our Unk streamer.
What the hell? What the hell? Yo, Haya for 40 months. Appreciate it. I'm not 40 years old. Did you guys like my Instagram story from last night? Okay, chat, we're starting. Let's get it. 3 seconds. I'm gonna go back over here.
We stormed the field and we have taken our first yard. I don't know American football terms, but we have our first win of the day with Na'Vi taking the first series. And now we're heading on into Vision versus Reason. And this is a game that we have all been quite excited about because it could have pretty significant group consequences, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, Group B, I think a lot of us are looking at Crownfall, Vision, and Reason, and trying to work out between the three of them who is going to be able to qualify into the next stages. So this matchup is going to be very impactful when it comes to allowing these teams that chance.
And Ryan, we're heading on into it. This is going to be a
Oh, now you got me thinking about honey barbecue sauce, bro. Chat, what's your favorite barbecue sauce? It has to be honey barbecue, bro.
Via the guest invite system, meaning that we have to go on our previous experience. But there are some big names in here. We'll be diving into it more when we actually dive into the teams. But the fact is, all of these players basically
Sweet Baby Rays.
high-level Ignite experience or high-level MRC experience. Let's actually start with Moxie here.
Okay, let's see who's on the... Do you guys recognize anyone from VSN?
High names from the Middle East, including the most prolific Middle East player in a lot of those, like...
Someone just said...
Tournaments, Saturn.
Yeah,
someone just asked about Middle East.
We got to see
there
a little
you go.
bit more of this team in MLC Season 5, where they really did impress. Like coming out
Oh,
of
the
that
reason
season,
I'm not gonna
there were two
remember
teams that I think we
or
all
have a
expected to see get picked up, and
familiarity
that was
with these
Lions
players is that
and
these guys
Chops.
are playing on the other side of the world, chat. We don't play against these guys
in Wealthy and X9, and
unless
I really
they play
want
on
to see how
NA.
they adapt into a more mobility-based meta, because back in MLC they were really like leaning into the mag and the Groot. So already not seeing
Sleepy
Teller
Froggy,
on the
appreciate the
starting
new tier 1
lineup
sub, my
does
friend.
suggest that they're moving away from those sort of staple comps.
They're also moving away from domination as well. Like, this was a team that when they played in MRC, they just were like domination, kings of the hill. But obviously, that's then you can like just keep picking Hell's Heaven into Krakoa and stuff. Here you are forced to play the more macro-centric maps, which could be a bit of a struggle. And also, like
NA is later today, chat. NA is later today.
Helping him that's now with FlyQuest across
Look at
overseas, up against a team that has a lot of experience for Reason Gaming. The main ones being not only players from like Insomnia, you've got the Forever Pass.
I mean, we know DRP. I've seen DRP before.
Stage 1 consistently across these teams, but you have also got the recent addition of like DRP on the bench, but also Ballas. And I think the really interesting thing about this Reason team, up until like we saw Ballas and DRP be added in as substitutes, is this team was going to build around Simba. We have not seen Simba play at all in MRC. We've not seen him play at all in Ignite. He hasn't played a competitive game like on a team in this fashion. He was just that good. He seemed to really resonate with Reason, and it was the ace in the hole. But now that they've got Ballas in, it's like, okay, do you have this like young prodigy that you want to play around and build around in the Psylop meta?
Did Chopper Mag separate? Chopper Mag, that team, I'm pretty sure is Australian. So they're playing like
the last couple of years.
Ballas is a newer name on the scene.
Yeah, they're playing in like a different region, bro.
And have really just their stock has just gone up and up and up and up and up, and they are a huge get for this team.
Oh, were they picked up by Gen G?
These Ignite matchups. And so is DRP.
Can you swap out players from the bench mid-game? I don't think mid-game, but you can do it between matches. So if you play match 1 and you lose and you want to do some switches, you can before match 2 starts.
But also went to the World Championships, went to Atlanta to sub in for OUG. So not only do you have one of the best tag players in Europe, you have all that experience. How much of a difference can that make for a team?
I mean, it makes a lot of difference, right? Especially because, as we said, these are very
we're going to
recent adjustments to Reason Gaming's whole roster. So when you're slotting in things like a Duelist and a Vanguard this close to officials, it's all about adapting and synergizing very, very quickly. So DRP already having that experience, previously playing with Chopped unfortunately not able to qualify into Atlanta, then got picked up to be a player for OUG, means that DRP is already accustomed to very quickly fitting in
Honey Roasted Dogs. Yes, chat. There are more than 6 people on a team. Yes, you probably have someone who doesn't play
DRP is one of those
Magneto. Let's just say one person is really good on Groot and Magneto, but then another person's really good on Doctor Strange and Emma. Well, you could switch players out, just like a real sport, chat. People have strengths, people have weaknesses. Sometimes maybe if you're playing in the middle of a match and your internet goes out and there's a storm, you have to have a person replace you in the middle of a match. You know what I'm saying? You can't control the weather. Chat.
Just finished reading The Founding of Krakoa. Brilliant, 100% recommend. But it is a pretty interesting map when it comes to flexibility, as all the points on this map have very different strategies. While we're not seeing him in the meta as much, Adam Warlock was a great example that you brought up way back in stage 1, Moxie, of on one point, he's brilliant. He can hide under the map, get a full revive, go for a portal, get everyone. On another map, there's like maybe one room he can hide in, and that does echo out through some of the other heroes. You can see potentially very different compositions just from point to point.
Yeah, Cradle is a great example of how it changes, right? Both Cradle and Grove are very good maps potentially for crossfires like the Hela, the Namor, the Phoenix, since you can play open space, but you can also bunker up inside one of those small rooms or get to play for the high ground control. Dive is predominant pretty much everywhere, however, so I feel like it's going to be a lot of these teams like leaning into those dive playstyles, potentially full dive, potentially a little bit of a split where you have an anchor Vanguard looking to just keep point control, so that you don't literally have the team bait the dive while prioritizing this being an objective-based map, just holding the objective.
I do actually want to bring something up here. Obviously, we'll see if this adjusts as we go in, but currently, Reason have all 3 of their duelists in the lobby. They have Nocta, Ballas, and Simba all in the lobby together, which could be interesting. Could someone be flexing? Could this be something that they've been experimenting with and hiding from us?
I will also say it is a Friday.
Wait, are we going to see an Adam Warlock? There's no way we're going to see an Adam Warlock, chat, right?
There may be still people at work, people are still like making their way back.
We're not going to see an Adam Warlock. There's no way.
I think that's the other good side of it as well, with like picking up these players. I think the question is for Reason, like if it is a case of like more strategy as opposed to like substituting people in because of unavailability, because we've had that as well, like previous stages of Ignite. It's like, do you make those like hard decisions now?
Yeah, but
just gamble on it being
a lot of
the
the teams are playing dive. They're not playing brawl. Owen, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend.
If Reason lose it, that's a big hit to their chances of like qualifying for playoffs, which is a big hit to how Reason are going to feel about the chances of this team doing well going into stage 1. Or do you try to go, well, we've practiced with this. If we need to change it, we're going to do it slowly.
Yeah, you guys make fun of bald people as well, chat, but I'm just going to say, yeah, Ryan Central looks good.
Like leadership of Reason.
Thanks to facial hair, bro. I can't grow facial hair, though. I'll look like an egg.
Play it out and see how it goes.
I absolutely cast a curse that Seijiro has just joined and has taken the place of Simba. So complete cast a curse onto that point, but it does now mean that our lobby is full, meaning that once the players are bathroomed up, watered up, and make sure to hydrate everybody, then we'll be heading on into our first map of this best of 3. Reminder that all of these games are best of 3 for now until we get further into the playoffs. So this could, in theory, like we've said before, be over quite quickly. It's a lot less forgiving. There's less chance for adjustments. But we talk about, we saw the first series, and everyone will have been watching that. Everyone will have been trying to learn from that with stuff like the priority onto the Vanguard Deadpool. Boxy, do you think people are going to start to adjust that early, or is it still feel-out time?
Did we get our payout
yet?
Brother, we're already on the second prediction.
It's day 1, we've only had 1 match. that's not, if you have a plan for a specific
predictions
team
are
that you're going
big.
up against, and coaches do. Like, I think one thing we're really going to see because of how much is meta this
2.7 million
is going to
on
differ
VSN,
massively
1.1 million
from
on
team to
RSN.
team,
300
based on
people
your opponent
voted.
and based on the
And
map.
another
If we do see a sort of
135 people
movement
voted. Chat,
away
this is-
into just one
this is a
specific
lot of
draft
money.
line, it's not going to come halfway
Imagine if
through
I
day
actually
one. It's
didn't
going
pay
to
out
take
both
a
teams
little
and I
bit
took
of
the money
time,
and I just
but
ran.
you want to feel
That's
it
what-
out and
that's
want to
almost, that's
scrim
almost
it
4 mil.
themselves to see if they can fit it into their playstyle.
Oh, Boba's crying to
100%.
get
And
in
that's
the,
happened
in the
every
room.
like
What's up, Boba?
in esports. The group stage is where a lot of these different ideas come in. By playoffs, they've all
What's up,
basically gone into
Boba?
one rough idea to see how it goes. So
Come on, Boba.
There's a chance to experiment, but this is just a brutal first game for both these teams to get it wrong.
There's so little room for error, so little room for forgiveness, and with so much on the line, those seeding points, though that prize money, it's all very important as we start to get ready to head into our main series for Ignite and start to get ready to head into our first map very shortly from our Ignite preseason games here for EMEA. Reminder that I believe America start this week as well, so make sure to stick around once we are done, and Pacific will be starting very soon as well. That will be coming up in the future. Make sure to follow all the socials for Marvel Rivals, including Rivals Esports on Twitter, to make sure that you can stay up to date. And of course, look in game! We have a tab now so that you can jump on in and see the games as they are live.
Boba.
And make sure to get
Come here,
those
Boba.
predictions
Come
in
say hi to
the
chat.
regions that still have the predictions open, and try and get yourself some free
Good
units
boy.
and see the teams you like. If there are partner teams, potentially get yourself
He's on
a
crack
little
right
bit of a
now,
shirt for your
I
favorite
think.
Vanguard Deadpool friend in your life. We're getting ready to head into Krakoa. It's Reason Gaming versus Vision Esports. Take it away, Ryan Central and God Moxon.
Thank you,
Oh,
Tetra.
Talus,
I
appreciate it,
mean,
my friend.
This is a really scary game for both these teams. I think Reason
let's
is
see this.
probably on paper like the team that's expected to do better because they have the more experience, and they've made some pretty good roster changes. But you're up against domination experts of
Protect your
Vision with how they've
ball.
played before.
Free!
Elsa,
Appreciate the massive
still
new
not
tier
seeing the
1
action
and
today.
Shadow
I
with the
wonder if it's
massive
gonna be the same
7
sort of
months.
trail of, like,
Absolutely
the
insane.
protection
Appreciate
to
it.
Gambit and getting rid of the
Dude,
Loki.
This is the
Vanguard
best
gonna be
Lord
for Vision.
icon.
Yeah, I'm honestly a-okay with this. I think on Domination especially, being able to get Banhammer online
Such a
instantly
great Lord
puts
icon.
so
This is a
much
great
pressure
Lord icon
on
as
the
well. They
other
have been
team's
cooking
backline
with the
that
Lord
Reason Gaming,
icons
they're gonna
recently,
jump
chat.
on that instantly. They see,
Bro.
okay, that save slot, it's not going to be Gambit, he's susceptible to banning, and they sweep him out. So it looks like we're actually going to have two different identities, very
I
similar
really wanna
to that
know,
last
chat.
series, except
I
this time it's
really
want to
know what
one-sided
Black
Vanguard
Cat is
Deadpool
going to look
against
like, bro. Her
one-sided
Lord icon
Gambit on
has
the
to be
team
amazing, right?
of Reason Gaming, although Vision have not yet gone for the ban, or rather, there we go, yeah, ban onto the Loki. Now, is it going to be ban on Vanguard Deadpool, or are they going to let it, yeah, there we go. Just before Reason get that next save slot, which would have freed up Wade Wilson so that Vision weren't allowed to target him.
I think you were a little bit worried of like, oh, are they actually going to ban it out? Are they going to go for something else? I mean, they just want to make sure that the Loki is off, and it is something that like Reason Gaming would have to adjust to if they want to make sure that it's not going to be one-sided in the hands of Vision Esports.
Oh,
Invisible
absolutely.
Woman is actually going to be protected too.
Wait.
So yeah, I feel like
Wait,
if
this
Loki
is
a good
interesting.
protection
One
potentially for Vision
team
if they can get a hold of it,
banned
but it's
Gambit
also,
and
like,
saved
how well
Gambit.
Loki plays into
The
dive
other
as
team
well. It really puts
is
a lot of
not
pressure
going
on
to
the
have
backlines.
Gambit, but they're going to
Ooh,
have
there's the
Tank
respect onto
Deadpool.
Ballas' Psylocke. This was a player who even last year when Psylocke was
Wait, this is
nerfed
going to be
and
our
not
first
full
match
meta,
so
was
far, chat,
still
of no
catching the
Gambit
stray
for one
bans
team. Now,
towards that
who do you think is
duelist,
going to win? The
but it
team with
does
the
mean that
Gambit or the
Reason still
team?
have access to the Daredevil if they want to
That
be
is
able
not
to
gonna have
play
Gambit.
that dive, as Vision will secure themselves the Jeff the Landshark before Reason can ban that out. So I feel like we're still going to be seeing dive, given the fact that Vision went for the save onto Jeff. Going for a ban onto the Venom now is actually very high value from Reason's opinion, because it removes out the symbiotic shenanigans and means that if you do go for a dive Vanguard, it's one that Jeff is still going to be able to help with things like the bubbles, but not going to be able to turn the tempo into a potential
Wait, holy shit, the
brawl
game has
state
Twitch
time
stream in it?
with
Wait,
the
can you watch
symbiotic
my stream
shenanigans.
through like Marvel
There's
Rivals?
so much here that's actually just one-sided. On one team, you've got a one-sided Gambit, Daredevil, and a Venom, and then a one-sided Loki,
You
Deadpool,
can?
Vanguard, and a Psylocke. So very different to how we saw the last draft, where it was like
That's
maybe
interesting.
one character, like the archetype was different of how you'd adjusted these compositions. Now it's a pretty free and open thing. looking a little bit more at some of the choices. But as a reminder, Vision Esports surprised us, at least the core of these players did, with their performance of domination.
Okay,
and
I think this game's going to be fun because I actually don't know any of these players.
Reason Gaming played mostly under Insomnia and finished like 9th to 12th. It was a disappointing run from them, but they've been consistently strong in Ignite. It really is a case of like how well they do up against the team that loves these like King of the Hill maps. If they get the win, they're going to feel a lot better. If not, there might be a bit more pressure on the new roster changes the Reason Gaming have done.
Feeling a little bit worried for Seijiro on that invisible woman. I mean, Reason, it looks like we're going to be having an anchor core split come through, so they can still play the dive.
Yo,
but
the
okay,
Black
no,
Cat
stopping off
Lord
of the Invis,
icon
going
was
for that
leaked.
gambit for
Let
the
me see
Star-Lord
this.
with that Galactic Legend synergy,
Nah, bro,
as
I'm done.
leaving Invis
What the
woman
fuck
up
was
would
that,
allow
bro?
Vision
Nah.
to jump on that backline when she is much
What the fuck was that, bro? Look what you
more
did!
isolated, as we actually have two schools of dive. Undiveable backline for Vision Esports, with Satam actually coming through on that Psylocke, and Rex playing the rocket to give the teleport iframe for Zerx, as Xbeta on the Angela is going to be clearing out Reason's engagement and allowing Vision to take a lot more map control. But Ryan, look,
this is going to be a very interesting game, bro. I want to
putting their back to the point so that when it unlocks, Vision are forced to walk into that.
one team has
is kind of composition
the Tank Deadpool, but one team has the Gambit. I think Tank Deadpool is a good character, but I think the Gambit is stronger.
It's not going to go across, especially these ultimates being built up, but the range of the Jeff with the heal and the damage cleave is actually enough to get the pick off in the end. BR back means that it is going to be a short intermission for Satam over on this Psylocke, and the Banhammer is coming from Gainer. It's one-sided. He's found that first pick right onto Seijiro, the main focus of the obscenities that are thrown his way, and whilst all of this has happened, Vision Esports jumped off the point enough that Reason Gaming were able to take it.
I mean, they actually got it originally before the Banhammer even came through, as Forever was able to get the grab onto Gainer and stop the Deadpool from contesting it. As Vision now face one of their problems. Where do the eliminations come from? They've got the dive, they've got a lot of map space, but
tracking.
the damage
Looks like
individually
my
is
aim
just
out there.
not
God
enough
damn,
to be
chat.
able
True.
to overcome Reason Gaming sustainability, especially now that KitKat has the It's Jeff to be able to give the team
this
even
game,
higher
and
sustain.
especially the professional, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but even watching the professionals play, I really love how 50% of the point was capped and no ults went off until now. The neutral fight is so much more now. It's so strong. It's not an ult fest anymore. It's really telling you what team is stronger than the other now.
Just off of that moment, the Vision Esports got off the objective. That could be costly.
The ult charge change is the best change they could have done.
They finally have the damage potential to be able to break through the health points of Reason Gaming sustainability with the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, giving a very helping hand, and now they can actually dive. Reason have to go past them. They can't just play to brawl out on point. Down to the butterflies comes through from Saturn, instantly homing onto Seijiro before the Gambit has Raging Roll
Chat, if you guys are a Psylocke player, by the way, and I've been playing a lot more Psylocke recently, she feels really strong right now. She feels really strong.
Lengthen out the eliminations, stall out Reason Gaming's next push so that you can start shoring up your resources and walk away with a whole lot more point percentage, because when Reason Gaming walk forward, they should win this fight.
So much for Reason Gaming to work with. You feel like there's going to be a lot of focus that goes on to Ballast to try and orchestrate it over on the dead, and we're getting that information. Royal Push is going to be used first to just apply a springboard as the Galactic Legend is going to be used in tow. A combination and bulwarks needed for any mitigation that goes onto the target.
Ooh, wait, they used the Gambit ult. Oh my god, what a great play by Vision. They used Gambit and they also used Star-Lord. I don't think anyone died. I think they all ran away, which is a really great play. They kited and they came back and they're winning.
But this is really good from how Vision have actually pulled this fight apart from Reason Gaming. They've taken
That's
back
huge.
the objective, but not a lot of eliminations went the way of Reason considering the ultimates used.
Yeah, I mean, Reason used everything that they had available. Vision do lose the time a little bit late.
But
Rex's
they lost the
already
fight.
got
Never mind.
popped as well. So they're going to just bank up a little bit
Feels
of time,
bad, man.
bank up some point percentage, and try to walk forward with the Cosmic Yawn Amplify Galactic Legend combo. That should be able to sweep them back this point, as we can see Nocta just controlling those off angles, making sure that X-Spider on that Angela can't get through and start disrupting the back line. If he wants
Yes,
to be able to
100 Thieves
he
play
has to
later,
get
chat.
past
This
the
is
bouncers
EMEA.
of the
This is
Daredevil
for all
and Star-Lord
my
first.
real
my
bodies
European
on the point for
viewers.
Reason Gaming. It's hard.
North
for Vision
America
Esports to
starts
actually, like,
later
recruit and
today.
isolate these fights, and Valas is
Where's my
actually
EU
trying to
viewers?
pull
Stand
onto
up,
the
guys.
Vanguards that are diving into the back line. Zerk seeing if he can keep this fight going, has the portal to completely get off the objective if he wants to, but it means that there's going to be one less party to fight as overtime is being hit. You've got the HDF used to try to sustain out of this Galactic Legend that doesn't have the Gambit Royal flush to try to support it as much as it possibly can, but a Ban Hammer will work wonders for Gainer. Able to at least take out DRP that's on that Vanguard frontline as Magneto. He cleans up house, but for Reason Gaming, you do have a lot of ultimates about to be ready and a little bit of time to work with.
But do you get the opportunity to bowl them? Because look at how close Vision Esports are already holding. Trevor's actually going on to the Angela because I think they're reading the room.
They're all using cover from Star-Lord's ult so well. Yes, chat.
Get the opportunity to
I don't know if you guys knew this, but in lower
ranks,
ranks, I have seen this as a problem as well. When Star-Lord ults, you can hide behind walls and not get shot. You can run away. You don't have to stand in the open and just take it.
The teams to split, which catches Kit Kat. Now you're just relying on Soul Gambit healing, and that's
99. This is a lot better. This is a much better game than we saw for the first game.
Oh,
he's won!
I
would be pissed off if I was Psylocke, bro. That guy was 1 HP.
And this might be enough. The It's Jeff's carrying 2 off the board. QB with 2 off the field, off the cliff.
Oh no, he should have jumped off the map, bro. He should have jumped off the map. Trade your life for 2 lives, bro. If you spitting out as Jeff, chat, spit at Jeff, you're risking high mobility characters to live. If a character has mobility, they're gonna live that. Oh, he popped his ult at the end. He popped his ult at the end. Oh my god, he popped his Daredevil ult at the end. No one was on point. He wasted his ult.
At the end, worked dividends, and that first pick that went straight onto KitKat put Reason on the back foot instantly.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the moment Vision saw the point percentage deficit, knew that they had the ultimate economy. Like, Reason had the time. If Vision left them to their devices, Reason would have played the long game. They would have built up Raging Roar Flush. They would have had Nocta get ready to come through with the Galactic Legend, and you would just walk forward onto point when Vision Esports literally had nothing to be able to stand up to it. So
keep in mind, this is the preseason, chat. A lot of these players probably have never been streamed before. They're probably nervous. They're probably shaking. They're probably like, wow.
Changes we talked about, right?
I know that they're probably casting our game right now, but that's not what I'm nervous about. I'm really nervous because probably Jay3, the tallest, handsome, full set of hair streamer for Marvel Rivals, is probably watching my game, and I'm shaking.
A quick pause, which is why we are back on us. We'll be continuing as soon as we are able. But you mentioned it perfectly, Moxie. The ability for these teams to be forced to actually really think about when they're going to use these ultimates.
Where's the downvote button? Hey, whoa. Did you guys see they're actually coming out with a downvote button on Twitter?
Just try and target down someone if you see, for example, let's say,
let me see if it's actually out.
Royal Flush or an invisible barrier, because especially an invisible barrier, if you can take out that Inviswoman, you can have a very good time.
Never mind. I saw it on my phone.
Either way, Vision able to take a solid lead, at least for the start here, and this is a bit of a closer matchup, which is exactly.
I saw it on my phone. I don't know if I don't see it online.
I mean, for domination especially, it feels like this is going to be the best game mode for Vision. It might taper off, but we honestly don't know. We don't know like where they've started to put a lot of that focus and stuff. It really does feel like they're clean in these fights, but I think it's not the Lions players that are surprising me on domination. It's Gainer. Like that Deadpool Vanguard, it's not only the fact that like he builds up his ultimate so quickly, but it seems to be always like you hear the banhammer go off, eliminations immediately showing up. Like how much value it seems to just instantly get from a Vanguard ultimate when some of the, say, Galactic Legends that we got, a full duration goes out, not one pick. A bunch of damage done, but the way that keeps disengaged means that there's no value. It seems to be always value off of a banhammer when it's used.
Not just that, but it's like
who uses Twitter anymore?
Gambit.
I do.
Like if you're going for the ban draft and one team is making away with one-sided Gambit, the other is making away with a one-sided Vanguard. Deadpool. That's your win condition, right? That's what you're building your composition around. When you have that Gambit ready to go with your team, that's the fight that you should be able to win. Even if you don't find eliminations, it should be picking yourself up so much of that space. So Vision Esports being able to utilize the banhammer coming
Is there
on
a break
from
between
Ganor's
rounds
ultimate
too?
and
No, I
put
think
the
it's a
pressure
timeout. I
onto
think someone
Seijiro on the Gambit who fell
probably
him
disconnected
early,
or something.
which then domino effect.
They said it
on
earlier.
the charge of Raging Roll Flush and forces Nocta to have to hold his ultimate as well, waiting for it to be able to sync up, massively impacts the timing that Reason have to be able to play not just one fight, but multiple.
We talked about it here with the fact that the Vanguard Deadpool does seem to be marking, especially the Gambit, but it was one-sided
see, they're ready.
on
I think
both
someone
sides.
disconnected.
We'll see how they're able to adjust as we head on back over to you two.
Probably this guy. You can see this guy probably
One
disconnected.
thing
Where's
that
my
I'm also, like,
crosshair?
looking at is, it
Right,
was
this guy?
Kit Kat that was
Because he's
on
at
the
0%
jet
ult charge.
last
Everyone
time,
else has a
right?
little bit of ult charge. He's at 0% too, but he
it's
just
the
used
first
his
time that we have
ult.
seen like a protect one-sided actually being switched around, probably to do with a point like Jeff being able to throw people off the side of the map. But here you have Seijiro, that's on the Invisible Woman. That was also protected in the hands of Reason Gaming. Now they get to actually use both of them together.
Yeah, Seijiro should be able to help keep DRP anchoring onto this point, as well as being a little bit more of a bobber for Xpada on that Angela to have to deal with. As they do have Heaven's Retribution ready to go, and Reason Gaming do not have a good way of
Deadpool
sustaining
always resets.
into
Yeah,
it,
chat, I'm
but Forever
stupid.
makes the first move, marking out the other Angela, finding the elimination, and denying Vision Esports that engagement.
Also,
option
I
that
think
they
in the
were
tournament
relying
game
on.
mode, even if you disconnect, you come back, you still have your ult
They
charge.
can actually pull away.
I think that's the thing.
That's jump straight back onto the objective, actually trying to play off of this little corner. The tree trunk providing some support from Vision Esports as they're doing similar to before. Banhammer's early, but the Heaven's Retribution is in hand. Meteor audacious from DRP. Not quite.
This guy
able
just
to
tried to
connect
be
up this
LeBron
many
and slam
moving
dunk it
flying
on him,
targets,
bro.
but the Galactic Legend is going to have a little bit more aid when it comes to locking on. Actually, the frontline Vanguards are able to get the picks, but now it's starting to clean up. Vision Esports looking to take the objective first. Reason Gaming can't quite do the same as they did on the last
Wow,
play.
hey,
Taking
we
it
are
early,
witnessing
forcing
right
a
now
lot of fights
Gambit on one team,
Banhammer
no
forced out
Gambit on
Meteor
one
M
team,
so that Reason
and the
could
no
actually
Gambit
live
team
the
is
Deadpool
actually
ultimate
winning.
with their Gambit up, but that
Gambit
just
overrated,
meant
chat?
that
Thoughts?
Zerx just had to play the waiting game. Meteor M done, free Galactic Legend, free elimination, and free first point cap. Now you get the opportunity of holding close for Kit Kat to be able to go in with that Raging Roll Flush, and you can just kite it out if Reason go too fast.
What?
Gonna have another pause as well that's coming through, yeah. It could be all sorts of different stuff, but it's
Another
challenge for both
pause?
teams. Worth adding.
What do you think about Blast swapping over actually onto this Daredevil to be able to read out where Vision Esports are going to be playing from? But I would imagine also going to put more pressure on the Rocket and the Jaff.
Why are they giving
like,
tank
at the
pool to
moment,
the other
QB
team?
and Rex
Just
have
ban
kind of
him?
just been living
The other
rent-
team
rent-free.
banned
That's a good
Gambit
question.
and saved
The Vision
Gambit,
is
and the other
definitely gonna be
team,
helpful.
since
You
they
can
banned
adjust that
Gambit,
way,
they
like you say,
saved
with
tank pool for
Scouting,
themselves
also
and banned
Ballas is
tank
someone
pool.
who
So.
we've seen play a lot of Psylocke. They're
The
very
reason
much
I like this ban
flanking
phase is
and
because
trying to
both
make
all
people
these games
face
you're never going to
little
see a
bit
mirror
more
matchup,
difficult.
chat. A
So
lot
it
of the
could give
times
us
you're
the
not going to see a mirror
ability to,
matchup,
like I say, just
and I think that's
arc
actually
a
really
little
cool.
bit better
Both
on
teams are going to be
the
running
Vision
something
who are
different. It's not going to be like, you know, the
being a little
same
bit freer
same
and
characters,
team up
same
with the
same
Angelus
shit every game.
Really ruin someone's day before they get a chance to react.
We've sort of said a lot of it in like previous metas of like with Elsa, with Jean Grey and Phoenix. Like if you have got a Vanguard frontline that is very good at diving and taking attention, those characters can often just get completely ignored and just have open range to do damage without any form of stress. They're just left completely open and they can output a lot of damage. Psylocke is sort of the same, so just having Daredevil to just be like, I know exactly where the Psylocke is in most cases, shows that even if you do have these like really successful dives from the team with the Psylocke, in this case Vision, you're still going to know where that's going to come in, just of where that Psylocke is going to try and posture from. And obviously if they've got eyes on them, they need to be a little bit more reserved in their approach, which means a lot of the time they're not doing a lot, which means that they're not building up their ultimates either. It might just take you out of the game completely if a Daredevil is good at calling you out. The problem is for Ballas, you've been on this team like 3 days, really. So
Oh
it's
shit,
like,
this guy's
how
been on
well
the
are you
team
gonna
for
be
3
coordinated?
days?
Are you going to sort of talk over and free people? Do you talk enough? Because there's a lot of players that will play duelists who won't say a word. We know how good Sparker is at that, for example. But for Ballas, I don't know him well enough to know if he's a very vocal player or if he's more reserved. But you can't be reserved playing Daredevil.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the problem, right? When you're bringing a player freshly onto a team and you're putting them on a hero who needs to communicate with the rest of the team. Like, icebreaker, just throw them out of the window. You have to get just right in, roll the sleeves up, and start comming like absolutely crazy, because that's what you're going to be relying
the
on.
score is 0-0 right now, but it's 1-0 in COF.
Because as we saw on the previous one, right, on Carousel,
How do you say your name?
they
Z-Base?
played
Preseason
to
Massive 16 months,
close
my friend. How you doing?
dive
How you doing?
hit when Reason were walking out of those bunkers into the more open space, which dive properly flourishes on too. So Bell's having that extra information to bring to the table is
Jay,
going to
don't
be
you get
massively
beard?
needed,
Do I get a beard?
especially when it
No,
comes to
I
marking
can't really
Satan,
grow
because
facial hair. It
Satan
looks
on the
bad.
Psylocke, Dance of the Butterfly has only been picking up one elimination
Also, I really don't
each
like the
time,
itchy
but each
phase.
time that it
I can't get
has,
through
it's
it.
been hitting a crucial aspect of Reason's composition, to the point that once the Psylocke ult hits, they know, okay, we've lost one person super early, this fight's done, we're not going to try and draw it out, we're not going to give up more point percentage, worse ultimate economy, we're just going to call it and try to regroup.
And is there something I want to bring up here? This is something that we were talking about a little bit a couple weeks ago with like the preparation for this. The Invisible Woman for Reason Gaming used to be a pretty solid character for trying to help deal with the Psylocke, because you just put down Guardian Barrier. But
Oh, wow. They just, like, threw us back into the game. Okay.
Take it away.
Well, there you go.
I mean, already he's just thrown straight into the battle. I think it's a Heaven's Retribution, and the recently buffed Cleave that comes in from the Axis for Forever, taking this moment after the pause. It's a flip of the script of what we just saw on the first point of Krakoa. Some progression made for Vision Esports, but Reason Gaming now taking a hold after not even that much when it comes to ultimate dedication, just the Vanguard's using, and also the Royal Flush, I guess.
I mean, this is the true test for Reason, right? Now that you've been able to establish your position on point, you can play to angle
pause
with the
live
max,
games?
Azure has
There's
the
a pause
invisible boundary.
feature
Although granted,
both
QB
teams.
with the HGF could potentially just
Every game has a pause
improve
feature, chat.
that
Overwatch, I'm
ultimate
pretty sure, has a
and
pause
deny
feature.
anyone the safe space of hiding in it.
I
I
don't think Apex does, but
break that TP
Valorant
so
has
that
a pause
Zerk
feature.
loses one of the iframes and hit from behind. Cosmic Ion Amplifier is forced in reaction to the sudden amounts of damage, and Seijuro goes for such an aggressive invisible boundary, locking Vision's backline fully down with the slow,
wait
so
till
that they
Preseason has
can't
a
run
prime sub, my
out of
friend.
it. Cosmic Ion Amplifier gets broken, the healing removed, and Reason start finding the eliminations, although Vision Esports, they're still actually
COD is
present in
supposed
the
to do
fight.
it, but
They
it doesn't
turned
work? Well,
around
that's Call
on
of
the
Duty.
front line
I'm
and
surprised.
dealt with the dive from behind.
It's a real showing of some of these EMEA teams that can play a player down and still find success. It's a big dedication to go for the banhammer from Gainer, but he has found so much value off of it consistently. Yeah, and Amplifier was
CSGO
also
has one
used for
too.
Rex.
Yeah,
It's a nice
it's
play
just a
for
normal
Reason
thing
Gaming.
to have in
I love the
esports,
invisible
chat.
boundary to celebrate
Just
the
like,
fight, and then as it
I
ends,
don't-
the Galactic
don't-
Legend cleans up on
I
either
don't
side
know
of it.
why this
The
is a
Reason Gaming
thing,
have to
and
give
you
up some
guys
of
are
the
getting
space. They
mad at the
matched up on
esports
progression,
for
and
pausing a
Vision
lot,
Esports now
but
see if they can
I
sort of
have
hold
watched
that,
a
like,
lot of
aggressive,
esports games
positioning,
to where
but
it's not the
whether
caster's
Gainer
fault,
does
it's not the
actually get
game's
lot
fault.
this,
A
like,
lot
hot
of these
press. The
pro
Anchors
players
come in
forget
to
to
try and
charge their
dive,
headsets,
but nobody from Vision
forget
Esports
to
can
charge their
counter-dive whilst
mouse.
the attention is split.
It
Let the
dies
devil light comes on
mid-game,
for
they have to
Valve,
charge
right
it.
on
Bro,
top of
listen,
QB,
there's a lot of
forcing the
ridiculous
HGF
things
to
that,
come on
you know,
through
that
from
happens.
That back line doesn't want to go for the eat since the up has the meteor arm, so goes through the safety of cover instead.
it out.
As we get, yeah, well, it wasn't just that, it was also the Galactic Legend coming on through, which now means that Forever is going to be able to clean up onto the other Angela. Baz finds the elimination onto the Psylocke, and Reason should be able to find that flip and hold the point still, which is really good news for them because that allows them to go for a very aggressive Raging Royal Flush when Vision Esports try to walk forward. They can't rely on the engagement of Heaven's Retribution since the Gambit ultimate would free everyone on the side
Yeah,
of
someone could
Reason.
be
It would
playing
snap
a
up.
tournament in the middle of a
You've got
hurricane,
also the
chat, and their
invisible
power
boundary
goes
is very
out,
close
and
to
I
being
don't know,
available,
bro.
but
There's
so
a
much
lot
out
of different
that
things.
Meteor M, a good spot with it, eating up the Zerk's ultimate, making sure that some of that damage isn't allowed to come through. Gainer not quite
I
able to
remember
start
playing a
up
ranked
ban
game where I
hammers
lost a
from
ranked
again,
game.
but the
This
Royal
isn't
Flush
professional, but
used
I lost a
early,
ranked
actually,
game
from
because
Kick
someone was
Out.
dueling
Everyone's
with
trying to go
their
for the dive. There's not
with
really that much time
someone,
to work with,
and
you've
one of their
already lost
family
half
members
the team
turned
in
on the
backline whilst they were trying to
stove
posture up for this final fight.
downstairs,
Vision
and their
Esports
computer
have
crashed because they.
absolutely nothing. And the worst
I don't-
part is, Moxie, is that if
You
Reason
turn on a
Gaming take
stove
this now,
downstairs
they
and your
have a
computer
Galactic
crashes, and I
Legend
lost the
invisible
game. I
boundary
remember
close
that.
point three.
Well, not just that, I think they're actually going to be forced into using it, but no! Forever goes to the spawn and cancels the strange TP! What a play from
Yo,
the
we have a
Angela.
match. It's
Vision
tied
denied
1-1.
the teleport recontest, and that means that
It's
Reason
tied
gets to hold
1-1.
on to the exact ultimates that you just listed for first fight on Cradle.
It's such a forward-thinking
What's up,
play.
Optimus?
No!
There is no
Wait, did he fat
way
finger at spawn?
We just heard what we heard. It's
He
gone.
just fat fingered his ult at spawn?
I think the org has to change their name from Reason Gaming to there is no reason in the history of the world, the multiverse or whatever, for Nocta to have
Professional
done. It was
gaming,
so,
Jack.
like, this team is
Professional
so smart to
gaming,
be
bro.
able to do this. And then they're
Professional
like,
gaming.
let's make it interesting.
Oh
Let me
my
do the funniest
god,
thing
dude.
ever. I've never seen that before.
We've
Yeah, I
all
mean, there's
been
no
there.
reason to
Chat,
win
be
levels,
honest.
right?
How
Even
many
if
of
your
you
opponent
guys
was
have
fucking
actually
yours, you
accidentally
still
hit your
carry
ult at
over
spawn?
50%
Come on.
ultimate
We've all
charge.
been there. We've all
Well,
done
I mean,
that.
Reason at least won't have heard
I mean, not in a
the
professional
sanction
match,
of the
but
ultimate
we've all
since it
been
went
there,
off.
bro. No, we've all been there. We've all been
So
there.
they're going to think that the Star-Lord has ultimate, but I mean, it does mean that he resets now to keep pace with Kit Kats. Maybe that was the play for Reason, but I don't know. I think I would have been more comfortable holding Galactic Legend and waiting for Kit Kat's ult to come online, as you now have nothing except stacking manpower to deal with the Dance of the Butterflies.
I think Reason Gaming actually might lose
could
this
be
now.
Damning for Reason Gaming. It's not only like potentially losing this map, but that's a tilter going into 2 and 3 if we get that far. Vision Esports, they don't realize quite what's happened yet, but they're probably getting a good inclination that, like, where is the Star-Lord ultimate? And they're able to build up theirs a little bit faster.
I remember in Paladins, your
they're
ult
gonna be
button
able to
is
close
disabled
off the
in
choke
spawn
tier,
for this
which means
reason.
the Sejuani is going to be forced into
Maybe
using
Paladins
Invisible
was way
Boundary
before
in
its
choke
time.
And off objective. They can't even get past the TP to be able to use it on point from the rotation. There it
Thoughts?
is. This is why Vision held up so close. Force the Invisible Boundary, disengage. They do lose the Angela, and it was out of distance of the BRB, which means that Reason, they think that this is still winnable, Ryan. They're committing.
I need a refund on my points. I smell something fishy with this match. I cannot do that. I'm sorry.
Legend is going to clean up house. Reason Gaming haven't really managed to get anything onto the board here. They've had to build everything up from scratch, but it just feels like they're not in the server right now, Moxie. Like they're not really
The
making
Star-Lord
a fight
ult
of
didn't
this.
spawn, chat.
I mean, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier plus Deadpool damage, it just shreds for Reason's defense.
Oh, honey, God. Oops.
The
Appreciate
moment
massive
they
prime
don't
sub.
have
Sorry, that was
invisible
me
boundary
pausing
to
the thing by
rely
accident.
back
Whoops, sorry.
onto. The last does have Let the Devil Out. It's going to be used to punish Vision Esports close holding yet again. But the Daredevil's taking so much damage and no one drops on the side of Vision. Since QB gets to use the It's Jeff, Exploder does go down outside of the heal AoE though. And Reason once again just walk towards Vision Esports and try to push them out. But Ryan, so far, no point flip is reliant finally on the Galactic Legend we've been waiting for. I'm sure Vision Esports have been waiting for. And that will finally be them picking up first point cap on Cradle.
77% on the side of Vision Esports. You got to say better late than never at this point. You got DRP that's actually built up the Meteor and maybe sort of looking for what Zerx is going to have with his own Galactic Legend, but that's a while away. You want to see if these fights are going to go in, and even Cube is not got the It's Jeff anytime soon. You don't want to hold on to it for the sake of holding on to it, so Heaven's Retribution is going to be used first and forever. That has really been the linchpin of keeping these fights even in the end. Kit Kat does go down in this fight, but Nocta is able to trade. The Dance of the Butterflies is going to start to clean up the objective.
Nice
So it's looking
play.
like
Yeah,
it's only
I think Vision's gonna win this.
Third progression made for Reason Gaming as Vision Esports well past 2/3, looking to get to 99% unless Reason Gaming could put something very quick together.
Yeah,
chat.
it's really good play coming on from Satan. Again, ult tracking perfectly on point.
Or
for the
Crimson.
commitment of Dance
Appreciate
to
the massive
Butterflies.
3 months, my
Sejuani
friend. How you
does
doing? How you
not
doing?
have invisible boundary to be able to heal through it. Now you were able to win that fight. You can go for a really close hold with Dana coming on for the Banhammer and forcing Reason to take even more time clearing out the Deadpool before they can move on to point for the teleporter, which means that Kit Kat is denied getting to utilize the Raging Royal Flush until overtime, and Vision Esports can simply kite it out. Rex does fall the first though for Vision, which means no Rocket BRB, and they should actually lose point control, but the amount of point percentage that they have to work against Reason,
They use Gambit, they win the fight.
perfectly
GG's.
fine with that flip.
I think we need a buff
He's got
Gambit.
held
What are your guys'
on to
thoughts?
his BRM since, and so this is an area for Reason Gaming. They don't really have
Yeah,
any
but
other
Vision
opportunities to hold this,
Esports
but
just
they
needs to
feel
win
in this
one
position
fight, and
a
they're
lot
coming up on
to
what,
try to go
4
for these forward
ults?
holes and just keep
So,
resetting Vision Esports. They know that playing back and passing
I
on the
think-
objective is just going to allow
Chat,
Vision Esports.
I'm
to
making a
farm
prediction.
through
I
it
think
and go on
Vision
for a
Esports
big-
wins map
get a
1.
big fight
I'm
in
calling
the
it
end.
right now. Watch.
The gain is going to be, I think, the main thing that is the catalyst. Of
There is
chances
no
for
such
Vision
thing as a
Esports.
J3
Ballas,
curse.
If he can get a pick, he's going to reset the timer a little bit, and Heaven's Retribution is going to be used on the other side from X-Bad. matter. It's not actually led to any picks, and you've got the invisible boundary and the let the devil out used. Now things are going to get a little bit more stressful for Vision Esports as they're losing numbers. They have a Galactic Legend and the Amplify very soon, and I guess the good thing is you forced out some big strategist ultimates on the
Wait, yeah, you forced out some ults. Wait, now Reason Gaming has no defensive ults, chat. Besides maybe a Magneto if you count that as a defensive ult, but it's not really a healing ult. It absorbs damage, yes, but Vision Esports has a lot of good ults, man.
There's the Meteor M in response we were expecting from DRP. So no eliminations just yet, but Meteor M gets broken, and Reason
are they gonna get the TP down? No, well, you can't get the TP down because both supports are dead. The supports can't switch in TP.
The sustainability for Reason.
No, wait, they have a strange. They have a strange.
The time in OT for the strange TP to come on through, but he just can't commit. That Galactic Legend, he's got to float onto the point where relying on the mag to stabilize. The DRP is down. They get through the strange portal just in time. QB's not able to get the East.
He missed the Jeff ult.
The line of sight for it, but Vision still.
Brother, wait, if you're on the other side of a strange portal and he ults the other side, you don't get swallowed? Is that considered like breaking?
Should be the thing that cleans up.
Wait,
how's Vision Esports able to win out in a pretty grueling domination game on Krakoa?
Nice.
But the talking point has to be like the
well, Vision did win. Wait, chat. If you put a portal down, the portal's right here. Let's just say this is a portal, and they're jumping out of the portal this way. And you ult over here on Jeff, but the circle still gets everyone. Can you eat the people on the other side of the portal? Does that count as like a wall and you can't eat them?
Gambit, right? You have Star-Lord Gambit. You have to play for Galactic Legend, Raging Royal Flush win conditions.
Oh shit, bro, that Jeff fucked up.
That bad at losing, then that ultimate right then.
Yeah, like Vision Esports, like they have Rex on the rocket, which is
don't worry, chat. Don't worry. They still have Star-Lord ult from spawn. Don't worry. That's embarrassing.
Was tasked with going hunting down the rocket, so if Reason found
that's embarrassing, chat.
it wasn't chalked off
live
by BRB
on
kicking
camera,
in and Vision
ulting
getting
your
to bring
spawn.
that player back, which is why we're going to be seeing a whole lot of rocket in a dive favored meta, because it means that you literally trade a full successful dive, potentially even trades onto some of those dive heroes with the kicking in of that BRB, so you can continue taking those fights, still up players.
I mean, we sort of expected the series to be close, closer at least than some of these.
No. Can't give you guys your money yet. That was only game one. That's not the end of the series. Reason Gaming
this one
can still come back and win and reverse sweep.
Expect that this is going to go to a full free map.
If you main Jeff, that's common knowledge. Well, I am proud to say that I am not a Jeff main, and I am glad that is not common knowledge to me.
Have very good macro on playing
That's why I was asking you guys a question.
To be Convergence or Convoy.
It's
how they sort of work in that place.
Chat, this is going to sound really scary for me to announce this, but I do not know everything in the world. So sometimes it's okay to ask questions.
We talked about the ultimate. We might come back to it in the future, but overall, the fact is that was still close. While Vision were able to take control, Reason were able to fight back, get a pretty significant amount of charge. It's just the delay on the objective. That Galactic Legend was a good delay tactic, but at that point, you've staggered too many people in that final fight. It's very hard to deal with. As such, Vision now sit at 1-0 over Reason, and we're going to be looking for a map number 2. But, Moxie, you've been talking about it all day today. Another one-sided Deadpool win.
And
oh shit, wait, that's right!
Deadpool
won and Gambit lost!
Honestly, what impressed me the most is that they just moved
Deadpool's stronger than Tank. Deadpool's stronger than Gambit? Thoughts?
Granted, aggressive group mag compositions, but much more static in how they played, and Gainer has gone a long way, it feels like, in allowing Vision to explore those options, because of holding super close against Reason, understanding that they were playing with that mag, they were playing with the invis. Potentially on Cradle you can actually just teleport. Even if you're playing into a retake, you can go through a little bit down your choke into that teleport, bounce yourself onto point, and try to force the dive to have to come into you, so that you sustain it, you get to turn it into brawl tempo, and the dive potential falls off. Vision say, no, we're going to scrap all of those plans because we're going to hold in front of the TP even more aggressively than you see some teams set up to do, so that the mag, the invis, can't walk past, and all of those ultimates are forced on the choke instead of on the point.
Dread, you've been saying some weird stuff today, man.
Ryan, with all those abilities focused onto the choke point, Reason unable to step up. But the fact is, they took round 2. Let's go back in time and let's build up Reason as they are still in. This is the best out of 3. They can bring themselves back. Is there anything you'd like to see them change, or is it just the minutiae? Is it the play style that they just need to lock up a bit more?
I think it really, I don't want to keep coming back to it, but I think it's just like with how that second point ended and like everything that Reason had going into third.
Please don't tell me they're
like
going to take
really set themselves up
a few minute break before between these games.
They were making team fights work without being super costly, not over relying on like Starlord plays. And
I hope they just jump
Royal
straight
Flush
into the next
combo on
game.
Side of Reason.
Please.
I think like looking at like compositions, and I think the thing that surprised me is like we're still seeing at like Zootopia, like Rocket and Jeff. Even when there's no access to Gambit, the Rocket and Jeff looked really good in just surviving, playing for the dive. There was a lot of really good success out of Yarn Amplifiers in various moments, whether it was defensively, offensively, in a response to an ultimate combination or against the opponent. It seemed that Rex had pretty much everything covered.
When is the NA match starting? NA starts like 5 p.m.
Have it covered it for one more time potentially, as we're going to be heading to a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be map number 2 of Reason versus Vision.
Uh-oh, let's see how long this break is. 3 minutes. Hey, not that bad.
Protect your bald king!
This is actually a pretty cool, like, little thing to show off all the skins. They're all different poses. I like that. What the? Yeah, like I said, the only thing that sucks right now is that they only have Deadpool as like the character you can buy to support your favorite team or whatnot. Like if you don't play Deadpool, there's no reason to buy the skin, unless you want to like support your favorite team. Do you think they'll do that with other heroes? I mean, I hope so. I mean, I think realistically speaking, I think they did pick Deadpool as the character to do because he's the first character to be played amongst all 3 roles. So maybe theoretically, like more people would play Deadpool because you can play him as a DPS. If you're a DPS player, you can play him as a support. There's a team called Black Cat? What region? That's my favorite team now. It's Boba. The first, what do you know, Jay? They said that. They even said that in their own words. They said Deadpool is the first character to be played amongst all 3 roles. So if it's the first, there might be another one. Does it? Wait, let him... Oh, yeah.
Do you see, chat? Do you see
what
the
gaming
vision?
headphones do you use? I'm pretty sure if you type exclamation mark
Vision
headphones,
sits
it might come up.
Versus Reason Gaming in our second series of the day. And Reason have chosen to take us to Midtown in the Empire of Eternal Night. We're going back to another convoy here, and they've chosen to start on attack.
Yeah. I think Dandraff, though, like Vanguard, Deadpool, please don't let it be one-sided. I feel like this is just gonna be my ask for every ban draft today. It feels like, or at least if you're going for the one-sided gambit, you have to clean up the ult fights. Like we saw the separation, like we talked about, right? There's the unfortunate occurrence of the spawn ult one time, but there was also the ult synergy that they used to try and clear space to play into retake on Carousel, and they just mistimed it. Like they went so early, they didn't get eliminations, they didn't even get point flip off of the back of it. So I really want to see them hone in on addressing the ultimates when they should be.
Wait, what map are we going to? They said it.
Used.
I'm a little bit like worried, I suppose, of like moving into here, because if you just have a rough start on this one, you're like full held, and it's sort of similar to how like the last series was with Navi and Altarite. It does feel like the reason from talking to them a little bit before, it's like they know where like Vision's bread is buttered, the domination is to go to. If this was MRC, we see Reason win on this map, Vision would take us to another domination and hope that it plays out the same way. They don't get that choice. So if we go to a third map, it is going to something that is a lot more like team orientated, objective orientated. And whilst this Vision esports team is like impressing and looking much improved, even players like Gainer that have been playing in tier 1 for quite some time, it's like they need to get better at how they play around these objectives, especially in a dive.
Give Gambit a maid costume and your soul is mine.
Be able to do so once again in Midtown.
What?
A map that very much leaned itself heavily towards those big triple Vanguard, triple strategist setups, but as we've already mentioned, those, while still possible, have fallen a little bit out.
Imagine Hulk in a maid costume. Oh my god, that would be so weird. Wait, he actually does wear one in the comics? Wait, is that serious? Dude, that would be so awesome.
Getting ready to head on in the moment the players are ready.
I will cause, if Gambit ever gets a maid cosplay, you're hearing it right now, I will cosplay it.
Might be seeing on this map.
Well, I mean, there's definitely something different we're going to be seeing. Kit Kat has been taken off Reason, and Simba is actually being fielded, which strikes me immediately as there's a composition that they want to play, which is tied to Simba's presence, and it's also tied to this specific map. As yes, we talked about, you know, the Adam stall strategies, but you also see a little bit of hit scan come through onto Midtown as well. So potentially we get some counter dive properly with like the Hela, the Namor, the Phoenix potentially.
I mean, who's gonna be like playing the?
Can I ask you a question?
Then? Because like I don't
depends
think,
on the question.
Like we have seen more duelists be flexible players anyway. Like Jerky is somebody that's like picking up more Vanguard than strategists, but I can't imagine putting Balas or Nocta on strategist. Maybe Simba. Like Simba, I think was more brought in as like a duelist with like his stuff like Psylocke. But if he is flexible enough, it might just work in these cases. But like,
you know what I should do before we start the game chat?
Very triple duelist composition. Probably not likely. Out of all of the triple Vanguard strategist compositions, I think triple duelist is probably not high. Who knows?
Statistically not, in fact. In terms of actual just statistics across all of Ignite and ranked.
Let's catch up to see if we're not far behind.
Of like general ranks where a lot of people should like play.
Okay, there we go.
Duelists, so you will see single Vanguard, triple duelists, and then double strategists to fill that out.
Yeah, I'm the single Vanguard.
Sure
yeah, I know. I do and feel it.
Well, we have seen triple duelists on Midtown on attack to be able to spawn break, actually. Remember, like, there used to be the meta where you would run, like, one Mantis, a Storm, a Punisher, a Moon Knight, a Squirrel Girl, and you would just slam
Squirrel Girl
all
in
the
pro play
into the small rooms back
that would
when
be a day.
Penny Rocket Bunker used to be the go-to defense on this map.
I mean, my argument to that would be like, for one, again, we sort of mentioned it before. Like,
who won the Navi game? Navi did. They rolled the other team 2-0.
Where it was probably seen the
200-0 on Koth, and they also full held
like,
the other team on
would you change
the next map.
Your team's like roles to like try to break first. That would be, if it is that for whatever reason, that would be 200 IQ. But I imagine that it's probably something else in case, like, we don't know what the pauses would cause. Maybe it's like Shejura's having a struggle in time, so somebody else needs to fill in. We don't know. But the main point, I guess, is that, like, it's a very peculiar change that I can't imagine that Vision were expecting to run into.
Well, we'll see if they are ready for it, as we're going to be getting ready to head into Midtown once we are in the lobby and stabilized. Either way, this is going to be it for Reason. They have to win this.
Nice, let's get it.
In this if they want to start off the season well.
Yo, LeBron!
For his Vision,
the real LeBron! Vision as of 6 months.
Similar performance as they did have a very solid first round. Going to be Vision on defense, Reason on attack, and we're getting ready to head into Midtown.
I have a quick question, Moxie, before we actually get into... So, like, choosing attack first, we saw Alter Esports do it as well. Is that to just make sure that, like, you're the ones that are, like, setting the pace realistically, as opposed to the mental of, like, if you're defending and you get full pushed, it's going to be hard to go and attack then?
Some teams are like very aggressive and they prefer determining the tempo themselves, right? Like you said, it could be like a demotivating factor, but I feel like there's actually more value going for defense.
Are you trying to become a better
because
Jay?
if you full hold against the enemy team, you can just like stop the scaling of Deadpool very quickly.
Let's see this, chat.
Speaking about the Deadpool, I
Elsa
imagine
is going to be
see
the
it first
burst
saved
ban
on the
because
side of
Elsa's...
Vision Esports, and we now run into the problem. If Reason
Wait.
choose the instant ban on
Okay, I was about to say,
Deadpool,
if they're banning
Elsa
Gambit
gets
first...
through, or Gambit gets through. So it's
That means,
sort of like
oh,
a
they
Sophie's
banned
choice
Gambit
of
first. That means
instant
the other
bans
team might
as
be
we
able to
see
save
Reason
Elsa.
Continue the Elsa,
Oh,
but Vision actually
shit.
mix things up. They're going to go for the Gambit as they've
You're
spotted out that
giving
Reason's whole
you're giving one of the most
composition identity
OP
was
characters
tied
in the
to
game
Gambit
to a
value,
team?
but that does free up the Elsa save from the side of Reason, so we do actually get to see her hunt on the streets of Midtown at least once today.
I mean, you're giving a team that has 3 duelists, realistically. Like, and like Balas, Simba, you're giving them Elsa. It's a risk, but you're right.
Wait,
like,
they're
maybe
gonna
it
save
is just
Gambit.
something to try
Chat,
to, like, throw
they
a-
gave him Elsa,
throw him
but
through a
they
loop, really,
saved
because
Gambit.
It's not only like his individual strength, but how he synergizes across multiple like characters and compositions. Everything else mostly going to be the same. One-sided Gambit versus a one-sided Elsa, but low-key is not going to be allowed from either team.
I mean, not only that, but how often do you think teams are actually getting access to Elsa in scrims? If she's the go-to instant ban, not only are you pushing them out of the comfort zone, you're also probably pushing them onto a composition that they've had very little scrim
That
time.
is true.
The only
Wait,
way I would
she's
imagine you would
spitting.
get
She's
away
spitting.
with it would be if you went into a scrim with the agreement of, hey, can you leave Elsa open? We want to be able to practice it. As Vision have spotted the substitution, and I really like this. If it would have been Reason going for a triple strat line by bringing one of their duelists in, who would they
Also,
have been
is there any
playing? Well,
rogue players in my
probably
chat?
Mantis,
I
which
think
means
rogue is
that
actually really
Vision,
strong considering how they
despite
nerfed
already taking out
the ult change, the ult charge change.
the Mantis as well.
Wait, they're
So
already
you've got a
at, they're
protect here that
requesting
could
a
be
pause.
Something along the lines of like, yeah, one-sided Deadpool. It's not
Yeah,
really
because
gonna be a
I
ban
think
on
it's
the
harder
Dead.
for
He's
you
gonna
to
try
get your
and isolate
ult
maybe
now
some of the
that
overstrat
Gambit
just
actually
full
does
stop
get
because
like
you've already
buffed
taken
because
a
when she
break.
steals
And
ult charge
Magneto's
now,
gonna be
it's not like you're gonna
removed from
shoot
the
one shot and
equation
gain all that
too,
ult
so
charge back. You
less
actually have to grind for it
comfort,
now.
I suppose, for DRP.
Also, why is the match
but that's
paused?
not really, the DRP's got so much more flexible with the characters that he's playing. He has hovered over the Emma Frost, and I think out of all of the Vanguards that he plays, how likely is it that we see that one? I think Angela or something would be, and Venom as well, would be more on par.
I mean, would you run the Emma if you're on attack of Midtown and you're anticipating something like a dive? Potentially, since you can literally have the Emma get to play on the objective itself. Vision, even if they do go for dive, would have to commit at some point to the objective, allowing the Emma to play within her distance and go.
Do you not
for
play
things like the
Star-Lord?
Carbon
What team
Crush,
is playing
'cause
Star-Lord?
that's sort of
Star-Lord's really
the
strong.
fall off the
If you're playing
mortality
Gambit
of
and you
the
play
Emma
Star-Lord,
Frost,
very
right?
strong combination.
She's not
The
a threat
combos, chat.
level
Star-Lord,
when
Gambit,
she's in a different era of
shreds.
the fight, and so many
Shreds.
heroes in Rivals can just outpace her. They can take a fight
I
in
mean,
an
Rogue,
entirely
so
different
she's so
position,
fun, but I
and
feel
by
like
the
people flex to
time
her when
the
they
Emma
don't know
gets
how to
into
play
a
her
distance
and
to be
use
able
her
to help
combos.
out,
That is true.
they're already gone.
People
like
could do
the
that as well.
Venom, the Angela. If you're really good at playing your mobility and soft dives, you should never be getting caught out by a Carbon Crush.
So we're starting off already with a pause. I think on the side of like Vision, I think I'm just sort of looking through, like, again, we saw like in the last game that there was just this like maybe 1 or 2 like
Wait,
non-mirror
what is this?
characters,
Why
but
did
here
they
there's
why did they
like,
just
a
start
boat.
showing
You've
the
got
casters
Elsa,
like
Daredevil and Deadpool Vanguard on the side available for Reason Gaming.
Damn, look
And
at
then on the other, like,
look at
Vision
him
have
over there on the left
Mantis.
side.
They protected
Clean.
Rogue, but it wasn't banned out, so it's not one-sided. They lost Mag, they lost Gambit even. It's like a weird mix, I think, for both these teams to try to adjust to each other.
Yeah, and I mean-
on both sides was Loki.
Yeah. He's still a problem.
He's always going to be a problem, okay? Like, Loki is one
that
of,
Jay3
if
on the
not
right?
the best strategists. Some would argue even
Why?
more
'Cause he's
problematic
bald?
than the Gambit,
Cat.
given the fact of regeneration.
Purple
domain.
champ, by the way. Appreciate the massive
He
new
can
tier
be
1 sub.
Gambit
Bipolar
with his
Mango with the
ult,
massive gifted
but
sub. Appreciate
something
it.
to very quickly touch on as well
Jay3, I
is
just
that
hit
that
one above all. You
Mantis
proud?
ban
Good
has
shit, man. Good
also
shit. Good
impacted
shit.
Reason's ability to play the Ultron and the Mantis in a triple strat line. Like, you'll get the Ultron, but you won't get the Mantis to play alongside it. So Rage of Ultron, I feel like, is going to be running afoul of Meteor M in the same capacity we saw Galactic Legend previously.
We'll be getting ready to head back into the game very shortly, it seems. Just waiting for the remainder of the players to confirm that we are good to go. But we have seen one-sided Deadpool. This time, though, finally on Reason Gaming's side. See if they can pressure
Hey,
the backline.
appreciate
so far,
Purple.
Deadpool,
Sorry, I was a
thank
little
God,
late
has
on
a
that.
100% win rate in terms of the games we have played today. We'll see if that continues. So does White Fox, ironically, but we've only seen her in one
It is
game.
definitely
So
a
we'll keep an
change
eye on
about
that
how
as
last
well.
Ignite Emma was very
I
good.
mean,
Now she's
what's the
quite
general thing?
bad.
Because,
That
again,
is
we're not
true.
playing on the
Emma,
most recent,
Emma, I
like,
feel like
patch that we
is.
saw in game until next week.
You know, it's actually really
How much,
painful
like,
to
White
say
Fox
this.
will
I think
fix
Emma
it?
is
So I
actually
imagine the
one of
answer
the
would be more if
worst
we were on
tanks
the
right
most
now.
recent patch, but we're seeing, yeah, spitterings of it, I suppose.
We'll do
I mean, she's still
a
quite
tier
easy
list
to punish,
like
plus the
this
ultimate
weekend, chat,
is
but
very easy to
yeah.
shut down in coordinated play. You can freeze it, you can Jeff eat it, you can rogue grab it, you can Emma carbon crush it. Like, there's a whole bunch of CC that you can basically do that just removes her from getting to play inside that Kumiho form. So I imagine,
TTK
especially
thinks
with the
she's
fact that, like,
stronger
the
now
teleport
somehow?
for the Sanctuary, very easy
Well, yeah,
to jump on the
TTK is a
bottom
freak
once
of
it's on
nature,
the
though.
12-second cooldown and punish in the same way that all heroes who are linked to one teleport as their sole mobility tool is.
Looks like we're just sorting out what's going on here for these games so that we can jump on in for our second map in this series. Vision holding 1-0 up with some very different compositions, as we've already mentioned, losing quite a few of the tools that they utilized in that last game. Now we're going.
Do you
up
think
against
TTK
Reason,
will play
who are
Emma?
going to be
I have no
option
idea
to
what the
play
teams are going to be playing,
very
chat.
different to try and
I
put themselves
do
back
think,
into
though,
this series. Or will we be heading to
like,
that next series right away?
NA
Or that
and
map number 3?
EMEA probably
Just
played
realizing
two
it.
little
We'll
different
have to see once we're
things.
finally able to get into the
Like in
game.
Overwatch, like Asia
I like
plays
how
something
disruptive
different
these drafts have been
than
in
like
this
NA.
series.
Like,
It really does
everyone
feel
has their
it's
own
just
like meta
trying
or
to make
comfortable
sure
picks.
that the
So,
teams are-
like,
but
like in
felt
Overwatch,
the
for an
narrative
example, I think
for esports, it was like, okay, we have these kind of compositions we're expected to lean towards.
NA would
These
like
are,
to play
more
like
practice.
Reinhardt
We're
and
gonna keep
characters
going
like
with
this,
them,
while
even
like
if
Asia
that's
played
the
like the
way.
Winston and
Here
stuff.
it feels like you're like, we don't know how much you've scrimmed, and in the case of like Reason, you got 2 new players. We're gonna try and put you on compositions that you've never actually had the chance of practicing on this map in particular. So it really is a case of like flying by the seat of your pants.
Oh, I need
For
to change
Vision,
that command.
I think
Yeah,
that's
I'm not
just the
using a Shure
chaotic kind of
SM7B
playstyle
anymore.
that
I'm
they
using a
want. So the fact that
BP40.
they brought that 2 convoy
And I'm also using a
gives them really
Rodecaster
good
Duo.
chance, I think.
I mean, one thing I'll say about Lions as well before they became Vision, they
Talus, I don't
improved
think so, no.
so insanely quickly. Like, being able to witness them scrim, like, they would go into a scrim, they would lose against a team, give them 2 days, they would scrim that same team, they'd beat them. Like, they improved so quickly, so being able to adapt really, really fast, I think is definitely going to be a major strength for this team to be able to hold on to.
I will
We've got
say,
back through any of our MRC casting as time has gone on, and we talk about teams to watch, and a couple names pop up consistently. Dawncore, Lions.
there is a lot of
particular.
pauses
These are
on
teams
day
to
one,
watch
chat.
now.
Not even
They
day
came
one.
into
On the
tonight,
first 2
and
games,
Esports
we're having a
see
lot
what
of
they
pauses,
can
bro.
do as we head
I don't know what
into
the issue is,
Midtown.
but
Just a lot of traffic, I suppose, in New York today. Lots of like pauses and delays, which is going to warm down both these teams efficiently.
wait, I just said that. Are they watching my stream to use what I say on their cast?
A little bit more time to
They're stream
reassess the
sniping.
situation, to regulate how they may be feeling, any pressure, because for both these teams, invited, not really too much of a showing on how they're going to perform. Reason Gaming need to show up.
Feels like Vision is sort of anticipating a lot of counter dive, given the fact that we have both the Bucky as well as the Invis Woman in play. Zerk's going to be playing that Winter Soldier currently on the high ground, as Reason have not got any real way of pushing them off of it. Instead, they're going to prioritize pushing the objective and forcing Vision to have to drop and come to them, as sooner rather than later, Vision are going to have to do just that. QB trying to build up as much ultimate charge as possible, but given the fact that it's Reason who have access to the Deadpool, they should be the ones with the first ultimate, although they lose DRP.
I like Psylocke being played, bro.
Too many angles around the Emma shield.
I don't know, chat. I might put Bucky in the back end, bro. I might be playing a lot more Psylocke this season.
I'm really surprised that he's like committing to the Emma Frost when there's still like so many like other options. I mean, Emma Frost is really good in these game modes to just keep the fights going and out sustain it, but usually that was in like a triple Vanguard composition to be more of the damage and more of the focus. Maybe hoping that the other team isn't going to have many barriers on their Vanguards because they're playing more dive, but Beta is going to eat up a lot of the focus that DRP is going to try and put forward. They are eking forward inch by inch, but Vision Esports have to concede some of this space. And really, it's just now farming up these ultimates as fast as possible. Forever, a relatively slow Banhammer, but it's immediately followed by the first Apex Legends that we've seen. Complete cleanup, though, from Gainer that's going to be over on the Rogue this time.
Oh, they used Invis for that, too, but they managed to still lose 3 players.
But the fact that this fight is still ongoing, Vision Esports have to give this up, and it's still eking forward.
Yeah, I mean, Reason are past the ambulance as well, so now the fight splits off onto a long linear angle, which is going to be perfect for Jeff the Landshark's heal primary. They've got the Endsong Inferno if Simba gets rushed down by the Raging Roll Flush coming up through from Vision, which they're using to just get, for her reason, get aggressive from their chokes. Meteor M's already gone, so Jeff would get value unless Zerx takes it down with the Rotter
Bucky
Stone.
isn't Bucky in pro play?
Yeah, it's taken them a little bit of time, but
Wait,
they're finding these eliminations. There's the Endsong Inferno blown up before it can hit the ground.
But something that I don't see in my ranked games, and you guys probably do as well. When someone uses a Phoenix ult, they actually shoot the Phoenix ult so it doesn't like hit the ground. Oh my god. Something I wish I could see in ranked. But it's only me. It's only me shooting the Phoenix ult.
That's on the strategist role for Jeff, so Simba and Ballas in play.
Hey, Reason Gaming does cat first, though.
Seen a bit more Jean Grey in action, which Ballas was sort of well known for in like previous iterations, but Simba, first time that we've seen him play competitively at this level, and finds the first point objective, at least as things are moving forward. However, this is the area where things could go really poorly if you lose this momentum on attack. I think the main thing to say, Moxie, is this fight seems to have been going on for 3 minutes. It hasn't really had a time or chance to resolve. It's just constant.
I mean, look at Ballas, though. Look at the amount of damage that he can do in that downtime. He's already got the Apex Predator. QB's going to try to intercept it with the Invisible Boundary, but it's just too much damage. Invisible Boundary is one of the worst ultimates to try to use against the Apex Predator because you can't use it first. The Elsa will literally just use that Glartrox to grab you all outside of it, and even if you manage to get the boundary up where the Glartrox is going back to the Elsa, the amount of damage a lot of times still finds the elimination first.
It's pretty much just clawing.
I'm really surprised that pro teams aren't playing the Strange, though. I feel like Strange is still a really good
Now you've got the
character
that's going to be used. Dancing the Butterfly, able to at least clean up a couple more picks.
But who am I, chat? I'm a ranked demon. I'm a streamer, bro. I don't know.
The bodies on the objective have to
I feel like Strange is a very consistent pick, even though he got nerfed. It's not like really a nerf. They nerfed 100 damage on his shield. Nice block! Holy shit! Did you see that block by the Rogue? Dash up into the air and take the damage? God damn, bro!
And the payload to be stuck in for Vision Esports.
That is, hey, that is a tank player.
Yeah, but they should lose this next fight. Vision are going to be able to have Kraken Impact as well as Heartbreaker paired alongside Raging Roll Flush, which for sure they're going to use aggressively the moment Reason want to make a play forward. We get the Bulwark coming on through, Gainer closes up the distance, starts grabbing away all of the ult charge, so Sejour has no opportunity to use Invisible Boundary in reaction, even if he had it charged.
A ninja! Pre-season 2 months, my friend.
Vision Gaming buying more time. See if they can force out more on the other side too. Like you've got a Kraken's Impact, Meteor M, a lot to try to slam down. Nocta is holding on to that. It's Jeff, knowing that everything is going to be thrown at him if he tries to go for something a little bit more offensive. So play it alongside some big force.
I think that's easier said than done, though. Path the Supreme.
Step. Ballas has found
that's a smart move, though. That is very smart.
To be able to catch picks, but they're up on the high ground. It's whether it's grabbed much now. It's been stalled and halted, and it's not found much. I think it was going to go for the Magneto, but he used the Meteor M in response to try to not be caught out from it. Able to survive. Rex is able to stop this like dive from coming in with the It's Jeff. Nocta not able to get much. Vision Esports hold on more.
Still, but that was a lot of ultimates coming through from the side of Vision Esports, although they do still have this high ground. Reason, they've got the invisible boundary, but again, you can't have it forced and choked. You need to be able to walk past Vision's wall
so if you guys
and get
didn't see
onto the
that,
objective to actually
when
gain any
Elsa
level
does
of
pop her
value,
ult and
as Gain is
the
just gonna look for a
Glartrox
close
does
hold,
take
apply a
you,
little bit of pressure,
if you
maybe
are
get someone low
playing
enough that the Horn of Protest can come through from Midtown and find an
Mantis
elimination
and
as
you
we
pop
get
your
the
ult
Psionic Seduction
and you
from
get
VRP,
hit by the
but
Glartrox
Sejuro's
and your
ultimate
team does
is
as well,
forced
well,
off
since
of
you're
the Kraken
Mantis and
inside
you
from
pop your
Zerx,
ult, your
and
ult,
Vision Esports
you're
still
going to
wanna win.
continue
They've
with
got
your
their own
team
invisible
with the
boundary
Mantis
stay
ult, and you're still going to be able to
sanctuary
heal your
onto
team
when the
through all
fight
that
moves to the
damage.
point. And off of the back of
But,
that, they have the greatest sustain. It's just a matter of cleanup right now.
The big thing about that, ooh, nice hook. Man, you know that guy watches Jay3. The problem with that is that you have to get your Mantis ult and always predict when they're going to use their Elsa ult
Forever has to go towards the Strange to go for Portal. At least you bypass this engagement
there's a
of
lot
Vision
of
Esports.
ifs.
The fastest, most mobile team.
Smart play.
Might be
Don't get
trying to
me
stall it out
wrong.
and stop this
Smart
Portal
play,
from
but
actually
if you
coming
do
in.
get
So,
hit
yeah,
with the if you do hit
Strange isn't going to have a real opportunity.
nice block again. Wow, that guy's really consistent on blocking those Phoenix ults. That's crazy.
Somebody's actually managed to grab it. Is this going to cause enough chaos and create that freedom? I think Forever's the one that's had to like actually
when
drive
you
by a VRP
yeah, there's just a
swing
lot
on
of
the
ifs.
venom.
Also, if you
But
do
as
get
the
hit by the
supports
Elsa ult
and the rest of the team is trying to come
and you're
in
like
to
ulting
give
as well
their aid,
on
they're being picked off one at a time. It was just a
Mantis,
a dash for Reason
nothing
Gaming
is
to try
really
and touch.
stopping the other team
Really
from
well
using an
played
ult
from
while you're
Vision
stunned as well.
Esports to
Like
keep this one alive for them. But I think it's like for Reason Gaming, they struggled when Vision Esports got control and they could just really dig their heels in.
And that's just the story of Midtown. The moment that the defense wins one fight on second and is able to secure
by the way,
that
the
high
real
ground, it becomes
Zach,
so much
appreciate the
harder
massive
for
prime sub.
attacking teams to be
Ninja
able
for
to
2
get
months,
past.
appreciate it as
Like,
well.
you saw what happened. They took so much pressure just walking through the
What's up,
choke.
Flack? How you
They
doing,
were
my
so
friend? How you doing? How
concerned
you
about
doing?
the close
You
hold,
excited
the
for?
hits
You guys
of
play
the
today?
rogue on the backline mid rotation.
I don't know what
They
the
had to
NA
use
schedule is so
invisible
far
boundary
today.
before they even got anywhere near Herbie, which just meant that everyone on the side of the defense called it quits, kited out of the invisible boundary before
How are they
were
playing
punished by the
mag?
slope, and then
One
took residence in their
chat. The
own.
bans don't work
So
for your team.
really
They
good
work for the
just
other
laser
team.
playing from
So Vision
perfectly
Esports
understanding
banned
positions, and
Magneto.
went to
So
go
that means
aggressive
Reason
enough that
Gaming
it
cannot
forced a
play
response,
Magneto.
but not too aggressive that it was
Vision can still play
punishable.
Magneto because these are the bans that the
Shout out to
other team
production as
did.
well. It's been doing a lot of
You're
these, like,
banning for the
third
other
side,
team, and you
third
can also
person
save
views, because I think
characters.
it showed like we saw the invisible
Didn't you
boundary
explain
used
this?
from
Yeah,
Reason
but
on their
people
attack in a more, like,
are not
defensive
here
position right on the
for
stairs
that.
second,
Some people just
and
probably
then
just
they dove
join.
in. Like,
They don't
just put
understand
big
the
ultimate
ban
down,
phase
and they
for
just completely
professional.
nullified it by not needing to use it anymore. It was used
Oh, we
defensively,
play
they wanted to
tomorrow,
go on
but it's still.
countermeasure.
Yeah, I'll be watching
That's
tomorrow
when
as well,
Team
man.
got a really good invisible boundary off right as where the team fight was happening. And Reason Gaming couldn't do much about it in the slightest. So I'm really impressed with like how Vision Esports are holding. The first point hold was like a rough time.
Yes, you
but
can
everything
pick a
afterwards,
character
it
not to be
seemed that the
banned, yes.
composition that they put together really started to sing.
So I think
Reason
for
Gaming,
Vision
it's
Esports,
not that have
they
to
picked
full hold
Gambit.
first.
So they
have a good
saved
chance a
Gambit,
second,
and this
but
team
they were
over here
hoping to maybe
saved
get a little
Elsa.
bit.
That's why you see
Yeah, I mean,
Elsa and
we have
Gambit
to
being
see
played.
this Elsa
The reason
coming
I
into-
like
like,
this
Boss is
ban phase
already
as well
outputting a whole
is because
lot
if you
of
look at the
damage
team comps,
already.
both team
A
comps
quarter
are
of the
not
way
the
to that
same,
first
and that's why I
ultimate
love.
touch, but they just have no map control
I
right
watched
now.
a lot of
Just
Overwatch
being able to
ranked
flank
back in
up
the
and
day,
take
chat. A lot of
high ground,
Overwatch
which
like
now
stuff
puts
because
pressure on
obviously
Reason
that's what I
Gaming's
grew up
disengage,
playing and
and they
streaming.
get stuck inside these small
It's
rooms
very
with so
boring when
little
you see
space.
both
When the
teams
fight
run the
actually
same
comes
shit
to them,
and do the same
DRP
things
is
over
down,
and
the
over.
rest
It's
of the
very
team just
boring.
having
So
to
this
run
gives it a little
all
like,
the
you know,
way to hide behind cover.
a little
But
variety.
Look at the amount of distance
It's,
Vision have been able
it
to pick
doesn't
up
give you
so
the
quickly
same
in
team comps,
comparison
which
to
I
how
like.
long it took
It's cool.
Reason to break around that second corner.
So much space has been taken in these sight lines. Like, it feels like Vision Esports are taking a lot of the sort of compositions and meta stuff that we just saw in like MRC.
Can you make a video explaining how the comp works? What are the qualifiers? How two teams qualify? What are the major tournaments?
The long sight lines is only going to suit this composition. X-Vader is really.
I
just
probably
gonna
wouldn't
be
make a
at the
video on
forefront
that, but
to
I'd probably
mitigate some of this
explain it
damage
if we
and
had
focus.
time.
Honor Proteus is going to be used on the defensive side from Reason, but it's DRP that goes down first over on this Emma. Apex Predator has been good at finding these catches, and it's able to find at least a pick onto the front line, but a visible boundary now been used.
Oh man, there's hey chat, this is not my stream. Their stream's dying.
Rex has found himself too perfectly, and Rex is able to follow.
Oh,
up
and
more.
Vision has
I think
5
the time
minutes.
that Reason
Vision
Gaming
has
set
5
been
minutes
blistered
for the
by
second
Vision Esports.
phase.
It's whether they can keep this momentum going all the way.
This might be a
to the end of
GG's.
second.
I mean, when you look at the ultimate economy and the hero matchups, you have to expect it. Like, DRP is going to go for strange TP. This is them just making sure they don't get held on subway. They're going for a map flip. I think they're going to try and TP and instantly disintegrate Rex so that he doesn't get the opportunity of using that Raging Royal Flush. The whole from the high ground, though. They got through. And that means that Reason are losing players. They just have to keep their position.
That's a big Moby Dick, bro.
And Vision, they get slowed down a little bit, but they're just gonna send in the ultimate.
Oh, yo, Flack. Hey, we should go there one day, bro.
Hero's not gonna be able to dodge out of that one.
One of these days,
Reason
let's go.
are losing
I'm down.
players, and they already burned the strange TP. Ryan, remember, we're down to last fight.
Yeah,
this
let's,
is scary now.
I mean, let me
for
know when you're not
Reason
busy.
Gaming.
We could probably
Everybody
definitely
has to
make
try
it.
and group up, and Simba is the one on the Invisible Woman. Now
I used to go to the one here in. I used to. Well, it's very expensive. I don't go all the time, but I go to the one here in Miami. Also, I've been to the Chicago one as well.
And now,
really nice places.
Whether this hold it can get deep enough there, you've seen X-Bait has taken a lot of space in the end, try to break some of the tools that are thrown down from Ballast. It's
yeah, let me
really
know when you're
trying
not
to
busy
make
with your
this
team
one
stuff, and
side
we could go one night.
The Royal Flush and the Heartbreaker together might be really all that she wrote.
No, this
for
is a
Reason
roll,
Gaming.
chat. This is
Everybody's been
GG's,
cleaned
bro.
up.
GG's.
There's no space, there's no time, and Vision
That was a
Esports
domination, bro. That was a domination, and Reason Gaming had Elsa.
Destroyed Reason Gaming on this one.
I mean, huge highlight, by the way, has to go that final fight. It's all Gainer. They give him Bulwark and they send him with Heartbreaker into the back line, and it drains away Invisible Boundary. There is no chance for the defense to be able to stabilize inside a strategist ultimate and try to play the advantage of closer respawns.
That was a roll. Wait, let me see the stats. Stats, chat.
Against the attack. Brilliant plays.
Elsa.
Honestly, great to see that this team is adapting very quickly
a
to plays
DPS
that they had to just
with
try to
0
fit in
finals.
replacement of
Oh
those they
no!
had
Oh wait, he was
previously.
healing. He was healing. He was healing.
I mean,
Okay, never mind. He was healing. I was about to say. I was about to say a DPS the whole game with 0 finals. He was healing.
Vision Esports.
He was healing.
Really, we were worried just not
He was
only
healing.
losing some of the strong players that made this team really raw for Lions, but also
I was about to
the fact
say, if
that,
you're a
like,
pro
they lost
player and you
somebody
got
like
0
Dennis, like,
finals the whole game,
a lot of
that's
the
tough.
improvements that you said that they made, I think, was he was a catalyst for. But here, like Vision Esports have just managed to sort of pick up where they left off, and these new introductions of like Gainer and stuff have been like the perfect kind of position.
Oh, I got you guys.
To be honest, like that was one of the best performances that we've seen from Gainer in quite some time, I think.
Who won?
I mean,
Vision,
they had such a
right?
good reaction as well to Reason going for the total map flip attempt.
Yeah, Vision
with the
won.
strange TP.
Congratulations, chat.
by
That's
the
a lot
way,
of money,
does
bro.
not
That's like
visit
$4
Respawn
million
once.
right
Goes
there.
through the
$4
whole
million.
duration of both rounds without going down, and is by far one of the players that you have to watch out for, because he's like quietly doing everything that Invisible Woman should be doing, keeping his team and himself alive.
What a debut for some of these players. Obviously, a couple have been in the Ignite before, but
How
there's
long
some
till
new
next
players
game?
on
Probably a
Vision
few
here
minutes. I
who
wouldn't say it's a
haven't
lot.
really had the chance to play on this big of a stage, and they showed up beautifully. QB not going down at all. Satam going
Hey,
in
appreciate it,
11
Dylan.
and 3. It was a fairly low elimination game, but you compare it to the other side, the next closest people are their team. Zerx went 9 and 3, 8 and 3 for
The
Gainer,
next match,
and
if you guys
9
are
and
wondering,
2 for
is going to be
Vega. Whereas on the other side,
Shikigami
the closest
against
is
Pulsar
Alice, who went 7
Esports.
and
Okay,
7.
I don't
This
know
is
who
Vision
Pulsar
putting
is.
on an
I'm pretty sure that's
incredible
another one of those
debut performance
teams who
here in
probably
Ignite.
made it through the
Such a big game
qualifiers
to
of
do it as
MRC.
well. Like I was just looking at like the
But-
strength of schedule for Reason Gaming tomorrow. They have Virtus Pro and then they have Fire Red on Sunday.
You after Shikigami
couldn't
versus
be
Pulsar
any more of
Esports,
a
you have Virtus
frustrating
Pro
way. Like,
against
you've
the
got
team.
the world
Virtus Pro,
champions
if you
go
guys don't
against
know,
them, Fire
are
Red,
the
who
champions
somewhere in a
of
game
last
like
season
this are
grand
gonna be,
finals.
like, a
And
bit nervous
Crown
until they
Fall, I
perform
think,
under
is the
this new
team
organization. But
that
at least
won
we'll have 2
MRC.
games
So
under
this
their
is
belt
probably
to
going to be a
build
good
up some
matchup. It's going to show you the
consistency.
difference between
The reason
MRC and also
it was just a lot
MRI.
of car
And then the
crash,
last
like,
game, you have Team
disasters,
Peps
I think,
against
that
Team
happened to them today.
Heretics. I
And
think,
this is
right?
going to really hurt them, I think, with
Oh.
not only just losing on their map choice,
gonna be
but
good.
how they lost.
We're also going to talk about the fact that we have finally broken the Deadpool curse. Is it still in the ban phase though, Moxie? Even though we saw the flip there, even though we saw Vision finally being the first team to take it down, is it still going to start creeping into these bans more often?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Vision, it's a
saving
real
is not
strength
risky.
that they were able to have such a dominant performance of a win with the Vanguard Deadpool band out, because it shows that it's not just a crutch.
Who else is on
that they're
Virtus Pro? I know
relying on.
Saipei.
So even if you remove the
Finzi,
Vanguard Deadpool, having Rex on the Gambit, Gainer as well, getting access to
Dredro,
an insane
right?
performance on the Rogue, because we have to remember, there were a lot of changes. One thing that went entirely
I can't name all
unchanged
the
on this
players.
patch was, one, the team up, and also everything that Rogue does, and we talked about that last fight. There's a
Sparker,
reason why
Nevix, yeah,
Vision
there you
are
go.
able to close it out as quickly as they
Bye.
do. It's because Gainer literally gets to drain away
listen, I'm
Reason's
horrible with
every
names.
win condition before the fight can even start. So this team are looking really, really strong with and without.
I think they're
going
going
to
to go to a break here, chat.
So we're going to be getting ready to head on in for the future. We already talked about Reason having a potentially very rough run. If we look ahead for Visions, they have Crownfall coming up next tomorrow. And then their next game isn't until next week after that. So they're going to get a little bit of a break after that. So it could
Is the
in theory
ban
be
system
a
different in
very
MRC and
good
Ignite
start
versus
for
scrims and
Vision
other
if they're able to
tournaments?
take down Crownfall as well.
That's a
We'll
great
have to find
question.
that one out
I don't know
tomorrow.
what the ban system
Lots
is
more
like in MRC
excitement
because I
coming
don't.
up for you all.
I treat
Reason,
MRC
they're
like
gonna have
college
to go back
sports.
to
I don't
the
watch
drawing
college
board,
sports,
rethink,
chat.
and come back for their match
I watch
versus
like the
Virtus
NBA.
Pro
I watch the
and
professional sports.
Really lock it in because that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it's trying to work out. I think just some sense of like semblance, like that's concerning. Like that, not only like switching out players, like we sort of spoke about it before the series. Like, are they going to try to make a big change and stick by it, or are they going to try to like?
College sports are better though.
They
Hey,
kinda did
to
both
each their
in
own.
this game. Like that's Simba's first like debut game. Also playing in Ignite was a messy one, right? You're brought in to play some duelists, some strategists, depending on what people are playing, what side you're on. It just seemed like, I don't know whether that's been going like well in scrims, whether that's something that they've been able to like consistently do in like the 2 days that they have, but it was
I love the
just,
NBA.
it's hard to get
I
any
love
data
the
out of
refs.
it. It's
Ooh,
like, how much
speaking
of
about
it
the
was
NBA,
us
did you
playing
see
map
that
poorly?
guy's
Was it us
knee?
changing up the roles too much? Was it just the tilt from like mistakes?
Fuck!
Map? It's hard to go, this is what we need to
A few
improve
days
by tomorrow,
ago.
because
Oh
there's so
my
many variants.
god, dude, I can't imagine the
But
pain
you
that guy
have
went through.
till tomorrow. That is any amount of time for prep, any amount of time for just a mental decompress is going to be important, especially like you said, with a match like that, your first match in particular for Simba. I do want to say, I do appreciate Reason going for that flexibility, bringing in all three of their quote-unquote duelist players. Showing
Do you
that they
watch March
have that
Madness?
flexibility.
No.
It is a good sign for the future. It
Protect
just
your
unfortunately
ball,
did not
king.
get the best showing at
Yo, Shady
Well,
for 2
before
months.
we head
Appreciate it.
on
Appreciate it.
airstream,
Enough about that. We'll be heading.
He said
to
he
a
felt
break
like he
in a
could
moment
still
once we get
walk.
our cue to head on in
Nah,
to get
bro,
set up
listen,
for
having an
our
injury
third
like
series
that,
of
Chad,
the
I
day.
think is
But
like
let's go a little
career
bit of
ending.
hype around
I don't know if you
it.
guys
It's
were
gonna
old
be
enough to
a lot
remember
of those
prime
matches
Derrick
that could
Rose
be
before his
deciding
injury.
playoff
That guy was a
positions for their
demon.
group.
Probably could have been
Gonna
the
have
best
Shiki
basketball player. Like
versus
you would have been like, oh,
Pulsar.
Derrick Rose. Oh shit,
There
LeBron.
is
Who?
some talent on
Derrick
this.
Rose was
I think
disgusting,
like
and then
Ryan
his
and
injury.
I are
Nope,
both
he's
in
not the same.
agreement that Shikigami could really take Group A by storm.
Nah,
Like,
D Rose
I have
was like the
Navi at number
nah. D
one,
Rose was
Heretics
insane,
2,
dude.
Shikigami at a cautious 3, but I say cautious because honestly, I could see them taking a second position quite easily as well. So very hyped to get to see like how they're going to be interacting with Pulsar. I think for a lot of us who are looking to see if they can punch into the weight classes of Heretics and Navi, this has to be a clean 3-0.
Looks like we are going to have an interview in a little bit. We're going to be interviewing the manager of Vision,
Oh,
which
they're doing an
as we- so we'll
interview.
be
That's
getting
why
into
it was
that
taking
as
so
soon
long. I was
as
about to
we
say,
are
why are they
able.
yapping so much?
A lot of excitement. You mentioned it. I think I have the exact same order as the both of you there.
I think everybody
with
does.
Derby.
I'm the only one that doesn't. I'm the only one that has Shikigami second. But I mean, we'll sort of can talk about it a little bit afterwards. But it's like really comes down to like Shikigami versus Team Heretics. Like who would be like second place there? I think that's the realistic like who's going to be behind. Navi
Has
in this
group been
case.
played yet?
But it's
I
more
think
the
we
fact of,
have
like,
seen a
Team
little bit of
Heretics
group,
by that
but I'm not
point,
too
I think
sure.
it's their, like,
I think
last
they
game
probably like
that
switched
they
off
play
a bit and
Shikigami.
whatnot.
So
Think you
it's a new team. We'll see them in action for the first time earlier. I'm really excited to see Team Heretics and Line Pro in the coaching seat for one, but it's more it's Shikigami building off what Cooking with Kaya did in season 5. They've mostly stayed together as a core, whereas there's more of amalgamation for Team Heretics. But that time in between like Sunday of next week, like Team Heretics can go and work in that point.
So we're going to be heading into our interview once again with the manager of Vision. Please welcome to the stage, Asde. what a great performance.
He's
great
out until
debut for your
2028 because of that
team.
injury.
Welcome. Congratulations for starters. How are you feeling? Oh, we have a quick second. There we go.
There we go.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you feeling after that debut on the Ignite stage?
I'm very happy about the game and how we perform against Reason Gaming. We're working hard like for 2 months right now, and we are happy. Like work hard, you will get good result.
So looking at the games here, you did have a little bit of trouble on the second point of the first map, but you immediately adjusted moving into the second map and had an incredible run through there with your aggression on your attack in particular. Is that an adjustment on the composition? How comfortable are you feeling with your team's drafts when it comes to being forced out of that comfort zone that you started on with the Deadpool?
It's about the draft. We study every team we play against, but in the second point, it's like the map itself. Like you can't dive into the open map. Like we expecting to lose the second map, but we know we're gonna win the third map. So it's like we know what we're gonna play before, and what we think about it's happened like exactly in the game.
My favorite thing about watching this is looking at
that
other
you've
people's
done, because
backgrounds.
we know
I
that you
love
put in
looking
so
at
much
people's
work when you're
backgrounds.
actually running in MLC
You guys see my background
5.
all the time.
Was there anything that changed in how you approached MLC in comparison to Ignite, given that we have an entirely new draft structure?
I think about the changes, maybe you mean the changes the players or the draft, who makes the draft? Because I didn't get your what you asking.
Was there anything that you changed in preparing for Ignite that you would do differently in comparison to your Marvel Rivals Championship matches?
No, because we work step by step, and of course the MRC is not Ignite, but we improve at
Protect your
any level
king.
of the champion we play, like
Jay
MRC or
Stiff.
Ignite or mid-season finals eventually. We hope so.
I think my question is about Gainer as a player. He was somebody that was sort of brought in with the majority of the players that were on Lions that we saw at the start of this year. What is it that Gainer brings to the table? He had a really good performance here on playing the Deadpool and the Rogue, but what's he like in a team setting? Because he seems to be somebody that's allowed the rest of
that's
the
pretty
players
cool,
to
Bear.
just look even better as a Vanguard.
You mean as when we are in
I would be
country
shitting
as
myself
he's,
getting
another, or
interviewed.
you mean as he
just as an
a
individual.
player?
Why would you shit yourself every getting interviewed, bro? You just talk.
We're happy to bring Gainer with us. He help us a lot, and he make us a better team than before, and he has the knowledge at the game, and we are happy to have him. He's the best.
We love it.
No,
to
bro,
hear
chat.
that.
I
Last
get
question from me, and it's a bit of an
uncomfortable if
easier
I
one
am
for you here.
on someone
With an
else's
incredible
stream.
debut and your first time
Like
being
when
on
I
the
used to play,
interview
when I used to
stage,
do the
you
Overwatch
might be winning over a
stuff
lot
and go on
of
stage
fans
for
coming
Overwatch or
in
go on
here
stage
from
like I did in
people
China
might see
for
the
Marvel,
first time.
I get
What do you have
nervous
to
because it's
say
not
to
my
the
stream.
audience out there who might be looking to become fans of Vision?
Okay, I'm gonna say just wear our appearance, because we're gonna win everything for the next 2 years. That's what I'm gonna say.
What? They're gonna win everything for the next 2 years? That's a
Bold
ballsy
We love to
statement.
hear that. Thank you for joining us.
Now,
Ajay,
if they
and once again,
lose,
congratulations on
that's
your
gonna
first
bite
win.
him in the ass, bro.
Thank you, thank you.
That's a
that,
crazy
ladies and
statement,
gentlemen.
bro.
We have another one in the books. 2 down out of our 5 games for today. And we once again start to look to the future.
I think he was the
Shikigami
manager of
versus
Vision because Vision
Pulsar.
won. So they interview the
Shikigami,
winner's manager.
We've been talking about them a lot. A team that could, in theory, take 2, maybe even 1 if they can really perform. We haven't talked as much about Pulsar. So before we head to the break, let's have some quick thoughts, starting with Moxie. What can you tell us about Pulsar? We'll dive into more detail once we come back from the break.
I mean, if there's any time for us to see magic in EMEA, it is when Pulsar are in the field, and I really hope that we do get to see at least a little bit of her.
And Ryan, your thoughts before we head to the break?
Underrated as heck is what I would say, but I can't wait to see how they play in Ignite.
We are gonna love to see it. We're all very excited to see how they play at Ignite. So let's head to a break so we can get the players into the lobby and get set up for match number 3. It's gonna be Pulsar versus Shikigami.
Shiki versus Pulsar. Chat, I'm gonna give you guys your predictions right here. Shiki? The Shiki? Pulsar. I'm gonna give you guys like 10 minutes. It's a 4-minute break, chat. It's a 4-minute break. I'm gonna launch you guys with a 10-minute prediction. I think that's plenty enough space. This is your only time. This is your only time to get your money on this stream. Hey, I do not usually do predictions unless we're watching esports, chat. So if you guys want to gamble, this is your gambling time. Put your money where your mouth is. Now, if you guys really want to make a lot of money, Shikigami versus Pulsar, if you guys want to make money, put it on Shikigami, bro. I'm not trying to tell you guys who to put your money on, but if you guys want my... Look at this. Look. Shikigami's going to win. Getting on stage is terrifying, man. Nah, it is. I just don't feel comfortable going on other people's streams. I feel comfortable on mine because you guys know how I am and how I act and all that stuff. Going on someone else's stream and then, like, they don't know who you are, I don't know, man. I can't use my 1.6 million because Denmark won't allow me to gamble. Oh, 07. I have look, quote me on this. I have never jinxed a game or a team in my life. Look, I wish I was lying. 67% of chat is voting on Shikigami. 215 people. Pulsar only has 75 people for 1.2 million. Shikigami has the money. Almost $3 million. Almost 3 million. Come on, chat. Put your channel points. Oh, sorry. YouTube doesn't have any channel points, but YouTube, if you guys want drops and to bet on games, come over to Twitch.
Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
You guys have about... Oh, they're showcasing you the new stuff.
My time to shine.
Yeah, let's go, champ.
Dude, wow. There's there's about $5 million on this bet. Look, there's a lot of money riding on this bet. Oh, by the way, how do you say your name? A 2-day? Appreciate the massive 5 good subs, my friend. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. I don't know how to do
Protect your bald king.
No, you can't gamble on YouTube. You can only start a Q&A, or you could start a poll. I mean, I could do a poll. It's not a gamble, though. Yeah. Okay, sorry, that's a screenshot, so I can keep. Nice.
Behold, that child!
J3, I lost it all. Hey, this is why you trust J3. Oh, snap. Also, they're showing you the new magic skin. That's a pretty cool skin. That is a pretty cool skin. It's a pretty cool skin, chat. Why can I not like a skin? Because I think it's... Nah, bro. Take care, NX. Magic has the best skins in the game.
2 series down, 2 O's across the board.
I think there's a lot of great skins in the game.
Series
I don't think it's
of the day.
just
We can't
Magic.
have a 3-0 in a best of 3. We're heading into Shikigami versus Pulsar, and this has been one of the ones that we have all been so excited for. I am still Tetra, still joined by John Moxie and Ryan Central.
But it's NX.
Starting with Ryan,
Oh,
why
it's
is
supposed
this
to be
a
an
big
E.
Ooh, I think we've seen some of the teams that are like partnered, that have stayed together for however long. We're going to see some teams later on today that are like just cherry picking players and putting them together and seeing if it works. It's the fact that this is like 2 teams that have mostly stayed the same from not only like previous like MRCs at the start of this year, but teams that have been around a while as a core. So we're going to see a lot of like how these like coordinated monolithic teams face up against each other in Ignite again, but also in like a new meta, like 2 really good teams when it comes to some of the macro and coordination that's at play.
And Moxie, we see some very familiar names, as Ryan said. We'll be diving into that a bit more with the teams, but you alluded to something a little bit earlier, something a little bit cheeky, and we'll talk about it more when the team comes up, but there might be a magic in these games, possibly.
Ooh!
Yeah, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of melee heroes come through from Pulsar esports side, as El Chabo Group has actually won MLC maps with Magic in play, as they got to play Magic, Daredevil, Iron Fist, essentially was the whole hero pool, and it was actually all targeted out at some points when they played in the MLC matches as well.
I don't know if
you guys might see Magic. I wonder if they have the new Magic skin.
Like, would you dedicate all 4 of your bans to taking out Chabagoo when there's stuff like Gambit and Elsa and stuff? It's a whole different like ball game here, but like Chabagoo on this stage, I'm really excited to see.
It's gonna be interesting, but let's start off with our team introductions. Moxie, these are some very familiar names. What can you tell me about Shikigami?
I know Leo Lads.
This is a team that is just bread
Lindstrom,
and
I think
butter
I've
for
seen,
Dive.
and Kaya as
is,
well.
In my opinion,
I don't know anyone else.
One of the best Venom players in both EMEA, but also all of the rest of the regions combined. Like, his soft dives were incredible. Even when Venom wasn't top tier meta last year, he was still able to make this Vanguard look like one of the best in game, despite having to run constantly into full counter compositions. So now that he gets to play alongside this team, I really do feel like they're going to be leaning an awful lot on Dive with Frost Mountain and Leolas.
This feels like a Super Bowl watch party. I wish I could do a watch party on the Super Bowl.
So much pedigree, I think, is the main thing about like this team of like not only doing really well as cooking with Kyra in season 5, but you've got players from Alcacia that were sort of known to be very well coordinated, structured in how they went for like dive plays and how they.
Oh,
played
I know
off of each
Maddie
other.
1v9.
But their opponent Pulsar. A team that was mostly
I think that's the only person I recognize. Anyone recognize anyone here?
Within the MRC season, qualified for stage 2 as well for the open qualifiers. This core of a team has not changed since June of last year.
Yeah, I like how
It's
the guy
only,
named
Furthest
Tree
Pro
Man
that have
is
been
literally
around, like,
playing as
longer, I
the
suppose,
tree.
as a main core team. The problem is just like this is like the next level for them. They're starting to improve.
Tree
a lot
Man.
as a team.
What do you play?
I would also say like the
The
performances
tree.
that we saw that were really good from Dawncore previously were in more of like this kind of like roots, team fight, coordination.
Yeah, hey,
meta.
the man knows what he
But
wants.
From what we just saw from Vision, that kind of like playstyle is still applicable here. Like Dive is strong, sure, but it doesn't feel like it's the only be-all end option.
There are a lot of options here. We got to talk about, like you already mentioned, Groot style of plays. We have, of course, the legendary Groot player in the form of Tree Man on the side of Pulsar.
Tree Man, I love it. I love it.
Influential
Oh, hold up, chat.
throughout
Before
the
this game
Marvel
starts,
Rivals
I gotta go pee
Championships
real
as
quick.
time has gone on.
Don't miss me so
But
much.
for now, we are going to
Just give me
get
2
ready to
seconds.
head into our first map. As usual, we start with domination that is predetermined, so these teams have been able to practice on the map. They have been told ahead of time what map they get to start off with. And we are heading to Celestial Husk as our first setup. Now, this is a map that can be quite wide open, so we can see a little bit more of the Star-Lord being prioritized. And of course, we do see Vanguard Deadpool prioritized in a lot of these matches, don't we, Moxie?
Yeah, I mean, Celestial Husk, 3 different rounds and very, very different levels of terrain as well. Like, you get to bunker up against dive, you get to play the dive, so we're probably going to be seeing a couple of different compositions based on which sub-map we get. But when it comes to the ban draft, I'm not really expecting anything different from what we've seen. I don't think it will be a magic ban. I think much more likely it will be the Daredevil that Shikigami decides to target, but we'll have to see.
Indeed, as it looks like our players are now ready. So we're going to be heading on in with Ryan Central and Got Moxie bringing you Pulsar versus Shikigami, map number 1.
I'm so happy to see these teams back, Moxie. I really am. Like, it's just the familiarity of it, and already we are seeing, like, the main rift. I think it's the big question of, like, for first bans, Elsa or Gambit.
Elsa apparently is the dominant answer from both of these teams. There's the Daredevil save actually on the side of Shikigami, so Pulsar can't ban it out, they can only mirror it. As we get one more ban before Pulsar gets to go into their first lock. What's it gonna be? They saw the Daredevil. Do they take out the Jeff? They do. So Jeff is removed, which does depower Venom somewhat. And as we talked about, right, Kaya is a staple Venom player, as is Chabogoob a staple Daredevil player. So it looks like Pulsar are wanting to go for a dive mirror as well.
Very interesting that we're not seeing this like, oh, we ban out this first, we're going to instantly protect it. It feels that both teams are like, maybe just leaving it open for both, just trying to find the things in and around it, feeling like tackling the big characters that we're looking at in the game first, at the very least, isn't worth it when you can manipulate the draft a little bit more. So immediately we're seeing like a much deeper, intimate game, I suppose, because these teams have played against each other, I'm pretty sure, in like the recent like MRC Season 5. But it was a very dominant win for Shikigami. Dawn Core at the time couldn't get much going. But we are seeing the Gambit being taken out, so it's not going to be one-sided. But it's still potentially open for the protection of Elsa, which is exactly what Pulsar are hovering over.
Yeah, it looks like Pulsar might decide to go for this. The thing is, if they do decide to go for the Elsa, then they're going to have to play a split because Elsa does not play dive. So Shikigami is going to have the opportunity of now diving an isolated Elsa. As we can actually see, do they go for this Mantis removal so that we don't have damage boosted Elsa, as well as one way of being able to circumvent some of the impact of the ultimate generation slices coming on for that damage boost, allowing you to do more damage.
Mentioned chicken wings and I have not stopped thinking about chicken wings. I'm getting some later today. Bro, chicken wings sound so good. To
secure themselves one-sided
okay, let's see.
Vanguard.
They banned Jeff.
As Pulsar remove the
Sorry, chat, I wasn't here for the ban phase.
Taking some avenues of the dive away, but we're still going to have that Daredevil versus Daredevil
They
mirror,
banned Gambit, they banned Psylocke, and they banned Elsa.
Okay,
one team saved Elsa
and one Daredevil to
and saved the Daredevil, but banned Mantis,
so that it's literally just a reliance of information that
and
both
Gambit
of these
as
teams
well
have
as
access
Loki.
to.
What's up?
Well, it's more of a priority, I think, for Pulsar as well to just make sure that Chabogoob gets probably the stronger like melee option out of the ones that we mentioned of like Magic. I think there was a bit of Wolverine thrown in briefly, but not too much. And yeah, Psylocke taken out at the end. So this is a real just eye test, I think, is the main one. This is one where I feel like all of us, at least all the broadcasters, are just going to sort of sit back a little bit and just see how good Shikigami look, whether they are competing for the top end of the Group A that they're in,
Such a great
or whether Pulsar are actually like going to throw hands and be a real contest spot, I suppose, for playoffs. They can even do well themselves. It's just hard to get this team can.
We're talking about playoffs. Playoffs.
I mean, it's a different look coming through from Shikigami. Pulsar very firmly wanting to go for a dive composition with both the Jeff
next game is going to be really good, though, chat. Virtus Pro gets to play next game.
But we did actually get to see him play on the MLC matches and do really, really well with it, being able to go in, disrupt, displace, and make a lot of space for the Daredevil to follow through. Shikigami, however, are actually going to go for counter dive. So they're going for the Loki with the regeneration domain, the CD as well, to have those two vulnerabilities and get as much healing AoE off on the team that are stacked up playing inside the bunker.
Patch. No,
which now
I don't
means that
know
Pulsar
if it's
they've
the
got
current patch, considering how there was a patch on Friday or yesterday, actually. So I don't know if that little mini patch is in the game right now.
Them actually, as well as the Seador, there is a Groot in play, but it isn't Tree Man actually.
Because if they're practicing
Kaya,
for like
really
weeks
with the recent season
and weeks until this tournament starts, and they drop a patch right yesterday, there's no way way that they're going to allow that, right?
Finds that first elimination, but the dive is just too good as the legend, and Chabagoob go righting. The disruption of these group walls is enough to actually break some of this down. But Kaya
oh yeah, if they do look at Elsa and she's at 275 250 HP, then you'll know. Yeah, that's true.
Put this fight to bed. Maybe Chabagoob is trying to actually cosplay Daredevil for real here, with the odds being against him, but he's only able to get one pick and get out.
This man knows no fear, but he took out the Namor early, which now means that Pulsar Esports don't
and
have to
it looks
worry
like he's on 275 HP, so I don't think so, chat.
Taking out the
I think this is
to actually confirm into a hit.
This is not the Thursday patch.
Looking for that drop. Eastall does have the Strangling Prison Investor and grabs both of those Vanguards. The regeneration domain is actually used from Shikigani's side, so they can just continue playing aggressively within that Groot's ultimate, and Pulsar lose the Vanguards and look like they're going to be swapping up Treeman off of the Angela onto the Groot to be able to mirror what Isidor's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, if he's going Groot, I want to be able to go Groot, and I think it goes to show that, like, whilst going for this, like,
I don't know,
play
man,
seems to be like a mainstay, but there is so many other options, especially on
one
like
team
this,
has Elsa, chat, but the team that has Elsa is not winning.
So Pulsar,
what are your guys' thoughts?
To change stuff up, haven't been
also, this is our first time I think we saw Cloak and Dagger being played today. I don't think any other team was playing Cloak and Dagger.
Ahead and ready. Both strategists, in fact, going to be ready to go with the Cloak and Dagger bond.
Yeah, I actually do. I think Shikigami's going to win because Shikigami is running Loki and Cloak and Dagger. The other team is running Jeff and
when that dive hits. Has to go for that copy on
White Fox. I don't listen. Shikigami, I think, just has the better defensive ults,
which is absolutely massive. Lindstrom lives, gets to set the path
last
with
match
the
I spoke in Dagger
to
too.
push the team outside of the small space into the open where they would be so
it
much more
happened so
vulnerable
fast
to the
that last match.
Ooh, Chabagoob is going in, and the Strangler Prison is going to pull everybody in. You have got the regeneration domain going to be used actually to keep everybody alive for the time being. So Shikigami seeing if they can like actually hold on here. Pulsar Esports putting a lot of pressure on, but nothing.
Didn't I tell you guys to put your money on Shikigami? Nah, everyone that put their money on Shikigami, say thank you, Jay3, for the free money. You're welcome.
Seeing it from Lindstrom's
you are welcome.
He is under no stress whatsoever. So that's a big. Tries to go in
100 to 0,
really
bro.
100
to 0.
Consistent threat to Pulsar were thrown down.
Yeah, I think we're seeing one of the problems that a lot of full dive compositions run into. If any element of the team that you're diving has counter dive, but they also have a different component, something like the Daredevil, who can run a little bit more freely, self-sustaining.
4.4 million with 345 people.
Not only is
compared to 1.7 million with
you
150
have no
people.
other real
All I'm saying, 72% to 28%.
So you don't even gain like map control space. You also can't really win out the fights when you do get your dive into position because your strategists are constantly having to deal with Frost Mountains and antics in that backline. So I do like the pivot from Treeman off of the Angela onto the group, but it was just a little bit too late. The fact that Shikigami had already been able to win out that first fight and establish such a fortress of a
I'm no pro, but Fox and Jeff, I don't agree with the Fox and Jeff pick. I think it's very... healing in this game is very strong, and you need a defensible. Running no defensible besides a Jeff pool, I don't know, chat, bro. You need a defensive healing.
Will have that it's Jeff, but Leolaz is just going to be holding Horn of Proteus because, as Jeff players know, there's always a larger fish in the sea when it comes to the Namor showdown.
I mean, that's why he's on land. He doesn't want to deal with them, but Leolaz is going to force it. I guess the problem that Treeman's going to run into is just the verticality of this point. You don't have the little symbiotic elevators to work with, but it means that you can just be a real thorn in the side by just rooting yourself into the objective itself. Pulsar Esports trying to get a hold of it, but it is just Treeman there.
Treeman playing Tree died.
Out of the ground by Isidore, and it seems that this like focus from Shikigami, namely sort of led by Frost Mountain, who's been superb on this Daredevil, absolutely picks everybody apart, and there's just no way for Pulsar to seat themselves on the point.
Yeah, Sapatek's just too vulnerable as well. Like, they got Elsa through the ban draft. That should be their win condition. But Frost Mountain, with the radar sense passive, is always able to tell when
that is
Elsa
true.
is just alone
Pulsar Esports has
continues diving alone
Elsa,
onto Elsa, having the
because they used one of their saves on her, but they're actually not using her anymore.
She's too vulnerable, has to go to the Phoenix and potentially play for a win condition with the Strangling Prison. Team up is speaking about win condition. Team up, Strangling Prison sets up for Horn of Proteus. Lapsus Sutilis at least gets a free. It's Jeff off of the back of that. But what's it going to do? It's not going to be turning the tide of this fight. Pulsar Esports have to regroup and rely on Kizaru pulling attention instead.
What's the Venom doing?
Shikigami, a little bit worried about the It's Jeff ultimate. Sort of grouped up on Name, had the cloak just in case they needed to eye from the team, but I don't think it was them. The main core of people who were hidden behind the tree that was the main focus, able to just completely omit it. And now Pulsar struggling to actually get any progression onto the point. They've got a Strangling Prison coming up as well as another Let the Devil Out, but I think you're looking again at Name and Lindstrom having ultimates both ready and available, and Regen Domain still in hand. It really feels like Lindstrom has everything he needs to protect his backline.
Yeah, I mean, Pulsar Esports just haven't been able to get past the front line at this point.
I feel like I'm watching an NBA team go against a high school team.
Just stabilizing, has the Piece of the Abyss, can be a little bit more aggressive, forces out the regeneration domain, then looks for the eat afterwards, because that is the low-key green's gone, but Nami still got the ultimate, as has Lindstrom.
Oh, they killed him through the cloak ult. Nice by Tree Man.
Cloak and dagger, which means if Lindstrom wants a copy, he has to look for Pulsar's backline instead. Somehow he finds it, actually gets the God of Mischief to set up the Eternal Bond, and force the Legend to use theirs too.
88% on the objective for Shikigami, and now it feels like Pulsar Esports, if they have something to throw in, they want to.
Did you guys see that Groot just dancing on all the Groot walls? That was actually funny.
Just as quietly as he did in previous MRCs, and now you have got the Ensong Inferno slammed onto the ground.
Hey, Pulsar won a team fight. Hey,
we're to be used because it was last chance saloon for Pulsar. Shikigami, they can group up. They have a banhammer. They just need to get everything together. One last fight, and they're able to take the first match.
Oh, this guy's staggering himself.
Banhammer coming on through from Kaya. Pulsar Esports.
No way! They're not killing him! He popped his ult and actually was able to live? No way, bro. And the map awareness to know where the health packs are, to go to all the health packs and live while getting a pick? Nah, dude.
They're pulling apart these eliminations.
Nah.
We get the vulnerability coming on from the Terror Cape, fed with Strangling Prison, and it's all Shikigami in the elimination field. That's the flip.
I think that's GG's, chat.
I don't think anyone's going to be able to get from Respawn to touch.
No map, there's no TP, there's nothing.
At all.
Nope.
Pulsar Esports struggling to get on the board here on Celestial Husk, and
I think they're going to need a nerf tank Deadpool. That ultimate ability is one of the most insane broken things I just saw.
Everything nailed down. Perfect showing, and Shikigami is an organization looking at this and going, yeah, we picked up the right team.
I mean, Nami and Lindstrom, they were just so unbothered. At least for that second round, a little bit more pressure from the first, given that we actually saw the dive hitting. But like Lindstrom goes down once, Nami twice.
15 and 1, 21 and 2. Oh my god, then the more going 21 and 2 with 11 final hits, the most damage.
It's just that Shikigami were peeling it perfectly.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see.
Nami being able to have all of the AoE healing
the
with
more,
the
baby.
primary as well for the AoE attached. So both have self-healing, but also keep the Loki up. Like, we very rarely actually get to see Shikigami forced into a position where they do get pressured. And when they do, Isidore just comes through with the Strangling Prison, catches out both of Pulsar Esports Vanguards, and we see Shikigami still able to win out the fight.
I mean, also, I didn't get to really glaze one of my favorite players, by the way, because I was talking about Pulsar. I was like, Leolis was terrific, and it's just like 11 final hits. He just had all the freedom in the world. I think he could
also, what I don't understand is that one team was running Groot, and they were running the Moore with the Groot, which is a really good combo because it makes you win a team fight. It's like a guaranteed kill through. But the other team wasn't running a combo to wipe the other team with.
You said there of just this is a masterclass of playing into your opponent's style as opposed to playing the meta. We talked about how Groot isn't seeing as much play here, but when you know you're going to be up against someone who likes the magic, likes the daredevil, what do? You play stuff like the Loki, like the Cloak and Dagger with the Dagger Storm, like the Namor, who has an immediate burst defense with the Aquatic Blessing to escape those big engaged situations while still doing damage, punishing you every time you try to step in, while still being able to
They used the combo right there. They showed it in the highlights. The Groot combo, the Groot and Namor combo. He killed the Phoenix and the other enemy Groot.
Wall that is the rest of Shikigami. Frost Mountain is playing the best character to hunt down Elsa, to literally follow Elsa's one of her biggest advantages.
What are you supporting, Jay? I am supporting what team?
Who can chase
I'm supporting a good game.
Daredevil to try
so far, these games have been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, not even close. I want to see a good series.
After this break.
We're going on a break here, chat. That's showing you all the jerseys, at least. Jay, I'm new to watching you, and I was wondering if you play for any team. I do not play for any team, no. I am a content creator. I used to play professionally in Overwatch. I do not play professionally anymore. I've been there. I've done all that. I like content creation, chat. Content creation is just so much it's so chill, bro. I get to sit here with you guys and watch these guys, and then if they fat finger their ult or mess up, I get to laugh at them with you guys. Wait, America's series. Yeah. Just how we do with you? Exactly. I feel I was actually comparing it to, yeah, I feel like I am you guys. I get to watch other people with you guys, and when they mess up, I get to laugh at them. Even though I never mess up. Jay plays for the love of the game. Yeah, exactly. And cute boys. What? What team would you pick? What team would you be on if you could pick? Whichever one is offering the highest salary. No, to be honest with you, I don't know. With the skins, I'd probably pick 100 Thieves. I like 100 Thieves. You're only saying that because of TTK? No, even when I used to play professional Apex, actually, I wanted to be on 100 Thieves. I just think 100 Thieves does a really good job at their org. Their name as well, the 100 Thieves, the way they write it is so cool.
With an incredible start.
Just a really well done org.
Versus Pulsar, and I immediately want to draw attention to something that you guys were talking about in the break, so that we can actually get it out for the audience, and that is how these fights in this match in particular, you can see people trying to feel out and burn resources, which isn't the same as what we saw in the last season before the patch, where it was maybe burn a big strategist ultimate. Burning through resources like the local
jokes on you, life. Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah, it feels like before, when it was a lot of focus on...
Are there really 2 times drops right now? Yes, type exclamation mark drops and you'll see what I'm saying.
And so, like, it's all about, like...
And Jazz, appreciate the massive prime sub. Welcome home.
Are you fighting or aren't you fighting? But we've already seen some cases of, like, for example, Navi earlier, a player down.
I wonder how many team bundles have been sold. I haven't seen any in game. I think they just came out. So
they could lose another player that wasn't those 2 characters and maybe still survive in those engagements. It felt there from Pulsar and a couple of the other teams that we've seen today. They're just perpetually fighting. They're not completely out, not giving up ult charge, albeit it's a little bit weaker. But it's more the fact that Shikigami were like,
what is really OP about Tank Pool? His gun ult seems balanced to me. All of his other... You think his gun ult seems balanced?
Constantly just throwing hands.
His ult is broken.
You're the one who pointed out the greens being used in the previous match and brought up this topic as well. We're heading into a Rocco next. What are some of the big tools that teams are going to need to be on the lookout for in this map compared to Celestial Husk?
What a lot of people like to do is
Angela,
you get your ult every, what, 60 seconds on Tank Pool? And once you upgrade it, you go on the back, and then you use your ult on a support. And once you use your ult on a support, they can't shoot because they'll take damage, because if they miss, I think, right? So it makes their support not be able to heal, and you can shoot them. And if they're shooting as well, they're taking damage, so they'll probably die.
from their first engagement coming through on that
Plus
first
you get
round of
healed and
Celestial
you get
Husk,
all
where
that
they
stuff
tried
as
to
well.
dive from behind as opposed from in front. And I feel like that's going to be very sort of similar to how they approach this attack. They're going to look for a lot of team splits
Oh,
to
the
try and just
upgraded
split the
upgraded
attention,
deals damage,
so
yeah.
that you can start clawing away
Upgraded deals
strategist
damage even if they
attention,
don't shoot.
which
Ah, there you go.
then
So
leaves
it's,
the vanguards in the front line
so
potentially
it's just
susceptible
a
to
shit
one
ton
of
of
the
damage.
duelists playing from main still.
I mean, Lindstrom going to have to be on the lookout as they are going to be very threatened this game. It is going to be Pulsar starting on attack with Shikigami starting on the defense. Most of these teams, when they have taken us to these convoy maps, have decided that attack is the way they wish to start. We're going to be getting ready to head into that very shortly as Pulsar. They are one map away from being our third O2 team of the day. Shikigami.
Yeah, all the games have been 0-2 so far, man. I don't know, man.
We've been talking about it, the fact that they could be creeping into that top 2, maybe top 1 position. We're feeling good about top 3 right now, Ryan?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I definitely like when we look at like Shikigami and stuff tomorrow and Team Heretics later on, because I am the host in shoes tomorrow, so prepare your butts for that one. I think it very much is going to be a case of like, are you holding or are you like?
Are you feeling good?
It's very deal or no deal-esque. But yeah,
Good,
Shikigami,
good.
like, this is a really good test for them. Notably because, like, Ariko, I don't think we saw at all at the higher broadcast games that we saw in MRC last stage, but also the stage before that. It just seems to be a map that teams are actively avoiding, so it seems that Pulsar, like, we've actually been cooking on this one. Let's see if cooking with Kaya can actually try and match it from Shikigami.
Chat says
Let's
hi.
see who cooks as we head into map number 2.
Emily says hi.
Arako between Shikigami.
Okay,
and
chat, let's see
Pulsar.
this.
Well, just the way we saw in Celestial Husk when we go into the ban draft, Pulsar instantly targeting out the Elsa, going for the save.
See, this is what's interesting. One team is banning Elsa,
happy to let the Elsa through as they were
and
able
one
to
team
deal
is
with it
banning
last time.
Gambit.
They
So
think
they're
that they're going to be
allowing
able
the
to
other
deal with
team
it
to
this
save
time. So
Gambit.
I really want to see if Pulsar Esports actually try to target the Daredevil before Shikigami get the opportunity to save it. Although I say that, I feel like this is about to be a Daredevil instant save on the side of Shikigami.
No, this is not going to be a Daredevil save. This is definitely going to be a Gambit save.
No, they
Hello?
go for the Gambit.
Moxie, come on.
Surely, Ryan, this is a Daredevil ban at some point before Shikigami get their next save.
You would imagine so, but... So we haven't seen any, well, not much Loki today. I think actually taking it out here is important for Lindstrom because of how much value he's still found with it. Even with like ult regeneration being nerfed, like Loki is still good, like you mentioned, because of regen.
So one team is going to ban Elsa, one team is going to ban Invis Woman?
Ability names are shortened to something very quick and easy to mention. So like,
Oh, they
Elsa
banned a
being taken
tanked
out on both
Deadpool.
sides.
See,
You've
there you
still
go.
got a Gambit. Sorry, one-sided for Shikigami to work with, but yeah, nothing from the Daredevil outside of that.
Oh,
Yeah,
they said they have a magic player. Are they going to have magic?
On two
No,
fronts,
Invis.
right? Loki, so that you don't get 2 casts of Raging Royal Flush, which would allow Shikigami to massively out-tempo Pulsar in terms of ultimate generation, because you
The
get 2
Enchantress.
ultimates which
Appreciate
can
massive
be
Prime
used
sub, my
to
friend.
cast
Welcome,
and build
welcome.
up the rest
Appreciate
of your
you
full
subbing.
players.
Appreciate
Gambit's
you guys.
in
Everyone
play
following
as
the
well,
stream
so we
and
get
subbing or
the
resubbing.
Stalwart
Appreciate it,
getting
chat.
removed because Galactic
You guys are
Legend
too
plus
nice. You guys
Raging
are too
Royal
nice.
Flush is an absolute powerhouse of
Save
a win
the
condition.
Invis Woman.
Even if you do have that Gambit mirror matchup, having that Gambit plus Stalwart ultimate a lot of the time actually
The
allows
last
you
ban
to really
is
influence the
Tank
coin flip.
Deadpool.
As we are going to be getting the Vanguard Deadpool removed as well from Shikigami's end. As Pulsar Esports, they went
Dude,
for that
I
second
can't
save
get over
onto
this.
Invis Woman.
Look how
So I
good
feel
this
like
looks.
They're also anticipating Shikigami going for some level of dive, wanting to have the Invis, wanting to be able to use things like the Force Physics to put pressure on, say, the Venom or the
Oh, they
Angela,
got off of it,
depending
bro.
on what Kaya feels going for.
No, the first, I don't think we've seen.
Oh, they're running
Vanguard on both
magic.
sides. We've
Please
seen
tell
it
me you have
no
the new
mirror.
magic skin.
That was not seen it
Please.
at all. So at least some of the, like,
Do
the bigger hitters are coming
us
in,
a
like Loki is
favor.
out. You've got
Show
Elsa
off the new
unavailable
skin.
and
It's a new skin,
Vanguard.
chat. I want to
So
see the new skin.
You do have like a
What's all the
Gambit
hype
versus
about?
Star-Lord case, and I do think that
Wait a minute.
picking out the Star-Lord is interesting.
Pulsar, I know they're on attack. I know they're on attack. They can change it. But Chabagub, like I said, he has got magic playtime. and Kizaru is on Strange. I know you're excited for something else. Sapatic on the Fantastic, but is he gonna really
It's
go?
they're playing on a tournament server, chat, so they have all the lords if they equip
I saw
it.
some stuff on this map actually, and I was going to bring it up to you. There are some like portal plays that you could do that aren't just like TPing. You basically like cover up some of like the high ground where you can mask where like a dive is coming from. I don't know if Kizaru is going to do that, whether it's going to be a pure dive in, but Sapatic is over on the Jean Grey and Chabagoop is on the Magic.
Yeah, on the Magic.
He's not wearing the skin. No, that's why you lost the 1v1. That's why you lost the 1v1, bro. No skin, no win.
You send a Magic against a Daredevil
no
on a 1v1,
skin, no
and
win.
the Daredevil has greater access to the health back. As
he's on Daredevil.
we saw the Magic once, and boom, it's a magic trick. It's Daredevil.
And he's gone. Yeah, it's the mix-up is nice. You've got Treyman that's also been very good on the Angela, and this is a very good point to be playing Angela on both on attack and defense. And Layla's on the Psylocke, something that we haven't seen for quite some time. Seeing if he could sort of aid in with the dive for Frost Mountain. He's trying to keep these
Anonymous
almost like a
gifter
bouncer
with
to make sure the Pulsar's like dive can't really find
subs. Absolutely insane. I appreciate
But
it.
he's also going to be working alongside.
Thank you for supporting the best watch party channel on Twitch and YouTube.
And they're trying to see
YouTube's been popping off as well. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, also able to put pressure with that Psylocke onto Sapatic on the Phoenix. As both of these players, Pulsar in particular, are going to be wanting to use their dive to create space so that Sapatic gets less attention towards him, and the Phoenix can be the one doing the damage and finding the eliminations instead. As we can see, Treeman, like, he's not doing a lot of damage, but the displacement value, especially being able to spare Lindstrom away from any opportunity of the Invis woman kiting, playing to the choke, getting the primary pierce to heal and build up the invisible boundary for this contest is massive, because it literally means that Shikigami can't afford to take a recontest.
This is actually really good by Pulsar, chat. Listen,
to break through first, are able to pick
I
up
don't
want to
see a 2-0, man. I want to see a very close series.
Just that kind of
I'm rooting for the underdog here, bro. I want Pulsar to win this match. Win this map, at least.
The sort of unending fights that they've been going for has worked in their favor, because Shikigami can't quite get themselves together. They keep losing out on players. Not changing up too much with the composition, trying to use this.
I'm usually just a lurker, but this has been a lot of hype to watch. Hey, appreciate it, my friend.
To make their way up the staircase, it could be a really rough time. The Pulsar esports are like setting forward. A good pick onto Tree Man, who's trying to scout some information to make sure that the focus is a little bit split on the side of Shikigami, but the dive is looking to try and come in for the engagement. No. Eternal Bomb is trying to come through. Meteor M is looking for the right kind of target, and it connects perfectly onto the
Oh, okay, LeBron. Emily with the 10 gifted as well on YouTube. W
Eternal Bomb dash animation. And Isidore is just more than happy to be able to chase down with the
W Emily, I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Can swap into the cloak form and mitigate the Meteor M's impact with dark teleportation, and that's taken all of the momentum away from Pulsar's side. If they want it back, they're going to have to overinvest their ultimate economy, and Shikigami, they can take turn first, or they can let Pulsar burn themselves out of their ultimates and take a step backwards. Looks like they go for the first option. Leolaz uses Dance of the Butterflies, forces out the invisible boundary, but Shikigami gets a hold onto theirs, crucially, to have to react to Pulsar's aggression.
Oh, there's so much here too as well when it comes to ultimate. I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle for Kizaru to get a good eye of Agamotto with how the movement, the characters that these have, the barriers in the hands of the
we were watching an Iron Man. They switched off an Iron Man, but wait, chat, there was an Iron Man for a second.
A little bit more.
Shikigami looks like they don't know what they want to do. They're changing a lot of characters. Pulsar has 4 ults right now.
You avoid the Strange Eye of Agamotto stun, and then Carbon Crush.
Certified. Appreciate the massive 2 months as well, my friend.
That Strange ultimate, and it means that Pulsar can't go aggressive. They have to wait for the Emma form to be done first. Shikigami get to come back, clear the space with both the invisible boundary, catching Pulsar esports, and when they're slowed, send Frost Mountain in to finish the job with Let the Devil Out. What a play.
And it meant that Pulsar, even though they still have ultimates in hand, they just never had a good opportunity to use them. What a pivot from Shikigami to go for those characters and find so much success with them. And having something like an Emma Frost means that those ultimates, this side of seduction, they can be placed pretty much anywhere in a fight, and they can find a good amount of value. Dive trying to go in, but the targets are on different individuals, and Sapatic cannot find any space. He has the Unsung Inferno to try and disengage if he wants, but they're looking for something to play around a little bit more to find these picks.
I mean, the more Pulsar as well is staved off, the closer Name
Daredevil
gets to
really
that
still that
one-sided
broken?
Raging Roar flush. Frost Mountain finally now is forced into taking the Daredevil 1v1, which he doesn't want to do. He's been much more inclined to try to deal out things like the Phoenix, as Tree Man bites off a little bit more than he can chew and goes down. Despite this, Pulsar Esports have closed up the distance onto that objective, and this is their best push. They might trade their Invisible Woman for it, though, as Kaya makes the decision to keep pressuring the backline, knowing that he can get out, take the damage, and battery his strategists to have the ultimates when Shikigami call to recontest. Endsong Inferno from Sapatic held in the sky as long as possible. Lapsus will be able to use the Eternal Bomb to meet it, and they have the sustain to match the Raging Well Flush coming through from Shikigami's side. But the moment that those ultimates are done, all of the attention falls to the Legend on the Invisible Woman.
Akai has done such a good job to just keep it going in this fight, surviving, sustaining, stalling. The Dance of Butterfly's Invisible Boundary is going to come in and support him after we saw the Feast of the Abyss used to just keep the fight alive. Now there's a bit of a breathing room as Pulsar are now forced to use whatever they have available, and it's not much. It's maybe El Chabagoob having the Let the Devil Out to go with, but I imagine he's looking to try and coordinate with Tree Man, who's still a way away from having this, like, attribution to work with. ECDOT might find an opportunity, it depends, but they're finding and isolating these picks. They're
Wait,
staggering
also
them.
you get
We're
seeing a little bit of Emma.
Work. I do think Kizaru has
I
Portal.
personally think Emma's not
Yeah, but Pulsar
as strong
Esports,
as
if
she
they
used
use
to be.
Portal,
But
everyone
Nightmare
is just going to
Royal.
have zero angle
Appreciate the massive
control.
5 months, my friend. How
Shikigami
you
are going to
doing?
be able to play the rest of their team so
What's up,
safely.
Jay3? Long-time
as long
watcher,
as he
first-time
still gets
chatter.
to
What's
hold
up, my
on
friend?
to
Welcome,
the convoy
welcome.
objective control on the Emma with that Sonic Seduction. Meanwhile, Frost Mountain's building up the next Let the Devil Out. They'll be able to take advantage of the split that Pulsar Esports
it's tournament
have
bans.
to have one person on the convoy to keep overtime and
It's
play
not
the
your
rest of
ranked
the team
bans.
vulnerable
Tournament
without
bans are a
any
little
element
different.
of peel. And Shikigami don't even let them walk past. There's the Sonic Seduction. The rest of the team kiting away from the Emma, run afoul of the Daredevil instead. And Pulsar Esports, they've lost Kizaru. They've lost any opportunity to stall for a portal play. I think this is where the objective will end, Ryan, as Kizaru will be able to
someone has to
activate
jump
the
through. Someone has to
portal,
jump through.
but
Someone
it
has to jump
might
through. Someone has to
be
jump through.
wrong.
Oh my god.
Oh, no,
What? Oh, I thought they made it.
It doesn't make it in time, and Shikigami complete the hold.
Yo, Prince
it
of
looked
Thieves
close,
for 3
for sure.
months.
But yeah,
Appreciate it. If
Shikigami
you guys
taking a
are
lot of
still
good
wondering
control. I mean,
what
it was
these
the pivot in
bans
the
are
middle of the
like,
game, like 2D Emma Frost showing that, like, I
when
think a
you
lot of
ban a
people were
character,
expecting
you're banning
not
for the
much
other
of Emma in
team. You're
play
not
after,
banning
like,
for the
some of
whole
the
server like
adjustments
you
that
are
she
in
had.
ranked. So if
But
you
still,
ban
like, it was just
Rogue,
the
you're
perfect
banning
position to
Rogue
use
for the
it,
other
and
team.
how
You're not
much
banning
that
Rogue
both
for
these
your
teams played
team.
around
The other
Daredevil.
team can't play Rogue.
But
You
the
could still
difference
play
is
Rogue
that Trevor
unless
wants
they
to be a
ban
little bit more
it.
threatening to the
But
backline.
you can also
Frost Mountain's
save a
job
character.
is
You have
pretty
2
much to
saves.
be like in sort of American football to just keep body checking him and not giving him that space.
It wasn't just that, it was also the tempo change too. Like, you're so used to playing the rhythm of just full dive, full dive, full dive into full dive, full dive,
I like
full
it.
dive, and then all of a sudden
like it.
Shikigami just
Both
rewrite
teams
the
are playing
script
different comps,
entirely.
kind of,
it's sort
and
like
they're
that
not
record
mirror
scratch
matchups,
moment
which
where
I
your
like.
brain takes
It's
a
good.
moment to just like
It's good.
refocus
You don't want to
and
see the same
comprehend.
same
Pulsar
teams
Esports, like the moment they lost
play the
that
same comp
momentum
against each
on
other
the
over and
attack,
over
they
and
got
over again.
boxed into their spawn, and Shikigami were able to just play multiple win conditions.
Why aren't they
taking
on
the dive
Spider-Man?
one
Flat said he
versus
was
one
S
onto
tier.
multiple players on the
Wouldn't
side
it be a
of Pulsar
free
Esports,
win?
while still being able to retain objective control with the anchor of the ammo.
I think I seen
like the
Flats'
composition of
tier list.
Shikigami
I
sort
think
of
his
playing
tier
around.
list is
Is
rage
he
bait.
known for the whole previous that you haven't seen it in quite some
I
time.
haven't watched it. I don't
Do
know
we think
why
it's
he
fast
plays
forward,
some
or do we
characters
think
in
that
some
this is actually
places,
gonna be
but I
sticking
think
with
it's
the
rage
whole
bait.
play?
There's
Could be
no
column
way
A,
that's a
column
real
B.
tier
You've
list,
got
in
the
my
Jeff
opinion.
play too, so it might just be a like come out of these spawn doors at pace. They've gone in for the leap to try to hit it, and it feels almost like cartoonish that we don't get to see just how brutal the action is because it's just been pulled off screen. Not quite
He
found
might
the
have
pick,
good
but look at the
reasons
health.
onto
Like,
why
Pulsar were
some
brought down
characters
low,
are
and they
where,
had to
like,
give up
chat.
a lot of this
Tier
space
lists are only
initially,
opinions
straight off the bat.
on.
Oh,
They're only
one's
opinions.
grabbed out of position.
Oh!
And there's the fastball too. So that Frost Mountain can continue applying that pressure before Pulsar can kite away from it. The Wolverine though does get pushed off of the map. Great reaction coming on through from Treeman. And that should be able to slow Shikigami down at least a little bit, as we can see.
I don't think you're
going to
be able to have the same tournament bans as you would. Wow, a lot of people are falling off the map. I don't think you can have the same tournament bans as you would in comp.
Is going to be out for a second.
I don't think
but
the
there's
tournament
still,
bans work in
some
comp.
semblance of like control.
Hitman,
Keeping the point
Preseason has
touch,
8
but
months.
Wanted to regroup. Keep Pulsar guessing exactly where this fight is going to be coming from. Now Chabagoob is going to get that information. Sapatek is trying to play from distance, use this like long range that Jingray has, but the Wolverine, it was almost a horror jump scare diving in, able to disengage, but they've had to give up that position.
Oh,
I will do a tier list here
yeah,
pretty soon, though, based off of my own opinions.
To have to
But
deal with, and Isidore feels confident to just continue brawling, using those jumps as well as the bulwark bubble.
Hey, what's
to
up,
just
Aim?
give
Appreciate it.
Shiki
J3,
Gami the
chat.
opportunity of staying in longer as opposed to soft
Look what this
diving,
guy said.
baiting resources,
Hi guys,
getting
I'm new
out,
here, but
stabilizing, and
J3
going
seems
in
like a
again,
pretty
and that
positive
means that
person
the
about
dive
this
tempo
game, which is
actually
really
plays
refreshing.
against
Hey.
Pulsar. In this instance, Kizaru
Appreciate
is
it. I
tasked
am
with
very
trying to set
positive.
up the
Ask my
strange
chat.
teleport for the recontest, but who's going to stall on the side of Pulsar Esports? Even if they get the portal through, it feels like it's just going to be baiting resources. Nana using that Raging Roll flush, the Wolverine's Feral Grab taking Kizaru out of position so they can't hide behind the Strange Shield when they come for the teleport.
Wow, that guy's
and it forces
still
the
alive?
invisible
There's no
boundary
way,
with
bro.
the Insult
Holy.
Inferno
Oh, wait, they're bringing up the
looking to
magic
on
again.
Shiki Gami, who's slowed.
How are you, Jay?
Yeah, he's dove in as well, so we don't quite.
But
have
he's not
the
using
health
the
charge in
magic
place just
skin,
yet,
bro.
But enough to try to stall this out a little bit more means that it might be a chance for the
Nice
top
pop on
players.
his
This
ult.
goes
He
a
almost
little
got
bit
out of his
further
mech,
for Pulsar
well,
if he
mech,
goes on to the second
form.
objective. But we do see like Ultra Hulk moving his way through, creating a lot of space, not able to sort of get the grab.
Dude,
but he's
crazy.
able
Hulk
to
players are
make sure
crazy
Pulsar
to
are
watch,
also
bro. When they're
moving one
bouncing and
direction,
doing all
which
that
opens up
stuff.
space for this dive to be punished for one for Treeman, but also Layla's to go for these flanks if he wants.
I mean, Shiki Gami, they should win this fight. It's just a matter of how much it costs them. Lapsus uses the Eternal Bomb to be
nice
able to
kill
dodge
through the
out of the
cloak and
damage
dagger
coming
ult.
through from Fist of
Hails,
Phoebus.
appreciate the
The
massive
Lindstrom's
500
able to
bits,
come
my
up
friend.
with
How
the
you doing? How
invisible
you doing?
boundary. Now that
I
he
am
doesn't
doing
have to worry about
fantastic.
Eternal Bomb pushing them out of it. Unfortunately, Darkchild is taken down as we get a really good XL actually coming out to find a late elimination onto Lapsus, which is now going to have significant impact into Pulsar's ability to fight close on second. They're down a strategist, and Shiki Gami already forging ahead to take all of the map space they can, while Pulsar Esport are down really crucial players.
Yeah, Pulsar setting a faster time, I think, overall, but it's more of just the cadence that Shikigami are able to set. It can all be ruined, especially once they get onto, like, the staircase. Pulsar Esports able to reach the top, but not the second checkpoint. Is still a good distance to be setting, and Shikigami have 3 minutes to try to break it. It's found Kizaru that has stayed over on this Doctor Strange.
This is wild too. We don't see a lot of Wolverines in tournament gameplay, so seeing a Wolverine here is a little interesting.
Finding a lot of like picks in the
How
end.
good is Sentinels? We'll see later today. NA plays after EMEA.
Yeah, Kizaru's off of the Strange.
There's
Was not having a fun time,
after
like
this
you
game,
said,
there's 2
into the
more
Wolverine
EU
in
games, and we'll go
particular.
into
Pulsar
NA.
Esports, they will be coming up to good ultimates, but Shikigami
The
also
Shady.
have
Appreciate the massive new
all
tier
of
1 sub, my
theirs
friend.
to just take the tempo. Name can open up with this Raging Roll Flush, or they could just go first with Layla's.
I cannot tell you what I think about a team.
To
Oh!
overcome it.
Oh!
Gets grabbed out just.
They didn't get that kill.
Oh!
Oh!
With the pin
Both
on the last
supports,
stand, grabs
too.
the invisible woman directly
Oh!
out of the ultimate, and you
The
might as well
I
not
don't know
even
if there's
have
any
seen the
Wolverine
ultimate for
players
the
here in chat,
Viper.
but I don't play Wolverine
This is just
that
a great
much or
isolation.
at all.
You've got the
But
last
like
stand
that
that pulls
change
people
that
like
they
the
did to
invisible boundary
Wolverine,
on
so
one
you
side
don't
and
have to
Layla's
hit the
with the
floor,
chance
you
to
can
both
actually
sides on
ult
the
and hit
other, so
walls,
pick your
was one of the
poison, really,
biggest
both of
and
the duels
I think
finding
great
so much.
changes for
And there's a
Wolverine.
stall that's attempted from Treeman. He's so low, he can't do all that much. Hulk having ultimate is going to pull it out, so if anybody really wants to get close, you might want to reconsider your options, as Pulsar not able to actually get anybody to stall
Shikigami
it out
actually
in
2-0'd
the end.
this.
Shikigami blistered their way up the staircase and find themselves a
Hey,
nice swift
in the
2-0
beginning
win.
of the series,
Yeah,
I said,
Shikigami,
chat,
it just
if you
felt
want
like they
money,
full
bet on
controlled the tempo
Shikigami. Did I
from
not?
start to finish of that
Did I
attacking
not?
round. Really doing like, a great job
72% of
with
you
the
guys agreed
Wolverine
with me. Thank
as
you.
well,
I
getting
don't know
to
why
the last
150
stand,
people
cancelling out the
voted
impact of
against me.
invisible boundary, which Pulsar could
You just
potentially have
lost
used to buy themselves a
$1.7
precious
million.
8 seconds of stabilize and battery
Hold up,
up
before I
a
do
win
this, I wanna see the
condition once
stats.
it drops. Shiki just say, no, we understand that that's going to be your potential win condition.
30 and
we're
4
going to
on
stop
Wolverine.
It. As
Oh, sorry,
we got
let me
the Hulk
try
that
to-
we talked about. We said that we were potentially going to be seeing a little bit more
they're
of
not
this
really
Vanguard.
showing you the stats
we
that
also
long.
got Kaya's
okay.
Venom,
07.
and it really has been just the crown in the jewel for this team from last year.
Congratulations to everyone who voted on
Everybody
Shikigami.
seems
Enjoy
to
your
be
points.
hitting their stride, really, and it makes sense when you look at the success that this team had over in like season 5 of MRC.
LT, Lieutenant
but I think
Ad,
it's more
appreciate
like
that's a prime
seeing
sub,
like
my friend.
Isidore start to shine a little bit more often.
Next
I think
game
last
is
time we
going to be
talked
fun,
in a lot
chat.
was how
Next
Kaya was
game is going to be the
performing.
game.
It
You
was
have the
main set piece for him,
defending
but, like, his Venom
Marvel
especially
Rival
looked
champions,
really
Virtus
threatening
Pro,
despite Venom
go against
using
the
a little bit of his
best
strength
Marvel
at that
Rivals
time. But Isidore showing why
champions
Hulk
team,
is
the
still
MRC team.
a good threat.
It's gonna be a great. It's gonna be a great game, bro. It's gonna be a great
one thing
game.
to highlight more is just like Frost Mountain versus El Chabagoob is a good head-to-head with how they play melee, but Frost Mountain just looks
America
so good
team
right
plays
now. It's
after
perfect
an
for the characters he's able to
EMEA.
We've
You
known
have
for a
2
fact
more
for a
matches,
bit
chat.
they've
You have
always been
Virtus
a very
Pro,
flexible player. They've
and then
even
you
done
have
stuff
Team
like
Peps,
Storm in previous
and these
metas,
teams, and then we
even
go
Paladin
on
Jeff
to
Vader,
NA.
just to like really just adjust. But that was such good marking by Frost Mountain.
Do you think that
starting
Psylocke
off
is
there.
good
They
right now?
also
Yes.
reacted to Magic,
Psylocke
but
is
they've
very
got
good.
Wolverine to counteract
Very
the
good.
defense.
And I think the
do wanna
reason
say
that
some
Psylocke is
moments
really
brilliant
good now
from
is that
Pulsar.
the
There
ult
is
charge
something there.
change
We
really
see
did
him
help her.
stabilize a little bit.
And
I especially enjoyed
just because the
Keyman,
supports are not going to be
doing
getting their
Frost
ult
Mountain
every
to see how
5
he like
seconds,
it and push
that
against
means
it.
you could
It's
wait,
just
bait out
delightful.
support ults when you
But
know the other team doesn't have
overall,
support ults. You could
this
go
is
in with your
exactly
Psylocke
what
ult
we
and do a
wanted to
lot of
see from
damage.
Shikigami.
I think
Isidore
Psylocke
and the
is
Hulk and the
probably
Groot
one of the
across
best
two
characters
matches.
right now.
Incredible performance.
And you'll see that when I do my tier list.
Leo has just been silently just picking people off over and over again. They were 11
TDG
and 2
Vanilla? Appreciate
in
the
that
massive prime
series.
sub.
We love talking about Leo, former console champion. In
Jay,
Season 0,
CNF
moved
came
over
third.
to
Oh, did
Museum,
they
has
actually
been
come
in
third? Someone
Ignite
said they won. They
and
won.
has just been performing
Someone
so
lied to me
well.
then.
Nicely done, Shikigami.
God
making
damn
a
liars.
Fantastic name for themselves here, and the organization moving over to the Americas, as you said in the game, Ryan, will be extremely happy with that pickup.
Yeah, I think also just like on the side of like Pulsar in this case, like looking at their strength of schedule, they have Alter Esports tomorrow, which is a major game for them to try to like rewrite the ship, I suppose.
2 different
like, make that a
Moxies.
lot more competitive
There's a Moxie the
against
streamer
team
and
that
Moxie the
qualified through
caster.
MRC, but
Different
also they
spelling.
have Team Heretics on Sunday, which is a very difficult matchup. You don't really know what you're going to get.
VP
at this
is
point,
next,
but
yes.
It really is just a case of like you've got 2 tough games out. That middle one tomorrow is the must win for them if they want a chance for playoffs.
And Moxie, what do Pulsar need to...
Are all these one
what
above
do they
all
need
players,
to
or
do
they
to
just play the game
get that?
competitively?
I
They're
think
professional
we
players.
saw
They
them
scrim a
try to
lot.
go for those dive positions the way that they like sent the magic all the way around to flank and try and split Shikigami's attention. The problem was it was a little bit predictable of how to play the dive, and Shikigami just countered them at every possible turn.
I wonder if
I
they're doing
think
it.
for Pulsar being able to not just play like full dive hit style, but also maybe go for displacement dive of literally just have one person pull the attention of multiple, and then the rest of your team takes advantage of the rest of the space. Because it wasn't just Chabo Goob getting picked apart by the Daredevil early on. It was also Treeman. Like we saw multiple times the Angela try to go from behind
YWL1
and grab
MRC?
players from Shikigami, buy a
YWL?
little bit more space for the rest of his team, and then the Angela would
guess
just be
they're
on the
not playing
ground in
today,
the space of
'cause
about
these are the
3
only teams that are
seconds
playing
because
today.
Shikigami baited themselves perfectly, calmed when
I
the
guess
Angela
more
was
teams will play
close,
tomorrow.
and dealt with her instantly.
It was
Oh,
magnificent
that's
to see.
NA,
We are
MRC?
gonna have
Yeah,
an
there's
interview
2 different
with
regions, chat.
Kaya.
This is
Almost
EMEA.
titular. If we were back a season, it would be the titular Kaya. But we will be getting into an interview with them in just a moment.
Oh, you guys are getting
But
an interview.
We talked about it
Bans! Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome.
Number 2 for the backline of Shikigami. Lindstrom and Name, they started off with just a heavy defense on the first series with that Loki taken away from them in series number 2, but still seemed completely fine. The Invisible Woman did fantastic. The Gambit coming in there, even though it's been banned out fairly consistently for a long
I
time
will
today,
say,
it is
I
making a
don't know
difference.
how
These two in the
strong-
backline are working beautifully together, Ryan.
I don't know how
I think it's
strong
also, like,
Virtus
for-
Pro is going to
for
be.
Lindstrom in this
Metas
case, like,
change,
we sort of expected that he would
characters
be, like,
change.
a
Some
rock in
characters
that
get
backline because
stronger,
of,
some
like,
characters get
getting some
nerfed.
experience playing with, like, Virtus
It might
Pro.
be a
Alter
brawl
seemed
meta,
very
one might
well
be a
suited in
dive
that
meta.
approach. But,
Things
like,
change,
Name
chat. So
and
the team
Frost
that could be the
Mountain, they both
defending
came from, like,
champs
OGC
could
and, like,
also
0%
lose.
and stuff.
So I don't know, man.
They've really started to put this together. We saw glimpses of it with like cooking with Kyra in season 5 of like, okay, this team is actually really well drilled. But it's the fact that they've really like dotted their I's and crossed their T's in a meta that is very open. They were very like just open with the draft full stop. They let a lot of stuff through to see what they could sort of work with. And it didn't matter. They not only had really good comps right off the board, but they made really good pivots too. I think Name in that backline working off of Lindstrom really starting to show why he was picked up for this team and why Shikigami picked up the team as a whole.
Betting against Saipe is like betting
Regarding
against
the
Brady.
adjustments, you said the team being able to pivot when
Brady?
needed
Who's-
was
I don't
beautiful
watch
to
tennis.
see.
I don't-
So
I'm sorry.
Right now, the question for Shikigami isn't how well will they like how well they are they going to make it to playoffs or anything like that. Right now, the question might be where.
Wait, I think their mic's cut out. He is flexing his biceps. Me? Doing this? This isn't even flexing. Look at that shit.
We're already been able to play dive to a level that they were able to achieve with Kaya last year, you can then
I don't want to
apply
flex
that
or
same
anything,
formula of, if you know how to play it, you know
but
how to
I
play
can
against
put
it. Something that
a watermelon
showed
between
off
my
in
thighs and crush
spades
it.
in this matchup.
I was 2D for a moment there, but I have returned to the land.
Yo, Aim Pine! Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
The curtain, but I mean, it's day
What's your
one.
favorite bicep exercise?
Exactly.
Ooh!
Exactly.
Anyone here go from my gym? Anyone here from my stream go to the gym? I promote health, chat, on my stream. Health is wealth, bro. If there's one thing in life that you should focus on, is definitely going to be your health. My favorite bicep exercise is when you sit down on those benches.
I mean,
You go to, I think you go to 45 degrees. You know those, the dumbbell ones? Go to 45 degrees, get your dumbbells, and you get that very long
We sort of
stretch.
saw like a showing of these players, like, yeah, they're pretty decent, but like the actual teams themselves didn't perform that amazingly or didn't do that well. But then you see some of the roster moves, and then suddenly they're like top 4, top 6 without an order.
Yeah, the
like,
incline
oh,
curls. You get
I
that very
underestimated
deep,
these guys, and
long
it seems
stretch.
like you said,
And I don't know
whereas
about
the
you
team
guys,
should
but
be
going in
because I
deep,
have them
long,
definitely, like,
and getting that
giving
stretch in
Team
is what
Heretics
you
a good
want.
shot, but I think Virtus Pro need to be a little bit, sorry, now they need to be a little bit careful as well, because this team has got a lot of practice and a lot of reps in recently.
Listen, chat, no pain, no gain.
Seeing from Team Heretics later on today. That's our last series of the day. We've already seen Na'Vi come out swinging. While we wait for the interview to get set up, Team Heretics playing last today against Team Pep. So
I don't want to do a gym. Okay, this is gonna sound really crazy. I would love to do a gym workout with you guys.
Next matchup, I've been seeing some excitement about it.
But I want to rent out the gym, which I cannot do. I do not want to be one of those guys that shove a camera into people's faces and they're not comfortable at the gym. Listen, I overthink when I'm a streamer, and yeah, I just can't do that, man.
A rough opportunity for Alter and Crown.
Like, if I ever do an IRL stream, Emily and I make sure we contact the place first, make sure it's okay to stream on their property, and we do it the right way.
I mean, rightfully so.
I just don't like going to places and just IRL streaming and shoving my camera in everyone's face. I just can't do that. I don't like that. Also, you guys say build a home gym. I don't want to do a home gym. I'm a streamer. I stay home all day. The gym is the one time a day I get to go outside and like experience face-to-face interaction and look at the sun and touch grass.
Like potentially White Fox, Vanguard, Deadpool as well. I feel like is going to suit Virtus Pro's playstyle incredibly well, because even when we got to see them last at Atlanta, they were playing dive, but they were playing it to the tempo of Rush. They were getting like so aggressive. They would steamroll through your whole team in about 5 seconds.
Hot take here. The reason I like to go to the gym as well is because I want to see people's faces. I do like to see that human interaction, because I do think online, especially with a lot of streamers or maybe even gamers out in general, if you spend all day gaming and you just see like, you know, pixels or you see people's names, you're not gonna like, I don't know, you're not gonna realize that there are people behind the monitor with those names. Like, you know, some people might just see a name and be like, oh yeah, fuck you, bro. Like, it's another person on the other side of the monitor. You know what I'm saying?
We love to hear that. So we have to start off with the ask of, you guys came in with some different strategies to what we've seen from the other teams today. You brought out the Groot, you brought out, of course, the fastball with the fastball special with the Hulk and the Wolverine. How much more are we to expect to see in terms of?
Except my chat. My chat are all view bots. Make sure you guys smile so you guys can get paid at the end of the day.
Like so many different comps.
If you guys don't smile, you can't get paid.
Like, we're super flexible. We can basically run every tank, every DPS, every support. So you will see us playing a lot of different stuff.
Speaking about different stuff, we have to talk about the difference in terms of Ultimate Generation and where that's led compositions into much more of a neutral-based focus. How did you sort of adapt as a team into the new environment, which
to
is
be a professional player, bro, this guy's pounding beers back there. Look, this guy drank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bottles, bro, before he started gaming and he won.
Because
damn,
one thing struggled a bit against was just teams just only playing for those ults, like they weren't doing anything and they were only playing for ults. That was like something we struggled with, but we see now on this patch you can't really do that anymore. So we feel like one of our weaknesses is like essentially like pretty much removed. So it feels good.
I want to talk a little bit about like season 5 MRC cooking with Kaya. That's like the team that the card that's been picked up from Shikigami.
Bro,
like, what
that
was
is
it
true
about
though.
That team that's really caught like the Ogs.
Have you guys ever actually, to those who are of age, have you guys actually drank like one drink and were like you got a little like buzzed or lightheaded or whatever? You get the feeling, and then you played video games. You actually, you can do a lot better because I think you give you don't care what happens. You do crazy stuff and you actually perform a lot better sometimes.
We are super comfortable on all our characters, like individually. So we're just looking to basically just not feed. That's basically.
And then if you have another, you
like,
play like you're at. Yeah.
Don't feed, and we're better than everyone else. So this is like.
I've done one drunk stream before on my stream. One junk stream. And if you guys weren't there, you weren't there. But I was playing Apex, and I remember staring at a tree for 15 minutes laughing because I saw the leaves.
A couple of yours first time. A lot of you have been in Ignite before, but for those who are just getting to know you guys at Shikigami, what do you have to say to the audience out there, or to your opponents that might be waiting for you?
I mean, I see everyone putting us in like third, like literally everyone. Not a single person has put us above third through this like, prediction. Oh, but
I got you second in Heritage.
Yo, what's up, Dad? How you
from
doing?
the ones I've seen, I haven't seen anyone, but I think like we should be considered as like a contender for top in our group, and I mean, yeah, just don't underestimate us.
Don't underestimate Shikigami. Wise words, and ones that I think have already been proven. Kaya, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go celebrate with your team.
How are you, Dad?
The following games.
Thank you.
A great start by Shikigami, putting on an incredible performance, and also Kaya, absolutely lovely. More strategies. Don't underestimate us. And those are two scary words to hear for any team, knowing that you are against a team that's that flexible with more hidden, who are confident enough to say, yeah, no, we'll put third. Which
Oh, sorry. Oh. I was trying to sneeze in my shirt, but had a dad.
I felt vindicated.
How you doing, Dad?
I mean, I will say, I put them third of the stipulation. I feel like anyone in my top 3 could come at any possible position combination. And I think, like, Tetch is the same. Like, it really is
he's in my Twitch chat right now.
To call, like, where exactly between Shikigami,
Damn,
Navi,
you got
and
COVID.
Heretics,
Dad, I sneezed once. What are you talking about?
Well, we're going to find out a little bit more about Heretics later on. But for now, we're going to head to a break because it's a World Champions time coming up after this. We're going to be getting ready for our next matchup, which is Virtus Pro versus Crownfall. Don't go anywhere.
Ooh. Virtus Pro. Chat, you know what that means. Let's get it going. Your next predictions. Virtus Pro against Crownfall. Who is going to win? Let me see this prediction. J3, what team are you on? I am not on a team, Dad. What team do you guys think is going to win? Oh my god, it's already 2 million on Virtus Pro and only 20,000 on Crownfall. Oh my god, bro. I feel like we're about to see the hydrogen bomb versus the coughing baby. I actually think we're about to see the hydrogen bomb versus the coughing baby, chat. I feel so bad. 3 million to 200,000. Look at the return ratio, bro. The return ratio is 1 to 20. If you bet 10,000, you can win 200,000. Did you say bomb or chocolate? What the? There's no way. There's no way there's some people putting their channel points on. Yo, who is this? Where is Koyi Benny 18? You are putting 100,000 points on Crownfall. You are ballsy. Yo, Ward Track Jr. Appreciate that as a prime sub, my friend. How you doing? 6 million. 6 million. Almost 300 people compared to 100 people. How do you say your name? SPVNX? Appreciate the massive prime sub as well, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Should have just tagged it Saipei versus Crownfall. Listen, as great as Saipei is, known him for years, chat. This is a team-based game, and his team does work really well together. Oh yeah, there you go, Chocolate. My dad sees you.
My time to shine.
Okay, 2 minutes left, chat. The prediction's gonna stay for a while, but this is like the most outrageous prediction we've seen. 7.5 million on Virtus Pro, only 1.2 on Crown. 350 people against 100 people. Hey, good shit, Punchy. I keep hopping in and out of Twitch chat just to bet the points. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Isn't one of the Na'Vi players rank 1? Na'Vi? We're talking about Virtus Pro here, though. Virtus Pro did have Saipei, who was rank 1, yes. He was also rank 2. He had another account, I think, rank 3. I'm pretty sure he also had another account rank 4. He did have another account rank 5. And I'm also pretty sure he had another account rank 6. So yeah, he had 6, I think, of the rank top 10 leaderboard. Yeah. Cap? That's not cap. There was a time he had 6 of the top 10 spots, and people were complaining about it because he had all these alt accounts in top 10. But like realistically speaking, chat, if you're rank 1, your queues are going to be like 45 minutes long. So he made alt accounts to get queues. So I mean, and people were saying, oh my god, the guy has no life, blah, 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 and all that. But he's a professional player. His job is to play the game, so. Chocolate, I don't know about all that, bro. You're comparing greatness to, like, Saipei. You're comparing Saipei to, yeah. I wouldn't go that far.
Congratulations on making your way to the big leagues, Crownfall. You get to play against Virtus Pro. Welcome back from the break. We're getting ready to head into our 4th series of the day. I am still Tetra, still joined by Got Moxie and Ryan Central. Crownfall, our MRC team have to play the world champions. Who wants to try and build up Crownfall to give them the motivation here?
You get out the way first. Kind of like going to the dentist. Just get it over with, and then you don't need to worry about it for another 6 months.
Damn, that's fucked up, bro.
A hard opponent. It means that you can sort of get used to the nerves.
Finzi, Nevix, Sparker, Thai, Saipei, and Dreedra.
You said hard opponent. Tell us about him.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally going to be impossible to come out of Ban Draft without letting Virtus Pro have one of their best, if not their best heroes, because Psylocke is back in meta, Star-Lord is back in
Sparker
meta,
on Psylocke is disgusting, Thai on Star-Lord is also disgusting.
Play things like the Captain America plus the Venom double dive Vanguard that we got to see previously in Atlanta, as well as just like the backline. Dridro has been improving so massively towards things like the Cloak and Dagger, as well as that Jeff, and Saipei is arguably the best Marvel Rivals player in the whole game. Now gets the opportunity to grab his hands on a new strategist. Like, this is Virtus Pro's meta, surely.
But Ryan, this is not a foregone conclusion. There is still a best of 3 to go through, and these are their opponents fighting their way through MRC Crownfall.
Yeah, this is a team that's made like a couple of adjustments.
Yeah, but you're better, right? Oh, there's a reason why I watch these and I don't play in them. Did you guys actually know that Marvel Rivals pays me $15 billion every year to not compete in the pro tournament? Because if I was on a team, I would just roll it. I actually, there was once upon a time in the beta, I did sign up my team, which was just me against, you know, Virtus Pro, and I did end up winning 1v6, and that way they banned me.
Saudi players and stuff that got some experience in stage 2, as well as like Rosa and Abuhu that played for OG Seed, L9 and stuff for previous stages.
And
it's
that way,
mix,
if you guys actually read the rule book, they didn't say J3 you can't play anymore, you're banned. No, they actually made a hair limit. You have to have a certain amount of hair to play in tournaments now, and that way they put that rule in there to get me out of the tournaments. Kind of fucked up, but...
While we also unlock Virtus Pro from the vault, we haven't seen what they've been doing. Moxie said it earlier. They haven't played in tournaments like Na'Vi have. They haven't showed us anything. We have not seen them since the World Championships. And we're first going to see them here on Celestial Husk for the second time. We're going to start off with some hefty brawls.
I'm pretty sure I did see Blaney put all of the players in a big suitcase at the end of Grand Finals.
Do you guys think Crownfall will win a fight?
Up, and I think
what are you guys' thoughts?
Quite rightfully taking a big break, because not only these guys played for all of Ignite and the Invitational, they were playing in like pre-season, pre-beta like tournaments.
Yeah.
Anything
Wait,
that they could
screw
get their
it.
hands
I'm
on,
watching the stream on your channel, Jay.
Hey,
bro, you should watch my stream for the tournament, bro. This is the best Marvel Rivals
like,
watch
what's
party.
the composition gonna
Ask
be?
chat.
Or do you even
It gets
show
so hyped
your
in
new
here.
compositions as well? Because like I think it might be a really safe play for Virtus Pro if they just show what we already know of. Right? The Psylocke, the Star-Lord, the Daredevil, potentially not even changing like your backline all that much. You don't have to show White Fox if you don't want to show off the White Fox, so you can hold on to some of your strategies, because you know every team, not just the ones in EMEA's region, are going to be watching Virtus Pro's gameplay with a magnifying glass to work out what exactly makes their composition tick.
If you're going to copy someone, you copy the best, the world champions, but not just that. Season 0 was Team Cat, Season 1, Season 2, every MRC they've been eligible for, every Ignite except for Stage 1 of EMEA. That is the only tournament that Virtus Pro have not won that they've played in. And they're looking to try and continue that streak as we're going to be getting ready to head into Celestial.
Jay's watch party from last year is just him twerking all over the place. Hey, yo.
They are the team that's going to need to surprise here. While Virtus Pro might be looking to not show stuff, Crownfall, they got nothing to lose. Might as well just throw everything at the wall and see what happens.
Predictions? The predictions are already going if you guys want to bet.
Like the biggest struggle.
The predictions right now are 87% on Virtus Pro, 13% on Crownfall, 10 million to 1.5 million. 500 people vote on Virtus Pro. Crownfall has 100.
Virtus Pro haven't been completely infallible in series. They have dropped a couple of maps. They have dropped some series leading up to the bigger games. I don't know if they'll be here, but Virtus Pro can show gaps. We'll see.
I think this is a good indicator as well to where Crownfall could potentially fall within their group, as we are, like we said, going to be weighing them up against Reason and Vision a lot.
There's only one way to find out, though, and that's just by starting. A very good place to begin. Let's head on into our first map of Crownfall versus Virtus Pro.
Don't want to begin at the end, I guess. Unless you're doing some like weird like M. Night Shyamalan film where it's like
okay, let's see this.
But we are seeing sort of this thing build up. Virtus Pro actually happy and open to let the other team potentially have a one-sided Elsa. They want to make sure that they get
Oh, they're giving Elsa to the other team, but they're
right?
saving Gambit for their team.
To let the Elsa go through because they understood that they could still put pressure on it by diving it. And as we said, Virtus Pro are a very aggressive dive code team that do like to do a whole lot of setups.
No, Saipei is not champion Spider-Man chat. They're using a tournament server, so all the champions, all the lords, everything is already unlocked. All the skins.
Virtus Pro still have Fi's Daredevil currently in play, as Loki is removed for both of these teams, but Virtus Pro also get the one-sided Gambit. There's the Daredevil ban that we were expecting, as I think if you're weighing up like the Daredevil or the Psylocke, Daredevil being able to give that information so you don't even rely on just the elimination value he can bring to the table, but more so being able to coordinate those hits as quickly as Virtus Pro can is a much more valuable resource to remove from the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Daredevil banned out, Invisible Woman hovered over, so at least there's something for the backline to be working with.
Yeah, there's tournament clients because let's just say if Marvel Rivals decides to do a patch today, if you have been scrimming and practicing for a tournament that starts today, and there happens to be a patch today, they're not going to drop a patch and make you play on the patch. That doesn't make any sense, right? So they're on a different server with a different patch, probably not the one that came out yesterday. Yeah,
seems almost certain.
Oh, there it is. As I said, like, it plays perfectly to
Ooh, this team! Wait, this is like the best ban phase! They saved Gambit, banned Gambit, and they also saved Deadpool and banned the Deadpool.
Dive. Also, Saipei could potentially go for the White Fox.
Wait, this was like the best ban phase I've ever seen from. Oh my god, no, chat. I think Crown GG's.
It's going to change up the tempo that Virtus Pro play. Is it going to be aggressively using the Sanctuary Teleport to get Saipei into the mix of things, or is it going to be used more as a defensive so that if Crownfall put pressure on your backline, you can simply kite out of any threat?
Yeah, it's whether they can work from here. I've also noticed that we saw Saipei picking up a couple more, like, Lord titles themselves. Spider-Man is the new one. I think it was Mr. Fantastic that I was very keen on seeing, but haven't seen him in action today, which is completely understandable, just sad.
I mean, Crownfall, it feels like we're going to be seeing the Jeff come through with FHDC on the Psylocke, so probably some avenue of dive once Rosa sets up a strange TP and then swaps onto, I would imagine, the Venom, given you're running the Jeff for symbiotic shenanigans. So then we would see the team core split. You've got half of your team playing dive and trying to put pressure onto Virtus Pro, so the rest of your team gets less attention towards them, and MJD on that Elsa can start pumping out the damage and potentially finding these eliminations. As doors open, and Crownfall, I would assume, are still standing outside their respawn looking for a teleport, but no, it actually looks like they're walking instead of using the teleport to take a high ground control.
Just going by, maybe to just sort of keep this fight stalled out and fighting in the end, but like Crownfall now trying to play around the trunk. Good sort of showing of that it's this very front-to-back approach that Crownfall are trying to go for, whereas the dive, trying to set up some better sight lines, it looks like, for Dreidro. Looking to see what he's going to go in. The group wall trying to break up an isolated
put me in. Yeah, put me in. I want to watch someone.
Get to the right side of it.
I mean, speaking about quickly, look at the ult charge for Fi on the Vanguard Deadpool. Banhammer is about to be on the field, and I'm sure it's going to be coming towards Crownfall strategist line in a
they're playing 3 tanks?
Moments, but
wait, Saipei is playing White Fox?
And Rosa.
Wait, they're losing the first fight?
Ultimate invested so that Virtus Pro can look to try and even the score, find a couple of trades, and potentially still like Crownfall's objective cap, because first cap goes the way of Crownfall, and now FHDC on the Psylocke can apply a little bit of pressure, I would say that.
This just in. Virtus Pro. What?
Turns out that the Invisible Woman sees through the Psylocke shenanigans.
Saipei, overrated?
You're not going to just get space because you assume that you're going to get it. It's Virtus Pro. They will find picks out of seemingly nowhere, and even on the most unsuspected of players. The dive's still committed, though. Fi in on the Strange, trying to see if he can get the pick up to the group. He can. It's Jeff. He has to avoid it. Hopped up into the air. Don't think it actually connects onto anybody, but he's trying to disengage. He's taken out from Finzi from the Meteor M, so it's absolute riot from Virtus Pro.
Never mind.
Clean up the fight and engagement. Whilst it was maybe surprising Crownfall took it first, it didn't take too long to go into the other hands.
Yeah, but it did cost them that Raging Royal Flesh from Dreidro, so you don't have it to synergize with Sparker's ultimate. Virtus Pro do, however, have a couple of things they can use to force Derbies, but if they use Invisible Woman to mirror Derbies, then FHDC gets a free down to the Butterflies. Spark is in the same camp, however. So it definitely feels like we're about to see a lot of ultimates invested, and the team that can find more value with them will be able to walk out the winner of this engagement. As first ultimate comes off, it's Heartbreaker that forces Derby into using Invisible Boundary. Spark is just going to hold ult though, Ryan. 8 seconds pass, and the Starlord's home free.
Does he even need to use it? Dance of the Butterfly is going to try to be used, and it's just a simple case
of
dash
no,
out
that looked like a J3 Dance of the Butterfly, bro. It hit nothing and killed nothing.
They have control of the objective. They're still finding picks. They could just sit pretty, honestly.
Oh, no, bro.
Royal Flush at this rate.
I mean, if you're Crownfall, you would probably look for a Strangling Prison combined with the Apex Predator.
Don't tell me I have to bring out the J3's Elo Hell in the tournament gameplay, bro. Come on.
Onto the Phoenix, play a little bit more range, not having to commit into a distance that Saipe can punish with the Force Physics. As Virtus Pro take that turn first, no invisible woman, no invisible boundary. Out comes the Galactic Legend. Finzi gets the eat as well onto Strangling Prison from Abuhu, and Crownfall just lose their win conditions. They have to lose the fight fast, look for a regroup, and try to push forward with the threat of Apex Predator, stopping Virtus Pro from grouping up.
Really feels that these long sightlines that we're seeing have been really employed nicely from Virtus Pro. They're aligned quite literally in how they're taking these fights. Just trying to barrel through what Crownfall
this is a J3 custom content. I'm basically taking a team of Virtus Pro, which are Diamond players, against Crownfall, which is also Diamond players. It's basically PC versus console right now.
Whether it's going to like combine in some fashion or whether the chaos is exactly
who are the better Diamond players?
Jeff trying to isolate the target, but with all of this going on, Moxie, Crownfall can't touch the point.
Yep, no one's on point. Crownfall, unfortunately, losing Celestial Vault as it's Jeff does not count as contesting. And even then, I don't think Ayano Koji was even on the point. As Derby is going to have an invisible boundary for
Cozy is an NA caster. This is EMEA. NA is next after this. Two different regions, two different casters.
But no, they
unless it's a LAN event, then all the casters come together.
To Ensong and swap FHDC back onto the Psylocke.
We've also got maybe Sparker going for the Punisher, probably to just get rid of some of these group walls for Boohoo. We've already seen
Sparker on Punisher. You already know that Sparker's a Flats fan. He saw that tier list.
Like, don't worry, guys. Don't worry, Vanguards. I'm just gonna break them.
I mean, great synergy as well with the Raging Royal Flush. Like, multiple times we've seen Punisher get punished for a lack of mobility within Final Judgment. That goes out the window, and your Punisher goes fully into the enemy team if he's equipped with the Gambit Ultimate. Is Finzi's actually going to be starting on the Strange here? Is this going to be
America? Actually, it is 2 p.m. right now, but I am watching America matches as well. Yes.
They kidnapped Abuhu.
It's a bit of a weird fight, but it has forced Saipe to use the invisible boundary. So it's a little bit more chaotic as the Venn diagram is going to provide the objective engagement that it seems that Crownfall have taken a lot of space. Yeah, they seem to have like managed to take the space and might be able to contest it, but Virtus Pro having numbers.
Also, chat, I don't know if you guys are talking about the B-hop. What a lot of pros do is they bound B-hop to like scroll down on their mouse, and if you have one of those scroll wheels where you can scroll and it keeps scrolling, well, if you do an ability and you bunny hop, you scroll down, you're always gonna bunny hop.
And we talked about it, right? This is the
That's how they do it.
Virtus Pro love to play on domination.
If you guys were wondering.
Find a space, take an inch, take a mile.
Especially when it was Crownfall, it was trying to dictate the pace with the portal play. It seemed that the dive was pretty good.
What time is it where you live, Jay?
No, it was 2 p.m.
EST.
Virtus Pro portals and then core Crownfall mid-rotation for a choke, which is how Abuhu ended up taking a wrong turn outside Virtus Pro's own spawn.
It was definitely like disorientating. Both teams trying to work out which side that they were playing from. But yeah, Virtus Pro like not really wanting to just like Crownfall set up in these engagements. And now when you've got the Punisher and the Royal Flush ready, it is Dream that goes down first. So I do wonder if the ultimate's going to be used as a response or whether...
Are you going to play Bioshock 2? Yes.
Banhammer comes on through alongside Aya Wakamoto, catching both Darby and MJD. Ayano Koji is able to dodge it with the use of Eternal Bond. Rosa to the Meteor M. So Virtus Pro, they look like they're just going to disengage, wait for Dream to come back, recontest with the Raging Royal Flush. Now that you don't have to worry about Meteor M and Eternal Bond, stopping your Final Judgment from Sparker's side. They have lost control of the point, however, and Crownfall kited out the initial engagement, which allows them to hold on to the point now, forcing Saipe into
Ooh, wait, Shotgun Punisher? We've seen this before.
To confirm the flip.
We did a rank 1 video on that.
Davi's managed to force physics his way back for Spark, and Invisible Boundaries provided some window of like relief, but you've still got players from Crownfall trying to fight in it, and Virtus Pro not giving them any space. Portal is going to be dedicated. Whilst they still have the objective and working their way up towards 30%, but they lose some of the backline. The Cloak and Dagger does go down. No ultimates are going to be used in this moment. There's none available for Crownfall to use in a response, but they are doing a pretty good job at stalling this as numbers are just trying to come out one at a time from the portal. It's gone down around for the moment of Virtus Pro, looking to take things back as Crown Fall.
Oh, that shot, dude, the Punisher shotgun is so
that
strong,
fight going
man.
long is good for point percentage for Crownfall.
Punisher
It's
shotgun
also great for
hits like a
ultimate economy for
truck,
Virtus
dude.
Pro. And also, they know that Strange
Why do
just
people
used
call you
teleport,
bald,
which
Jay?
means
I
that
love
they
your
can
hair.
actually hold a
Thank
little bit
you. I don't
closer
know, man.
and
They're
go
jealous.
for first point of contact
you.
with Nevix on that
W
heartbreaker
YouTube.
as Crownfall try to cross through those chokes and onto the point itself. So we're seeing a little bit of a wraparound again back into the bunker for Crownfall, keeping their backline a little bit safer from the side of Virtus Pro as they have to get ready to disengage this Rogue Ultimate when Virtus Pro decide to full send it.
Now, how's the fight gonna go? You've got the final judgment coming through with a Royal Flush.
Oh.
It's brutal, at least off the back of it, but you've got the Heartbreaker and then the Banhammer. If there's anything that's going to
that's a
dictate
lot
fight, those
of
three ultimates
that's a
are
lot
certainly
of
going to work, and
damage.
now they're
Chat.
pushing
Uh-oh, they're
to make sure
spawn
that
camping. Are they
Pulsar
spawn
can't
camping?
be
They
in
can't
the
portal
process
as
for
well because
Crownfall.
the
I mean, they used
Crownfall
it
already
earlier, so
used
I
their
don't know if
portal.
it's
I
even
don't
gonna
think
be
it's on
available already yet.
it's on
Very least
cooldown
they're gonna
still.
put bodies in the way to stop the touch happening, to force overtime, something that Crownfall weren't able to do last. It seems to be like a mad dash and approach. At least the wick was activated. We're losing a Boohoo. It's going to be one player at a time to try to stall this out. Virtus Pro not giving them even a view of what the objective is going to be.
Finzi
Finzi
ulting on both supports.
And then the Maelstrom afterwards.
GG's.
2-0 win for Virtus Pro. Start to see them in 2026 for Ignite. And the domination map
It
goes
was a
hand in hand.
2-0.
Yeah,
But it
great
wasn't
Eye of Agamotto
200%
there
to
end things
0%.
off as it did catch the cloak and dagger.
Yo, how you
who's
doing, TTK? You feeling good about today?
92% To that Eternal
dad's
Bond,
here
which
as
might
well.
have allowed Crownfall to be able to sustain the overtime fight and spin it into a position where it was winnable. But
Sorry, chat. I
you
keep
get
pausing
Rogue,
the
you get
stream. I
Gambit, you
gotta
get
catch
Punisher.
up.
Those three ultimates, every time you hit that cycle, you're going to win the fight.
Strong showing. It's sort of expected. I would say for like Sparker to be in one of the finals.
Oh, one of the DPS went 5-5, 0 finals. Oh, Sparker went 25-0. Oh my God! Like I said, chat. Like I said,
into this one and the
hydrogen bomb
just
against
impenetrable
coughing
it
baby.
felt from Crownfall. It was a baptism of fire, at least on this first
Wait.
map. But the problem, I think, is Moxie is like.
Wait, how much
Virtus
healing
Pro
does he
and
have?
Domination. They are excellent at any form of payload map.
Yeah, Virtus Pro did sort of stumble on domination a lot of the time last year, but I mean, they haven't just been doing
6.
nothing
They only got 6 kills
in the
in
time
total. Wow.
between Atlanta and now. For sure, they've been working on like map hypotheticals and getting to go through all of the theory of how to play domination because they looked so good with it. Like there were points where they could have held up maybe a little bit closer, but I think they really just wanted to force Crownfall
Is
to
Jay
have to
voting
commit
against
in,
me, Dad?
and
I
in
don't
the
know who you
moment
guys
that
played
Crownfall
today
was so
yet.
far
I have to
in, they
see-
weren't able
I
to
have to see what the
kite
NA
out,
schedule's
which
like.
allowed Virtus
I
Pro to
only know
have
what
that
the-
really steady
I only know what
presence
the
of the
EU
Royal Flush
schedule is.
final
I
judgment
took a
on the
screenshot.
front line, but at the same time also sent Nevix careening into any kite disengage path that Crownfall would want to make a play for the moment they saw the Punisher and Gambit ultimate light up.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what these guys could do. And Crownfall now, it's a real like test of like how you want to, where you want to go first and foremost on like the other like objective-based maps. But also, I think the keen thing is like, okay,
That was a
wanna
big
see how
goal. That was a
Virtus
big
Pro
goal on both
does
supports,
meta.
even though I think the game was
Triple
over.
Vanguard
But
is the
that's
first time we've seen
solidified.
that action here. So quite a
Yo,
lot of big
Jedi
from,
Chai
like, the
with
Asia-Pacific
5
regions for
gifted
NRC.
subs. Absolutely
Maybe it
insane.
feels that Virtus
Palace
Pro,
World,
like,
appreciate
yeah,
the massive
we're
donut as well.
doing
Nice
what
thick
you do.
hair. I don't
So
know
a
if I'm
little
gonna
bit
play that
NRC,
game though.
Like you said, we also saw
Nice
it in
thick
Asia,
hair.
especially
Would you
from
play Slay the
from,
Spire
what
too?
is now Pirates. So they have
Heard the game is very popular, but I don't know yet.
Crept up, especially with characters like Rogue, like Deadpool, who actually have pretty solid damage output as well. I also do want to shout out at one point, Fi used the Eye of Agamotto when he was on Strange at the end of the first round in order to attempt to block off.
I think
the
you'll
members
get
of
more
Crownfall
close
Breach
matches
in
as
case
the
Jeff was able to reach
the longer
up
this
in
tournament
time.
goes.
And because he had no ult,
Yeah,
what to do?
sadly,
It's Deadpool,
sadly
a
we
character
are
who
seeing a
builds
lot of
ult
rolls
very
here,
quickly,
and
I just wanted to
yeah,
bring
it's
that up. I thought
not
it
a
was
lot of the
great
games are
little swap that
close.
they did there. But speaking of a neat little swap,
Hails
let's swap to a break so that we
Gaming
can get
as
set
well
up
with
for map
10
number 2
gifted.
in our best of
Absolutely
3
insane, my
series.
friend.
Don't go
Appreciate it,
anywhere.
appreciate it. Massive W, massive W. You're too kind. You're too kind. You're too kind. Chat's popping off today, bro. Hey, listen, I love watch partying with you guys. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Wait, why is chat popping off all of a sudden? Delstar with 5 gifted subs. Absolutely insane again. Chat's popping off. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Jay, why are my bets not coming through? I thought you promised me that you would give me a winning team for rivals. Huh? Wait, what do you mean? Does saving a character ignore the ban for the same character? No. No, if a character gets banned and you saved it, it does not undo the ban. You have to save the character before the character gets banned.
Yeah, let's go, champ!
And that boy, Billy, with the 5 gifted subs as well again. Absolutely insane. I appreciate it. The esports guessing thing for rivals, you have to do that in game. And Q, Andrea, appreciate the amount of 100 bits, and Malibu Gaming, appreciate the amount of 100 bits as well. And a prime sub. How do I get for the Vibes spray? You have to buy, I think, Team Heretics bundle. I think Team Heretics has the playing for the Vibes spray. BTK, after this match, chat, there's one more EMEA game, and then we are done with EMEA, and then we jump into NA. Yeah. Does NA start right away? I have no idea. Today's the first day. That's a great question. This skin is ridiculous, bro. What I really do like about the skin is that it's a football field behind him, which is funny. Yeah, silent watcher for a year now. Really enjoyed the content, Jay. I went back and watched a lot of the Overwatch vids.
Really
I will be coming out with some more Overwatch vids, I think.
Versus Crownfall.
But
a very solid first showing from Crownfall, but it's Virtus Pro. They're going to try and mix it up, as they're going to be taking us to Midtown for map number 2, and it looks like Crownfall will be starting on the defense of their choice.
Finally, I guess that team's doing it. I mean, it makes sense, but I think it's just... It's sort of the problem, I suppose, of like you've just come through MRC. Your like choice maps are pretty obvious because they're the ones that you chose to actually qualify for this point. But also like Midtown is probably up there, I think, of like the most popular, certainly convoy maps of what you can be.
Oh, we're going to Midtown again. A lot of teams like going to Midtown.
And you have
for some
just more choice in maps, full stop. No maps have been taken out of rotation. We've had Shin Shibuya thrown in for convergence. So it does feel a little bit like Virtus Pro, like, yeah, we play Midtown all of the time. We're happy to pick it.
I copied your bets.
Yeah,
oh,
but it's also
I didn't know
maps
what I was
which,
betting
like,
against.
Out of the convoy maps, Dive is probably the weakest on this one. So it feels like Crownfall, they saw what Virtus Pro were doing on the first round of Celestial Husk, and they've identified, okay, yeah, Virtus Pro still playing Dive, very much still very, very good at Dive. Let's take them to a map where Dive falls off somewhat.
He is not.
Now you've got to bear in mind, how do you do it? How do you hold Virtus Pro on this map? Because when we look at the old traditional like counter hold strategies, we look at Punishers, Moon Knights, etc. We just saw Virtus Pro run Punisher, and we know they're good at it because they had to play it through stage 1 of Ignite as well from last year. But we've also seen how the meta has shifted. You can still dive on this map, like you say, it's a little bit harder with these large open lines of sight. We heard Kaya talking about it earlier as well. There's a lot to think about when you're coming into this kind of matchup. I'm curious what Crownfall are cooking here. Let's start off with, we've talked about it all day today, Moxie. We're still seeing Vanguard Deadpool just do terrible, terrible things.
Yeah, I think out of all of the compositions for Triple Vanguard, like, Vanguard Deadpool just, you don't feel the absence of a duelist. We got to see
The
a
NA
little
games
bit
are after
more
this,
in the
the
past
EMEA
seasons
games, chat.
of tournament play. Teams move away from the full
After
on
this
Triple
game, there's
Vanguard.
one more
It was
EMEA
much more
game,
common to get
and
to
we're
see
done.
double
Then we go
Vanguard,
to
one
NA.
hypercarry duelist in the form of something like a Phoenix or a Namor. But Vanguard Deadpool, with the amount of utility that he does, with the speed that that ultimate pulls up as well, he's just so valuable, and I really don't see Virtus.pro parting with it unless Crownfall specifically target it and remove it in the ban draft.
And Ryan, we've talked about it earlier. That's a big priority in terms of the ban draft, but Virtus.pro, this is their meta, as Moxie said earlier. They still have the Psylocke, the Daredevil, all of these characters that can cause problems. What do you sacrifice on the side of Crownfall to let something through?
I think you maybe looking at like the strategist line potentially. Like it seems that when there's a focus on like the Gambit being the non-mirrored thing that Virtus.pro building around, they don't care if you get Elsa, they would rather have the Gambit. Maybe
I don't
you
think
just
it's
make sure
unlucky that
Gambit
VP
can't be
they get
one-sided, so
VP
you
in
have
their
something
first
more
match.
neutral
I think it's a
playoff.
good
It's
testing
hard to
ground to
gauge.
see
You
where
don't
you
want to
stand up
manipulate
against like
your
one of the
own
best
draft too
teams.
much as Crownfall, because you
Chat,
know
even if
just
they
how,
lose,
like,
they're not out of the
resilient
tournament.
Virtus.pro
It's a
is gonna be
good
in this
way
pro.
to
Also,
like, you know,
Virtus.pro
even
is
if
gonna be
I
keen
say
to
this
try
a
out
lot, if you do
various
lose
tactics. So it
against the
wouldn't
best
surprise me if this
team,
draft is
you're going to be
very, very
able
different
to
in
watch the
how
VOD, see where you messed up on, see what they did really
Right,
well
or
on,
hide.
and like, you know,
Those are the questions.
you get
as
better.
we're getting ready to head into map number 2. Crownfall choosing to defend first, choosing the map. They've set themselves up. This is their best foot forward. But the second step after that best foot has to come in the draft. Let's see what they do. We're going to be heading on in to map number 2 of Crownfall versus Virtus.pro.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, when they lose, they do VOD reviews, chat. I think a lot of people need to do that in general, for ranked as well. If you lose a game in ranked and you want to get better, look what you did wrong.
I thought it was
And then try not to repeat the same mistakes.
Okay, Crownfall instantly going to be changing things up potentially. There it is. It's a mirrored Gambit ban. So yeah, I imagine like Virtus.pro continue to be okay letting the Elsa through. Crownfall not wanting to let one side
both
of
teams
Gambit
banned.
through, target out the Gambit.
Both
Instead,
teams
it
banned
does
Gambit,
come at
and
the
they
trade-off, though, of
saved
allowing
Elsa.
Virtus.pro access to
Ooh.
the Elsa. So very much looking
Fleetas,
forward
Carlos,
to
appreciate the
getting
massive
to
prime
see how- I
sub,
would
and
imagine
Grace
Saul
Cat, appreciate the
is
massive
going
prime
to be
sub.
playing
Welcome,
that
welcome.
one.
VOD reviewing is so
Crownfall,
boring.
What do we go for now? Vanguard
Wanting to get better is
Deadpool.
boring.
So they've
Everyone
identified
practices,
Violet.
chat.
This
Pro
makes a lot
players
of sense.
practice.
If Sparker is going to be playing the
Pro
Elsa,
players
it does
VOD
not
review.
make sense to go for something.
You cannot
that
be the
Sparker
type of
would,
guy
you
that
know,
plays a
not be
ranked
playing
game,
because he's gonna be on
loses,
the
doesn't
better
want to
pick
get
of the
better,
Elsa.
doesn't want to
Go
look
to
at your
fight
mistakes to
hero
get
pools.
better, and you just blame everyone else
Yeah,
because
and I
you
mean, it
lost.
also is
You're not
gonna
going to get
sort of
better.
block not only just your Vanguard if you're running Choo Choo 2, but Choo Choo Choo, 222, I guess that kind of works. But also if you're running like triple Vanguard, I do feel like having the Deadpool in it is just going to make it work. Similar to Elsa, like she fits into all sorts of different combinations.
Do you
no
VOD review
matter
your
what
games?
her
Me?
duelist duo
No, I
is
really
that
don't.
you're gonna
I don't want to get
find.
better. If I,
Deadpool sort of feels the
that's
same
the
in
that's the
Vanguard,
problem.
but both teams taking out the Daredevil.
I
too.
did
You
VOD
know that
reviews.
there's
I
gonna be a
did
lot
all
of
that
impact
stuff when
around
I
it.
played professionally.
Yeah,
I
Midtown,
don't.
well, as we said,
I
it
don't
might be
like
one of
that.
the
I
worst
don't care if I win or
combo
lose, bro.
matches
I
to
still
make
play every
impact.
game competitively.
Daredevil still does not need to actually be
I don't
making
VOD review my
successful
shit,
impact with dives.
'cause I don't
He has
wanna get
access
better.
to all of the information. He can flank behind your team. He can split the attention, and you can make headway in the front line instead.
I play for the
Mantis
vibe, bro.
saves actually
Recently,
coming
I
from
just
some
started playing for the
Crownfall. This might
vibe.
usher Virtus.pro
My
into
mentor
potentially
taught
going for a
me
target
that.
onto a triple strat line. Although since Loki is still in the draft, I feel like it's more going to be targeted towards the God of Mischief, so that we don't get to see any
Hypocrite?
mischievous
How am I
team-ups with the
being a
Mantis,
hypocrite?
so
I
that
literally just
regeneration
said when
domain
I
is
played
both larger,
professionally
but
and I
also
wanted to
has
become a better
stackable
player than what I
damage
was,
boost,
I
and with
VOD
like
reviewed.
Crownfall,
I
such
am not
an
a pro player
advantage against
anymore.
Virtus.pro
I don't care
when we
about
weigh
VOD
the
reviewing.
Elsa
I don't
versus
care about
Elsa.
getting better at the
I feel
game.
like the Invisible
If
Woman
I want to
protect as
get
well,
better
it's
at the
gonna be
game, I would
one-sided,
VOD
and
review.
You also get the chance to take out the Loki, so you make sure that
I feel like
it's
I'm
not gonna be
speaking a
copied
different
on the other
language here.
side. Whether there's a case here that you ban out the Loki to make sure that they can't get Invisible Woman and Loki as a strategist backline, or whether they want to sort of still commit to this like Mantis one-sided.
No one in chat is a pro
most likely
player.
triple
Okay,
strategist
that's cool.
setup
If
that
people
Crownfall
want to
want
get
to
better
work
at the
with.
game,
So there is a Loki
they can
available on the
what?
side for Virtus.pro to play around if they want to.
Yeah, but what is the triple strategist line? As yes, you have the Mantis, but you've been denied both the Loki and the Invisible Woman. Do we actually get to see the Lunar Snow come into the mix? As she has had quite quite a significant buff
That's rage bait, bro.
with anyone who
That
has
has to be
Idle
rage bait.
Aura. If they participate within those eliminations, then we get to see the Ice Arts cooldown getting shaved off. And that's one of Luna's best resources at being able to both deal damage, build the ultimate, as well as keep her team active when she's fighting in main. And there's all of those groups of players, one in front of the other. As, oh, okay, Crownful on the defense, so we know that this composition's going to stick. For the first time today, we get the Adam Warlock. Now, is that going to mean that Virtus Pro are going to scout this out and instantly swap over to the
YouTube
Moon
said,
Knight?
stop calling things rage
Yeah,
bait
I
and
mean,
just
it
call
seems that
people
that would be
stupid.
the
Chat
natural
thoughts?
approach. Even though there's been a lot of changes, it still feels like this comp, if Crownfall can have a good first couple of fights, is going to be able to handedly hold its own ground. You get to see a little bit more.
Why
of,
do
like,
all the
Mantis
people have
wide
champion
alongside
symbols?
this
Saipei
work.
doesn't have it on his
Fine.
account.
Up
This is a
and
tournament
ready.
server, chat. Everything's
Virtus Pro
unlocked on a
not having
tournament
access to
server.
the Deadpool Vanguard means that Boohoo can really show off, and he had some good showings for Crownfall in their qualifying run.
I mean, we just have to see, can Crownfall manage to stave off Virtus Pro's attack long enough to build the first Karmic Revival? You don't have Loki, so you're not going to be able to utilize the AoE damage and healing to greater build up the Karmic Revival ahead of your own Adam, nor do you have the Rocket BRB, so if one of your players, especially the Adam, falls early, it will be the Cocoon that is used instead. And speaking about that Adam, he's already coming under a lot of pressure. Sparker taking the high ground and clearing FHDC off of it.
No, Lux, it's part of the job, man. I'm sorry for saying that word. I'm sorry.
Enough, but no eliminations actually come through. It is progression made, though, for Virtus Pro, as they're starting to just eke away at the resources that Crownfall have available to them. Whilst everybody's surviving, they don't have much. Boohoo has to use the Banhammer, built it up fast enough, and why not? You've still got the chance to be ahead of what Virtus Pro are doing.
Oh, I do like the Punisher pick.
Immediately, there's the copy over towards the Eternal Bond to get this Poker Dagger ultimate.
Whoa, someone almost blocked him with that wall. That was huge.
Yeah, Apex is being used. It's sort of gone through Virtus Pro, but it seems that most people managed to survive it and hold out on it, and still no eliminations found up until Ionoji. And look, the payload is still moving for free.
I mean, FHDC is getting real close to that first Karmic Revival. If he manages to pull it off, they will be able to stabilize with Eternal Bond. But do we get to see it come through? FHDC's back on the field. The Virtus Pro are just flooding, stuffing the choke. They've scouted out the
I was
Adam's
about to say,
position too,
why did-
and Sparker is not going to allow the Adam
Why did
Warlock through. That's
Saipei
first
copy
checkpoint picked
the
up. Crownfall
Cloak and
having
Dagger
to
and then
disengage.
use
They do
his
not
fade
want
to go in
burn
the air and
Karmic
ult?
Revival cost
But then I
when it
realized
takes
the other
this
team
long
doesn't
to
have
build
a
the
mag,
ultimate on getting
so
players
he
back
doesn't
before they
need
get
to save his
staggered out of
fade at the
second.
end of his ult.
I mean, we saw this in like previous series.
Pretty
and stuff
smart
and stuff
play, if you
here,
ask
but
me, bro.
It really is that Virtus Pro have
Taipei's pretty
used
good at the game.
the
What rank
likes
is
of
he?
The Apex Predator for themselves for Sparker. You've got like they've got a Mischief that was used from Saipei with his Cloak and Dagger. There's a big fight happening here as it's going to be used on the other side with a Strangling Prison, but it's FHD that goes down. Life Cocoon means that he can come back into this one.
He's
But
pretty
that's two
good.
ultimates
He's pretty
dedicated
good for a
Crownfall,
GM
and they
player.
found absolutely nothing. You might have a Soul Resurgence about to be used from Dabby, but it's that final judgment actually from Fire, looking to try and find the picks. FHD hiding to see if anybody else goes down that he can bring back. It's MJD. Boohoo's going to go down on the point, it looks like, so he's going to be revived. But it's only a couple of players able to stall for a second. The Virtus Pro are going in with their own ults.
I mean, Saipei is able to let the team live with the regeneration domain, sets up the God of
Oh,
Mischief copy for
Crownfall's
that
running the
Eternal
triple
Bond.
support.
Nevix stalls out the res position too from stabilizing with Feast of the Abyss. And Virtus Pro, they still have ultimates. Crownfall were the ones who had access to the Karmic Revival, but Virtus Pro are the ones who are actually outlasting this fight. And the longer it goes, the greater position they'll be able to find themselves. At this point for Crownfall, it's just a matter of burning resources. So when you get your last fight on second and you have the closer respawns, you can potentially overcome the fight. But Sparker's got that Apex
Dude,
Predator,
it doesn't
and Ryan,
look like
I am
whatever.
worried.
It looks like
Crownfall
whatever
are going to be funneled into a choke
Trident
against
does,
the Pulsar ultimate that they have
Virtus
no
Pro
answer
just
for.
has an answer for it. It doesn't look like the card is stopping.
Out. Sparker does have the Apex Predator. He's going to use it, but just as Thinzy goes down, able
Like,
to grab
even
onto
though
the
even
players
though
now,
Virtus
Batman
Pro
from
had the
Boohoo's gonna
first
use
person
once
to
that
die,
Vanguard has gone
they're
down on
still
the other
winning the
side.
fights.
So Thinzy might potentially be coming back actually with the Doctor Strange to portal in to see if
Whoops.
they can continue this
Appreciate
fight,
the massive prime sub, my
especially
friend.
now the
Welcome,
fight moved
welcome.
over to the Moon Knight to keep tempo in their
Like,
reigns.
they
This
lose
is
the
just a
first
battle of
person in the
entropy,
team
it
fight,
feels like, Moxie.
and instead of Virtus Pro
Crownfall
being
holding their
scared
own in
or
some
all
of these
this stuff, they
engagements and
still end up
fights,
winning the
but
fight.
does Virtus Pro have enough stamina to outlast them?
Yeah, and Crownfall aren't even going for a close hold on third. everyone just goes for the teleport swap to exchange spawns now on their third defense, which means that Sparkers are already in position to claim up this high ground and potentially find an elimination before the fight even starts. FHDC at least will have a second Karmic Revival cast up, but Fly with the Hand of Khonshu, you feel like that has to go right on top of the Rez's position, and Crownfall, they're just going to be stuck on top of it.
Sparker is not afraid to go a little bit more daring in these main chokes, and that's mostly, I think, from the space that was given by the Hand of Khonshu. Means that he could dive a little bit deeper if he wants to go into that fight onto Rosa, but he's able to survive. Rosa now fighting on the objective, has a little bit more help from the Eternal Bond. You use it to try and envelop the objective, but it is going to be used on the other side from Treacher at the same time. So it really is just stalling it out. The longer that these fights go, the more it seems to be forcing out of Crownfall. Virtus Pro are just keeping it trucking along. Everything that is used can be used for Crownfall. They have 3 ultimates, and they're not really sure if they want to use it or not. Finzi yeets himself into the fight and the engagement, but Cypher seems to be building up so many of these ultimates. It's just Eternal Bond for eternity. Soul Resurgence has to be used. Crownfall and it's now starting to fight back, but I haven't seen anybody outside of Finzi hit the elimination feed, Moxie.
Yeah, Soul Resurgence is there for Crownfall. They'll have a Strangling Prison as well as the Karmic Revival. Like, this is them answering back against
this is like the first time I actually saw him go back.
It was big use of the Strangling Prison to be able to clean up those eliminations, as well as utilizing those Groot Walls to stop Nevix from potentially getting out. The shield from the Venom is able
good
to
walls
come
though.
through in
Hey,
time
good
as
shit.
though, and that does mean that Nevix
I think
only
Groot
falls
is a
now
very good
much
tank still,
later
bro. Groot.
stagger. Virtus Pro are going to swap
Good
Finzi
Groot
off the
players
Strange
can carry
onto the
games,
Groot
man.
So they can have the walls to keep
And his
pace with
ult is just
Pulsar,
broken.
and
You can
Crownfall now
you
get
can
the
combo with a
opportunity
lot
to
of different
close off
characters
just
with
outside
Groot
of Fisk
to
Holding,
like
which is going to allow
wipe
FHDC
enemy teams.
a lot more safety of space to play the Adam unchecked.
So a really forward hold here. 2 minutes for Crownfall to stop this objective from moving anywhere else. But I still dedicating to this Moon Knight, so it really is just if he can find a good opportunity to use it. Finzi's still like back over onto the Groot after playing from some Doctor Strange beforehand, using the ultimate. Saipe is building his ultimates up so quickly. It's
Look
like
Sparker,
unnerved for him. He's got something else to work with, yeah, Apex Predator. And so I think Rose needs to be a little bit careful with all of these walls that he doesn't get picked up and isolated in his own making of a labyrinth, and Sparker finds the pick perfect.
Yeah, that Terror Cape, FHDC forced into using the Karmic Revival. Everyone kites out of it. The Virtus Pro, they're just going to chase. The Reses are going to have ended. They've still got Eternal Bond on the field.
Also, this is the first time I think we've seen Moon Knight here, chat.
Absolutely ham with the Moon Knight.
They do have the combo, though. They do have Moon Knight and Groot.
Great Strangling Prison combined with Apex Predator, and Virtus Pro are sent packing yet
Wow, Falcon
again.
got his ult again on Groot and was able to use it. Back-to-back fights, bro. Holy shit.
Considered like a Boohoo getting a lot of success out of the Banhammer, forcing everybody back.
But look at the ult cost.
Yeah, Virtus Pro have near enough everything that they want available to them. And even if they don't have ultimates, they are building them up at such a pace, it doesn't look like there's been any change.
Yeah, I mean, Darby will have Soul Resurgence, but at this point, you can't just full send it.
Now,
into
the
this
bad thing about Crownfall is that they use their res, but they win the fight, but they're not going to have res for when they do the combo like this.
But Crownfall's players were actually outside of it.
But they didn't even kill anyone with the combo.
To try to make a play with that combination.
I think they soul linked and Mantis ulted.
With the cost and trade off of one
Soul link and Mantis ult, and I think they
to actually
did they link there? I'm pretty sure they linked there.
Next Karmic Revival, but also Apex Predator from MJD.
I don't think there's a portal available either because of Virtus Pro used it fairly recently, so they're actually going to struggle to touch this objective. They had 10 seconds, and Crownfall are holding him all the way back in the hotel. You don't get to leave your luggage here. Saipe's gone for the copy for the Eternal Blood to create some of that space, and Nevix has been forced
nice
to
touch.
leave this to survive a little bit longer. Sparker looking for a good angle for the Apex Predator. Don't think
he missed his ult. Sparker! He was the MVP player from the Grand Finals last year. He whiffed his ult?
It's just on the hunt.
He's still killing everything, but he's still... damn.
stall it out a little bit longer, and he's finding a lot of success. Hell, he's even going to take like a photo finish over it to see if he can find those eliminations. And now you've got like a Strangler Prison about to come back for Rosa. This hold might not be going any further as Finzi switched over towards Magneto. Can only mitigate so much of the damage in the end. The Strangler Prison pulls every last player
Another
of VP
Groodle.
into 1 point of the objective. Is it enough to clear everybody off the point? It's not looking like it, as Ensog has to be used. It's going straight over onto the Camera Revival to see if it can catch anybody else off and destroy any like
another. Oh no, okay, that was Dream Trail. I was about to say, is that Saipei's ult again?
There has to be a disengage.
This overtime fight is still going on, chat. This is wild, bro.
There's not much left in overtime, but they're actually managed to get things going again.
Yeah, I mean, Navix will have Feast of the Abyss. Spark is
This
about to
is
come up with
crazy.
another Apex Predator. There's Crownfall, they've got Darby on the Jeff so they could try and get some heals uncontested with Virtus Pro not being able to spare hands off of the point. Yanakoji's going to swap onto the Rocket to have the BRB to beat the respawns. FHDC also respawning and self-rezzing up on a high ground off angle to continue to pressure Virtus Pro, so that Sparker has to look at him instead of the rest of the team and build up the Apex Predator because Virtus Pro, they're right outside the checkpoint. Apex Predator is there, ready to go once Feast of the Abyss finds the connection, and the environmental drop-off potential.
Virtus Pro actually was able to win all that and push it to the end?
So good with Crownfall being able to keep the stall with Abuhu on the Vanguard Deadpool alive for so long.
Holy
shit,
shit, dude.
away, punishing the fact that Crownfall used ultimates but didn't
I
finish
thought
off
Crownfall
the
was gonna
fight.
hold that,
Virtus
and I
Pro
thought they were in a
picked
really good
apart the
position, but like,
composition when they ran out of resources
damn.
and had to kite back towards spawn.
Virtus Pro didn't hear a bell. They kept fighting at the end. It looked done, and at the very least, like just finishing before that final checkpoint is more than enough to confirm this map for the most part. But Virtus Pro managed to make it work with the numbers that were
Damn,
against
bro.
them.
Hey.
Who had a really good like, hold and fight on the objective. But it's just how much the Virtus Pro could look for these fights. Spark are not afraid to get really offensive with the Elsa. Goes to show that it's either you give them the Gambit or the Elsa. Much like the top teams, they've got the best players on those
look at this, chat. Look at this. We're still doing this.
Yeah, Tridoro as well, just being
It looks
able
like
to
we
dodge
are
the
running
team out of that
triple
damage coming
tank,
on through from
triple
MJD's
support
Apex
on
Predator,
Virtus
which
Pro,
MJD was waiting.
which is
We got to see a
very
little bit of the
interesting.
Elsa silhouette,
They are
looking for
running
Virtus Pro to
triple
get tunneled
support
outside of his
without
building
a
and have to go
Adam.
onto the point because
Usually, I thought you would want to run triple support with Adam because if you die, you still get that. You still get that res. But they're running a rocket instead, and they only have one res, which is obviously going to be for the beacon.
Virtus Pro now swap onto that defense, and we get to see full free stall potential with the Loki, the Invisible
And now
Woman,
Crownfall's going to run
Crownfall's
counter spawn hold,
eliminations with that Mantis damage boost. Moon Knight, they're going to have those
which is
bodies
basically
brought
either
back.
go to storm and a Moon Knight, or either or. They have a Moon Knight here to break the.
Moving out because it just seems to be constant fighting and like the slobber knockers with this triple strategist setup. But it is without the Adam that they still want to try and fight for it. They don't want to sort of rely that on their main composition, feeling that it's going to be a little bit more exploited. So they're just going for the sustain and the fight in the end.
Look how well Virtus Pro is doing this though.
Building stuff up on the Loki. Regeneration domain is going to be forced out, but it's not a case of, oh, we've used it, we need to back out and like really avoid any of the battle here. They're trying to use it a little bit more offensively. They've got stuff pretty farmed up well. They've disengaged now with the clone, and a Boohoo coming in with a Banhammer is enough threat for Virtus Pro to respect it, give up the space on the corner.
Yeah, good targeting as well onto Dridor, so Sniper had the ultimate. He couldn't just get a copy and drop it. And speaking about Invis Woman, we're seeing Invisible.
They only got one kill, 2 kills. They got 2 kills, chat, through an Invis Woman ult.
FHDC cleans up 2, and Virtus Pro lose 1 actual player. BRB will bring the other back. Finzi's going to try and bring their chances back with a
that was good.
That
was a good push by Crownfall.
But I mean,
remember,
MJD,
Virtus Pro is running this
playing an
comp,
angle
chat,
with
so they can
Apex
just stall as
Predator
long as they
waiting for a
want.
moment to strike.
At the end of the day, this game is an
goodbye.
objective-based
Pretty
game,
much how we expect this
and the
fight to be
longer you
going.
stall,
It
the
has
like
been
you're gonna
stalled
probably
and
win. But
contested. Darby seeing if he can get onto
Crownfall's doing a great job.
Be avoided. He's trying to build up as quickly as he can. That Soul Resurgence, this invisible boundary is going to be used on the other side, as is the Strangler Prison. Sorry, it was the copy for Saipei. He's actually able to get this fight and keep it consistent. And MJD, really good read to just hold on to that ultimate, to bait out as many of these ultimates as possible, to see if he can catch anything in the meanwhile. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like anybody was pulled out of position. Virtus Pro have everybody else on the objective, and they've managed to stall us right at the death.
I mean, FHDC is about to hit another hand of Conchu, this time Rosa can help coordinate with the Strangling Prison built up. So Crownfall can take first turn. They just have to be so cautious of Finzi. With the Eye of Agamotto coming on through, Ayana Koji swaps to Cloak, manages to use the Dark Teleportation to frame the team for it, but they've lost Abuhu. They're still going for the fight win. Rosa sends out Strangling Prison. There's the combo with the Moon Knight, and there go Virtus Pro's team. This is Crownfall finally picking up the first checkpoint, but it cost them a lot of ultimates that they won't have access to snowball into second.
Now,
hey, you know what? Hey,
only able to hold on, but they bought a good amount of time considering how fast
I know Crownfall's the underdog here, but they're playing pretty well. They're playing pretty well.
For Crownfall to try and make it through second, but Crownfall having to use a lot.
Chat, I know a lot of you guys would be like, "Oh wow, Saipei's on the other team. I'm just gonna give up." And we're playing against the best team that won last year. I'm just gonna give up. No, chat. Fight. You fight until the end, bro. You never give up. You never surrender.
Oh, Finzi's on the Captain America too. Nevix with the Venom. They're just going to look to split the team. Like, Crownfall have to give up all of that forward pressure on Subway Tunnel because of the threat of Virtus Pro's Vanguards going and capping the convoy and stalling out the push. And it's allowed Sparker so much opportunity to move forward. Trigger gets to go for such an aggressive invisible boundary as well, catching onto Crownfall's choke, not allowing them to cleanly disengage both the threat of the Elsa as well as that dive. And Sparker's just getting work done.
Someone did mention that Saipei's on the rocket. To be honest with you, chat, I've played with and against Saipei a lot. You know, I've seen his Invis, I've seen his Loki, I've seen his, you know, White Fox. I do think Saipei's best character is Rocket. I feel like that more fits his. Look at that! Look at the respawn beacon up there. Look at the respawn beacon.
You've just got to like.
I think Saipei's best character is going to be Rocket. It fits his playstyle.
Screenshot it, circle it, put it on a YouTube thumbnail because we need to make sure that Virtus Pro aren't allowed to do this.
Oh, Sparker as well, getting just like full instinct levels to have all of the mobility of rotating Crownfall when they try to come towards this point.
It's a really good respawn spot. They have to come through that choke. They're not going to look up.
Some of the aggressive plays coming through from Virtus Pro, but wait, Eternal Bond is used from Crownfall's side. Virtus Pro didn't do anything to force out of it. They're just going to be able to wait for it to disapitate and then come through with the ultimate combos when Crownfall have no answer. Cosmic Yard Amplifier waves goodbye to the entirety of Crownfall's team with the help of both Feast and Galactic Legend. And Virtus Pro yet again claim full stake.
Wait, that's interesting. Okay, if you Rocket ult and you Star-Lord ult, you could kill through Cloak and Dagger?
Eternal Bond just from this consistent pressure that we're making with this dive. 3, 2, 1, 3 ultimates used in quick tandem, and it's just a wipe. The Strangler Prison themselves, but you don't really have as much to coordinate with it other than maybe the Boo. Apex Predator is going to come through, but there's enough.
That was a good ult too, but wow, great play by Crownfall, I guess. Or someone put, I think it was Falcon. They put a wall up to stop it.
Sparker's flanking all the way around the back. I mean, he's got the mobility. Finzi's going to be able to meet him as well.
How do you not know that? Because I play ranked. Do you think ranked players actually communicate in combo? Stuff like that
from where the fight was happening on choke into the open space of point. They saw that Virtus Pro had split that team, and they just went for the walk with greater player advantage, overwhelming the rest of Virtus Pro's composition and finally controlling some momentum in Midtown.
There's no way we're watching a Rocket just dodge. What am I watching, bro? Nah, dude. Saipei did stagger himself a very long time, but what was that, man?
Still work to be done. You have to finish up this map, and you've got 30 seconds to try and hit the second checkpoint. Virtus Pro have the invisible boundary if they want to really draw a line on where this fight is happening. But Crownfall also having the Banhammer, going to use that first as well as the Apex Predator. At least connects over onto the Venom of Nevix, but he might have enough to get out. No, not at all. Not even a chance for MJD to let him recompose himself. Invisible boundary is going to be used just in front of the objective, and now it's a case of Finzi to show just what he was doing over in Atlanta last year to stall things out. He's decided not really too much of a chance. There is some members stalling, able to at least fight this as it's hit overtime, but it's Virtus Pro now starting to come in a waterfall away. Finzi goes down first. You have got Nevix that's going to be on the other side of it. Bareback means that Finzi's going to be back in a split second, and there's Sparker going on the offensive. It looked like Crownfall might be able to put their foot down and actually take the second checkpoint, but there's no space. Whilst the Apex Predator doesn't quite hit onto the targets in the hallway.
These overtime situations are crazy, bro. Massive res, too. Massive res from that team. team,
the
and they
turn
have
upon is
Cloak
going
and
to
Dagger
try to
ult after
carpet
that
its way
res.
onto the
That's
point
huge.
to give some safety for Crownfall to hit second. It's just a meter for them to push, but Finzi has been stalling over and over again. He could very much do this all day, but there's certainly a limit. They're able to hit onto second.
Hey,
but took
wow,
literally
hey, chat.
everything.
Finally, Crownfall see themselves into
Crownfall.
first.
This is my first time
I mean,
watching
like
them.
you
They are
said, it
doing
took
such a great job.
everything. They are at least close enough to a few ultimates to try and snowball some of this momentum, though they do have to be very cautious about Virtus Pro. Dridro swaps onto the Jeff both for the speed boost to get back into the spawns, but also symbiotic shenanigans for Nevix to have more sustainability in the amount of damage that Crownfall can output. And Fi can just open up the space all the way back for this team with the Galactic Legend, or is it just a little bit too late on the body block interception with the Angela shield, and they've lost FHDC and they've lost full control of where their backline can play. Apex Predator as well as Soul Resurgence comes through from the side of Derby, so that Crownfall don't lose more players, and we get the investment of the Heavens Retribution trying to catch Virtus Pro before they can disengage around the cover of corner.
Crownfall diving in deep off the back of the Banhammer and the Heaven's Retribution. MJD is not great to try to make his aura and presence known, but they are running low on ultimates. That's not going to be the defining factor here, as Virtus Pro are keenly aware of what's left on the table. They have an It's Jeff for Dridro, as well as a Freedom Charge now for Finzi that's been built up. They're just taking their time here. 15 seconds left, and the Freedom Charge is going to be the thing that starts to allow this dive for Virtus Pro to come in and go for these fights. FHD taken out. No life for Cocoon. He's going to have to make it back on foot, but he's nowhere near having a Karmic Revival. He might consider switching over towards something else, and it is going to be the Strange.
They have the TP.
I don't know if
Does someone touch?
Time as overtime is being hit, but the players that were able to touch the objective are dropping like flies.
They get a TP, right? They get a TP. They do get a TP down. Is anyone going to jump out?
Nice.
Nice.
Not for long.
Oh
as
my!
Virtus Pro managed to hold on second, able to win this series 2-0. But I gotta say, Moxie, Crownfall made it interesting.
Hey,
yeah, I think that was a lot of focus going into this.
Exactly what the caster just said. Virtus Pro is the reigning champs, chat.
It was just a matter of whether Crownfall would be able to keep up in certain fights. Because, like we said, we're really going to be looking very closely at the power levels of
even though I've never heard of Crownfall and they made it out of the MRC for EMEA, they did a pretty good job. Holy shit! 51 and 7. I'll go over here. Oh.
Like, yeah, there were definitely issues where they just weren't able to finish off eliminations. Virtus Pro having all of the stall that they did when they swapped over to defense was very problematic, especially given the fact that, like, they're on the Captain America and the Venom. If they're diving, you should be able to find more value elsewhere on that map, which we did get to see the adaptation. Like, when they decided, okay, they're diving us, we're just going to go to objective.
That was a great job by Crown, though. Even though they lost, that was a great job. That was a great job.
That's when they started really picking up the momentum.
But chat, sadly, I have to 1.5 million channel points for Crownfall. Say goodbye to everyone who voted for Crownfall. You guys just lost all your money. 150 people lost their money. Virtus Pro, congratulations to the 500 people. You guys got a little bit of money back. Five gifted subs right now, and I'll give all the channel points to Crownfall.
How did Virtus Pro punish us? How do we cover those gaps?
Insider trading. No, I'm not going to do that.
Those bigger matchups, like you mentioned, we are not making these mistakes and we can actually come out on top. There's a lot of positive stuff here for Virtus Pro. It's just another day in the office.
No, dude!
Another day in the office.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Prepared to see if we have an interview.
Now I feel like a scammer, bro. Now people are going to go around and be like, wow, Jay3 scams.
I want to reiterate, that was good. Fitting in very well with the new players and putting on a very exciting performance. But we come back to that original question we asked. Virtus Pro using what?
JK, I didn't vote anyways. Chat, he didn't vote!
Kind of last patch of strategies here, Moxie.
Drizzle, I appreciate the massive 5 gifted, man. You're too kind. You're too
got to play the Elsa on Midtown, walking away with, by the way, 28 final hits. So we found yet another duelist that you want to ban Sparker out of. And we got to see the triple Vanguard look on domination instead of convoy.
Chat, look at that. Not a paid comment, by the way. Jay, you're the best streamer to watch Ignite with. You're actually making it entertaining.
From a lot of different teams, because just being able to
appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. You're going to make me start clapping without my hands.
Long enough to have the rest of your team come back from spawn.
Not a sub, by the way. Not a paid comment.
Still alive and kicking is going to go a very long way at snowballing momentum of every map type.
And Ryan, while we wait for our interview, which looks like it's going to be with Finzi, so wonderful.
Oh, they're doing an interview with Finzi, the tank player.
we have Crownfall coming up with more matches. Like we said, they were able to take Virtus Pro, especially on that map, to the brink. What can they do to adjust for their future matchups? Their next matchup's going to be against Vision, which, as we saw, Vision are also playing really, really well. For starters, just an incredible showing from the Middle East teams today. But what can they do to adjust heading into that tomorrow game?
One more game for EMEA, and then we go to NA. Almost, chat. Almost time for NA.
Some of the engagements that we saw from like Crownfall, they should have won.
They'll show you the schedule when we switch.
Scrappy engagements with Virtus Pro are able to pull it back. Albeit, if you're up against, say, they've got like.
Also,
Vision
that is
tomorrow,
true.
which is, like, a
GG,
really good
surprisingly,
game
this is
now
the
when you
closest
look at, like,
match
how
that we've
both
seen
teams
all day with the
have
two
played
O's.
on
That
day one.
true.
It is just like, how do we make sure that we clinically finish these fights? If we're playing stuff around Strangling Prison, like a Boohoo with Banhammer, how do we confirm those big ultimates?
I do like Adam in triple.
And taking the objective,
I do think
stopping him
Adam
from
in
hitting
triple
OT,
support
stopping him
team
from
comp is really
actually
good. I think
able
there
to
are
hit
characters
stuff.
out there
How do
that
we
are
make sure that we're a
supports
little
that
bit
you
more
cannot
lethal with
run
our approach, instead
in
of
a
giving teams like
two
this
support team
a
comp,
gap,
but they
which is what you
thrive
said.
in a
They
triple
take an
support
inch,
team
they'll
comp.
Get a mile with it. That's what Virtus Pro have so good.
I do think so, yeah.
And we should absolutely shout out.
I'll never admit to this, but J3's reason I'm into and watching Rival Esports, W Shiny Bald Man. I'm not bald.
Coming in here, that hold. When they
Yes,
were
White
on
Fox
defense
is
with
allowed
the
in
Vanguard
MRI,
just
yes.
delaying. You talked about giving an inch. They didn't give an inch for
Appreciate it,
a
Wavy.
long time.
Best of
Just being able
threes,
to
best
delay
of
and
threes,
hold.
not best of five.
Absolutely incredible performance that definitely deserves to be highlighted. We love to see that from Boohoo. But when we talk about incredible performance that deserves to be highlighted, the entirety of Virtus Pro. You talked about it, Moxie. Sparker finding yet another hero that's just causing people grief. Being able to still bring out the triple Vanguard, triple strategist and play it quite well. It was good to see Sparker again, to bring up Sparker, on the Rabid Raccoon build of just playing Rocket like a duelist almost. They didn't show a lot. They showed a lot with the fact that we do now see Elsa from them, but they played Virtus Pro style, which is exactly what we had potentially expected to see. But
would Gambit's ult put exploding cards? Wait, would Gambit's ult put exploding cards and make
Like I said,
strong Hurricane ult
it's
move
stressful for
faster?
them because everybody's going to be hanging on every word that they say.
Are you talking
especially
about
because they are, like, the
Storm?
first
If
team
you
we've seen run a Super
Gambit ult
Vanguard,
a Storm
because
ult, do
that's
you
been
move
absolute
faster?
first
I'm
team
pretty sure you do, right? Because you do get
we're going to start
the
by
speed
heading
boost.
over to our interview with
Do you not get the speed boost?
Fincy from Virtus Pro, world champion Vanguard.
I'm pretty
and
sure you
with their
do.
First win in our Ignite pre-season. So, Fincy, I'm actually going to start off with my first question here of
J3
where have you
is
been?
the best Zesty
You guys
streamer.
have not played any of the tournaments
Zesty?
leading up to this, been
did I
hiding
do?
away for doing just scripts.
Bird Law,
How
appreciate the
has
massive
time
dono, my
off
friend.
been? What have you
Okay,
guys been
interview
doing?
time.
Got a beard now as well.
He has.
Yeah, I mean, we mostly just been playing scrims and ranked, just making sure that we expand our hero pools even more and different compositions and everything. We could have played that one MRC, but we just felt like we wanted maybe a little bit more of a break. But it's good to be finally back after like 5 months, finally.
Speaking about finally being back, we're getting to see you all play the dive, and we talked to, one of the teams that played dive a lot previously. They said that the changes made to Ultimate Generation really favors dive compositions. Do you feel like the current meta favors Virtus Pro? Has it become easier for your compositions as opposed to potentially harder to play now that things like the Strategist Ultimates become a lot rarer?
Weird question.
I mean, yeah,
Anyone from
it's
my
always
chat from
easier to
Iceland?
dive now that they have less support tools. We have also started to play way more
No.
dive.
If there's anyone from Iceland, Finzy's from Iceland.
We want to make sure
You got he's representing Iceland for you guys.
Up to par as well. So we've been playing a bit less of a dive usually, but we still got that if we need it. Like we had to pull it out earlier.
I think for me, one of the things I guess about this stage is because, like, obviously, like stage 1 last year, rough for Ignite. Stage 2, I think you started off quite slow and then eventually built up into that dive. Is the approach at the start of this year any different to how you've done it in the past?
Iceland sucks though.
Let's avoid these
Whoa!
pitfalls, let's
Iceland
avoid looking
is
too
one of
much
the
at,
most
like, the meta and
beautiful
focusing on
places
certain
I have
characters. It sounds
ever
like you're
visited
just
in my
like,
life.
let's just go into this
No,
very
probably
measured,
the
and
best
kind
place
of
I've ever visited in
drop
my life.
a map. If we drop
Iceland
serious,
is
it's fine. It's not like you just wanna feel it out.
dude, I'm gonna be honest with you, chat.
Yeah.
If you could
I
visit
mean, we always
anywhere,
just start on what we think is
you
best,
should
and
probably
then
put
if it's not
Iceland on the
working,
list,
we
man.
just
Iceland
go
is
to what we think
amazing.
Second best, I guess.
I went.
and
I
we
have
know
a
we can
whole
basically play every
2-week
comp and every hero,
vlog on
even if
Iceland
they
on my
put the tank
IRL
on
channel,
top,
bro.
I can play basically every tank in the game.
Bro.
So we always got something to play. and
Iceland,
we
just
have a lot
stepping
to
off
worry
the
about.
plane and smelling the air feels like a whole totally different experience, dude.
Which is why I will lead into
And
the
I
question
will never
normally I would
forget.
ask, like some of these teams that we've seen win today
I will
are
never forget when I did go to Iceland. I got off the plane, and there was a girl standing outside the plane telling me where to get my bag. And I have never felt so disrespected in my life. Not because she said anything mean or anything. It's because I'm pretty sure she was at least 6'6", and I've never seen someone look down at me so hard. She looked down at me and she said, "Your bags are over there," and I felt so small.
We'll have to see if they are. Thank you very much for joining us, Vinci. We'll let you go back and celebrate the first win of the new season. Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm pretty sure my head was like at least leveled with her like belly button.
A stunning performance from Virtus Pro, as we have come to expect. Groundfall, we've taken note. We see what's there. We see the cooking. But
she was 5'6".
Another series.
I am not small, chat. I am an average height.
To the Americas, and it is time to raise the French and the Spanish flags because it's going to be Team Peps versus Heretics, and we have been talking about Heretics this entire day. They are the big question mark.
I'm gonna prove to you guys right now that I'm average height. Watch this.
Find that out soon. And Team Peps also some very high skilled players, Boxy.
Yeah, I mean, this one, it has the potential. It has the potential. I think like a lot of people are going to be looking at Team Heretics to see how do they adapt to this patch. Like Tanuki, obviously, any opportunity that he can play Black Panther, there's a potential that we get to see it come through. I think it's going to be quite heavily
Look at this. Look at this photo that I took next to a
like,
normal-sized car.
Shout at me if
Look,
I did not
normal-sized car with me next to it. Look,
Vanguard is
I'm the same
well to be able
size.
to play things like the Captain America.
Same size.
And we'll have to find out how good they are if they get to play that Captain America. All these questions will be answered after this. Don't go anywhere. It's our final series of the day. Team Peps versus Heretics coming up after this.
Okay, last game, chat. 4 minutes. We have 4 minutes. I'm gonna do the prediction now, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. This is the last match, just as a heads up. Last match of EMEA, and then we are starting North America. I don't know who's playing, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna show us a thing. Right now we have, which is the first time playing, not Team Peps. First time playing Team, how do you spell their name? Heretics? Is that how you spell their name, chat? Is that how you spell their name? Fuck it, that's how I spell it. You have Team Heretics against Team Peps, chat. Get your predictions in. This is the last prediction of EMEA until tomorrow. We are streaming this, chat, tomorrow and Sunday as well, just as a heads up. But yeah. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom while you guys are doing this. Chat, get your water, get your snacks, get your everything. I gotta go pee. Give me 1 second.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
Okay, what are we looking like so far, chat? Oh, this is the closest bet that we have so far. 50-50. Team Peps, 81 people for 1.4 million. Team Heretics for 1.8 million with almost double the people, though. Double the people, but only like 500 more thousand. Palace, I am not going to give you a close-up of my scalp. What are you asking? Okay, let's see this.
Behold, that child! Survive this!
Are you playing after the tournament? After this, we have NA games, and we'll see when this ends. If we have enough time, then we can probably play. I'm going to... Nice. Do you think the last game starts at 10 p.m.? I don't think the last game will start at 10 p.m. I think schedule's moving pretty fast. Yeah. I don't think so. And we're back anyways. Let's see this.
Someone call the church and someone call the cheer squad as we have Pep, or Peps in plural in this case, versus Team Heretics for our final match of the day. It's a French org versus a Spanish org, and it is really our way to find out a lot about this group. How good are Heretics, and what is the potential behind Peps? Moxie, Ryan, it's our final series of the day, and it's looking like it could be a fun one. But at minimum, it's going to be informative.
Wait.
It's definitely going to be informative about
I
where
don't
exactly
recognize
these teams
anyone
lie
here,
in
but I'm gonna
terms of the
cheer. I'm gonna
rankings.
cheer for
I'm so
Team
excited
Peps
to get
because
to
this
see Peps
guy's
in
name
action.
looks like milk.
Surely because Frankie
And
Boxing's
we
back.
all know about that
like, we
game,
talked
right?
about Team Captain coming back, but Frankie Boxing, for those of you who tuned in last year for the 2025 Marvel Rivals Esports, you will recognize this player from Team Dusty back in the Invitational. So a wonderful welcome back to Frankie.
We also have Baby Bat, Protoss, IMRK.
Baby
These are all
Bat.
players, Pink as well. We've all seen them around in terms of MRC and some.
Oh, Team Heretics. Oh, they have Line Pro, Enzo, which is a console player. Not a console player. I'm pretty sure Enzo is the other controller player. Tanuki,
weird amalgamations.
Naga,
Various teams, almost like sort of Frankenstein.
Alex. Okay, Oasis. I've seen Oasis. Yeah, this team. This team's. Oh, this team looks pretty good, chat. This team looks pretty good.
At least of Oasis, Line Pro from Insomnia, Line Pro going on to coach this team as well as be a substitute, and then obviously like the free call players from Citadel Gaming that were at the grand finals, Enzo, Tanuki and Alex, and then Naga that was also on Navi. Terra's come in, Naga switched over to this team. There's a lot of promise to this squad, and I can understand why people are putting them second place in this group, but because this is such a big organization.
No,
and
that's
also
not Oasis, the
organization,
streamer Oasis.
There's a lot of expectations
That is
on this team too. And if they have like a
why don't you play Pro League?
Or just lose some
I love the
series
freedom
they
of
shouldn't
streaming.
do, I'm a little bit worried that things might start to like unravel if things don't go as well as Team Heretics are hoping.
Also,
We'll have to see if that is the case. But
if a streamer plays professionally, they will be taking a pay cut.
We already know the first map. We're going to be starting off with Bin and T'Challa, as usual for Dom. Citadel Gaming, that is one of the key points we bring out here. They are the team that won Stage 1 of Ignite, and they are the team that played through and actually did a reasonable bracket run in the Stage 2 Global Championships.
No way they allow
There is
controllers
so
in pro
much
play.
potential on this
Some of the
team,
best
but
tank
in
players
this
are on
new
controller, bro.
setup, it's curious to see just how much they could do. I believe it was mentioned earlier, there is always the risk of something like the Black
yes,
Panther
Andrew,
coming
I'm pretty sure
in,
you're correct,
especially
yes.
with the rise of Hulk. Will we finally see that team up, Moxie?
Maybe where Panther, when he hits critical HP, doesn't just get the damage boost, also gets the Hulk shield as well. But I mean, like I said, there's always a chance that Tanuki tries to engineer Black Panther into the compositions that they play, because I mean, he was famous. Berber Patapim, before they became Citadel, really did engineer a lot of the dive staples.
Oh man, those
that
give me
we got to see
flashbacks.
in the EMEA region last year for 2025 Ignite, and Tanuki's Black Panther was a big part of it.
Panther was a big part. This is just a team, a lot of players.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that,
they were some of
man.
the first people to be doing the backline.
The Exiled
flanking
Reaper.
Jeff,
Hey Jay,
Luna,
ever since
and
the
Captain
passing of my
America
father, I've been
composition,
enjoying watching your
just
vids
being
and streams as a
absolute
comfort
menaces.
zone, and
Of
I
course,
highly
some of
appreciate
those
the
have
hours you put
adjusted
in.
now as
Keep up the great work and have an awesome day. I'm sorry to hear that, man. We love you here, bro. We love you here.
After this broadcast for the Americas coming on up,
We
make sure to hit follow
appreciate
on
you
the
being
screen or if
here,
you're watching
and
the game.
I'm
Just
glad that I
click
can help in
keep
some sort of way,
play a
man.
game or
Not
two
easy.
until the Americas start and then roll on in. But for
A
this
Caden,
team,
appreciate
Pets,
as a prime
they're
sub.
going to have a lot to prove here. They've got a lot of players who have performed, who have shown up, but this would be a great way to make a huge statement onto this ride.
Nate,
think
I haven't
especially
been
when we
touching the
see,
volume
like,
at all,
Console
man.
and Vision give good showings, either on a win or a loss. Like Peps, all they
Yeah,
would
it's not
need is
easy
just
losing
like
parent,
a good
man.
performance, taking them out, making a full BO3 series,
That-
just making sure that Heretics don't have a
Text your parents,
stress-free
tell them
day.
you love them
We've
if
gone
you're close to
through
them.
what? 4
Or your
best of threes
parental
in about
figure.
5 hours, so there have been a lot of speed
Life's
runs.
too short,
Peps,
man.
if you want people to sort
Caden,
of
though,
notice the
appreciate it, man.
progression that this team can make, you have to slow down this freight train that's Team Heretics that want to be
There
winning
is
just as
also,
hard as
by the
Navi
way,
and
there
Dez
are
Pro today.
controller tank players, but I have also seen professionally controllers. There's one controller support player, and also there are a controller DPS player. I think I did a video on the controller DPS player. Yeah.
There goes the Elsa. It doesn't matter which game we get to see today, Ryan. It feels like Elsa is just always catching this instant bounces. It's actually going to be a split from both of these teams. Peps goes for the save onto the Gambit of a higher priority.
I think it was Smash, yes.
Heretics, actually, higher priority onto the Vanguard Deadpool. And I mean, if you weigh up the previous matches, the one-sided Vanguard Deadpool did come up ahead of the one-sided Gambit. So I can see why Heretics would want to keep that in play, especially since it's domination that we're starting on. First Banhammer is going to be very problematic for Peps to deal with.
Seems to be the case. So you've got like a one-sided Gambit at the very least a little bit later in the draft that they're working with. Outside of that, a protect over onto the Jeff, so it does mean that like the backline is something to work with. Curious to see, speaking of which, like Team Heretics breaking Alex away from Ken just feels like you're breaking away like
save
one of the
on Jeff.
longest serving tenures of a strategist duo line. Oasis should fit in
save on
nicely,
Jeff.
but it's like the most curious thing about this roster change-up. So yeah, the Jeff has been like protected. It hasn't been banned out yet, as it's looking at Peps maybe want to protect it themselves, or whether they're going to be willing to play without, as they want to make sure that they get that Deadpool.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you go for the Jeff save, Heretics just instantly snap up a ban onto the Vanguard Deadpool.
Any particular teams to root
they're
for
actually
NA?
now going to
If you
direct
like
that last
anyone,
ban
I
onto
just
Star-Lord.
there's no
given the
team
fact
that I'm
Peps
rooting
were
for
able
specifically.
to go for the
I'm
first
just
safe
rooting
slot
for my friends.
onto the
I have
Gambit.
friends on a lot of
so
teams,
Protoss
chat.
will be able to
Not really
play
a lot
the
of the
Gambit, but Team
EMEA
Peps will not have
teams,
the
because I don't really
Galactic
play
Legend
against them or
for
with
the
them.
Raging Royal
But,
Flush to empower. As Heretics, they get both the Jeff
Yeah.
as well as that Vanguard Deadpool. Beetle, we talked about it, we mentioned it. Captain America has always stood out when we get to see the EMEA region, so it feels like Heretics are again just like staying very true to this identity of being a dive team.
See how well that they can do
There's
here.
no
For
way they're running
Heretics,
Black Widow, bro.
It really is their first introduction into the Marvel Rivals Ignite scene. A big Spanish audience building around like one of a few Spanish players, but has been like a great face for the organization. He's debuting his first time in the coach slot, so that's enough of an interested for Team Peps. It's whether they could sort of keep their head above
Kingsman
water.
plays
There is
controller.
a chance
Kingsman
to
is
really
not
surprise a
considered
lot
a
of
pro
people
player,
here.
chat.
But it's how well they can show up in this first game. And I mean, a Magic would be an interesting way for Enzo to start it, but I'm really not thinking that we go that far.
No, I would imagine that's going to be swapping off into the Vanguard Deadpool, which Heretics worked so hard at being able to keep.
You
off
guys
the
are
chopping
laughing
block in
at
that draft.
the animal
Frankie's
line
gonna be
back
playing the
line,
train,
but it's
so
actually
they're
really
at
good
least
against
able to
dive.
both read the composition that they'll be teleporting into, as
Really
well
high
as drop into Heretics
survivability.
backline. And Oasis is gone. He'll be brought back by the BRB coming over from Alex, but Team Peps have been able to find first elimination and managed to split.
Not a lot of
Heretics
good
when it comes to
defensive
trying
ults,
to play for this
but
first
good
point control.
survivability against dive as
seen a
well.
lot of
Jeff
the
can
teams
go
right now,
underwater.
they're
He has a
play
good
it down
survivability
as the
because
label
if you
win
dive
fights.
him,
Since
he can
those
still get
games were
away.
known for this, and it seems that they are like balancing things out despite being the first elimination. Tanuki has found himself
Ooh.
playing
Yeah, I
over
don't-
onto the Psylocke seed. If he could go and find exactly where the counterpart is on the other
Yeah.
side.
Dude, say they took the the first fight, chat.
Also,
Also,
the Liquid Points team from
Star-Lord. I mean, not Star-Lord. Psylocke, bro. I'm so glad Psylocke is getting more play. I've started playing
those little
Psylocke in my
eliminations,
ranked
those are
games,
going
chat.
to hurt.
Psylocke
Team Peps
feels
have been
so
relying on something
good,
like
bro. Where's my
Raging
Psylocke
Wolf
players in chat,
to
bro?
be able
She
to
feels
act as an engagement tool
so good.
when they try to break through these chokes. Because like Heretics, they're a dive composition that won the first fight. They're now going to be able to hold up closer. They can jump on you when your team is trying to rotate, as opposed to when you're already in a defensive position to sustain it. And Ed's just going to go first. Banhammer comes on through. Peps having to just win out the high ground lane fight so that Pink manages to see Tanuki off the follow-up. But this is still a lot of time taken off of the time for Peps to be able to move forward.
Yeah, Psylocke was my first
At least they were able
Lord
to keep
character,
Protoss
too.
alive through the Deadpool ultimate so they can make a play with the Raging Roll Flush.
I mean, that's an overstep from Beetle. He was not afraid to get super aggressive, but Veerback means that he is going to be in this engagement very soon. It's a good coordinated dive from Team Peps, just how they flooded onto the point of waterfall their way down, but they have to worry about Naga, who's up in the sky. Naga needs to be careful. He's actually low HP, needs a bit of the healing from the Jeff from distance.
Oh, we're seeing a Captain America as well, something that we really rarely see.
And Heretics able to actually hold on despite Peps having a really good coordinated front. It's just that some of the ultimates that they wanted to use, they didn't get the chance.
Yeah, I mean, Tanuki's going to be able to use down to the butterflies as well to force Baby Bat into having to invest her invisible boundary in a position
Captain
that Peps really
America.
do not want to part with it. Oasis with the It's Jeff. Alex about to hit the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Like, Heretics have so much staying power, since we also have to factor Beetle's Freedom Charge in as a defensive ultimate as well. Freedom Charge starts things off, puts the pressure onto Team Peps, runs over Protoss, since Baby Bat holds on to the
Oh my
invisible
God,
boundary.
wait, Captain
understanding
America's-
if she uses it now, Heretics just pull back and use down to the butterflies afterwards.
Wait, Captain America just ran at
good
them and
push
everyone
in
just
the
fell
end.
over. Holy
Heretics
shit,
holding on to
100
the
to
point.
0,
Team
and
Peps
they had
not
the
able to get
animal
some of those
crossing backline.
coordinated picks to just work for them. Heretics able to
Speaking about
disengage,
Animal
play
Crossing
down,
in the
wait
Switch
it
chat,
out,
did you
and
guys hear
get a lot
about
of value
Marvel
because
Rivals coming
Alex
to the
being on the
Switch?
rocket
So
with
you can
Veerback
also
for
play
one.
on the toilet, and
I
when
mean,
someone
I'm just
opens a
looking
strange
at some of
portal, your
this.
Switch
It's
can
weird to see some
explode.
of the players on Team Heretics like in a different jersey, but it's also kind of nice to see Enzo on the Deadpool Vanguard because we haven't seen him actually.
How you doing, Undead?
Because the last time we saw him was the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and he was having to play a lot of things like the Venom very early on in the Ignite 2025 seasons as
J3
well.
spreading
Not
misinfo?
super opposed as well to the way that
No,
Peps approached
Marvel
that last
Rivals
fight
is
on
coming to the
first fight,
Switch.
because if they used
That's,
Invisible Boundary, like you're
that's
probably
not
not going to be able to
misinformation.
actually get onto the point in overtime cleanly. You would just burn yourself out of ultimates you can use in this next fight. So as we talked about, that Invisible Boundary is still going to be up. 6 can combine as well with the end song Inferno, so that Alex and Oasis both have to be very cautious about when they invest their ultimates, as Beetle is going to go for a strange TP. Is this going to be aggressively towards Peps' location, as they seem to be doing the exact same?
Oh!
Beetle versus
Oh,
Frankie Boxing.
wait, he got the portal all the way in front of them, canceled their portal and all that. Oh my God.
Amounted to much for either side. It's a switch.
That was
over
ballsy,
to try to
bro.
go in pretty much from a point A approach. Dance to the butterfly for Tanuki is available, but everybody from Team Peps playing grouped up. They have it themselves. Invisible Boundary's being forced out because of the ultimate. It might force these players to group up a little bit more, and then Jeff could just eat up whatever he can, but Tanuki off the back of it is eliminated, taking faking out. Pink trying to go into the back line, focusing on the Jeff as the Ensong Inferno looking to slam down break any amplified Alex is set up, and the Jeff ultimate grabbing a few but instantly shut down from 6. More of a brawl from both sides, but it's looking like
okay, so this is my problem here, chat, about Jeff. And when I do a tier list, you guys will also hear me say the same stuff. I think Jeff is very good in this season.
Frankie on that strange as well, having a little bit more of a consistent
but it also
shield
depends on
to
a lot of things. I think Jeff is very good when the other team is running dive, because Jeff has very high survivability against dive. Like if someone is diving you, you can get away. But Jeff's ultimate ability, I don't think is really good, because when you use your ult, there are a lot of characters out there that have an easy counter to Jeff ult.
Playing a little bit closer to the core of the backline, making sure
I don't think he's an S tier character.
And this Phoenix is doing a lot in terms of damage. Shuts down Beetle, Heretics, not going to be able to make a play forward, especially given the fact that IMLK slammed the
I think Jeff is really good into dive.
So the Heretics just fell apart under pressure from the duelists.
Jeff is really good into dive.
Paper Mache started to brutally fall apart. Enzo going for the banhammer here as a play. There's not really much fault at all. Yeah.
If you go down, you lose your ultimate as Deadpool.
Oops.
All right. Just have to feeling like it was just a case of next to nothing. He's actually able to sort of group up into this fight. But Peps now really having to give up a lot of space because of it. Like, obviously Enzo's been able to group up with the rest of his team, but Peps have also gone away from holding this like corridor hold and disengaged completely to the point the Heretics might just walk onto the objective and take it.
I mean, Frankie's down. Baby Bat does have invisible boundary, but it's a reliance on Jeff ultimate first, since you know that Tanuki has the dance of the butterflies, and you have to hold it. But no, the pressure comes on for invisible boundary comes out from the side of Team Peps. And I mean, Heretics, they're just going to play outside of it. They're going to wait for it to be done and then come.
You want to spit them off the map or to win off the map?
Eliminations and still have dance of the butterflies for the fight that happens after.
And Song being held out as Six got to use it to try and go in or disengage. It's broken nonetheless that he's trying to escape, but Beetle's chasing him down to make sure that they stall out this fight just a little bit more. Team Peps on these disengages have been punished and more time is being bought up from Heretics. The good news for Peps though is that you are 90% on the point. You have a little bit of a window to build up some of these ultimates, and Pink has just got the Dance of the Butterflies online.
I mean, the bad news, though, is the amount of ultimates that Heretics are going to have access to. If your team Peps, like, ideally, you want to just force as many ultimates from the side of your opponent as possible before they hit last fight territory and win the overtime
I'll do a season 7 tier list later, chat.
Are totally lacking strategists and having to rely instead on stacking their players to absorb that damage. They still lose the Jeff as well. And losing
Captain America just running in there, bro. Look at that.
To have the speed boost to disengage easily. Team Heretics, they're just pushing for more. Beetle uses the Freedom Charge. Full sends it towards Peps.
This is the first time we saw Captain America today, and it's kind of disgusting.
To be able to play off of, Naga also does have the Galactic Legend. If there is a bit more of a fight back, Enzo built up the Banhammer, using it again. Like, again, he's not really that afraid to use the ultimates as they build them up. Instead of allocating them and trying to group them together, it's just if you get it, send it as much as you possibly can. You've got Oasis that sat back with the It's Jeff if it is required, but Team Peps also having to use their own Banhammer on cooldown now, able to not get too much. It's more of a scrappy engagement as Heaven's Retribution has brought the fight to the ground, but Naga up in the sky has grabbed things into the air. See if he can go for the duel as the Angela has tried to really distort him as much as possible, as it's going to be an It's Jeff used on the other side. 4 people pulled off from Protoss as the player's being actually flipped over for Peps.
Wait, that's huge. Protoss gets the edge.
Oh, that's pretty fucking big, bro. That's pretty big.
And Team Peps are back onto the point. Team Heretics, do they get an opportunity like this?
They have to get the portal down. They have to get the portal down, chat. The whole other team is there, though. Are they going to be able to touch?
If it even comes in time. And no, Team Peps are able to clutch it out. Protoss, what a play. We go the distance. We go to Warrior Falls.
It was
that
up on
is
the high
fucking
ground
crazy,
as well, right?
Chat.
That was the second It's Jeff ultimate that we saw that was like a little bit elevated, and it really did seem to catch Heretics by surprise.
That is
such a
fucking
good game plan too. Like,
crazy,
there's
bro.
method
Hey,
and
we got.
madness
Hey,
for
this is
why
the
they're taking the
closest
fight to
game
so
that
many
we've
different
had today
locations.
so far,
It
though.
means that
So
Baby Bat, like Invisible Woman, the healing, you generate your ultimate so
shit, good
quickly
shit,
off of
good
the
shit.
pierce nature of your primary, right? So if everyone stacks up in one lane, you'll have Invisible Boundary up easily. Team Heretics were relying on taking Baby Bat down and popping Galactic Legend.
we finally got a tied
Invisible
game, man.
Boundary
Finally
could
got
be
a tied
built on
game.
the side of Team
Has
Peps.
BP played?
When
Yes,
we went
BP
into that
won
overtime fight,
2-0
lo
against
and behold,
their game.
Galactic
That was a pretty
Legend
good
comes
one as
through.
well.
Baby Bat doesn't have ultimate, and it's up to Protoss to be able to save the day.
Lovely stuff. Protoss was a sub on this team because it was going to be Baby Bat and Ken that were the backline. They played on Vice together in stage 2 of last year, but it is like a very recent like change up. This backline is working together considering that it seems to be a fairly recent switch up. So Heretics, it's gone to a third point. Method to the madness, as you sort of mentioned. I mean, this team is like the nutty professor with how they want to take these engagements, and you have to look at Enzo to be the one that leads the line. It is him almost pulled off of the map. The Angela almost got him. He dived back in, and the Wolverine has a go. As Pink is actually sending him to the abyss. The Beer Back's going to bring him all the way into the engagement. But that Banhammer that he might have been able to farm up first, he has no chance.
Yeah, but Team Heretics still have all of the map space because while all of that focus from the front line was onto Enzo, Beetle and Tanuki were flanking, taking the off angle and putting the pressure onto the back line to force the invisible boundary. Team Peps are able to keep themselves alive, however, and they do take Enzo out. This time, it sticks. Third time is indeed the charm, but Team Peps unfortunately not going to be able to open up with first point control. That goes the way of Team Heretics, and now the problems start. If you're trying to stop the dive composition, well, Tanuki's already got down to the butterflies, and you don't even have to pressure Invis Boundary out first. You can full send the Psylocke ultimate knowing it will find value.
And even if it doesn't, you've got a Galactic Legend that is more than likely going to follow up very quickly afterwards. Freedom Charge might be the one thing that actually sends and catapults themselves into the backline if they want. But Tanuki content to take the first pick. Baby Bat is the one that goes down.
Hey, see, chat, sometimes it's okay to solo ult someone. Sometimes you don't need a 5k ult. Sometimes it's okay to get
Not
one.
just that, but point percentage as well.
It's
like
okay.
This dive composition with how quickly Team Heretics can just very quickly rotate and shape where they're pushing from. That's going to be a lot of fights that Team Peps have to be able to get through, which means a lot of point percentage taken away from them. As ooh, it's a sneaky Galactic Legend play. It looks like Frankie Boxing can still potentially intercept it as Beetle actually goes on through the Freedom Charge. Protoss gets a huge eat yet again onto 2, but I mean the pressure from the Galactic Legend shreds the Jeff's health down.
Enzo finds himself 2 picks as well. Banhammer is going to be the thing that clears up this
that was
fight.
very strange.
As Peps losing out on numbers, going to be pulled off of the map. Like Pink is going to have to just reset. Frankie Boxing is also going to go down. More time stalled.
Wait, didn't the other team's Jeff have
25% left, and there has to be a little bit of.
Was it 2 of his own
Peps.
teammates, or did he get 2 of the enemies? I don't know. It was weird.
So far,
he still died at the end, but
used. Seems that they're just sticking to it.
Like I said, chat, I feel like Jeff ultimate is not good for a defensive ultimate, man. I feel like any other character with a defensive ult that heals, Invis, Luna, Cloak and Dagger, I think is so much better right there.
To hit, punishing Team Heretics, getting aggressive and trying to dive the back line, hitting the high ground before Team Peps can drop off onto the low ground and start swooping away that point.
That's the only reason I just don't like Jeff.
They've been able to get onto the point, but so far no eliminations. And Team Heretics yet again are just splitting the fight into separate locations. Now it's overtime. Team Peps lose the opportunity to peel for the back line.
Ooh! The map, a Gale from Pink. But Naga is like the way he's moving around the map, just disengaging. It seems that anytime he's a focus, he's out of the fight and then subtly finds his way back into the fray. So now Heretics have a good position to be holding on to. Peps looking to actually take the control of the point for the first time so far over on this battleground, but Tanuki in the backline has found himself 6. You got a Yan Amplifier that's going to increase some of the damage that's thrown out from Heretics. Now they can be a lot more selective. It's Jeff from Protoss going to be used. Not quite going to be able to grab onto 4 at this point, but a Galactic Legend has been built up so quickly from Naga that he's able to keep pace at it.
Wait, the Jeff was stuck, bro.
Peps have found control of the objective, but it is going to be a quick switch around.
Nothing satisfies me more than seeing a Jeff just die.
With. And Enzo now, Banhammer surely just finds the targets as they make their way onto the objective. Beetle can keep this fight sustained for them in favor with the Freedom Charge, and because it's back in favor of Heretics, it's not like it's still chipping forward for Peps.
Team Heretics as well. They just invade the backline, baby. That falls. Now you're relying solely on
Oh, see, look, controller, professional player, chat. See?
Players from Peps will fall.
Good aim.
Inevitable.
Wait.
As is the round ending in the favor for Team Heretics at that point. A stumble on
Damn,
Spaceport
Team Heretics takes the first map. Bro, that was a good game, though. That was a good game.
And a good showing, I suppose, of the
Gambit was open, but Team Peps is not using it. I think that is
I was going to mention Naga anyway. Like him coming
I think that's a mistake,
into this team.
I think it's because the other team is running a good dive, probably.
Play that more like sort of hit scan character, allowing Tanuki to be on the more.
The other team did save Gambit and ended up not playing Gambit for the whole game. That's
Naga was so good at.
Yeah, that's crazy. Naga went 33-2. Tanuki 29-4. I think this was a big.
Him on his first showing in Team Heretics.
I mean,
I think this was a big DPS and tank diff.
Idea of space. Like even
but it was a close
first
game.
Fight on Stellar Spaceport where it looks a little bit weird, right? Why are both teams trying to go for a strange teleport play? Well, Team Peps, it makes more sense for them to go for a strange teleport play because they have invisible boundary. They want to port onto the point so they can use
What's
it
up, D James? How you doing? How you doing?
Fortress for the invisible boundary
a pro player on controller? Yes, he is playing for 100 Thieves, which I think we do see play today.
Beneath the point, so that Team Heretics have a little bit of a harder time diving. So what the Heretics decide to do? Well, they portal first, and they actually interrupt Peps being able to get the portal cast off. So when we see the invisible boundary cast from Baby Bat, again, it's off of the objective and into a position where Team Heretics can disengage it and make sure that their backline are the ones with first point control, and they can play that fight as long as they want.
I just want to say just how much we seem to be sticking in with the theme of a little bit of old and a little bit of new, some nostalgia and some new experimental stuff, because when was the last time we saw some players from Citadel playing Jeff, Psylocke, and Captain America? It's a pretty consistent, but it's with different players. It's the evolution. Everything just it's all a little bit the same, a little bit new, and it's delightful to see. Also delightful to see that Jeff Heat on Stellar Spaceport. Really a game changer, but the fact is they won because of that
invasive.
Play,
Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Sorry.
Building up enough charge for that to matter, and that's a really good
Jeff
sign
haters have
Pets.
tiny
they
wieners.
Are currently able to at least compete with Team Heretics in that first match.
I fucking hate Jeff.
Solid potential as we get ready for match.
I fucking hate him.
We're gonna head to a break so those players can get set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Why do you think my name is Jay3, chat? Come on. Do you have a team in NA that you're hoping does well? I am cheering for Redacted if they want to sponsor me as a streamer. That's the team I'm cheering for. No, chat, I don't have a favorite team, bro. I have friends. Okay, this is my answer, and this is not a PR answer, chat. I have friends who are on different teams, and the reason that I don't have a favorite team is because, well, I just have friends on different teams. And those friends sometimes take time out of their day to come do content with us, and that's why I'm cheering for them. They take time out of their day to come do content with you guys and do like 2 pros versus you guys. Hey, so I think that chat, I'm not fence sitting. I'm just saying I like cheering for my friends. Like one video that I think that did really well, if you guys haven't spectated it yet on my YouTube, is hold on, where's that video at? Videos, bang. I did it some time ago. 6 pros against 6 ranked demons. Did really well 2 months ago. Over 500,000 views. We took 6 professional players and we put them against 6 high ranked, well, streamers and ranked players, and we see you can see the difference right there. Really good, really fun watch. And then you have like a lot of other videos where, like, We took Terra and TTK and put them against, like, how many bronze players does it take to beat TTK and Terra? So, like, I have a lot of favorite teams, Matt. It's like putting my dad on one team and putting my brother on the other team and then asking me what's my favorite. I can't choose. I can't. Does Kingsman play pro? No, he does not. Kingsman was going to be a professional player, but then he was watching professional play, and then someone locked the Black Widow, and then he got really scared, and so he doesn't want to play anymore. No, that was a joke, by the way. He's a college student. He probably just doesn't have time. This is why I love being a streamer and not playing. I get to sit here and just shoot the shit with you guys, and I don't have to scrim. I don't have to play matches. I just get to do this. I love it. But when you guys ask me, J3, why don't you play pro? I don't want to, man. Also, he probably wants to be a content creator first, or maybe wait until his school's done. I wouldn't say there's no money in pro play. I do think being a pro is really... So there are some pros who actually do a great job of it. I'm going to say Saipei for an example.
Sacrilege reigns here in Ignite.
Some pros need to learn that professional play is not going to last forever, and you need a fallback plan, and growing your own brand like Saipei is doing, or like a lot of these other professional players are doing, is really good because it makes you more valuable to the team. And if you don't want to play professional gameplay one day, you have streaming. A lot of the pros don't stream, and then when they're done being a pro, well, there's nothing to fall back on.
I mean, if you go Museum of Contemplation, right away you have to be ready for dive. Like, teams on the attack especially are going to be looking to split your attention and force you to give up a whole lot of space so that you lose control of corner cover, and you have to take a fight on a long open line of sight. So I think for Team Pep's draft line is going to be very important to just take away some of the win conditions that Team Heretics were able to do. Like, honestly, if the Star-Lord makes it through, going for a rocket ban might actually be a good idea, just so you can try to take away some of the mobility of that duelist, plus the potential of the BRB.
Yes.
I do think as well, like, Alex was just worth highlighting because it was one elimination against them playing the rocket, and I think that we sort of mentioned characters that have provided a lot of value in stocks today. I think Rocket is being omitted from that list completely. It seems that those teams that can really make him work are feasting right now.
So far, I've seen one tank, 3 EPS, and 2 supports. Is it going to be the standard?
I would assume.
That's not how it is in pro play. It's been always 2-2-2. Sometimes you see 3 supports.
Just what he has, all these tools, really solid AoE healing for his team, especially if they are diving. He can just ping the balls away from a pretty solid distance. Damage output, not really too relevant unless you're getting into like.
Are you going to do more custom content?
Just land all the
like
headshots
you,
from the main,
yes, I would love to do more custom content for Rivals.
boost
If they had a better custom settings that I could do.
More damage means more ult charge.
Rivals needs to get their shit together for customs, man.
Most important factor, Battle Rebirth Beacon.
I'm only limited to amount of things I could do as a content creator.
In here, so I completely agree. I love you bringing that up, Brian.
Because I'm just limited.
A little bit. We haven't mentioned it as much, and it does deserve being brought up. But also being brought up, Deadpool is still getting prioritized very high by a lot of these teams. Do you think we'll see it adjusted in this match, Moxie?
The problem is, if you go for a ban on Vanguard Deadpool, it has to come at the start of the draft, which means that you let the Elsa through. I think it took 3 years for Overwatch to come out with customs. And I don't know if you want to allow Team Heretics access.
I don't know if I could wait 3 years for Marvel chat. I don't know, man. There's so many ideas I have in my head that I want to do with you guys, but I can't do it because it's impossible.
For that Elsa to find eliminations just from absolutely anywhere.
Speaking of opportunities, this is Team Pep's last opportunity because this could be the final map of the day if Heretics are able to take it. Let's find out what happens as we're heading into Museum of Contemplation for map number 2 of Heretics versus Pep.
Wow, let's see it, chat.
One of the things to highlight too when we're going
Elsa is both banned.
The players from Citadel Gaming. Citadel Gaming was known as being the connoisseurs of Convoy. They were very good at this game mode. You don't have Sharknado anymore that they can't rely on as such, but seeing them play on the most recent Convoy map is going to be interesting to see if it's a similar approach or whether the meta or even like just team roles are going to change it.
Oh, okay. So Peps are going to continue going with like this Gambit line as we get Team Heretics considering no
it's a tournament server. Everything's unlocked for them.
With that first lock slot going
they did not grind
the Vanguard Deadpool. And like, that's what I talked about, right?
The champion
icons. If you
icons.
go for the ban on Vanguard Deadpool, it has to come at the start of the draft as opposed to halfway or at the end of it, which means that you would give them Elsa. And it seems like Peps are just entirely avoiding that particular topic as both of these teams actually are
they are playing on season 7, but it's not the really patch that just released yesterday on Thursday.
Museum of Contemplation, where we see so many times those flanking Daredevils just getting past and causing so much chaos on backlines.
Again,
the Gambit is going to be banned out on one side, so it's going to be one-sided in
Team
favor
Peps
of
banned
Peps,
Gambit and also saved Gambit, so there's a one-side Gambit.
Mantis, so they're still like hovering this Deadpool Vanguard. They're just like, we're going to protect it to make sure that we can have it. Probably going to ban it out last.
Eric, appreciate the massive 14 months, my friend. And Sarah Shady,
appreciate
the massive Prime
like,
sub.
Do we want to make sure that they don't get Loki? It's going to be the case. There's a lot of like double bans coming through. Whether or not they actually protect the Deadpool Vanguard themselves here is interesting.
Yeah, it could be a Star-Lord. It could be a Deadpool Vanguard. Let's have a look and see the Loki from the side of Team Heretics is absolutely.
I think this last ban is going to be this last ban is going to be Tank Deadpool, obviously.
To be able to come through, no matter which
gotta
side
ban that Tank Deadpool, chat.
2 casts of Raging Royal Flush just allows you far too much control.
I bet the house,
I bet the kids, when ultimates
I bet the cars, I bet everything on banning Tank Deadpool.
Crew now, as we actually get a save onto the Invisible Woman. Team Heretics, they could, if they want to, go for a ban onto Vanguard Deadpool, but since Team Peps haven't played it so far, it looks like it's actually going to be an attention.
Does anyone have a house that I can move in with them?
Instead.
I just lost everything.
Gambit does not get to pair
I just lost the kids.
With the Star-Lord.
I just lost the
house. If we do get to see a Star-Lord versus Rocket come through from the side of Team Heretics, they'll have far much more mobility. Team Peps would just be running the Rocket for things like the BRB.
Who wants to take my mortgage, chat? You have 28 more years at 7.5% interest rate. Anyone want it?
Individual like bans taken out, like both the Elsa, both the Daredevil, the Loki is the same, but like Gambit is going to be one-sided for Peps, as well as like having the Star-Lord for Team Heretics. I think that's the only thing that is going to be one-sided for them. Interesting how the draft went. Instead of like, we're going to ban this and protect the same character, we're going to just try to like, we're going to protect this. We're not even going to use a ban to make it one-sided. We just want to make sure that we get a hold of it.
Well, Team Heretics will be starting off on the defense. No free
Fame,
this
appreciate
time.
the
It's going to be a triple strategist line.
And Nolo, appreciate the massive Prime. Thank you guys. Hey,
Tanuki
we're turning out the 28 more years of mortgage down to 27.
Something to talk about with Museum of Contemplation, especially around that first corner. It's so good for Jeff healing. Like, you're going to be able to keep everyone alive while also making sure
Team Heretics is running the triple support. Yes, chat. They are running the Mantis. You guys were questioning the Mantis save earlier.
Now,
Mantis very strong with 3 supports. Yes,
added in. We have not going to see the most recent one that's coming in the middle of the season for preseason yet. So it's going to be whether you can make some history over in the Museum of Contemplation. You got IMLK going in with the Groot to see if they can sort of isolate some of these fights. But perfect positioning of where this dive could just really harass you as you get past this first corner.
IMLK as well on that Groot. It's actually going to be pretty problematic for Heretics to have
also,
to
remember,
deal with,
Team Peps does have a solo
block off the LOS of the jet heal.
Team Heretics does not have
playing
Gambit.
as split as they've been right now has actually been punished. Beetle has fallen since the backline weren't in position to care for him. And now when we break into fights in a more open space, 6 on that Phoenix can be really problematic, which is why we're seeing Tanuki have to step up to the plate and try and keep the duelist occupied. Looking now for that Groot, farming up the ultimate off of just damaging the Vanguard so that Team Heretics get an opportunity to come backward down to the butterflies to force some visible boundary.
Just as Peter was about to like maybe get his
role do you think Black Cat is going to be? I hope it's going to be a tank.
I
don't hope as a DPS player we don't need more DPS characters.
Comes through, not able to get an elimination, block some of the damage at the very least, but there's still more to come in from Team Peps, who are actually making good headway on this so far. The dive is going to be good enough to force out the invisible boundary on the other side. Peps take a moment to try to regroup themselves, and then the forward offense is going to happen right just before this first checkpoint. Team Heretics are a little bit of free ball at the moment as they're staggering players one after the other. Beetle is finally able to get the banhammer off to stall out things for the time being, but there's no move over towards a Strange just yet. The numbers from Heretics are there, but they're just losing them one at a time. A really well played first point on this is Tanuki's.
Wait, they popped their ult? They're gonna cap!
But there's so
Chat,
many plays from
if you pop your Psylocke ult, it's not gonna do anything because it doesn't count you as on the point. So if you go to the point and you Psylocke ult, you're going to C9.
Yeah, Dance of the Butterflies as well from Tanuki, which means he's not counted
that was not a good play, bro.
the objective. So Peps
are
able to use Invisible Boundary, live the Psylocke ultimate, and pick up the checkpoint all in one go. Ooh, that was a risk. Alex with the Force Physics, almost grabbing Team Peps a little bit too far forward, but it's the Vanguards who were caught, not squishy, so they'll be able to
EU.
stabilize.
NA starts,
as we get now
EMEA.
Team Heretics moving Alex over to the Invisible Woman instead. Oasis should probably get targeted by the Meteor, and the moment that it's Jeff ends,
ooh, nice shot.
actually catches Tanuki, and Team Heretics are lacking a duelist, which opens the floodgates for Team Peps to get aggressive.
The leap in comes through as there's another Royal Flush. Protoss is built up so quick. In fact, this gravy train is still going for Peps, and they're making so much progress happen. There was a fight for Team Heretics to stall it out for a brief stint, but Team Peps not only able to win out the fight here, but getting past one of the most like annoying, irritating parts of the map to actually get through, which is just up this like the steep end, I suppose, of like second point, able to get through without any contest as Heretics have to regroup.
I mean, Beetle's gonna actually
just
swap
got here.
over
How's
to
the
Captain
tournament so
America
far?
just to
Pretty
go onto
good.
the point
A lot
and
of
try and stall
rolls,
it
a lot of
out, align the rest of the
2-0s,
team a little
but
bit more freedom
pretty good.
to be able to walk away from these separate lanes. Enzo's gonna be a problem that Team Peps have to clear out, given how close he is to that banhammer. As Tanuki goes to show what exactly happens to a Gru who is just firewood in the 1v1 against that Psylocke. As Team Peps, the moment Team Heretics went for the swaps, they lost control of the map space, and now we actually have double duelists as opposed to Tanuki relying solely on things like the Mantis damage boost to keep Heretics in play. They're going to be able to have a lot more of a higher stake in holding the space permanently.
And Pink has switched over towards the Nemo as well, so like actual fast changes. Like Peps
No,
are
I do
keeping
not
pace
want to
with this. Like they're not just going, oh, this is the way that we want to play it, and it's do or die. It really is that they're gonna try and adjust as things happen. Unfortunately, however, they lose Pink.
Oh, great ult, great ult, great ult. Good play.
So Peps having to try and regroup, not stall this out too much, and Heretics.
And they only used one ult for that team wipe.
The objective, they have
good.
so many ultimates in the back pocket to sit back on.
Yeah, great funneling. Beetle very much calling out the rotation from Peps when they try and take those staircases. Naga knowing that he can go for that Endsong Inferno.
Zinnia?
Have the greater summon health as well as that low ceiling, meaning that Peps just weren't able to burn through the summon before it hit the ground. And now Heretics, they just continue disrupting the walk-up. Banhammer comes on through from Enzo. They hit onto the backline from both Beetle and Tanuki.
This comp is actually disgusting. The Captain America goes on the flank with the Psylocke and they just delete the backline while the other team hits the front line. Bro, you're in a sandwich.
All of that like momentum that they were able to sort of build off has kind of dissipated for the time being. Even like building up towards the ultimates, it was Pink switched over 90 seconds ago, still like 70% on the way of having a Horn of Proteus. There's so much to still be ready to work with, but it has to be in quick succession. There's the thing that's going to start it off with the fastball to go in with the Gambit ultimate. Invisible Boundary is going to be used as Royal Flush was the thing that started it. Dance of the Butterfly is now going to be used as a response as Endsong now from 6th. Looking to see if he can clean up anybody else after the Meteor. M from Frankie actually finds himself too. Seems that everybody's now going to go down for Heretics, but Freedom Charge, and it's Jeff stalling for a little bit more time as there's only 1 minute left for Peps. Don't think there's going to be a portal available for Heretics now.
Who did the Jeff ult?
But they might just have enough of a way to actually fight this right before the end of second.
I mean, Oasis on the Jeff with the healing bubble should be able to give the speed boost for Team Heretics to get one touch on, and they are devastatingly close to an Endsong Inferno. Pink does have the Horn of Proteus, might be able to catch out that Phoenix before the ultimate comes on first. IMLK does hit the banhammer, and it looks like it's onto Oasis as the Jeff just instantly falls. Enzo returns the favor slowly.
You have to get on the cart. You have to get on the cart.
Like you said, they are getting pulled off of the point. Oasis sees an opportunity, goes for the setup of the Strange TP to get Team Heretics back through the door as Endsong can stall out this fight just a little bit more. There's the activation of it. Can Team Heretics make it through the portal?
Oh, it's a real touch at the end here for Peps. You've got Beetle has done so well to actually stall out this objective, and a lot of pictures
Captain America, bro. This might make some more Captain America players in ranked, which I'm kind of scared about. Well, actually, not really. Go shotgun.
And it's just
Shotgun
before
Punisher.
second that the point is going to finish for them.
Oof, good hold from Team Heretics. Very good adaptation.
I think this is the first team that's running Captain America and making it work.
The composition of Team Peps on first, and then just like instantly pivoted when, okay, the Mantis with the solo Psylocke is not working. Yes, we've got one-sided damage boost, but our Psylocke's just not getting space to do anything. She's not getting to take the 1v1s. She's not getting to punch through the strategists and squishies. Let's just go for the Phoenix alongside the Psylocke so we can split our core. We can have Tanuki on the Psylocke, dive with Beetle, and then that draws the attention to having to deal with the Captain America, with the Psylocke. When they slow things down, the Phoenix's real estate just picks up so much more value, uncontested.
He's
and
not really
getting to
fun
shoot
after
from
the
far.
nerf. That's not true. I think
nice
I think a lot of people are.
I mean, there was the point where like
I have to do a spectating rank 1 on Captain America actually because I have a code for it. We could probably do that sometime this weekend or beginning of next week.
I was like, wait, what's going on?
Captain America's. We found a good game.
Like
pretty good, man. He's pretty good.
Just enveloped what Team Heretics were doing on the objective. But I guess this is like a real test for them. It's a new team.
I saw like 3 of the most popular Cap streamers in Diamond.
Triple strategist. A couple of good fights here would work.
I think you're probably watching the wrong streamers then, man.
If this goes wrong, it's very much Team Heretics taking this all the way to the end.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't really a full hold composition. It's more a case of just get as much time off the bank as you possibly can. The first fight especially, you do have that one-sided soul bond coming through from the Atom. Pink can put a lot of pressure too when the fighting moves around corner and opens out into those longer stretches, which is why
I do like the Atom, bro. Atom is very fun to play.
They don't want to actually take the fight in Team
Can't believe I'm
Heretics'
actually
space.
saying those words.
They want to force them into having to play the lane that Pink can continue to spam.
Yeah, just making Heretics overstep their boundaries.
Then
here.
I think that's the same game that I'm probably going to watch, I think.
To get the most out of this composition. Certainly with ultimates costing a little bit more time and effort from the strategists, you've already lost one of those vanguards. MLK is going to be taken out in the process. They're going to be back in the fight fairly soon, but it's how much Heretics can actually put the pressure onto this backline as Tanuki finds himself a second and is looking to hunt down a third. But Adam Warlock, he's trying to fly away. He can't.
You know what we need to see in ranked play?
Means that he's going to have a chance
that people are not abusing. People are not abusing Adam Warlock and Storm. We have to see the crop dust. We have to see the crop dust strat.
If you're the Atom, you absolutely do not want to use your self-res now. Oasis gets picked by the spam damage coming on through once that portal opens up. So Team Heretics have actually lost the Jeff, so no symbiotic shenanigans to be able to stave off the damage coming on through from Team Peps when they decide to walk on forward with the one-sided Raging Roll Flush. I don't think they even need it. They're just sweeping through the dive splits. Feast of the Abyss does come through from Enzo, forcing Protoss actually into having to invest that Gambit ultimate.
Wait, they gotta...
Team Heretics more than happy to fight into, given the fact that they have Invisible Boundary. Baby Bats at least got later cast though, Ryan. So Team Peps, they might be able to out-sustain. Invisible Boundary forced by Dance of the Butterflies, but for afterwards, they should have Karmic Revival. Unfortunately for Team Peps, they've lost the player that they need. Pink is down.
Oh, Pink didn't have self-revive. Oh, someone has to get a TP down, bro. But they can't TP because their Strange was alive.
Uh-oh. Able to at least bring back a couple, but they're not going to be able to touch, or at least it's going to be incredibly close as they're being forced back. This choke has been held by one Vanguard.
That sucks, bro. That sucks for Team Peps, bro. They used all these abilities and ults to try to touch the point. That's why, in my opinion, that's why you can't play Strange, because if you're playing Strange and you're not dead first, you're not going to be able to get that TP down, bro. You need...
But
whoever dies first needs to get that TP, but you can't because he's out there fighting. He's the last one dead.
The Hulk as well.
Was it on cooldown?
From the side of Team Pep, so looking to counter.
That's also a fucking bad idea.
Oh, there. Trying to put a little bit more pressure onto Alex. Beetle with that last stand though is going to be problematic for the Strange and the Hulk potentially to have to deal with. As we
I would
can
not
see,
TP earlier than saving it for the last fight.
Off of the back of the damage coming on from afar with that Phoenix pressure, and that frees Tanuki up to take a lane on right side too.
Oh, because I was fishing on the RuneScape. My bad.
So he just
Sorry.
switching to various players from Team Heretics.
I'm almost
and they're
level
all
92
taking their own
fishing.
engagements. It is high octane to potentially end the day, as there's only a couple meters left to top off what EMEA Day 1 has given for Ignite. Invisible Boundary is going to try and hold on. We do have the Eye of Agamotto used, and it connects onto the Vanguard front line of Team Heretics, but it is actually just Tanuki that goes down from the Dance of the Butterflies on the other side. In fact, Enzo's able to use the Feast of the Abyss to get a pick, and Naga taking his own 1v1 to try to take out
Wait.
in the sort of space behind where this objective is. It's Jeff is going to be used.
Wait,
as well
did
as
they
an
actually
invisible
speed
boundary,
up?
And Oasis seeing if there's a chance to try to.
What are they doing? Did they actually speed it up?
Crazy Moxie in this fight. Everybody's having their own little scrap, but Heretics seem to be coming out on top for the most part.
Wait, yeah, this isn't as fast as the fucking characters move. Wait, they actually sped up the fucking
to get
yo.
stabilized by his strategists. Pink has N-Song as well, as we can see Beetle actually going to be swapping over to the Captain America, as we've got 2 minutes left.
Yo, wait a minute. Yeah, look at the time. 19,
time
18,
to build up
17.
the old bank,
Oh, and this looks normal. This is normal. This is normal.
N-Song Inferno comes out for the Phoenix Health reset, but unfortunately, you haven't cleared off Pink.
Okay,
who
now
gets
this
the
is
invisible
normal. What they were
Woman
doing on the
Guardian
Venom was
shield to
sped
hold
up. What the
lane
hell?
And gets the better of his mirror, and Team Peps are actually making this hold a little bit more stable now.
Yeah, it's more of a job for Naga. We saw him before just trying to keep track of where Pink is playing from on the team on the other side.
I
but
didn't
Naga's focus
notice,
was
man.
more on the team fight that was
That's actually pretty
away
funny.
from the action. Pink giving some space, making sure that he's putting out some of the damage in the process, but he does have
Who
the
knows? Who
N-Song
knows what'll
available.
happen?
Protoss finds
Who
that
knows?
first pick, because IMLK is looking to see if he can dive, make sure that like Enzo's going to be punished a little bit more, as there's going to be 2 Vanguards now back in the hands of Heretics. And now look at this dive. All of these
Maybe they
players
got a new
in
person
possession,
working on this, Jack. I
trying
don't
to
know.
go all the way around. Is Pep's
Easy
going to be there
mistake.
to try and adjust to it? In fact, the Hulk is going to try and block it off. Frankie is holding on for hope as the Royal Flush is going to allow that offensive capability. And Six is doing really well to make sure that Heretics' coordination is stunted. There's only a minute left.
I love this. Team Pep scouted out that Team Heretics were trying to get all the way around the back and go aggressive before Baby Bat gets invisible boundary. They just go first. Protoss uses the Raging Royal Flush, and Team Pep with the greatest speed boost get on top of Team Heretics. That being said, you've delayed the problem. You haven't solved it, right? Beetle with the Freedom Charge is going to give Team Heretics the in. Tanuki can come through with the eliminations before Baby Bat has the ultimate. You have to rely on Eye of Agamotto shutting these players down before they can make the play. It leads into the N-Song Inferno. Like you said, it hits 2, and Team Heretics...
Good Hulk
want to
players
commit
are
to this
very
fight.
scary.
Worse, they have to, though. It's overtime. Oasis has to go through with the it's. Jeff, Team Peps are down to 3 players remaining, though, as Team Heretics are clutching
that's
it
GG's,
out
chat.
with the players actually on the point.
That's
They're
GG's.
pulling
That was a
the
close
players
game,
off
though.
of the
Oh,
defensive
wait,
team,
never mind.
and no one is going to be able to keep the objective
That
in play
sucks,
long enough
bro.
for
He's
Peps
gonna
to
have
man up
nightmares
for
on
the
that ult,
recontest.
dude. He's gonna
It
have
came down to the
nightmares.
wire.
Oh.
The Team Heretics build up the ultimate bank and eventually cash out.
Harder than you
Oh,
sort of
that
expect, especially
sucks.
with how their
Wait.
like, defense went. It looked very much on the precipice for Peps to actually take a map and bring us to a
I
third.
do know
But it's
when
all
Hulk
2
is
nils
losing his
today.
form,
You've
it
got to
doesn't
say,
count
Museum
him
of
as
Contemplation, I don't
being
know
on
why
the
it's called that,
cart.
because that map
But
doesn't give you any chance
when
to
you
think.
ult, does
It's
that
so
also
fast in
count
how they
as
seem to
when you're
play. But
transforming
really
as
impressive
not
that
on the
Peps were able
cart?
to keep up
Oh,
with Team
that
Heretics that were
sucks,
playing
bro.
At a pace that nobody else was really.
That
like,
actually
it was almost
fucking
too fast for Heretics,
sucks,
the white
dude.
knuckle ride for them to actually keep things going. But it's more like with a little bit of like adjustments here or there and a bit of
Tanuki,
polish.
32 and
This is a scary
7,
team
20
to
final
stare at.
hits on the Psylocke. Popped
There's
off.
a lot of potential. It's for sure a lot of potential.
PKT
Really excited as
Stando.
well to
Appreciate the
see
massive prime
what
sub, my friend.
moving ahead. Peps are going to be looking like Protoss was really impressing on the Jeff early on
chat.
the first round, but also on the
Congratulations to everyone on Team Heretics. 65%, 3.4 million, 122 people lost, almost 2 million.
Especially has been hit so heavily, and Team Heretics were looking to apply that pressure, like going into the backline,
A lot of money.
trying to find those eliminations. Although I won't lie, it did sort of trickle into a lot of Phoenix 1v1s, and just like the duelists both trying to beat out the other. in
Which team
terms
are you
of
looking
controlling those lanes, which allowed the
forward to the
strategists
most?
a little bit more
I'm looking for a good
freedom
game,
and
bro.
sense of safety.
All of these games today have been 2-0s.
What a showing by both of these teams. A huge showing for Peps in particular. Yes, they go away from this.
All the games have been 2-0s, man.
but the
I
fact
want
is
a good close
work
series. This one was like the best
single
one when it comes to being
inch for it.
close,
That
but
is fantastic news for the Peps fans out there, because that was very impressive. Big shout out, especially, you were mentioning it earlier, the Phoenix duels between the two Phoenix players for these teams. Really nicely done. The fact that Peps came out ahead multiple times there. Frankie Boxing did well. Protoss showing off the Jeff Eats earlier and then adjusting now into the Gambit, having a
the VP game was all right. The second game was all right. The first one was kind of a roll too.
It's what we were hoping to see from a load of ex-Citadel players. Now with new players jumping on in to really show up, and in particular,
we'll see what the NA games are today. I don't know what the NA schedule is. I looked at it a few times, but I don't remember.
So now, before we get into potential interviews, we've got to ask, Ryan, Moxie, how are you feeling about your prediction orders?
Ooh, I'll let Moxie go first.
Oh, is this because I have Heretics higher than Shikigami? I think like,
yeah.
I'm still happy. Like I said, when I looked at those predictions, everyone in Group A, I was like, it feels like this can go anywhere. For the top three, it can be any potential order.
I have a dumb question. Are the matches to figure out seeding or to build a bracket or something else? This is preseason, so there is a $50,000 preseason.
Not fully stabilized, but definitely starting to
prize
form
pool.
into. I would imagine we're going to be seeing
all the teams are basically playing to get into the playoffs, so they can
which then means that we could be moving away from Vanguard. Deadpool's being the clutch factor of compositions, and we're getting to see Elsa Bloodstone make her way in, especially when we see the health bar get tanked a little bit.
I think my prediction, but I still have Shikigami. If Shikigami played Heretics today, I think Shikigami would win, because Heretics, there's a lot of caliber on this team, there's a lot of coordination, but it's a new team. There has to be some adjustments, getting used to playing with each other, and how you adjust to a team like Shikigami that's played for a few months already, remains to be seen. But the good news for Heretics is you get these kind of games that are definitely winnable for them. They can show their issues. Lion Pro, the coach, can go over and make sure that they smooth up some of those inconsistencies. So by the time that you play Na'Vi and Shikigami, you're a lot more prepared. And I think those series are certainly going to be the most defining, because there's so much innate talent on this Heretics roster. It's just time and whether they can keep building upon it.
Time and building, we will have to see when those two teams play against each other. I'm very much in the agreement of Moxie of that top three, especially a lot of people are expecting Na'Vi to come out of the group ahead just due to previous pedigree. But Heretics and Shikigami, these are great showings for both of these teams. We didn't know going into this which one would be ahead, and we still aren't sure, and that's the delight of today's games and how fun they have been. We've had 2-0s across the board, and
yeah,
a lot of
2
those
O's.
games
Feels bad, man.
close,
Yeah, we'll be
and
watching all the
delightful
teams on
to see
NA.
that.
So
we
if
are gonna have an interview
YWL
with
is
Enzo, so we'll be
streamed,
jumping
we'll
into
be
that when
watching it.
that is ready.
I
But
can't
overall,
control what games
let's have
are
a quick
streamed,
question.
chat.
What were, starting with Ryan, as you made Mox go first last time.
Also, I don't know who we're going to get
Ooh,
for the
I
NA
think
casting,
reason
but I'm
being
pretty
was
sure it's going to be
was
good.
Just blew our expectations out of the water. It had a lot of moments to certainly highlight, but I think it's I did expect that there'd be some teams that this team is just objectively better than the other. It's a quick 2-0, but there have been a lot of Crownfall, Pepsid. I'm there's promise here. It's just whether they can build upon it and not.
If you could play any other game and get the same viewers, what would you play? Milk.
There's a chance for some of these teams that didn't look great today, or at least not able to get on the board with a win, can actually build themselves up to be top contenders for not only the end of preseason, but for stage 1 for sure.
Roxy, the same question, of course, to you. What stood out for you today?
I mean, Virtus Pro getting to see them step away from the dive composition, which Finzi actually said himself they wanted to move away from being a solely dive focused team, was an absolute treat, as was getting to see the potential of
Dustin,
the teams that we were
appreciate the
talking
match for
about,
2 months, my friend. How you
Vision
doing?
looking really, really strong.
Jay,
and
do you
defying
never
a lot
have
of
to go to the
expectations.
bathroom
I
when you
was
do these
worried
streams?
about them moving from
I go to the
MSC
bathroom all the
into
time, bro.
Ignite purely off of the compositions that they played in the past. I was like, they played anchor compositions,
Apparently,
but not so
chat,
much dive
Milk is having
compositions.
a
How are they going
prequel.
to adjust? And they were able to adjust really well against that. Crimefall 2 having a lot of potential, being able to pull fights against Virtus Pro. Well, not
Apparently.
maps, but still keep it competitive, I think, puts a lot of potential that we get to see in the team, and same thing with Peps.
And to round it out, I will say that my favorite was probably the Shikigami Pulsar game. We got to see just how good Shikigami are right now, which is terrifying for the other teams. While Pulsar showed some lovely moments of brilliance, I still really enjoy the Angela versus Wolverine, who goes in the hole fights to just see who can take each other into the pit on Arako. Absolutely delightful. Always fun to see that. Overall, though,
I have no idea, Weeb. I haven't really seen it.
Games, and we have 2
more
more days this week coming up for you. We still have more games coming up tomorrow. We have Fire versus Rad, Navi Shiki. We'll jump into that more.
Hey, appreciate Dustin.
And of course, the Americas start this week.
I don't know if they're gonna have the same stream or if they're gonna shut it down.
I hope you're all extremely as excited.
I don't think they. I hope they don't shut down the stream.
Starting soon. It's just a good time to be a Rivals esports fan.
And it's easy to follow along as well. I think it's like if you didn't watch much of last year, that's fine. Also, I'm excited for all of the stats are about to get in game as well, so we can actually start to follow on exactly how impactful these players are, because that often does get omitted. Like, you have to sort of work it out usually by 10 minutes, how many final hits, how much damage, but we might really start to see some players. They normally shut it down and then bring in the US in fresh. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense though. I feel like if you were running a tournament like this, you should just go on a break and then bring in new people. Shutting down the stream, I don't think is good. Because when you shut down the stream, you're losing all your viewership. You have to go back from zero. You have to go back to zero and climb all the way back up. It just doesn't make any sense.
Right now, if you go play in Rivals, you can just unlock some sprays for some of your favorite teams, including the qualifier and the guest teams. You can just unlock them by playing in Marvel Rivals. But if you want to go that extra mile, we do have those partner team skins for Deadpool available. So if you liked the look of Virtus Pro or Na'Vi today, or Heretics, then you can jump on in and get yourself those team bundles, represent your favorite in the Vanguard.
We are going to do predictions for NA, yes.
Relevant right now, so make sure you get your reps in on that and rep your favorite team in the process. But speaking of our partner team, speaking of Heretics, we have our interview. Please welcome from Team Heretics, Enzo. And
Enzo, okay.
Today, for starters, it's very good to have you back, Enzo.
EMEA is done for today,
I'm back once again. The big dog is back.
In the same room as well, with a different poster.
We love to see it. I'm going to open it up with the immediate elephant in the room. Different roster for you this time. You've got a main stables group that's staying together, but you've got a couple new players coming in here for this.
Yes,
stage.
NA games are next.
How has that adjustment stage been for you?
Basically, after the season, a lot of players went to NA, and a lot of roster had to change. So I looked at the option. I saw that guy wasn't a part of Navi anymore. I was like, yeah, I want that guy. I always wanted to play with him. He's like such a great human, such a great player. He brings the vibes. It's just so good to play with him. Then we looked at the tank, and we saw that Beetle had the amazing season with Chop, and I was like, yeah, I want this guy as well. He's by far the best option we have. And then afterwards, I looked at the support. I didn't really like any of them, any of the good support. So I say that let's pick a rookie. Let's pick someone that didn't have a chance to play with a good team, and let's see what he can do. And at the beginning it was kind of rough because he had to play Jeff, and he didn't really knew how to play Jeff. But this guy is a grinder. He's basically the first guy I pick in my team that plays the game more than I do. So he just picked up the character, played over and over, 100 hours. And now he's finally, I think he's good on it. He had a little bit of I kind of fucked up something. Oh wait, man, don't say that well.
He just said that. Fined $5,000.
Instead of that, that's clean.
Chat, say goodbye to $5,000. Just cursed on live on the stream, chat. Can't have that.
The players ticked off. Talk to us a little bit
$5,000 down the drain.
Behind the scenes, because we've talked about, Line Pro now moving over from being a player and moving into a coaching position. Was that something that you, as a player, made the decision to bring onto? Has it been working with him?
He lost $5,000, and if he wins the tournament, he wins $4,000. He's down 1,000, chat.
That works the best to your team. And we tried a couple one, and Line Pro was the one that was fitting the most our team. So we just say, yeah, let's go, let's run it.
I think because it is mostly you Citadel guys with the cherry-picked players.
No, I don't think he's losing $5,000 because he cursed on the stream, chat. It's a meme.
How long have you been scrimming? How are scrims going realistically? What are the things that you need to catch up on? Or was it pretty much just the team played really well and scrims have just been going amazingly, and it's just a case of keeping that momentum going, right? Like, oh, has there been some, like, we need to work out how to play the new meta, for example?
The beginning was kind of rough because it's the first time that there's like so many like players going through different teams. So when you're making a new team, we all learn the game a different way. So like a comp that we're gonna play, I'm gonna have like us three, Tanuki, Alex, and me. We're gonna think about one way, but the three others learn the game a different way. So they're gonna play differently. It was kind of hard to be on the same page, but we worked hard enough, and I think now we're on the same page on most of the things. We just tried this new battle line with giving them gambits, which we're not so sure about it. I mean, I think it's good. It's just there's so many matchups that we haven't played yet, so we need to learn about the matchups more. It's kind of the first time that we're playing against this character. You know, he's been permabanned since like the beginning of the game. So yeah, we're just learning the matchup one by one. But I think this lineup, this battle line was really good. We just picked the wrong character at some point, but once we locked the good character into the draft, it was pretty easy.
Easy, says Enzo. So our final question once again is new roster here coming on in, same anchor as we started with, but with all these new players, with a new organization behind you. What do you have to say for the fans out there who saw that performance and really want to get on board?
I mean, I hope they enjoyed the show, and it's only the beginning, you know? We're gonna go like even crazier next time.
That is a promise that I am excited to see you keep. Thank you very much for joining us, Enzo. We'll let you get back to your team and celebrate and prepare for the rest of the week's games.
Thank you guys for having me, and see you tomorrow.
We are very excited to see Enzo tomorrow. Always a delight talking to Enzo and just the majority of
That's the
players.
funniest part, though. They're not playing tomorrow. It's the day off. So, he's
no.
So I don't know what he's going to do. He's just like, yeah, I'll be here. I was like, I'm pretty sure you're not playing, but yeah, like, I'd love.
That's actually
podcast,
funny,
honestly,
but
if he can keep like his mouth clean, I suppose.
Oh boy.
Pretty good. Why?
Well. What an incredible series of games.
Do you want to see what I'm doing?
Some incredible players who we've interviewed as well. I'll reiterate it quickly before we just go a bit further down into the breakdown of the day.
How you doing, Jay3? Watched almost all your YouTube videos and loved it a lot. Hey, appreciate it, my friend.
Or VP in particular, you can buy a skin.
Do I want to see Sushi?
Support the teams.
Yeah, bring her to me.
Game. So if you liked it, if you want to support the team,
no, you can bring her to me.
Great way to do it. Also, of course, follow the teams on their socials so that you can support them directly along with the players.
In a second, I think they're gonna go on a break.
What a day of games we have had together.
Okay, you can bring her to me then.
We've already talked about what our favorites are, so we're going to start to look ahead to the future. We have tomorrow's games coming up. I'm sure we're going to list in a moment from production, but what are we looking forward to?
Purple Cafe for 8 months. Appreciate it.
We haven't seen yet play, actually, which is going to be like Fire Red going up against Rad. And I think Rad, again, an underlooked team. And Fire Red, I've written them off a little bit, but I'm like excited to see what they do in
what the hell? What I find most comforting about your YouTube videos is that I find them relaxing and then end up sleeping off in my recliner watching. Are you saying my content is so fucking boring you fall asleep to it?
Looking like I have them as a second in my predictions coming on from the side of Group B. So expectations for me pretty high at least, but a lot of the pedigree is still there from the previous Ignite stages. Plus, players very familiar with dive concepts as well already is going to go a very long way in adapting how to play this current meta, which, as we said, like all of these players are saying, meta is still stabilizing, ban draft is still being worked out, and we're actually getting to see those evolutions in real time through each of these maps. So I would expect
region is the Ignite tournament going on for? All the regions. You have EMEA, you have Pacific, you have NA.
Game, but knowing both teams, they respect each other. They're going to be very prepared. At least as good
and
as
you have China.
And then, of course, we move on. We're going to have two of our Middle East teams play against each other. Vision versus Crownfall.
How many?
Will
and
be
I think
another very exciting one. Both teams have impressed us. While Vision came away with a win and Crownfall didn't, there were some moments where we did see a lot of potential behind Crownfall. So that could be a very important match for that place.
Yeah, you have EMEA, you have Americas,
Moxie.
you have
that is an exciting one, but these teams have so
China,
much history together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any potentially
And then you have
about it, right?
Pacific
Since
OCE,
Crownful took
there
a
you go,
loss against
Pacific
Virtus Pro
Asia,
and Vision
yeah,
took
even
a
a
win.
lot.
If Vision are able to come up with 2 wins in the first
See,
2
look how
games,
this is what I don't like, chat. There's no 2 1s. It's 2 0s.
Into these group stages, and Crownful would be looking at having to pull wins against some teams, which would be like maybe Rad and potentially Strays as well. So very important matchup, which, like you said, is for sure going to impact who makes it out of Group B for EMEA.
You mentioned those results. You can see him here. Vision taking the 2-0 versus Reason. And Crownful, we can't give them too much grief. The world champions taking them out in a 2-0 in the first game. Tomorrow is going to be a pretty big moment for 2 of our teams in particular. It is going to be Alter Esports and, of course, Crownful, where they'll get their chance to play against not former world champions. You can see in terms of Group A, we have Na'Vi, Heritage,
EMEA wins again. EU is undefeated.
And been able to get themselves
Chat.
on the board. Pulsar, Peps, and Alter looking to make their
All the
mark,
teams that
whereas
just
in
played
Group B,
are
it is going
EU
to be
teams playing against
VP and
EU teams.
Vision sitting at the
You
top
guys are
with Reason and Crownful at the bottom.
you
as
guys
they're
are
not gonna
playing the
take a
same
win yet.
region.
Fire, Strays, and Rad still waiting to play.
V is for victory, I guess. Maybe it's like, yeah, Virtus Pro, sure. Vision winning 1-0, like you mentioned, Fire, Rad yet to play. But it really goes to show, like, Group B, who's going to be qualifying is going to be a rough one. And yeah, like, upcoming matches, we sort of mentioned. Like,
Oh, this is tomorrow, chat. This is tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to screenshot this.
But, like, Pulsar versus Alter Esports, it's like, who's got the better chance of qualifying for playoffs? The loser of that going 0-2 this week?
This is tomorrow. I got to screenshot this and put this in my Discord so I know.
Rough start indeed. And speaking of a rough start, Reason coming off 0-2 in their first matchup now have to face the gauntlet. So it is their turn to play against Virtus Pro. Rough start for them, but we did mention Crownful had some moments where they looked solid. Reason had some moments where they looked solid. This could be their chance to try and make something happen. But overall, it's going to be an exciting day of games tomorrow.
Okay.
We have some incredible matches for
Acrylic Tomb, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
Turn on notifications. I don't know what the notification icon is over there. There's a lot of options for you to go on in. Speaking of options, though, it's time for style. It's time to head on in. And
Yo,
look
just
at
give
what we
us
have
our
available.
goddamn
The
NA
daring
games.
Duo, Cloak and Dagger. I love that we're getting a little bit of this Thieves Guild style skins coming on in.
What
for
in the
our teams.
world,
It's
bro?
always fun to see. The most dangerous
NA is
duo
in an hour?
in
No.
the galaxy.
They're
How
starting
Artifacts,
now.
While New York descends into chaos has emerged.
I understand they're
It's
doing their
come
job,
in,
chat, but I
confirmed,
need
and forces moving.
I
in
need
the
video
shadows.
games.
Tablet of Life and Time has become the key to reshaping fate itself, and everyone wants
I could do this for them. Yo, Cloak and Dagger skin now in the item shop, chat. Go buy it. There you go. Come on. Give me my NA.
Speaking
Chat.
about yet another, we've got another
Great magic skin.
amazing
Go buy
mini
it. Come on.
pass coming through. This time it's flight mode. Attention all passengers. The flight mode World Tour Merch Volume 2 will begin shortly. The funk don't stop. Feel the grooves and buckle up for a wild ride. Complete your daily missions and you'll earn Nemo's Sea Samba costume for free, or if you want, you can actually pick a previous miniature pass from the roster of available costumes. Upgrading to
There's
premium
no.
also
My
unlocks
YouTube
access
says they
to
made
permanent
magic
so you will not be
semi-jiggly
beholden
and
to
naked.
the time cap on the pass, and you'll
What
be
does
able
that
to get your hands on Starbucks
semi-jiggly?
Groovy
What are you
Guardian
saying?
and Magic's Infernal Idol, which I think we're all in agreement. Like, it is one
Michael,
of the best
appreciate the
Magic
massive
costumes
4
that
months, my
they've
friend. How you
released
doing?
I'd say so. I'd also say go long because this Captain America is feasting right now. I think we saw like the night one recently as well for MRC, but the Brett Hendricks Star one, seeing the little clips in between the breaks to show like the yards and stuff, like him slamming down, and considering Captain America is looking pretty good right now meta wise and
When do
very
you think we'll get a
robust.
Hulk skin?
Good times to pick
I
it
think
up.
they
For all of
said
the skins,
Hulk
I
skins
believe
are
they
very
all
hard
came
for
out
them to do because when you
yesterday
create a
at,
Hulk
like,
skin,
9 a.m., so you've got
it's a lot of
to have a looking game.
It's a lot of art that goes into it, I guess. Art, because you have to when you have a Hulk skin, not only do you have to make Hulk, but you also have to make Bruce, and also when you make Bruce, you also have to make the Ultimate. So there's three. It's literally 3 skins in one. So
it's just not meta. here,
It's
you've got actually a
it's
good
not
mix of
bullshit,
characters
chat.
all
That
over
is
the place.
actually real. That is
Quite
true.
frankly,
It's a lot of
there is a real
lot of
world
work.
where we could see all of those skins, every single one, in one game. It is absolutely possible. So we'll keep an eye out for that, as these teams will be repping their own stylish choices as well. Expect to see some jerseys coming on in particular for the Deadpools. We've talked about it, but make sure to support your teams as we go through. But speaking of coming through, we have come through all the way through 5 series, some incredible games, some incredible plays, but we are at the end of our broadcast for the day. I hope you have all enjoyed yourself. Let's get a final thought about what's coming up
Yes,
tomorrow.
chat, I understand that
Starting with
Magic has
Foxy,
2.
What are you looking forward to the most?
But I am not so sure about this because I'm from Florida, so my education might not be off.
I cannot wait to see
my education might be
prioritize
off.
Vanguard Deadpool
But I
over
do think
Elsa
2
Bloodstone. That's going to be the biggest question heading into the start
is
of
less than 3.
And Ryan, what has got you all ready for tomorrow's games?
I think, just echoing what Enzo was saying, the learn by doing, the Vamos approach from Team Heretics themselves, whether that continues on. Not for them, it's their day off. Don't tell Enzo, it'd be funny if he decides to try and show up to scrims. But it is just like these teams learning by doing, adjusting to the meta as they find it, and just seeing if there's something that they might
They
have
have
missed.
AI, let them figure it out. I
am
built
most
an app in
excited
16
about for
hours. I don't think they
tomorrow
use
is to see
AI for
you
this
all
game, though.
back here as we continue our preseason for Ignite.
Also,
here
a
in
lot
the
of games
NBA.
that have
Make sure
been
to stay
using
tuned
AI
and
have
keep
been
an eye
getting,
on the stream and in game, so that you can see when the games are happening. There's literally a schedule
Yeah.
in game now. You have no excuse to miss the best games, so make sure you tune back in when those are coming up and join us for more games tomorrow. For now, though, thank you all very much for watching. Make sure to
Yo,
ignite the
congratulations,
battle,
Craggy,
and
by
we
the
will
way.
See you all tomorrow.
Paid comment. I'm guessing we have an hour until maybe the new. Wait a minute. Oh shit! Wait, this is my jam. Yo! Playing some music. Wait, it's gonna drop. Chat, it's gonna drop. Oh shit, wait, it's gonna drop right now. What? They turned off the music right when it was about to drop! Oh, you know what? That sounds like a great idea. I'm gonna do that. Both. No? I don't think. Oh. Oh, Fila with the 5 gifted subs on YouTube. Absolutely insane, my friend. I appreciate it. I can't believe, you know, I'm actually really glad they shut off that song because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get demonetized after listening to that. Okay, chat, we have about an hour until our ranked, I mean, not ranked games, until NA starts. So what I think I'm going to do is, I guess we're going to go terrorize some quick play for a little bit, I guess, right? I'm gonna go terrorize some quick play games. Fuck it, why not, man? Jay3, you are on YouTube? Yeah, of course I'm on YouTube. This is me streaming right now. I have we have 2,100 viewers on YouTube. W YouTube right there. W YouTube. Is it Trifinity? Appreciate the massive Prime sub as well. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. Chat, I don't usually play a lot of quick play, but we are going to go terrorize some poor people. Someone, I can already tell, chat, what is it, Friday, it's 4 o'clock, someone probably just got off of work, they're feeling good about themselves, they want to de-stress, you know, go into the weekend feeling happy, and I am going to go ruin that experience for them. Hey, listen, you want to have a good time? Not in my lobby. I'm sorry, But sometimes you cannot have a good day. Let's go. Shotgun Punisher chat. Let's get it. Or I could whip out my Spider-Man. Nah, let's do Shotgun Punisher, chat. It's our first game of the day. Let's just do Shotgun Punisher.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Yeah, you want to play with me? Oh, no, keep. I'll give. Want to play Quickplay for like half an hour? Feel better, feel better. Guys, subscribe to Jay3. That guy's name is Lemon Herb Tea. You know what, chat? I like that guy. Lemon Herb Tea is... I like tea. You know what my favorite tea is?
Get ready.
The one that you take back to the counter.
Protect your bald king.
You ever see Gamora?
No, I like tea.
Out there in your empire?
I'm afraid not.
I gotta find him. They're the closest thing I have to family.
You should try Magic. She's a very fun character. I could do that. Or I could go play Shotgun Punisher.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Chat, don't say hi to that guy. That's a stranger on the other team.
All you do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Wait, my shotgun didn't do any damage. Did you see that? My shotgun didn't do any damage. I landed on that magic. Shot her 3 times, no damage.
Back for another tour.
Okay, I need to somehow shoot into the enemy team's backline. Okay, chat, you guys ready for this? Watch this. Come on! Fight me! You won't come to me, I'll go to you! No! Damn it!
Almost there.
I am bloodthirsty! I will kill my enemies. And I will drink their blood. Let's go! I'm in. Got him. Got him. $30 years old, by the way. Fuck yeah, I'm 30 years old and I'm having the fucking time of my life. You should try it sometime. Spit me out. Thank you. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. Oh, no, no, no. Don't run away. Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff.
What up? I'm good to go.
Piece of shit. Don't try that on me, Lemon.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
I'll meet my family, but not today.
Okay, let's get this. I don't know where this is gonna take me, but let's see it.
Let's get Spider-Zero where she needs to go. I've been looking for you.
Okay, we gotta wait. We gotta wait 10 seconds. We gotta wait 10 seconds.
We gotta keep this vehicle moving.
I'm gonna imagine going to Quickplay to learn a new character and have fun, and then here comes J3 unpunished. It's not that bad. Watch.
I'm hit pretty bad.
Damn it! Emily, I appreciate the massive 2 subs. Don't appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Okay, watch this, chat. I'm gonna show you guys something crazy. Ready? Do this one. Go over here. Don't touch the floor. No floor challenge. Go over here.
Now I'm getting mad.
No, I'm not gonna type that. That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up.
Keep rolling. We're getting close to Budokan.
Get ready. Look at the bad guys.
Out of sight. I'm good to go. Tremble before fast. Let's get spiders where she needs to go. I'm hungry down.
Can't eat me now, bitch. Can't eat me now, bitch. I know you're trying to get me. I'm going in! Ah! Okay, watch this, watch this, watch this. They don't see me, they don't see me, they don't see me, they don't see me.
Nice little boost.
Finishing up.
So weak.
Double KO.
I need time to restore the balance within.
Patience. Patience. Hold the line! Hold the line! Hold the line! What the fuck? Nah, man, who checks that? Who checks that?
Us against the world!
I'll meet my family, but not today.
气贯长虹。
Judge, jury, executioner!
Kill them! No!
I re-upped.
Damn it!
Get that vehicle moving again.
Battlefield ready again.
Chat, this is how you open up the fight for your team.
Extended my deployment. You made your last mistake. Smoke. Nice little boost.
Double KO.
choices have
Behold that child!
Judge, jury, executioner!
No! Vengeance will be mine!
Only 60 seconds left.
Damn it!
More scum scraped off. Practically bulletproof.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Come, my minion. Call me
Stop.
Damn it!
Keep fighting until we have picture.
No, I can get there. I can get there. I can get there pretty quick. I can get there pretty quick. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Score one for Tandy.
Nice. That was pretty good. What do you mean GG at what cost? Hales Gaming as well with another 10 gifted subs. Absolutely insane, my friend. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. That was fun. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna do Punisher though, chat. I don't think we're gonna mix it up here. Let's go. I really feel bad doing this, and I really don't want to play my main characters in a quick play match because what is really fun about that? But I'm just gonna check what Spider-Man. I'm just gonna play a little
Only
Spider-Man.
my neighborhood is now like multiple realities. Cool, right?
Like I said, chat, I really don't want to play one of my mains, but we're gonna dabble with a little bit of Spider-Man.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
Anybody who has
When's
the chance
America
can be a
playing?
hero.
In
I
about
believe
45
that.
minutes.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
If you step out of line, Mr. Bonds, I will not hesitate to rip that metallic limb from your body.
Can you play Magic,
Then I guess
Max?
it's a good thing I only need one
I'm really known for my Spider-Man. So, I usually do it alone on Self Assault because between the casters and myself, there's too much like noise.
4,
So, yeah. I really don't like to do it with other people. So there's just a lot of noise. You know what I'm saying?
Travel tips. With the right credit card, interdimensional trips get crazy extra miles.
And I feel like I talk a lot on my own stream, so I can't imagine like someone else. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't like you, it's actually that I just hate you. My bad. Okay, watch this though. Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. You guys ready? That was the nicest rejection ever. No, I just feel like I talk a lot while streaming, and then like the casters also talk a lot. There's just too much noise, man.
Nice.
Wait, Moxie, if you're down to do co-streams, I'm down to do it with you though.
Round and pound.
Chat,
Now
no,
I've
but
got
it's
something to
true
prove.
though. If you're listening to it, like, have you guys ever like tried paying attention to a movie, but then someone's talking and then like another person's talking? Like, it's too much, bro. Like, you want to pay attention to the games, bro.
The moon haunts you. It never falls. Armed and naked.
Oh, I'm out of here.
Feeling good.
Let Moon Knight protect his Ankhs if he dares. Our enemies are near.
Oh my god.
Some love over here. Gonna get sticky.
I am the best Spider-Man to ever touch this game.
Gonna get sticky. Feeling good. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah? Yeah? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I tried to get on the roof. I tried to go to the high ground. I couldn't get to the high ground. My character didn't want to run up there.
Now I've got something to prove.
Watch this roll out. Watch this roll out. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good was that rollout, bro?
Round and pack.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Who plays Bucky, bro? Bucky players are so weird.
Now I've got something to prove.
The moon haunts you. We must retreat.
Moon Knight's Ankh, I presume?
Okay, it's not working. Yeah, that character's broken, bro. When are we gonna get a nerf on Bucky?
I gotta do better this time.
David never falls. Armed and dangerous.
Ooh, look at the movement, though. Look at the movement.
The moon haunts you.
Feeling good. Spider Fist is ready to punch. Yeah.
Woo!
I got your back.
God
Spider Fist
damn,
is
brother!
ready to punch. Hey, need some love over here. Nice.
You two almost there. You'll turn back now.
Here's another.
Wait,
Vehicle reached the end
this is weird.
Keep up the momentum.
This is weird. Somehow I died.
Back in the swing of things.
Can we watch this VOD tomorrow for Elo Hell? Bro, chat, if I was in Elo Hell, would I be able to do this?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! I'm not a vengeful person, but today I'll make an exception.
Yo, you know what? I should play more Quickplay because this is actually pretty fun. Just fucking around.
Gonna get sticky!
A nice detail.
I can't believe I lost that, bro. I cannot believe I lost that.
She tastes what she has served to so many others.
Back in the swing of things.
I'll take my carry in Bitcoin. 8-8 Spider-Man. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see this. GG's. Dive Adam. Ooh. What would be a funny thing to play, chat? What would be a very funny thing to play? People do DPS Luna.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Not Magic, chat, bro. Magic is just a DPS character, bro. Wait, I don't even have the skin on Magic yet.
Better stop that vehicle.
Wait, I just joined a game.
We hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
No.
Ain't no way.
Oh, I need assistance. Better stop that vehicle.
Yeah, let's go, Chip.
Okay, let's get this. Ready? Wait. Come on, Rocket! Rocket! Come on! Oh, trust me. Why is this Magneto pushing me, bro?
I have found more lost souls. The cosmos heals you.
What the? Bro, it's not that serious! It's not that serious! They're putting the whole goddamn army on me! It's not serious!
Much better.
Yo, Solo Dolo! Appreciate the massive 5 gift of subs, my friend. Absolutely insane. Appreciate you.
I'm about to wade in. Get it? Wade.
Friends, gather around.
Why am I getting solo-ulted, bro? It's not that serious! I just wanted to...
Unicorn,
Call me home.
We are so screwed. Quantum magic. I wish I could say I'll miss you, Rocket, but I'm a terrible liar.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I hope my bro baby.
What the fuck was that? The guy was just behind me, bro. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm starting to understand why people play Quickplay, bro. This shit's fun. Except to you. You're dying, bro. Come on. What is this? Aim training?
This is real firepower.
Okay.
It's now or never.
Listen.
Stop them. I am Phoenix.
What are you aiming at?
Don't give them another inch or else.
Extermination!
GG's, we had no heals. That guy fucking solo ulted me, bro. What was I doing? Is there a way to take off filling for a game, chat? No?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
That sucks. Stop Krakoa and Araka from being... Okay, let's see. What could be a very fun character to play on this map?
Oh, pick me, please.
I'm thinking... You guys are saying Iron Man? I was thinking... I don't know what I was thinking. Iron Man? Scarlet Witch or
30 seconds
Jeff?
before you attack. Get ready.
I was thinking of going like Scarlet Witch or Jeff. You guys want Jeff? I could do Scarlet Witch here.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Why is there a person
2,
name
1.
Hair Gel asking if it's me? Does it look like I need hair gel?
A choice between two dudes is not much of a choice at all.
Do people not look behind?
First time I see a Jeff is someone camping alone. This is new.
Wow, people are so nice in Quickplay. I can support if you need, Jay. Oh, wait. Oh! My team thinks I'm playing support. Oh, I see the confusion here. Oh, yeah, I'm not healing. I tried that time. Oh. Oh, I see the confusion. Oh. I wasn't gonna play heal Jeff. I was gonna play backline DPS Jeff. Don't run away. Come back. Fight me, bro.
The god of
No. Come back here, bro.
Problem solved.
Double kill.
Ay, ay, ay.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Come on, chase me. I dare you.
You stopped them in their tracks.
I just got rolled in smoke. Oh, you want a rematch, huh? You want a rematch? Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm not scared. Come on. Come on. Don't leave. Where you at? Where you at, bro? Oh. Guys, the point! Guys, the point! Chat, you think I can bait someone to go chase me? Let's see. Come on, chase me over here, come on. You guys won't? Come on, chase me, come on. I dare you guys, come on. I dare you. Come on, chase me. Come on. You're not chasing me. Wait, I got one. Chase me, come on. Chase me, if you dare. Chase me. Not you! Chase me! You killed me earlier? You come with me. Karma is a bitch.
Psychic shift.
Okay, I guess I can keep rolling a little bit.
Behold the god of thunder!
Looks like we got ourselves.
Judge, jury,
executioner! Wait, this guy's broken. This guy can't aim. This character's broken. What the fuck? This is a real character? No. Oh my god, bro. Damn it.
Down to 30 seconds.
Almost over? Already?
Yeah, don't fuck with me, bro. Don't fuck with me. Yeah, you better run away. If I saw Jay3 too on the shark, I'd run away. Come on. You know, I'm gonna mess with this guy. I'm not gonna shoot him. I'm just gonna melee him. Fuck! I could have had it, bro. I could have had it. I could have had it.
Only 60 seconds left. It's now or never. Stop them.
I swear that's like a fart sound. Is that a fart sound? Come on, bite me. Bite me. I wasn't talking about him. Why did that guy fight me? Who told that guy to join the fight? Oh, watch this, watch this. No one's gonna know this. No one's gonna know this. No one's gonna know this. Watch this. There's only one way to explain this game. I think the whole other fucking team was cheating. There's only one way to explain that shit, chat. I'm pretty sure they were cheating. There's no other possible scenario that could explain this. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. Okay, I think we have one more game, chat. We have a few more minutes until I think few more minutes until North America starts.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Wait. What happens if I... Wait.
Who are you calling a raccoon?
Wait.
Huh?
Wait. 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 Rocket has a very strong gun.
Unless the wrong thing is more fun.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Fancy little glowing fist of yours. Some sort of ancient artifact?
Love that kid! I absorb the chi of an immortal dragon. Why?
Quel dommage.
This is a nice spot.
It is. And all those who tried ended up regretting it.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Okay, let's get this.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Okay, chat. We're playing Dive Rocket. Let's get this. There's a Luna. There's a Psylocke. Hey, this guy's gonna give my position away, probably.
Put them down so they stay down.
This character's broken.
The numbers are not in our favor.
This character's insane.
You ain't got rid of me yet.
You're ready for it.
Oh, you want to fight me? Come on. Come on, I dare you. Come on. Come on. Come on, don't run away.
Being the bad guy.
Much better. Your base cannot be cheated, Gambit.
You're welcome.
Halfway! Stop them!
Oh my god! Okay. That's fucked up, bro.
Diablo's hungry!
That's fucked up.
Things are
Is
gonna
this
be
considered
different
throwing?
this time.
In quick play?
Better stop that
Oh
vehicle!
man.
You're welcome.
Oh man.
Thanks for the love, love.
Come on. Join me in this room. Climb! Oh my god, Rocket. Come on, bro. You're playing like you have broken legs and hands. Come on. Climb!
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
I think it's my climb settings.
I am ready to put on a show!
Oh, come on, bro. If they didn't have the Psylocke there, I would have won that 1v1. Come on, man. I had that, bro. I had that.
You're ready for it.
Whoa. There's another person right there. Go after him. No, we're going in here. No way, bro. How is that person living? How is that person living? Majestic. Appreciate it, good stuff, my friend.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
It ain't cheating.
No. This is where you lose. 1v1. Come on. This is a fair 1v1. Come on. Fuck!
Trap set!
I just can't. I can't finish her off, chat. I always get her so low, but I can't finish her off.
You're ready for action.
Now or never! Stop them!
Okay, come on, bro. I don't think this. I don't think I can play DPS on this character. Oh.
Things are gonna be different this time.
I don't think I can flank DPS on this character, chat.
You're welcome.
Don't give them another inch!
Scratch my back.
Oh shit, that's a little enough.
See, I'm blocking helpful.
Live! I'm not touching point. I gotta save my KD in quick play. Damn, bro. DPS rocket. I thought it could have worked, chat, but it can't. It can't. Okay, let's see this real quick. Oh my god, streamception. No Marvel rival? Yo, bro. North America starts in 12 minutes. Where's North America at, chat? What the hell, man? Okay, we go again.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Jay throwing quick play like a real bronze tier. Well, I'm having fun. I think quick play is about having fun. If you want to win, go play comp. Ooh, okay, wait. What's a fun? I'm looking at this team comp. We have 3 DPS, 1 tank, and 1 support. So what should I do here to help this team?
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Widow? No, bro. Widow?
Jay3, I love your videos. Wait, is my mic on?
People like us
Jay3.
have to put things back together.
If you prove it right now,
Only
what was
6
my
of them,
latest
right?
video?
This should be easy enough.
You failed. You're looking it up right now. I can tell you're a light. No,
The battle
appreciate it,
starts
my
in
friend.
5, 4, 3.
Bro, I watch all your videos, bro.
Okay, what's your favorite?
Capture the mission area.
Jay3, why are you in quick match?
Yo, what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for the North America region to start so I could watch it.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Bro, I can't hit that headshot, man. Hitting the head is hard. I just got deleted by a Loki, bro. I got deleted by a Loki. I got deleted by a Loki.
Back where I belong.
I got deleted by the Loki.
Control seized.
Wait, my team's goated. They won without me. I'm just playing for the vibes, bro. Wait, I need that spray.
Jay3, you're my favorite streamer, bro.
Hey, appreciate it, my friend. Dude, why can't you guys be as nice as this guy? Yo, appreciate that.
Another one bites the dust.
Push for my goop, bro.
You captured more than
Where are you?
half of the
I
mission
hear
area.
someone's presence.
That's one ugly backup badge, Namor.
Another one bites the dust.
Glory's almost yours.
Oh! Damn.
Widow is operational
Damn.
again.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Les poissons délicieux. Mon Dieu, d'être.
god, no, I missed. Oh.
Back where I belong.
What does that mean? Did I just die and go back to spawn and shit? And my character just said back where I belong? What the hell, man? That's not where I belong.
Are we sure Loki's down?
Well, look what just crawled out of the street.
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point. Double KO! That's 3!
Enemy down.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Ignite stream is live. It's fine.
It'll be alright.
We'll finish this game and then go. Yeah, I don't even play Black Widow, bro. I was a Widowmaker player in Overwatch, but yeah, this feels pretty good.
Sometimes the right thing is the hardest thing. Do it anyway.
Jay kind of carrying.
Nah, bro. I'm just here for the vibes. Wait, I love your
Komoyo,
5v5
30
vid. Wait,
seconds
my
before you
5v5
attack.
vid.
Get ready.
What does he mean my 5v5 vid? What 5v5 video did I do?
All who oppose us shall fall.
Jay, are we gonna be in the YouTube video?
Nah, I don't think I would.
No, we're not.
Hey, if you want to be in YouTube content, though, you can sign up on the Discord. I am always looking for players to...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Come, dine with me in Valhalla.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Capture now.
You get a weapon, you get a weapon!
Every little bit helps.
I don't want to start any drama. Maybe this character is anti-dive, chat.
Don't celebrate yet, mate.
I like the cold.
I am Asgard's might!
Plasma burst! Show me that shit! You call those monsters, mate?
Well, I have to go do a mission.
Put a spring in my step. We have to hold this area.
Ooh, this is not good.
Control lost.
Alright, oh, we're all there. Alright, y'all. 3, 2, 1, go.
No!
Y'all, get him on. Get him on. He's up here.
Damn it, Chad! The milkman! Why does it always have to do something with milk?
Oh my god.
Back where I belong.
Oh, that Adam just got a 5-man res as well. Oh my god, Jesus. Oh, this is not looking good. Good luck to my Luna.
So we haven't won yet?
No, I don't think he was hunting me. I think I just turned the corner. Wrong place, wrong time, chat. Oh my god, I'm missing everything.
Keep fighting until we have a winner. You got them all. Control C's.
Good job,
half of the
team.
mission area.
Okay, let's see how a flanking Widow can do, chat.
Thank you, Jay, to do it.
Oh my god.
It helps.
Okay, I am going to show you guys how a top 500 player clutches a game. Did we win? Wait, someone left the game. What the fuck, man? Damn it!
I was terrorized, broken, and remade in the Red Room. Now I command it.
Okay, wait,
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
They have 4 minutes. Oh, here, let me take a picture of the schedule.
Another meeting of the Secret Society of Super Peters.
Okay, bang. I get to take a picture of the schedule. Open.
Doom, Loki, Hela.
Awesome.
It's a little too much green. Time to paint things black.
Okay, let's get it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Didn't run from the altar. Sure as hell not gonna run from a fight.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
I have spotted an enemy. Attack them!
Oh, wait! Counter dive. Best counter dive character right here.
What terrors have you called forth, Namor? Found me someone to fight.
No.
As usual, Neymar only closed me out.
I think he's won. Where did he go?
That topped me off. Thanks.
You get away with it. You get away with it. You get away.
Jay, that was sick.
Oh, thank you.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Anyone willing to help?
Another one bites the dust.
No, he dove me. Damn. I'll get to the NA soon, chat. It's not going anywhere.
The area's almost yours.
Come on, I'm not. Oh, man, this guy has to ruin it. Oh, I can't 1v1 tank, chat. Not as Black Widow, bro. As soon as the tank goes on me, it's just GG's.
No, not after everything I've been through in the red room.
Oh, that guy's won.
Anyone willing to help? Every little bit helps.
What?
How we do it in the red room.
Double kill!
Could be very much challenge.
That's 3! Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Control C!
There.
Spectacular!
Give it never fall!
No.
Okay, you're the guy.
GG's.
GG's.
Yo, we just turned Black Widow's 18% win rate to 18.02. Let's get it. We're moving up, chat. We're moving up. Okay, let's get out of here. Oh my god, my proficiency just hit level 7 on Black Widow. Oh my. Nice. Okay, anyways, we're out of there. That was a lot of fun and quick play, chat. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Yeah. Wow, quick play was actually pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. As a person who doesn't even play quick play, that shit was banging. Okay, let's see this.
Daring Duo skin. We also have the Flight Mode skin.
Let's see who's streaming today, chat. I mean, let's see who's
check out
casting.
Flight Mode World Tour. It's live right now.
That seems
so
like
you can actually earn a Nemo C Samba costume just by completing the daily missions or
from
premium
Overwatch.
To some really groovy looks.
Also, that sounded like Vicky.
And Magic. So much great content. Amongst it, also, we're going to celebrate a legend, Captain America's Brett Hendry costume, inspired by, you know, his ESU Sports Day, is also dropping tonight at 7 p.m. PT. It's all about bringing that A game to the server, which is exactly what our players and teams are about to do today.
Hello? Why is this like... Why is it stuck on just
yes,
this?
Once again, we're looking at our Cloak and Dagger Daring Duo costume in the game.
I was about to say, why is it
We're
stuck
ready to
on
get
this?
this thing rolling as we look at our awesome promos.
And that sounds like it is cozy as well, chat. Yes,
line.
that
The
is
flight mode,
cozy,
as Vicky
and that is
pointed out.
Vicky Kitty,
Look
and
at that
also
name, Reed
Zoe.
Richards. Come on now. He's matching the Invis costume we see in the game as well. What are your thoughts on this, ladies?
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, the Namor and Invis, I mean, what happened to Mr. Fantastic? He's not going to be happy about that one, but you know, he'll definitely be feeling the groove because you guys can complete all the daily missions to earn the Namor C Samba costume for free, and you can pick your own rewards from the roster of the available costumes.
Yeah, that's an easy call for
Oh,
me.
their match. Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Look
You're
at
right.
that.
See.
You're gonna rock up in style.
I know I'm going for the Magic costume in the middle there. I mean, I'm not even a big Magic player, but I've got to grab it, got to see. There's plenty of great costumes in the game, and you know what? These are a bit more on the meta heroes within the game, so, you know, sometimes you might see a Black Widow skin that you won't have all the time, but this time you'll be able to rock it just like the Captain America. So, Zoe, what do you think of this great Captain America skin?
I mean, listen, that's my favorite timeline, right? Captain America, Civil War times. He's in, what is it, college? I'm not from the US. I don't understand your school system, but he's somewhere there sporting it up. I'm a big sports ball fan, so that's an easy cop for me. One of my favorite aliases, like, they just didn't even know it's him.
He's bringing up the A game though, and you get to see him pop off, right? I mean, like, he's popping off. He's always got to have the camera on him, and it's already available starting from yesterday, actually, Zoe. And I know that you felt likely of the skin. I know you wanted to cop it, frame one.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you can see, like, there's so much content. Of course, there is also you know, the whole Season 7 Battle Pass that has been live as of March 20th.
I wonder how the Overwatch
that's
community
all
feels
there is
that
in the store.
Zoe
But now, hello and welcome everyone. Marvel Rivals
now on
Ignite
Marvel
is
Rivals
officially
as well.
back. And as we enter year 2, the stakes
I
have
wonder if they're
never
gonna
been
hate her because of
higher. The road to the grand final starts right
being
here
a traitor,
in the preseason,
even though it's just
where
work.
new rosters will find their rhythm.
There's
Veterans
no reason
will
to be
defend
a
their
hater.
turf. We got 3 domestic stages and 2 international lands ahead of us.
Cozy
The action
looks
begins right
good.
here today
Look at this.
in America.
Everyone looks
Now,
good
the
here,
off-season
man.
theory crafting ends right now. I am Zoe, and joining me to kick off this massive opening slate of matches are 2 of the absolute best. It's Cozy and Vicky Kitty. Guys, I'm so happy to be on the show with you two. How are we feeling?
Oh, I'm so pumped.
She was
I
in
mean, it's a great
EMEA
day to be
Valorant.
a
What's the big
Marvel
deal?
Rivals player.
Go ask
Year
Overwatch.
one was like the
If you don't
spark
play
that lit the fire,
Overwatch
then
and
year
only
2 we
stream
are
Overwatch or only
full
work with
in
Overwatch,
with
they
Zoe
hate
and
you, bro.
Just Ignite, you know, returning
a
to this
joke for that.
ecosystem just for the growth, the storytelling, new rosters, as you said, new rivalry. I mean, everything is just perfect here. Stars are made, legacies ready to be born. Vicky, I'm so pumped.
Dude, we have a whole new outlook on an esports tab in the in-game client. Some of you guys are watching in the in-game client. It is going to be an amazing year 2 of Marvel Rivals Ignite, including the fact that we got some roster change. There's been some roster madness going on behind the scenes.
TBH, I think Zoe made it clear that she has to work for a living. She has in Valorant, hosted up for other games too.
This is where we get to see where a lot of
and I
these
have to
teams are
stream
situated.
for a living too.
Absolutely.
So why do I get hate for playing a different game?
Season in 2026, right? The circuit looks very different from last year. We got a new partner program, Unified Pacific region. We of course also have those really high stakes promotion and relegation matches at the end. Now, Vicky, which of these new pillars are you most excited to see in action?
Honestly, being able to have not only like the change up of these teams, but I feel like specifically you got to take a look at the pick and ban system, how that's going to influence things. You got to look at the prize pool. You got to look at the fact that
by the way,
this
Stone
is the
Sloth,
preseason,
Preseason
right?
Massive
You're
Tier
looking
1
at the
sub.
teams to see how they've
And,
been able to build things up going
Case,
into this
how do you say your
specific
name?
season
KC
during that off
Zill?
time,
Appreciate the
where they're
massive
also
Prime
trying to
sub as
prove
well.
themselves in a new meta.
Yeah, let's talk about that new meta, Cozy. I know you've been, you know, like dishing out that content. Format has shifted, but we're dropping these teams straight into the Season 7 patch. That's a lot to adjust here.
Yeah, listen, if you guys don't know, we are going to be in the Season 7 patch right before the White Fox, Deadpool.
Oh, there you go. He
Elsa
explains it. Cool.
But with the 20% ult reduction, we're looking at one of the most wide open metas this game has had, really. And
So this is the Season 7
that
patch,
teams
but
can
not
just
the
solve in
White
a week.
Fox.
It's just going to evolve over time. That's something
Deadpool.
I'm excited for, especially as we have the new rosters. But just this
Elsa
kind of
change.
New meta.
A Slayer. Appreciate the massive Prime sub as well, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
Are kind of pointing heavy to some dive compositions, you know, led by anchors of Venom, you know, Jeff being important, Daredevil. We're going to see a lot of that today to kind of control the tempo.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel.
Cool.
I don't
What
think
I'm
they should have
interested in
ended the
is we've got
stream
these
when
new
they
players in
had
these new teams.
22K
We know
viewers.
the talent is there, but
Doesn't
when
make
it
any
comes to
sense.
something like dive, you need to have that coordination, right? So you need the team. You need the team and teamwork, right? No I in team, as the old saying goes. But also, obviously, we got the favorites. We got the Gambits.
Oh, this is a pretty quick preseason. March 27th to April 5th is the group stage, and then April 16th to the 19th is playoffs. It's a pretty quick
We don't have
one.
an awful lot of time to really figure it out, right? Because
Hey, the
we're
plot
looking at just
thickens.
2
Preacher Man's
weeks
at 5
of
months, my friend. How you doing? How you
round-robin
doing?
play, at the end of which the top
Predictions
8
will start
find
when we
themselves
see
in
the
double
rosters, chat.
elimination playoff bracket.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at round robin, Vicky, and what that does. I mean, non-double elimination can change everything. Allows teams to really get adjusted to all the teams, the foes that they will go up against, and the stakes are just so high at this point.
Yeah, right, because when we get to look at with the preseason and getting to see the different 2 groups that are isolated from, you know, each other, we've done this before.
A Slayer as
back
well.
in
Appreciate the massive 2 months.
Where we
Appreciate. Wait, 2
considered one
Slayers.
specific group, like the group of death, quote unquote. Well, look how that turned out at the very end. So now being able to see what the season is kind of setting up for, getting started then into our group stages before going off into playoffs is going to be exciting to watch over the course of the month.
Absolutely. Now, another thing I do want to shout out is our Spanish watch party.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool. There's also a Spanish watch party.
We have an official Spanish language watch party live right
That's
now.
pretty sick.
Bringing the hype to our Spanish-speaking fans around the world. So, bienvenidos a la transmisión oficial. I don't know, Duolingo has not taught me yet how to say broadcast, but we're getting there. We're getting there. But they're here for the Spanish language.
I like
so
that,
make
bro.
sure to tune in to their stream, show some love and support. I'm a huge fan of Pancake Power.
Who here speaks
On that
Spanish?
squad makes me so hyped.
Donde está la biblioteca? Listen, I don't want to get too crazy here.
Solid.
All right. Yeah, I know my.
Hey, W, bro.
Crazy.
You know, this is why I love streaming,
crazy?
chat.
Is
In
this
my
prize
opinion, the
pool,
reason I
right?
love streaming is you have everyone from
that's
different
the preseason
backgrounds,
prize
for
pool, where
all
much
across the
more of the
world,
grabs later in
different
the season,
language, but
50K
we're all in
spread
one
amongst
spot
those teams.
here together. I think that's
That's
so
a lot
fucking
of
cool.
pocket
And
money.
everyone has, you know,
Yes,
sorry
it
to say
is.
this
I
on
mean,
stream and please don't report me,
$50,000
but everyone
alone
has
where the
different
winner gets to
jobs as
walk
well,
away
so
with
everyone's like,
16K,
it's cool.
Zoe, and then you get to at least see not only where you are amongst the rest of the pack within Americas, but you look at the very bottom pack, right? 1,250.
I didn't mean
you
to
have
say the
split
J
that
word.
between your
Sorry.
team, your coaches, etc. That's not where you want to be pocketing that. Not only do you want the bragging rights, so you want to be able to have that title.
Do you have a
on top
job
of
though? I just got
$16,000.
fired.
Absolutely.
Thank you for
Also,
bringing it up. Appreciate it.
Preseason determines the initial seeding for stage 1, Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge.
Hey,
and I
appreciate it,
think
Paris.
seeding is going to be massive for the preseason that we have here. And also with all these new partner teams, right? New rosters, like these players have kind of something to prove a little bit. And you're playing for much bigger awards, obviously. So I always love, listen, you know, total prize is great. That's a lot of costumes in game. It's great. However, for me, it's more about a little bit of the bragging rights, but also what you can bring to your org that just believed in you. And wow,
Okay, I'm going to start the prediction here soon so you guys all can start predicting, okay?
I'm excited. Do you see it too? I spy with my little eye. Shin Shibuya back in the mix. It's an OG convergence map. Actually, the first convergence map ever added to the game.
Yeah, I mean, Shibuya coming slotted in at the same time, Cozy. Like, you have to consider, like, I've been playing a bunch of ranked, and seeing Shin Shibuya has made me question, oh man, these chokes, they be brutal sometimes. But then you add into the mix, like, these insane players and specific teams that may find that success better on Convergence. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, there's definitely defense-heavy maps. That's kind of why at first it was out of rotation. Shin Shibuya, what's really exciting about it is we talk about different points.
Okay,
you know, you
just as a heads up, because this is very confusing. I don't like how they show this because they show all Psylocke. But chat, if you guys don't know how Marvel Rivals tournament bans work, each team has bans and saves. This is why I don't like how they're showing this. If one team bans Psylocke, that doesn't mean Psylocke is banned for them as well. The other team can ban Psylocke as if they want, but if you ban Psylocke for the other team can't play Psylocke. That means you could still play Psylocke until it's banned, and also you have saves. And before you guys say, but J3, why don't they bring this banned save system into rank? First of all, you bring this banned save system into ranked, people are going to be like, excuse me, I'm a Spider-Man one trick. Can you ban all my counters and can we also save Spider-Man? And then they're going to be like, trust me, guys, I'm the best Spider-Man. And then he's going to go 2-15 and you're going to be like, why the fuck did we just listen to this guy and we just lost? So I don't think saves should be a thing in the game, but it's this for tournament gameplay and organized gameplay, it makes a lot of sense.
Them are, you know, esteemed guest teams that are joining the top 3 of the MRC that came through a Season 6 night at the museum. So we have
organized gameplay and ranked, two different things, chat.
To, you know,
two different things.
Fight it out with big dogs.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is going to be interesting because we lost. I mean, they're definitely proving that they can be in there with the big dogs, as you like to say there, Zoe. But Lunex, Cafe Rose, I got to see what they can bring together here because the invited teams, we know what they have, especially amongst the rosters of players.
Invited teams and also qualified teams. I'm blocking one of the teams, but this team right here is YWL.
Players, and Tara went over there, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust as well. You know, we lost. Has players.
Virtus
from the
Pro
Olympic
is an
Night Stage 1 and 2 last year,
EMEA
so
team.
there's
This is
plenty of great
North
talent
America,
across the board.
chat.
Mix
Two
them all
different
together, we're about
regions.
to find out what we get.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of adjustment periods for the fans as well, right? Because we have to get used to those new rosters, see how they match, see how they get together, and see how they will do in their respective groups. 12 teams being put into 2 groups, each with 8 teams. Group A is looking scary, Vicky.
Yeah, Group A is really scary. Holy shit.
About, like, you know,
CR, Sentinels, 100 Thieves. I'm going to move over here, chat. You have FlyQuest, you have Swamp Gaming, you have 100 Thieves, NRG, Sentinels, CR. And then over here for Group B, you have Team Liquid, Citadel, Space Station Gaming, Nightmare, TSM, and then the 2 other teams, YWL and Lunex. Yo, NA
the different looks of the rosters.
looks really strong, bro.
I think the subject on everyone's mind, Cozy, has been Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, for me, Group A, obviously, I think, you know,
Okay,
with both
before,
these groups, you can say the top and towards the bottom.
I gotta
I
go
might
pee real
know
quick.
where those shake out, but for me, it's the middle of the pack. Group B is kind of the prove-it group. I mean, obviously, we have big favorites in what I think is Team Liquid, but you've got a lot of just players that they know they have what it takes to make it into the pro scene. Well, the orgs have signed them now, and it's like, what do we get from it? You know, one of my favorites to shout out in this is TSM. Huge org. These players we know.
Huge org. TSM. Didn't they have like a lot of problems, and they also tried to sell the org from the previous owner because the owner it's like
I saw
a
that
mess or something.
High,
and
whereas Vicky and I, in our predictions, we didn't have that much faith in them. Now, speaking of faith in those teams,
I wanna ask you a
we
question.
did, of course, take a look, get the pulse of the community to see who you think will claw their way to the top of the respective groups. So this is your predictions for the #1 seed. Honestly, no big surprise here. I think there is, of course, a toss-up between Sentinels, 100 Thieves. You can make good arguments for either.
And it's...
Yeah, I kind of think it's funny because it's from a game, right? So you have the people that are in tune with the esports side, which, hey, welcome in. We're excited to be in the new ecosystem in the game. I'm hoping more and more watch. These predictions might get more accurate as we move on. And then some's like, hey, you know what? I like the logo with the horse. That's what I'm going to pick. This is where we kind of see it all come together. But yeah, you know, I do think that this is pretty accurate, at least to what we expect as well. And you can see across the regions. And listen, what tells me that the most is EMEA Virtus Pro. Only 33% is going to be picking them as the top team over there, and they're obviously coming as the reigning champs.
Wow, they have Swamp Gaming as the lowest win rate.
As well, like the amount of people that were able to be solid on their votes, very close
they think
to that
Liquid
top
Citadel is going to be the best
between
team.
Group A and Group B, and then you look across the board too, even over to the
Liquid
Oceania
Citadel's
side
Team
with
Liquid
Fury
and then
being at that
Citadel Gaming
48.96%. It's all thanks to you guys at home who locked in your predictions.
Benjamin for 4 months. Appreciate it. How you doing?
Well, this is how you get it done here. You got to see how right you were though by the end of the series and the tournament.
Yeah, I think today we get a really good first look at how the strength of those teams match up against one another. This is the match schedule for today. Which of those matches gets you the most excited and hyped? And all of them.
Yeah,
is the correct answer,
Team Liquid and Citadel Gaming combined and joined forces to make one team. Chat.
I'm really excited for, and make sure you get your popcorn ready. Is match 3 and match 5. Those two to me have probably the most. It's going to tell us what we need to know. Some unanswered questions. Obviously, 100 Thieves. You guys know they won the grand finals, not the whole thing, but here in stage 2. And then when they went to LAN, they had 4th place, right? FlyQuest coming out in 3rd place at the LAN grand finals. So for me, I think those are the two teams that is that middle of the pack in the group of death that has me finally getting the answer to the test questions that I've been wondering.
I have to follow up on that here, so I have to say
go
right
ahead.
here, because honestly, thinking about 100 Thieves and energy, that's going to be crazy, because I feel like if you got all the talent and all of our predictions up on the screen right now, then we get to be like, oh, okay, like what is going to be, you know, that middle of the pack that you're wondering, should I put this team in 4th? Should I put this team in 3rd with all the roster changes? Where are we going to be playing from? Is everybody grouped up together in the same team house? Are they not? Are they playing
Also,
on
I think
teams?
Sentinels
These are all,
against Swamp Gaming will be good.
questions,
And also TSM against Space Station
Cozy,
Gaming. I think a lot of games are going to be good here.
Game 3, Sentinels versus Swamp
Different
Gaming
casters,
is
yes,
definitely
these are
going to
the
be like
NA
the highlight
casters.
for everybody to see.
What you were watching
where
before
these
is
two teams
EMEA
are,
casters.
if they are gonna
There's
be
also
in that
different
top three
casters
spot,
for
especially
China.
with
There's also
Sentinels
different
having a lot
casters
of that
for
core roster, and then that
their,
group 5, or rather game 5 from Group A, seeing where 100 Thieves and energy stay.
What is it?
Yeah, there's a lot of players and a lot of teams, such as Sentinels, who really come into this season and want to redeem themselves. Maybe they didn't get to end 2025 on a high note.
TSM is
and
Team
they're coming back,
Solomon.
hopefully stronger than ever. But like, listen, this is just our predictions. That's either a vibe we're getting. Maybe some of you have scrim intel that I do not have. Like, I don't know what we're basing our predictions
Zoe comes from Overwatch. She also does Valorant and all those. She's also Vicky Kitty also came from. She did a lot of games. Vicky Kitty.
FlyQuest versus Cafe Rose. Now, listen, Cafe Rose is definitely going to be considered the underdog heading into this series. They do have to punch up.
That's the team. Okay, chat. Team introductions. You know what that means.
New pieces into their roster. FlyQuest have made some quite big changes.
Enjoy your 10-minute predictions. Get your channel points out there. You have FlyQuest against Cafe Rose.
absolutely going off of.
While you guys are doing your predictions, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Now, pretty much a brand new team, right? Obviously, you've got Zealous and Vest. Those are two, great, people to hold on to. And then this is where we kind of have some of our EMEA coming over here into the Americas scene with Melio and Kin. Excited to see what they do, coming from Citadel Gaming as well, right? And so seeing how you can blend all these, I think Chuzi came from Chopped, very great team over there in the EMEA. Jolly is what I want to look at on this team because this is a big Vanguard, spot to fill. How does Jolly fit into the shoes of such a prestigious org here in America in FlyQuest?
I definitely agree with you there, Cozy. It's going to be a lot to prove. I don't really take Scrimbucks to heart as well. I kind of take it with a grain of salt. So I've heard through the grapevine, how things have played out for FlyQuest. I think this is also a team that if they are playing on ping, like we were mentioning before, it could get a little dicey, right? Because then you're going to be dealing with teams who have maybe been able to stay grouped up together. And then you look on the other side of this first series, Cafe Rose, a team that has come out of the MRC, a team that you and I, Cozy, got to talk a lot of just the other week. Pro Builder, Lyric, Zhangji, No Binds, Pixel, Respected, Shocker, and Akurakai, who are all together, but, the core of Cafe Rose wasn't the same as the Cafe Rose who made it out of the MRC.
Yeah, listen, Zoe, I think the Cafe Rose that got here did so with players like Tree and Sticky that were these insane duelists, and now it's like, all right, that was, because sometimes when you lose players and whatnot, it's not as big of a deal, but when you lose kind of what I think is like the core identity that got you to where you even were in the MRC, that's where I need to see what happens. So FlyQuest, a sleeper team versus Cafe Rose, that, man, if they were to win this first opening, Zoe, I would lose my mind.
How's the predictions
well,
going?
I hope that's happening just to see.
FlyQuest, 3.7 million. Cafe Rose,
having to implement new players into your
100K.
Quite frankly, a shorter turnaround that you want to, and then on top of that, you also have a new meta to figure out. So every team is kind of trying to find their identity and trying to figure out where this meta is leaning and how they can utilize their pieces to the best of their abilities. Now, one thing to be said for Cafe Rose, though, they did add 2 players who played with each other before, right, at Extinction, so there's pre-existing synergy, so at least they are familiar with each other. And the rest of that core squad has been grinding MRC since, I don't know, season 2, so they've been around, they have been playing together, so hopefully that works in their favor. The teams are getting ready for this, and so are we, so guys, I'm gonna hand it over to you.
Now listen, what's exciting for me is, and that was a great point, is...
Sorry, I'm making sure we're not behind chat.
Just
give it a second. Okay, there we go, so... We're caught up.
And so when you've been doing more scrims officially, Gambit's getting banned out there way more, right? Especially
hey, Jay3, hope your day's going well. My day is going absolutely fantastic. I've been enjoying these watch parties again. It's been a lot of fun.
To be able to at least have those.
We've been streaming for 8 hours already. It's 6 o'clock. Started my stream at like 9:30. We're having a great time.
To see what they put together.
Yeah, to bring Zoe back, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, because I have more questions, I need more answers. I need you guys to really set the stage for me. As we did talk about that new meta, but we didn't actually really talk about it. So what is the priority ban here? Did you feel like from what you heard on the street, from maybe scrims that you've seen, are there like very specific priority bans?
Yes. Yeah, I would honestly say Elsa's a problem. We saw it before. Elsa's been a problem. This isn't like the MRC that we saw Cafe Rose play through, which we talked about the pick and bans being universal. Well, that's going to be off the table here. So now you got to talk about
this is the first America match.
First,
yes.
Depending on what side you start on here, Cozy.
First America match.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously a lot of stuff is led through Gambit because it changes the way it's played. If Gambit makes it through, then you have Star-Lord. You have to worry about Loki. You can't have the double thing going on there. And like with some of these ult changes in general, again, the stage is set.
Jay, are you gonna stand up for this one? Ooh, you know what? I could probably stand up.
Will we see a big upset for the return of a staple org? We're about to find out right now in this pick and ban.
No, SG Day does not stand for Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming is SSG. SG stands for Swamp Gaming. He's signed as a content creator. He's not a professional player.
But others can be a whole new tactic, and we'll see what they put together here.
I'm excited here, Cozy. Let's get this
I like
going.
that. Cafe Rose. I like how, that logo is really clever, really good. It's a rose petal.
Did state that if Cafe Rose ends up popping up,
yo, bro, I like that. That's clever.
Headphones. So we're going to have to see if that's going to stay true here as we get started because, again, like you guys already highlighted here, this isn't the base core of the Cafe Rose that did qualify. They had to go through some changes, and then you're looking at FlyQuest.
Like
essentially,
cool.
maybe they
Jay,
had
I just want to let you know that when my 3-month-old is crying and nothing is working, I put you on and walk in front of
No, for sure.
Walk in front of the TV.
What they can put together, though, and who they have ready to
W.
go. We've seen just
So I'm like a...
What I love about this is I like to call them like rank ladder demons,
What'd you say?
right? Like the pure grinders
Yeah, I'm like a babysitter.
in the scene, and one team a bit more pro focused, the other a lot of talent, but when you stack those up against the pro, that's where I want to see it all together.
I wouldn't say white
group
noise.
stage
I'm like
is set.
a
We're ready to go
babysitter.
to that pick and ban here and see what they have got to offer. But yeah, with the 20% ult reduction, I said this before, I don't think this is going to be figured out in just 1 week. We're going to see a lot of this have to come to light over the course of our week here, Vicky.
Yeah, and as we get started here with the pick and ban system, again, it's nice to let you guys know, watching from home, this isn't like what you usually see in rank where it's universal for both teams. It's a pick and ban where you could get targeted. And remember, we were talking about the Elsa being maybe server admin and
I thought it was outside, but it's not.
Cozy, that's going to be the first ban we see these two teams prioritize.
Yes, absolutely. Elsa going to be a very common name we see today. And
don't let Jay3 babysit. Your kids will learn all kinds of words. I am very good.
Dive compositions. He's still a
Good
very
kids.
good
Emily says I'm going to be a great dad. I
I
have good language. I am very family friendly.
Hits across the board, but nothing too crazy. You have the damage reduction rate and the increase.
I would be a good dad.
And so you can expect a lot of teams to either have their game plan around that, Vicky, with the save, or trying to ban that right off the bat and then have their team comp formed from there.
Yeah, as we get a little quick reset there to make sure everybody.
And I can relate
I definitely
with the younger
agree, though,
youth.
Because, you know, when I was getting set up here, and I was
6'7".
doing
Can I get a vibe check?
I was thinking
Skibbity-dee,
about
Ohio.
what the state of the meta was
Riz.
as the teams were probably
You know what I'm
struggling
saying?
and
For
practicing
real,
with stuff, and then less than, like, 2
on
hours
God.
later, I see
True
that
shit.
White Fox buff. Now, once again,
You know what I'm saying?
On that specific White Fox buff, where Elsa also has less HP. Same thing for a little different
True.
on Deadpool
Yo,
side of things.
Godzilla, appreciate the
but
massive
that
donut,
will
my
be
friend.
Proceeded to be played on next weekend. So while everybody's getting set up, it's not going to be on the same patch that we just saw go live just yesterday. It's going to be the patch right before that as we get set up. That means Elsa still has that extra HP. White Fox may not do the AoE healing that you can expect, where she gets to heal herself as well whenever she teleports to you. So all these little changes, especially also her having her tail.
Thank you, Jenna. That's true. We see how you talk to Boba. Yeah, thank you.
The building blocks
I love Boba.
you have to consider as the teams have to make those adjustments going into the tournament patch in next weekend.
And no, guys, listen, we just want you to really take in these awesome team logos and just really get ready for the anticipation. That's why we're
Review.
here.
Appreciate the massive
The group
5
stage.
gifted
There's nothing
subs,
like
my friend.
just
Absolutely
teeing this thing up
insane.
before we go into a
Appreciate
day
it.
full of excitement.
Grown man,
But yeah, we
by the way.
continue to talk about that meta.
Yeah.
And listen, for those that play
I think-
rank
I
at a
think
high
grown men
level, you're
have
going to see a
kids
lot
and-
of some of the same
Yeah.
things you see there, but just more defined, more focused. And with Dive, especially, you have these kind of ready-go comms.
Oh, by the way,
where
Shark
everybody
Pow
jumps in at the
as
same
well
time.
with
They're
2
ready to
months.
roll, and that's the
Absolutely
big
crazy.
difference.
Appreciate it.
Even at high rank play, you can have maybe 3 players, 4 at the same track. When you have all 6 doing exactly their part, right? Do your job on your team, and you'll find success. Now, again, want to see how much triple strategist comes out of this. I know that was addressed there in the Dead Vision, but we still have plenty of that with Gambit, with Mantis, Loki kind of leading the helm. So I do expect a lot of that. But Vicky, can we talk about the Gamma God?
J3, have y'all talked about having
more
kids
matches?
too? Me and Emily?
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness,
of course.
can we not? Because
I want at least 26.
has been on another level. I'm actually expecting
26
to
kids.
see the Hulk a lot more often. That goes hand in hand.
So we
with
can
the
have
triple tank
different
lineup that
teams
we've
in different
also been
esports.
seeing. You have to
We can
consider
have
the
5 in
fastball
Overwatch,
special,
6
especially
in
with
Marvel
so many of
Rivals.
these different duelist
We can have
players
5 in
that
Valorant,
excel
5
so
in
well on
5 in
Wolverine
wait,
to try to
that makes
break
20.
through that triple Vanguard
5 in
lineup.
Valorant, 5
Now, as
in
we get started, though,
Counter-Strike.
guys, I know you guys have really taken in
Ah,
our
finally!
Fly Quest
Here's
and
the
Cafe
first
Rose
game. We
icons.
got
As
it.
we get started in the pick commands, even with the reset, we still see the Elsa booted out, stuck in jail.
There it is. We are here, and look at all these beautiful animated icons. I mean, already having
Nice.
the White Fox
Let's get this.
is
Let's get this.
Absolutely insanity. The double Black Panther. I mean, I think that really.
So it
speaks
looks like we're going to see the
obviously
same bans that we're getting from
people come to
EMEA
see,
chat.
but with
You
that,
are
with
getting
Elsa
rid
being
of
banned, both
the
up front,
Gambit.
that
You are
Vanguard
getting rid
tank
of the
pool is gonna
Elsa
be
because no one wants to play
on the
with
side of
Elsa.
FlyQuest. Both teams now
You
gonna make
are
that a priority.
saving
Again,
the
just such
tank
a staple
Deadpool because
anchor
tank Deadpool
Vanguard
is
to
one of
have.
the
So Gambit
best
being
tanks.
played on the ban side over to FlyQuest. and Daredevil's going to be their response. So with these new pick and bans, remember, these are one-sided towards the other team. And
how does he have the White Fox animated Lord? Chat, this is a tournament server. All the skins and all the
if they get away with having
champion icons are already unlocked.
FlyQuest now banning next. Wondering what that's going to be, because then
this is a different server. It's a tournament server. This is not live.
But you talk about the state of the meta
on the live server
specifically have been able to lean into their own strengths. I think all eyes right now are on FlyQuest to see where they stand among some of the greats in the terms of titles of a lot of these teams. They protect the Jeff though, and that kind of already leads you to believe
protect
what
the Jeff.
For FlyQuest.
Yeah, you already seen it right there where you have the ban on Gambit and the save on Gambit. So this is what we expected. We just talked about that with Zoe, right? I said, I think Pixel and their team, they got to play Gambit in the MRC, and they're probably going to do that and try to thrive on that dive here. So we're seeing their game plan around it, and the response to it, obviously not having Loki is one way around it. They've got the availability to play Star-Lord, which I think is, kind of a no-brainer a lot of the time. We'll see if they end up going that route. Pro Builder hovering on that Moon Knight. And down below, our first look at FlyQuest and what this team has got put together here. Kin, the Jeff is exactly what you want. Jolly, we've seen what.
How do you feel about Jeff in pro play? The only reason I think they're playing Jeff is I think Jeff is a really good character with dive. And also, if you are getting dove as a support, Jeff has really high survivability. So
that he is a mainstay of FlyQuest and a different look of this roster, but also it's the inclusion of our 2 European players that you were talking about that has made their way over into the Americas, and all eyes to see how he's going to be able to do.
Melio is a player that I want to highlight because, going back to stage 1 on that winning team with Navi, he has what it takes. He has that championship DNA. Obviously wanted a bit better of a grand finals there in Atlanta, but the guy has a lot of talent. Plays Adam, plays great duelist as well, but we've got to see him in a new team with a new dream, and we kick off now, ready to roll, FlyQuest, going straight to the point.
He's got this started though. Vez already moving forward, and another conversation point, even since the MRC Cozy, has been where is Nick right now? As we move all the way back.
Where's what?
Within the team, but kind of a no other choice, right? Because you like just a focus on these strategies. No Loki, no Jeff. You won't be able to get that double PC, but you try to get away here from the other side. Cafe Rose are just trying to force their way through this choke at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. We take a look here at Respect. You can't give this point up, so try to do everything you can because, again, it's about 70%.
Is the sound good for you guys, by the way?
Chance to win the whole thing if you just tap first, and the way that whole rotation happens, so it's a new 20% reduction in general. That might change things. No, they're going to get the first taste.
Okay,
victory here.
making sure.
Jolly and Tuesday follow, and that's the opening FlyQuest was looking for in their quest to make a brand new name for themselves. Melio going to continue.
Damn, Cafe Rose is coming out with 3 supports, too. 3 supports, 2 tanks, 1 DPS, the solo DPS, no more.
The enemy is going to be located right here. We're seeing it now.
Tank pool is a little broken. Yes, that's why people are banning it. A little quiet. It's quiet.
Here you get to see it here within the MRI. TC does have a reset available with that ultimate as well. The Ensong Inferno before backing away. Jolly taking a good amount of damage off this. Is taking a nap though from Pixel, who's set to put him to sleep before diving in. Look at this damage output, trying to follow up together off of Deucey, but I like the way they were able to back away. The only thing is they've lost out on Pixel, and they only have Respect. The Pro Builder, as Respect does get that invisible boundary. They're still
nice dive. The Venom dove and then the Daredevil went. That's how you do a dive, chat. You don't do a dive by yourself. Sadly, they didn't get the kill, though.
As the lawyer, gonna go ahead and grapple up here, continue to look at what they have. Nice little steal up here. Gonna go towards Lyric, see if he can get something rolling. Gets him down to half and continues to roll. Jolly now trying to find something as going to see if he can continue to just get those key cooldowns down. As Venom sometimes, you don't always need the elimination. Just try to force
wait,
the big cooldown.
Wait, this is a console, what do you call it? Controller. That's a controller tank player, by the way, for all the controller players out there. Jolly on FlyQuest.
Coming out here though, and they've lost out on the Jet. This is gonna be the opportunity for Cafe Rose.
A Neo, appreciate that's a prime sub.
At the very moment, but Ken can make some plays coming right back forward, and they're gonna allow Cafe Rose now to try to take the point as little by little. FlyQuest trying to stop for as long as possible, already nearing that 80% mark. But Cafe Rose, they do manage to flip the point.
What is that game angle?
So again, it's one thing flipping the point, it's another what do you have kind of in your available ult economy to make it last. Pro Builder having the res is definitely going to help them. Obviously I always like to say it's either, born again lose again or born again and win again. And with Marvel Zombies, games. Anything can happen here. Respect opening aggressively could be a tactic they take. Kin, though, watch out. This guy's got some crazy Jeff ults. And with this wide open Warrior Falls, we've seen it in the movies in Wakanda. It's given him the perfect opportunity to throw him off here as we're going to have the Devil let out.
Oh, wait.
Melio.
I think Ken
started as the whale comes down as well, Vicky. We find ourselves with a quick trade.
No, he wasn't on my team. Who was my support player on the Boger Bash?
More beneficial for FlyQuest because unfortunately Cafe Rose won't have that invisible boundary, but you do have the passive available.
That looked balanced.
And Melio's already locked into him. He's gonna make sure he can't get that off, so that way you won't hear the Born Again.
It was Mash and Cooper. Yeah, Mash and Cooper.
Exactly what I thought.
Great memory, chat. I have a horrible memory.
Jaws, as we like to say, throwing them both off the map. Not even a chance to try to answer the call. They have 2 strategies ults to respond here. 85% though. This is kind of where it's tough, Vicky, because you have to try to tell yourself, all right, we full commit, what you should, or do we try to save something for the next point?
Okay, so far the NA production has been a little wonky.
Try to see health, and with that full open dive, that's exactly what we're talking about. But a good trade on this.
This though, you have the anti, and you absolutely take that if you're FlyQuest. It's using to be able to find Lyric next, as overtime is ticking away in favor for FlyQuest right now. Currently, Cafe Rose are desperately trying to portal back in to at least stall and try to get a reset, because Pro Builder still has that rest. He unleashes it, and respecting no points, they're now coming back. I was wondering, are they within the vicinity? But
oh, we know a lot of these players on Cafe Rose. No binds.
So big, because through the window, they can actually come into recontest and come right back.
Yeah, just a sliver of overtime left, and still was able to maintain their point presence, and just like that, they cap it back with that res we just talked about. One of those 20% ult reduction ultimates, Vicky, that get so much more value because it's so much tougher to wipe right after. But Melio does not care. Again,
yo, we have a great game here, though.
Three to get rid of more than half the team, and FlyQuest adjusts.
I'm glad it's not 100-0.
And the finish. This is going to be all they need for this first point. Warrior Fall's going to go to the hands of FlyQuest.
He's not going to touch point. Oh, that's so bad.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time.
I think he was getting like
3-minute cooldown.
He was getting pushed around, dude.
You've already utilized that. You've tried to throw everything in the basket, and you walk away with FlyQuest taking that first round.
A spiral for 6 months. Neo with the massive prime sub as well. Appreciate it, guys.
Adjustments, kind of last minute.
Come on. I just want to say this, guys. Cafe Rose, okay, have 2 new players on their team. On top of that, they had a tough time in the MRC towards the end of it, right? And so you're seeing this team that, if you look at how these teams rank up, had what I would say probably one of the toughest ways in pass. Not only that, they open up against someone like FlyQuest, and for them to even put the fight up they just did, I would definitely give them, a quick tip of the cap. But either way, that is not going to get you a W. You got to bring it all together here. FlyQuest getting that first point, Vic, and on top of that, they've got Kin, they have Zelos to open up.
That suit is clean.
On the other side, no strategist ult to the
right. Yes, that suit was really clean.
They've got the In-Song Inferno. Not going to be
not my favorite skin of hers, but the suit's clean.
So FlyQuest looking very ready to take point 1 right back.
It looks like they've been trying to force out so many staggers onto the triple.
The fuck does 2 times drop mean? There are 2 drops going on right now. Take exclamation mark drops.
To burn a sleep onto a lingering Jolly Venom, and it's not available to deal with Melio, who's been a problem.
Gave you a follow. Gotta support my balding brothers. What the fuck?
Exactly what's positioning of Cafe Rose.
Chat, tell that guy I'm not balding.
From the top, can't be so sneaky when you have to deal with Daredevil on this side. And he opens up, letting the devil out here. He dives right on top of Cafe Rose, and Respect gets jumped. There goes the
FlyQuest, bro. FlyQuest looks too strong, and they only used 1 ult for that too.
Unleashing hell all by himself, and that's just great ult tracking.
Damn.
Nothing to respond to that, Vicky, right? And man, all these selfie cams just gonna always get me here with Deadpool continuing to break that 4th wall. But yeah, Melio, this is already someone that I had, again, I kind of bold and underlined, got to see him so much in EMEA, meet him at, LAN. What a great kid, but excited to see what he has here in America. Having a great opening statement for preseason, y'all, as every ult and Q is ready for FlyQuest. Cafe Rose does have a response to Respect here momentarily, Vicky. You can see if they can write off that momentum, but look the aggression right away.
Immediately, right? But is there to be a follow-up is the question. Respect, I like it. He's going to be able to hold on to that visible boundary, not going to get baited, so Jolly just end up just holding them back for now. FlyQuest is trying to stay grounded before diving right in. Pixel's going to be able to answer right back, though, with that Mantis ultimate, the Soul Resurgence before the Jeff waited for it. Gets the Mantis together. They're trying to focus down on the Jeff together, too, but then they get stolen on, and it's both supports that are getting caught out by Cafe Rose. But with a double jump, Respect comes right back around with the invisible boundaries.
These new EMEA player additions are standing out in Melio. Now Kin saying, hey, I can play in the American scene quite easily as he throws 2 stretches right off. Melio and Jolly get the exclamation point with a little bit of a
God damn. I remember on day 1 when J3 said Tankpool felt like the best version he always knew. I don't ever lie to you guys. I don't think I've ever told you guys a bad take or ever lied to you guys.
Sees the Abyss to continue on that everlasting health pool. The Born Again and
I think FlyQuest came in 3rd as well for the grand finals last year, but I don't know if they got any new members or not. I think they did, obviously. I don't think Jolly was on FlyQuest. And Melio as well. I think Melio used to play for a different team.
While Jolly could try to follow up together with Melio once they get those ultimates too.
It's kind of crazy. He had such good value on it last time. But able to capitalize on top
of
it.
Yeah, energy left. Yeah, there you go.
It's going to continue and to show why those nerfs weren't as big as you might think. Daredevil mains because he is back and ready for the action. He takes down 1, followed by now no binds. That's the big kick on the sustain. Obviously that Venom able to keep.
Hey, so far it looks pretty even. Good shit by Cafe.
They at least got the point back, Vicky, a little quicker. So now they're matched up to him a little tighter, and if they win this next fight with not as much ultimate, more neutral play, they might be able to snag this point.
Really, they are just playing that neutral, right? They were able to brute force their way in without having to expend anything, as they didn't have much online beforehand, and now they're already nearing that 75%
Wait,
mark.
Spark Chief and also Cooper left?
Damn. Follow with a piece of the Abyss as Melio finds respect first. Pixels literally one-shot manages to stay alive for now. Chenji doing his best with the Namor squid to try to back them away. Nobody swaps over to the hold, but even that's going to be able to back away. Jolly gets stunned right there too before backing 2, but not trying to expend too much. Cafe Rose can't even go through this choke.
Yeah, I would have liked the rotation out there from Melio. Can punish you against other teams, but either way, they're going to have to find some answer to the Devil, whether that's going to be banning him in general, but they don't have an answer to the ult coming out from it. There's going to be the Strange Portal, though, from Pro Builder, as they're going to try to body block. Do find their way in there a little bit, and they have the whale, so look out. The Horn of Brodish is going to be summoned. Seeing if he can land the biggest one of their first starting career.
Oh, see, this is why.
So they get 1, Vicky. This is the start of the snowball.
I think Jeff ult is kind of ass.
They knew exactly that the Jeff was going to
when
ult on
it
top
hits,
of the
it
Mantis.
hits, but most of the time it's kind of ass.
But is it going to be enough if you find Delos next? That's Jolly. They find both of the strats. No binds. He's got his passive, but he doesn't have the coverage resurrection here. So now you have FlyQuest still and the number advantage. Pro Builder already used up that portal before, but they still were able to at least hold back FlyQuest.
I like this. This is actually huge for them. I mean, not great they're getting down right away, but either way, they have plenty of ults to use. And Zanji, being that replacement of the duelist that we talked about, is really stepping into the shoes. Jin goes down here, Lyric finds a big kick, and that's going to go in and open up the doorway. Respect goes, Pro Builder finds another. Hold on, folks. We might have ourselves a 1-to-1 if Cafe Rose can hold on. They continue to dump a good amount of ults. Pro Builder.
Uh-oh, chat. We might actually, NA might be more entertaining than EMEA. All the EMEA matches were 2-0s, chat. This is the first one that might go
And this is the reason why Cafe Rose banned Gambit specifically against FlyQuest. Ken being stuck on the Jeff and being the first one isolated as Cafe Rose are nearing 95. FlyQuest looking to see if they can recontest with Jolly being on the Venom, but they have to touch right now as they force it with Jolly in that backside. Genji just call him out. Great, getting some great follows with these Namor squids too, as well as the Trident. And Lyric finds Vez. That's one out. I have a Komodo for Pro Builder. Is there going to be a follow-up here? As they get 2, they get 3, and it looks like Cafe Rose with that number advantage. As we see FlyQuest, they still have a portal. That's another thing. They can recontest with this portal, but with overtime ticking down and nobody
first game of the day. We're already for NA at least. We're going to round 3.
My gosh, let's just all take a quick breath.
Remember, chat, FlyQuest was one of the invited teams. Cafe Rose, I'm pretty sure, was one of the teams that had to make it through the MRC qualifiers.
But we just said it going in. If they can win that point
right?
back with a
I don't think Cafe Rose was invited. Yeah.
Then they can maybe take the map ultimately. And for me, I just felt like FlyQuest kind of let their foot off the pedal a little bit there towards the end. Try to have to tighten things up again. This is a team full of talent. We haven't doubted that. But in this dive meta, really have to be playing as one. Looking at what they have, though, Vic, Cafe Rose, I almost don't... I don't know. I did not like the res there at the end for Pro Builder. Don't think they needed it. Would have been great to have it in this first fight here. So now they're going to have to go up against what is a bit tougher of an old economy going in FlyQuest's way, with Melio certain to open up with the Devil.
And I'm also curious too, Cody, because it's important. If Vez ended up coming out of the spawn room gates and had committed to a portal, because if he did after swapping out, they won't really have that for 3 minutes. They probably won't until the very end there. But we do see some teams sometimes try to make plays like that so they can get an advantageous point over on the high ground of this specific round. And as you mentioned too, not really ultimates online for them to work with, while FlyQuest do have some, but I feel like those ultimates were very staggered in that second to last fight especially.
No, for sure. I've not seen them either have just an answer to Melio's ult, so we'll see where he takes this rotation. Jolly might rotate in. He's going to go into it right away. Again, there has not been a stop to it. Now they're having a great rotate back. He's going to have the soul spawn to keep them alive through it, but there goes Vespa. Vest, we know what he can do for that FlyQuest team. One of the main
Lasman, appreciate as a prime sub, my friend.
The team respect pulling in there, going right away for the other in.
Came in cheese, appreciate as a new tier 1 sub. Welcome.
Clash.
Gonna have to be a reset here for Cafe Rose, right? Respect knowing that, just toss themselves right there onto the point. There was no stalling, considering that FlyQuest already had that point as Jolly using a Feast of the Abyss on Ghost, it looks like here, and Cafe Rose are just able to try to walk over from this right side of the choke.
Yeah, for sure. Lyric, hey, listen, they were able to get this point back pretty quickly last time, and that really helped them set up for success when they gave it 80% of that kind of gift. That was where they ended up losing. Pro Builder going to go fly up there with that new hover that you do get with the Soul Bond. He's going to get the pick on Jolly.
Yes, Miss Rennie.
One for the Golden God. Maybe not in the new life living side dealer.
No way! An Adam Warlock was flying in the air to block a Phoenix ult. Holy shit, this player has the massive balls, bro. Jesus Christ, can you, why would you, I would never think an Adam Warlock flying into that.
Here we go, Jolly committing already to the border.
Can we talk about Shanji, by the way, being a huge highlight player for me, at least from Cafe
Golden
Rose.
balls, bro. Jesus.
They found their grounding. They made sure that Melio is not the same threat that we saw in that first round. Zelos commits the invisible boundary, though. Cafe Rose, respect still staying alive. Pro Builder is very close to having that karmic revival. All eyes on Pro Builder. If he's got that passive, he has it online now. Shanji's out of this fight. With Pixel going out, you hear the Born Again rise again. He brings them both back together.
I don't know if they're winning this team fight though. Big res though. Four-man res or something?
Here, with no bites getting close to the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, with FlyQuest though able to keep on this point and stay the stall, this is going to be very tough now for Cafe Rose. They really need to have that take on the last hit there. That could be the swan song for the first map. Either way, the Agamotto comes out.
Oh, this was, I don't know, man. Chat, I feel like this is the difference of experience right here. Did Cafe Rose win that last round? Yes, they did, but this looks like a stomp right now. 100-0 on the third map. Yeah, chat, this is looking like an 07, bro. First round, it looks like it goes to FlyQuest.
They left off year 1 dominant in America.
Oh!
And here we go, Vicky. It's looking like it.
You bong on Pro Builder's forehead there with the end song Inferno. I'm here wondering, I mean, the backline of FlyQuest, they're in some trouble, but the split attention and the communication can still stay alive. He's got his ultimate available here, and with everybody stuck inside the invisible boundary, he activates the trigger. The It's Jeff Lyric going wild, by the way, here too.
That's
clicking
true.
Even more heads
that is
onto
true.
FlyQuest, and Melio does have
maybe
a
that curse is over.
You may want to try to see if he has an opportunity to follow up with Jolly on getting an anti there. And Shanji, he spears the Jeff and makes some sushi, as FlyQuest now are down a player.
Not the Shark stagger. Yeah, I mean, looking at what they have, again,
Fear Lab, it might be on my second YouTube channel, my Jay3
Don't commit too much. Zanji, keep your eyes on him. With
probably my editors will be posting the best ones on there.
Strategist out early, or where Melio just go completely on respect like last time and really shut down the dream for the first map win. Melio going to go ahead and rotate to the right. We can see him there behind on the balcony, it looks like. Going to find good rotation to open the team. Staying close together. Pro Builder at 80%. Vicky, that's how they got it last time. Can he stay up and get that resurrection? Once again, Zanji gets the ping on 10. That's what we're looking for.
And he needed some input.
Oh, then the more popping off, getting 2 people right there.
And a problem splitting the attention of FlyQuest.
I'm glad to see my boy Namor getting some game time and doing well at that.
The devil out. And as they fall and their plan falls
Sticky,
apart,
I think was he's too young to play professionally. And yeah, I think you need to be like 16 or 18. The kid's 14, 15.
Doesn't matter what happens. Passive on board as well. Respect should be able to rotate into
it sucks, but But yeah,
this is legit how they
dry. It doesn't matter actually about dry no more anymore. I think they did a real good job on keeping the more, not having the more rely on his team up ability as much.
But the Born again ready again, Pro Builder brings her right back to the fight. Pixel getting a Melio out of here, 87%. The portals are going to be right 8% close to the cooldown on the side of FlyQuest as well.
But Pro Builder did what he had to do. He used the Karmic Revival. He stayed alive just long enough. And by the way, hadn't used his passive right before, he gets a beautiful snipe on Cazello's overtime, taking away Cafe Rose. They've tied this up. Lyric isolating Ken. This position has FlyQuest scattered. Very messy from the back line.
Wait, I talked shit earlier today. I said FlyQuest was winning this shit. Now Cafe Rose might actually take. No way!
With a celebration on the Horn of Proteus. They call it in with the dub.
Welcome to Ignite Year 2. I'm telling you, Group of Death.
I did not curse them.
Underdog does not matter.
I did not curse them. I did not curse them, chat. I did not curse them.
I believe in this team did it just
okay,
now.
okay. But I just want to say something real quick.
Coming in here, filling in the shoes.
I just want to say something real quick here, chat. FlyQuest has $6.3 million with 300 people that voted for them. Cafe Rose only had 100 people with $500,000, 500K. The return ratio is 1 to 13. 1 to 13 return ratio, bro. Oh my god.
And then the follow-up with Jolly.
Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, you can tell. I mean, look at the stats.
That is crazy, bro. That is crazy. This is a good game, bro. Good game so far.
19, but it doesn't matter. This was what I was trying
to point out. The Venom on controller went 40-7.
Out in the world, got to play as one unit. And I mean, sometimes it's a game of inches.
Wow, look at FlyQuest. FlyQuest looks like they popped off, but
cooldowns were coming off by mere seconds to decide some of this, and it came down to that last push of Melio trying to go in, get that backline early, but the trade.
I said 07 too soon, chat. I ended up being one of the people that I hate the most, calling the game over when it was not over.
And helping out PO, right?
Dykane, appreciate the match for 3 months, my friend. Welcome. How you doing? This is why the game is never over until it's over.
They were getting harassed. They were getting picked apart. It was forcing out a lot of staggers that we mentioned in that second round. But Cozy, Pro Builder did
never over until it's over, chat.
What do you expect? You have to lean into the win condition of the Karmic Revival, and in that first round, they just did not let him, and Melio prevented him from trying to get a lot of those resets.
I mean, for me, what's crazy is you have Tree and Sticky, I believe, that got, ultimately replaced on this team to things out of their control.
Pay us out?
To have that
chat, that was only one game, bro. It's a best of 3.
Stepping into the
Cafe Rose needs to win the next game or the one after that. The prediction's not over.
I guess you can say that there's not much pressure if you're the underdog in a series, right? I think all the pressure is on the opposition here. People expect FlyQuest to make a very dominant statement in this opening.
Let us bet on each game. Nope, it's bet on series. There's 10 series in the game.
Cafe Rose worked out so well. Also, really big credits to the pick and ban phase there. I think they've done their homework there. They managed to move some pieces here and there to kind of force the hand. Seeing Ken stuck on that jet, for example, I think that really worked in their favor. Overall, I'm extremely impressed with what we've seen from Cafe Rose.
I am not betting on each game, chat. I've always done each series. It's always been the thing.
I don't know, the off-season rust, where did it go wrong? Because it felt a little sloppy at times.
Vicky, if I may, for me, a couple of things to point out. I mean, first of all, this is the team coming in third, right? So they were in third in the MRC. They're playing against FlyQuest. I, for one, had FlyQuest, a team that I said could easily be the sleeper of this whole thing, but also I had them ranked, I believe, 5th in my predictions because I need to see them play together. I need to see this team of all these talented players play as one, and that is one I felt like slipped out of their hands that they felt confident in. But also, you're right. I mean, this team, Vic, we just casted them in Cafe Rose. They're kind of hot. They coming from, playing.
Bro, I don't know why, but I'm looking at
these 2 new additions, and that obviously aided them.
Cozy and his streaming setup.
For me too, because when I get to see that they had protected the gamut, it's like we don't see that.
I feel like he's
and now I understand why.
Casting from heaven.
They knew that the dive was gonna come. They had the Mantis for the stun. They had reset opportunities with the Adam Warlock.
Like he looks like the guy. just like the other guy in EMEA chat. He looks like the guy that I would have to talk to pass the gates of heaven.
You know, having some players on ping, bringing in these new players
like
too,
the hair, the background, like the white jacket, bro. He just looks like
I think it
he just looks like an angel.
Trickles down as a main bold factor to the staggering of these ultimates and not being able to get these follow-ups that they're looking for to allow them to have that win condition. And it's Melio Go will enable him, and unfortunately, we just didn't see that happen.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Melio. I know, Cozy, you had your eyes on that player, and we know what he can do with that Daredevil. What do you expect to see in our second map?
Yeah, for me, I mean, first of all, domination, when you have Adam Warlock involved and it's not on one team, the other has it in their strategy, you would just have to play perfect, right? We saw that. Like, they would win and it didn't matter. They would get the pick and it didn't matter. So I think a little bit of that was not just pick and ban phase, where a lot of this is said and done, but also just the strategy going in. Melio is going to be a problem for them. I think Daredevil probably will be addressed on this next pick and ban phase, Zoe, if I were to guess. But I need to see now all tied together in what team comps they're putting together, because we have seen them play individually well, but there's so many different comps that you can line up, especially in domination. But where teams get favored a bit more is out of that game mode, when it's not so much of a skirmish and there's more of that organized play.
Given the players on that FlyQuest roster, because obviously losing the first map
what?
means that they
Cozy
now get
looks
to
like
pick
a school quarterback.
Which mode do you think they're going to take us to? Which map do you feel like actually would favor their style?
Pretty sure Cozy stole my lunch money in high school.
Up though, Cozy. I mean, I wanted to see your opinion here, but I'm thinking maybe FlyQuest want to try to lean into like a convoy map.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, since it's a whole new team, it's going to be a lot different, right? But I bet if I were to guess, a lot of teams like to reset in Yggdrasil. We like to go there a lot. Sometimes they'll end up going to Midtown as well.
I hope they don't go to Midtown, bro. We saw a lot. We saw too much Midtown, bro. And give us a different scenery, man.
Zone. With Citadel back, I do remember them being a big Yggdrasil team as well, you know, so that's where I would expect this to go most likely. But again, these teams have full different strategies, and the coaching is just so important, Zoe, at this level, right? Like, what is
TTK's dad, Emily, was here also on YouTube, but she's on Jay3.
They have the homework they can do from just a couple weeks ago. So whoever's helping
TTK's dad is wondering where you are.
To identify some weakness.
Well, let's hear it. Coach Cozy, Coach Vicky, what do you think? Have you actually been able to, like...
Jay's setup gives off broke, middle-aged streamer who eats ramen for every meal.
Like, very obvious things that need to be cleaned up in map 2.
So what?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the number one issue there is figuring out, like Cozy stated, domination's a very crazy toss-up on who manages to get that point first, which is why it's so important, which is also a highlight towards their reset opportunities. I think for a team like Cafe Rose, who had to make adjustments within the last, week and a half to 2 weeks now at this point, they've already found their grounding, and they've already shown that they've been able to adapt around the pick and ban phase that is very unique to the MRI compared to what you experienced back at home from your own ranked games and in the MRC when we had broadcasted that.
Also, there's nothing wrong with ramen and stuff.
Being able, if you're FlyQuest,
there's nothing wrong with ramen. You know what sounds really good, chat? The 99-cent ramen, and then you put in some cheese in there, and then you cover it so the cheese can melt, and then you have that cheesy ramen.
Well, then you gotta go follow up with your Daredevil, and it doesn't seem like that was a
oh
problem,
my god, yo, Jay Ent with the massive 10 gifted subs. Absolutely insane, my friend. I appreciate it. Yeah, cheese in your ramen. That's nothing bad. That's not bad.
Let's go and look at what I said. I think Jolly early on.
Yes, chat. Nah, bro, you guys are saying ill. Now, how about ill you? Don't knock it unless you try it.
Fundamentals of
cheese in your ramen is delicious, and it's a pretty frequent thing as well.
Going out there and having a good time. It's like we got to see now where some of the homework has come in here.
Yeah, chat is uncultured. I agree, bro.
Ken and Alex together on Citadel Gaming and EMEA scene. Ken is a phenomenal strategist. We saw him with some big plays, but then the follow-up didn't happen after those big plays. So for me, it's just the teamwork. I don't expect them to lose this next one, but again, after
yes, I put cheese in ramen. It's fantastic. Thank you,
I mean,
bro.
This is best of 3, right? So the first two wins the series. It will be quite rough for FlyQuest to start the group stage off going down against, and that might be playing in their heads right now, the perceived bottom team of their group.
Yeah, I mean, listen, because that's what we were trying to highlight, right? It's not just that it was a underdog fight, right? We have those all the time in sports. It was a truly, I mean, if you were to, in sports sense, it's like a college team going against NFL. I mean, that's the best way I can say, right? The pro football team. So when you have this up against the wall with only a best of 3, there's not a lot of time to adjust. Guys, you have to get on it right now, Zoe, and we find ourselves at 0-1 with FlyQuest down a game. You're just now coming in.
Oh, they're jumping straight into this
Let's
game.
get
Okay,
this
cool.
Here. Game number 2 now in our first series. It's what Zoe highlighted, Cozy, because can you imagine like just the level of upset you have here with FlyQuest? Again, may not have been on top of most of everyone's like rankings, but this was just not a look that we were expecting of Cafe Rose to make the adjustments that they have. Again, just so quick already with Elsa being off the table.
Vic, remember going back to stage 1, FlyQuest lost to, I believe, Ego Death. And then they were called Side Quest. And it kind of like kicked off a little bit of an era of this like revenge tour that they had. So like, kind of funny enough in the rival scene, they've been here before in a way, right? But also, this is such a new era for them. And so we'll see how they lock in.
Jay, you
Arauco
wolf down
obviously
Big
was
Macs
not
like
on my
Tic
board
Tacs.
that I
First
thought
of
they
all,
would
I
pick,
don't
but
like
here we
Big
find it.
Macs. If I
And
ever
two,
do go to
addressing
McDonald's,
these
I'm getting a
differences
double
in the
quarter
big
pounder, okay?
Not that many, right? I mean, the only big change that you see here is we're gonna go with the lock now.
Which
on
I
the
haven't
Aurora
had in
lock.
about. I haven't had big,
And the
fast food
ban
in
on the other side,
since the beginning of this year.
Gambit out of here because they saved it last time, but they didn't even use it.
Yeah, because now this is also tricky for FlyQuest because
I've actually not. Yeah,
Cafe Rose
I'm
may
doing
have
pretty good.
saved the Gambit, but the fact that they didn't
You
use
want
it,
a diet?
FlyQuest
No,
know,
I
okay,
just
well, they had
there was
Gambit
a
available.
thing on Twitter
Let's get the Jeff
of
out
all the
here
like
instead,
CEOs
because we
of
know that
fast
they're gonna
food
wanna run
not
triple
like eating
strategists as
their
well.
own food
So
and then
now
calling
we'll
it
protect
product and all
both
that
the
stuff.
dive characters I'm expecting here
So
from FlyQuest. It's gonna be
yeah,
Sidewalk.
I don't. If
Try
they're
to get
not
the
trying to
combo
eat it, chat.
going.
Well, I don't know
But
about me,
Cafe
man.
Rose are going to be able to stay strong, though, on this triple strategist lineup. They said it worked before. We're going to do it again.
Absolutely here as they're going to be locking in the last ban. And I think this is Daredevil. I think this is the wise move. That was kind of the one Achilles heel that they did have. And it did come to Melio. Melio's hero pool is absolutely massive, though, so would not be surprised if they can adjust to this pretty quickly here. Psylocke on the save, though, does tell the tale that Tuzi is a phenomenal player. So this guy, sometimes you have your best player.
Okay, let's see this chat. Round
saying,
2.
all right,
FlyQuest is already down a
Psylocke.
game, which is
Don't know what the
wild.
changes to Psylocke. Tremendous buffs in the neutral. Having your cooldowns activate those abilities that much quicker. For burst potential, that much more. Not feeding off the Vanguards just for the ultimate now. This will help them a bit in what they want to design for. Especially on Arauco, Vicky, where there's plenty of pathways to make the job happen.
Right, but I'm mostly worried too, like, what is this going to be this backline looking like? You want to be able to get those damage boosts in if you're Pixel as well onto Nobites and Shanji. You want to enable Shanji, who was that very critical player for Cafe Rose to refine that foundation that they needed to build back that momentum into that
Have you
second
ever
fight
tried
around the
getting
first
a
move of first
piercing
map.
in
But a different
between
look
your
now,
butt cheeks
Cozy,
to
as
help
we get
cut down
started,
those big
FlyQuest
turds from
starting things
splashing
off on
back
the
at
attack.
you?
It seems like we can't ever escape Clintar in the good old and new here, Cozy. It's back to the tradition that we have seen with our matches.
Arauco. I mean, we don't get a lot of Arauco, right? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, first of all, obviously we have the great music leading into it, but yeah. Having to go
Bro,
and escort the
chat.
boys, not
I'm
really
done,
too
man.
much
I'm
here
not
at the
reading
high
you guys
level.
anymore, man.
Tend to try to avoid it, but no, FlyQuest choosing to embrace what could be a new change here. And right away, you see the setup that they're going on.
Great map, by the way. I love this map. I'm glad that we're on it.
Plenty of sense to me. Pro Builder, again, is going to have to be a big focus. While the Squids already have the water against fire, we know that weakness exists going all the way back to 1996. It's still here in Rivals.
You would think, though, like after we saw how strong the No More followers were, that maybe FlyQuest, they were learning over that Jeff ban, could it have been the Namor instead to try to stop enabling Sanji here? And now you get the follow-up.
Artonis, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
Look how quickly that ban pool is able to build up that ultimate, holding on pretty strong right now. Pro the Builder still leading in the back. For Juicy being on the Psylocke, is just able to try to farm out more of that pressure onto Nobites.
Yeah, let's see what Juicy is going to play here. Showing a good example of, playing side with the team. A lot of people like to go pure dive, but definitely could just go ahead and help out on that quick execution combos with the Vanguards. Mirror going behind him and showing why he's such a threat in the Deadpool position. When you put on this ult on a back strategist, it's so tough because your other...
Wow, good play by FlyQuest to keep that support up. That's huge.
Explosion to Pro Builder. That's going to be a nice hit. Saw Pro Builder not get my favorite reses out from his passive.
That was a huge play by FlyQuest to absorb all that damage.
Yeah, right, because you usually see them use it before, and then they're able to ult, but he's been holding on to it for quite some time already. He had to use that up this time around. And again, Melio being here on this Phoenix, when you don't see Elsa on the table, and a map like this, a lot more longer pipeline before diving into the top, holding on to that invisible boundary, stopping any sort of push from 2C, making the Dance of the Butterflies literally inaccurate.
Pro Builder with a hit. Well, that was absolutely clutch here now as Respect going to be hidden. We'll go ahead and see what they can find out. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. Kin getting those huge environmental
Nice swallow, nice swallow.
Chart. We know what he can do in the strategist position, and this is going to help their aid push in a pretty tough choke point here. The res now for the rest of the team.
Also, that is very interesting. Cafe Rose can play Gambit, but they're not playing Gambit. I guess they're playing the thing that, like, you know, worked really well for them.
And he did it in such a great way, right? The repositioning so that way he can bring back his team.
Ooh, nice by Tuzi.
Comes in with the KO, finding Pro Builder. No passive there as well, but at least Pixel will hold on to the ultimate, waiting for it. The anti comes up from Jolly. Is there going to be a follow-up, though? No. They get to be close together with Pixel, who has that Soul Resurgence. Lyric follows up right afterwards. And Cozy, it's happening right now. Cafe Rose, they have just been forcing FlyQuest to play so split up. It's basically stopping any sort of dive follow-up that they want to go for.
Absolutely. Now, as we continue to find what they can do on this defensive approach, only a minute 7 seconds.
Oh, yeah, only 1 minute left for FlyQuest, bro. FlyQuest does not look this. I mean, I know it's a different team, but wow, they look completely different from last year. I feel bad, bro, because we do duo with Vess a lot, and he's a good guy. Melio as well is a good guy. Bro.
Does find himself a low Lyric. Can he get the exclamation? Yes, Melio finds the ending of that. And here comes Nobody's right back into it as a Venom. They're going to have to win this fight perfectly, and it's not going to start out well with 2 going down, Vicky.
Susie doing the rest, trying to go in with the Dance of the Butterflies here. FlyQuest have lost out on 2, and Cafe Rose are trying to at least recontest here as Lyric coming into the spawn room gates, finds a quick little heady onto Tusi. The Jeff is going to be able to just float away from Ken. He will have the H-Jeff soon, because you're down to less than 20 seconds on the clock for FlyQuest to try to recontest.
Fly, the mental, you got to pull it all together here. Kin does have a huge opening. He's gotten 2 in the past. They've got to follow up on this perfect. Find respect or Zanji. Pro Builder's still pretty far away from the res, so this is your opening. 5-6 seconds left. They're about to go and dive and touch. Gonna go ahead and have Jolly probably leave that first hit in. There it goes, and everybody's collapsing. Nobody's
oh shit, bro. FlyQuest getting full held by an MRC team. Chat.
It's overtime ticking.
Oh my. Oh my god.
I hope you're hungry, Cozy. Because Cafe Rose just stops FlyQuest.
The first game of NA.
First checkpoint. Stop them.
No offense to EMEA, has been a lot more entertaining.
What? Psylocke Protect? I
mean,
unfortunately for Tuzi, I'm sorry, we gotta talk
EMEA.
about it, but
bro,
that,
an underdog is
Psylocke
beating.
Not working. Maybe you'll get like 1 or 2 hits here, but the strategist line from Cafe Rose were getting protected so well, not only from Shanji. Pixel was very accurate with putting him to sleep as well as Lyric. He said, what are you waving at? He was waving at nothing until he came back from the spawn room gates. And then you see 2 members of FlyQuest just coming around the back end in front of him, and then he could get another 4 stagger.
Predictions are in shambles over here as we find ourselves.
Predictions are in shambles. This is true.
The team you might think it would be, and again,
predictions are in shambles.
Like doom match right now from FlyQuest. It's like you have all this talent. They're all doing their own thing, but not as one cohesive unit, and especially in this meta, it is so.
Why would they go Gambit on attack though? Why fix what ain't broke? They're winning with this comp, so why can't continue it, right?
First, and it is happening each and every single match here in or fight as they continue to go on. FlyQuest would have to have a legendary Helm's Deep worth of a defense, where this is going to end quick.
Starts in 5, 4, 3.
This is a really tough situation to be in. Hailing Fear from FlyQuest now, being on the defense. See if anything changes, because a big focus has got to be on Sanji. You got to prevent Pro Builder from being able to get set up here, especially when you're calling out when he's using these passives. He's been mixing it up here. Pick's already taking a good chunk of that damage, but so is Zelos, as he's the first one out. Yes, they put Nobody's to sleep, but it's already too late. Tusi had made that swap over to Namor to try to at least match that with Sanji. They get the trade up, and that's what they needed from them.
Vest needed to, at least, even though Vest has been on this FlyQuest roster, he is the anchor, in my opinion, of this team. He does at least slow down a little bit. Nobody's just getting these massive picks. I gotta say, just highlighting one player, Nobody's getting these huge picks early. And again, we saw this from.
Yeah, what's good, man? What's good? What's good?
But obviously, a much different scene against this competition. Lyric, though, and Zanji find both strategists. Good night. Go to bed. FlyQuest.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, dude.
There's no
I
way.
feel so bad
Oh,
for
there's
FlyQuest
all the way
right
back
now,
to the
bro.
spawn room gates
He-
here.
oh.
FlyQuest, nobody in sight, and Best can't swap. He has the ultimate. So, I mean, somebody needs to try to recontest if they want to burn a portal, but they're looking to see if they can get out of this choke right now.
Wait,
Cafe
they
Rose
just
are
said
looking to
Best
set
can't
up.
swap because he has the ultimate, but as
Fly zone is what they're setting up in every
Deadpool
win.
died,
Pixel
so he doesn't have it
oh,
anymore.
Jolly, and that is it, folks. My goodness, can you believe your eyes?
Bro!
Most of us had as the team that would have the most ahead of them, the biggest challenge, the
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll look at the stats real quick, but oh my god, chat.
2-0.
Show me the stats. Show me the stats. Show me the money.
Get ready, because they did it, and
Show me the money.
Your MVP. This Namor was popping off. I mean, he'll definitely
Show me
be
the
able to do his
stats.
style in the future with that new skin, by the way, as you get to take a look at 13. Oh,
Hey,
he did
Boba.
not go
That's
down
a baby
a single
boy.
time. With 6 final hits, I mean, it comes to show you, like, you look on the other side, what's the problem here for FlyQuest? Well, they couldn't get these raw picks, right? Like, they were
Yoon,
constantly getting shut down.
I
You're talking
voted
about
for
PC
Cafe
specifically
Rose
with
because I
Pulsar.
felt bad.
They
Well, you probably don't
burned
feel bad
a
now. If you bet,
protect on
if
the
you bet
sidewalk for them to not be
$100,000,
able to even use it.
you just won
For me,
a
this is
1
the
to
biggest opening. I think
1
this
to
is the storyline
13
here. With
ratio.
three
If you bet
out and Shiki
100K,
out,
you
these players
won
play Spider-Man, Elsa, they're playing different comp
1.3
altogether.
million.
Where the heck has Zanji been? Because they found this pickup, and I think a
Oh
lot of us
my
assumed
God.
that when they picked up 2 new players, you
13
downgrade,
and
right? Like,
0
typically that happens. You've been playing with
MVP.
this team for so long, and you have to quickly fill. And that's why we all had them ranked where they were at. But not only that, let me paint this picture to all of you.
No, let me paint this picture for you guys, chat. FlyQuest, 92% at 6.3 million. 300 people in chat. 07 to your channel points. 100 people, 8%. A 1 to 13 return ratio. 500K. Holy shit. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, chat. Look at this. I want to show you guys something here. I want to show you guys something. Give me a summary. If you bet 67,000, you just won 900,000. If you bet 30,000, you won 400. If you bet 50,000, you won. Whoa. 666. Whoa. If you bet 10,000, you won 133. God damn, bro.
Which is trying to mesh their pieces together. It felt disconnected, like the coordination was just not really there. Whereas Cafe Rose, they were so confident the way in which.
Yo, if you were on Cafe Rose and you bet on Cafe Rose, congratulations, chat. FlyQuest, I'm sorry, guys. You lost a lot of money.
I've never been more pumped for what is going to be a winner's interview coming up, because this is what Rivals is all about. This is why the MRC exists. You go from the couch to the dream. You say, hey, I think I could play this game pretty well. You put the team together, and now building up to millions of dollars in
Caitlin,
prize
appreciate the
pools,
massive
up to
5
what
months.
we
How you
have
doing?
even
How you
today in
doing?
the preseason, you put it to the test, and
I'm
yes,
done
it's just
betting.
one match. They've got round robin, but this is the
And
confidence,
Hales
this is quite
Gaming
literally the
with
spark, right, that
5
they need to ignite what this team can
subs.
continue to do.
Absolutely insane, my friend. I
mean,
appreciate
I
it.
had FlyQuest
You're
at
too
5
kind.
for a
You're too
reason.
kind.
You know, this is what I was afraid I might see, but apparently I
Solidifying
had them
that
somehow
third
too
place.
high, at
Appreciate
least
it.
in this opening play.
And Cafe Rose was the third MRC team. They weren't even first place and they beat FlyQuest.
You know now you get to toss that in the bin. So he's got to start taking out her headphones as well. And I want to honestly, I'll be super
that's true.
real.
Am I getting replacement
Yeah.
headphones? Because you're supposed to eat these.
Yep. Yeah. I know. I think
Sorry,
I said I was
Cozy.
gonna eat like Ship's mic, your headphones. I got a lot of eating to do because I am. And listen, happily, because I'm just blown away. And what's crazy about it?
PTK
too, is
plays as the last
Zanji,
game of the day.
You know, we said
Protect
them and
your
Pro Builder. You know,
ball
obviously coming from kind of out of nowhere. They also
Rockstar.
were in the
Appreciate the massive
MRC
new tier
for
1 sub, my
distinction,
friend.
Right. So they did have some competition they played against, and they obviously identified those players as someone they wanted to add to their team. They're the perfect fit. I think what shocks me about it more is that they had Spider-Man players with Elsa, and we saw nothing like it. Not only that, Pro Builder picked up the Adam Warlock that Sticky used to play for that team. FlyQuest, they got to go back quickly to the drawing board and find out what happened.
Cafe Rose really just had a very clear idea of what they want to play. They stuck to that triple strategist. And also, like, again, the picky ban phase, like, they identified the threat on the other side. Melio's Daredevil was taken out of the mix. Like, they just felt so prepared. Like, I'm actually really baffled.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think a lot of what the staple was for that team is that you had the opening pick typically happen pretty fast there from the Venom. I think we shouted him out even in the mid-match, Vicky, that no binds kind of shocked me there. Jolly was the weak point that I kind of pointed out in FlyQuest, and no binds did a ton of what I was expecting on the opposition side. Again, it just felt like everybody was doing something, but not all together as one.
Yeah, because honestly, okay, look at the other side of the coin. Sanji was just him. He was just him. He was the one that was able to dictate and made sure that the Daredevil wasn't a problem. When they saw that there was going to be a Protect on the other side of the Daredevil, okay, you roll out with Namor. But my question is, FlyQuest banning Jeff very last was a choice, because we see it from their side. Yeah, they
2
like
months,
to
my
do
friend.
the Jeff. But from the other side, we saw Cafe Rose, they were really leaning into that Mantis, Invisiwoman, Adam Warlock, and like you mentioned too, Pro Builder really stepping up.
Yeah, honestly, I think it could just be summed up to teamwork. I mean, I think, and I know, you can say it sounds coy, whatever you want to say, but that's truly the big difference. I think FlyQuest, even in that domination, they were like,
what did the response say?
I don't think we need to fix too much of what we did in the pick ban phase. Let's just do what we do great over here.
It still says nine stops away.
We're going to see a lot of FlyQuest, but at least in this opening matchup, they were the last roster to be announced, right? I mean, like a lot of these things, that's why they were the newest kind of team to come into the limelight here. So Cafe Rose, got to give props out, especially to whoever is putting this team together more and more to find the additions from Extinction like they did. They're cooking.
And I mean, in a round-robin scenario where the bottom two teams are not going to make the cut into the playoffs, a victory against a team that is finding themselves somewhere in the middle, like, that's the wins you need to get. You're not expected to win against the top dogs. But
Jinzu! Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. Welcome, welcome.
These 2 weeks of play, you will find yourself in the playoffs.
Yeah, without question. I mean, listen, with what they have coming ahead of them, I think that they stuck to a very solid game plan. They didn't try to do anything too fancy. Obviously, now the homework is out a little bit. I do think Pro Builder is going to be a big focus point for them. Maybe ban that. The Venom is banned. I mean, the Venom is a big focus too, because I kind of said that's the anchor of that dive, right? You open up the Jeff symbiotic shenanigans, but also just what he can offer in this new meta.
Does anyone know if Nightmare is being streamed? They are on the.
But I can tell you what, coaches, may have taken a light day.
I think they will be playing tomorrow.
Not anymore. They're going to be doing their homework, ladies.
Not today though. Not today.
Oh man, I can't believe what we're already saying, guys. Like the fact that you already open up like this. I want to hear more thoughts from the players of Cafe Rose too, because imagine being a player from Cafe Rose and looking at the predictions, right? Like I would be that type of player to be like, all right, like remember, I note that, bookmark that. I'll use this in the future to see where we stand in the seedings. But now you look at the way you open up the show already, and that's also, it's difficult.
TSM against Space Station Gaming.
We were talking about Ping earlier. We're talking about a new build of
mark
this
this
entire roster.
bid.
But now you have to give credit where it's due. Cafe Rose, you talked about what we witnessed with the MRC. They saw what happened in the finals of the MRC. They said, how long was that? That was 24 minutes for 4 games? Write that down right now. We're going to take some notes. And they wanted to be able to get that sweep. The fact that we saw it in a 2-0 fashion, too, by the way, was a cherry on top.
It really was. I mean, honestly though, if all predictions are stacked against me, I personally am fueled by that kind of scenario, right? Like I love coming in as the underdog. I love when people are betting against me. I think a lot of people are rather players, not like they're not people, but a lot of players, they're thriving in that kind of position.
Any given day.
Also, chat, I know you guys are saying ads, but the ads, sorry, I cannot turn off the ads, sadly. Twitch is,
we had,
Twitch is Twitch.
Remember that? They
but I am making sure Twitch is not going to be running them in the middle of the matches. When they're talking for 28 minutes to stall, that's when they're probably going to be run. Just as a heads up. You guys are literally not missing anything than them just talking.
In Group B, I give them even a bigger chance to continue to thrive through this whole thing, right? So
but to make sure you guys don't get it in between games, because Twitch has to run them. I'm making sure you guys don't get it between games.
This doesn't define them.
You want to see what keyboard I use? Exclamation mark keyboard. I use a.
They're not new to this. Somehow in the Ignite scene, Vicky, as
60
we saw, they were
HE?
the favorites going into that
Either
when they lost
60 or 80 HE.
So we continue to see kind of this org and this team adjust.
Yeah, I'm wondering actually here, Zoe.
CJ Snacks with the 5
kind of like that player that means
as well.
like make those
Absolutely
adjustments.
insane.
What do you think again in general? Like when you talk about like just not being
oh,
able to
looting
get the calls,
ADHD. There you
go
go. Their keyboards are these. This is the best keyboard I've ever had in my life.
They have another opportunity,
and I'm not even
obviously,
sponsored,
going
chat.
into these
I'm
next
just gonna
2
tell you
days,
guys
but
straight
only
up.
have so much time.
I don't think
for them,
buying
like,
a $300 keyboard
tomorrow
was
they have
worth it
Sentinels.
until I bought this one.
There's another
This
roster
keyboard's
that,
great.
we have a lot of questions for, right? So
Link Man, appreciate the massive prime
I don't
sub.
think it's gonna get any easier for them. So those adjustments have to be made really, really quickly.
Also, I am
And
streaming
do
on
really
YouTube,
feel
but
like that was
YouTube has, I think,
was just
none.
disconnected. I
But
don't know if
Twitch has the drops.
like I don't know really where.
Yo, Michael, with the 25 gifted subs again, my friend. Absolutely insane. And the sloth inside with the massive prime sub as well. Yo, yep. We'll be watching Swamp Gaming
They had that 3rd place finisher in stage 2
after this next game against Sentinels.
So Orc has a lot to prove. This is going to be tough.
I'm really looking forward to that because apparently 17% of the community thought Swamp Gaming was going to win.
Have our player ready now for our post-match interview.
I want to see that. And that is Zoe, yes, from Overwatch.
Finally, we get to talk to one of the players from Cafe Rose, and it's Nobine.
Oh.
Hey, Nobine.
Shit. Chat, hold up, let me find the spot.
Just open this whole thing up in the middle of the match. I shouted you out. I'm like, this man is getting work done.
It's a skill issue. Appreciate the massive prime sub. Okay, let's listen to this. Let's listen to this.
You shocked everybody's expectations, taking down the org of FlyQuest. Not just winning, but 2-0 and looking dominant.
Yeah, Loon, they dominated.
You're coming to this team new. What is the vibe of Cafe Rose and this new upcoming team?
It was a close series, but they dominated.
Vibes are great. We did unfortunately have to lose 2 of our DPS players due to age restrictions, but you know, we picked up 2 great DPS from the Team Extinction, Proboter, Zanji. You know, we instantly clicked with them. Vibes were great. You know, we're popping off in scrim, so we had to lock them in instantly. You know, coming into this match, you know, we're hyped. We're ready. We love being the underdog.
Wait, where the hell is he playing? Is he playing in space?
You know, you're looking on Twitter, you're seeing like all the tier lists, like, oh, Cafe Rose, that's it, Cafe Rose is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We're gonna go crazy.
Yeah, bro, dude is inside a rocket, man.
I love that.
I will say,
okay.
losing,
sorry,
chat, that's kind of crazy.
First
Losing
off,
2 players on your team due to age restriction is wild. Instead of losing 2 players due to age restriction, they should have picked me up. I would have balanced out the age, the age on the team, the average age to like 38, and then they could have played.
You know, I mean, strats going into it, you know, just run it down main, just beat the other team. Only strats we got for real.
Just beat the other team.
Stop calling
do you
me
have
out.
a good idea of what to expect from the respective teams? You do have Swamp Gaming, I believe, coming up next. Have you been able to scrim against all of the teams yet? Like, what's your read? Where do you see you currently standing?
We've been scrimming a lot of the Ignite teams, you know. We've been doing our thing, you know. Some teams winning, some teams losing.
Hey,
I think we have a
W
really good
Avalanche.
chance against all the teams, really. Like, I know we're still a big underdog team, but I really think, you know, if we just put our heads down, hustle and grind, you know, get our reps in, we can make stuff happen.
He lives with his dad. LOL. Don't laugh at that. Living with your parents is a broken IRL strat. You don't pay rent. You don't. You can help your parents like with the rent and like the food and whatnot and help them around the house, but like you're not paying, especially here in Miami, you're not paying $3,000 for a 1 bed, 1 bath. Hey, living with your parents is a broken strat.
Which, I mean, he said it, right? Like, he loves being the underdog. It's a great position to be in when there is no expectations, no pressure. You can just prove the haters wrong.
Listen, this is what it's all about for me, personally. I think it's just awesome to see these guys that are young, they're hungry. I can tell you every interview that I had with underdog teams were always way more exciting because they're thirsty, they're hungry, they're ready. And it's just a great way to start things off in what is an unpredictable season. I'm telling y'all, not only with this meta, but with roster mania outside of a couple of teams, one thing that I looked for when I was looking at my predictions and I kind of kept humming is you can be the hot, heavy, flashy team, but it's more about consistency and being there, done that before. We only have a couple teams returning with squads mainly from what they've had before. And we saw it right then, man. It matters.
Indeed. Now, that was just one of overall 5 matches. We're in for a treat today. TSM and Space Station Gaming are coming up next on the other side of this.
Oh, we have another break, chat. What? 10 minutes? What?
Good
What
flow,
the?
guys? Good stuff.
What? Your mics are not muted. Hey, but good stuff. I appreciate that. Hey, good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Wait, I need Emily to teach me a dance. Emily, teach me the dance. Ooh! I don't know how to dance. How do you dance? How do you do that dance? The one I like. Yeah. You want to do it for chat? Oh, yeah, true. How do you do it? Okay, you do it. You do it and I'll try to copy it. Okay, hold up, chat. Emily's gonna try to teach me how to dance. This is gonna look really horrible, but... Okay, tell me how to dance. What do you do with your hands? You can't do that fast? The only dance I know how to do. Only dance I know how to do. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I like.
So you start.
Yeah, we'll practice another time. Hey, I just want to let you guys know, I went to Emong's wedding. His dad looked at me in the eyes and told me to never dance again because I was so bad. I don't move my legs when I dance. I'm sorry. Emong's dad at the wedding told me to go sit down. Did you guys see Boba the whole time? It's a Boba! It's a Boba! Oh. That cat looks disappointed. No. On a scale 1 to 10, how are my moves, chat? Don't say 13. Don't say 15. I understand. Like, come on. I think my dance moves were like a 10 out of 10.
Preseason's teams, if you don't know who is playing, and they obviously are separated into groups. Quickly, I'll go to give you guys the rundown on America. Ship, I'll give you halfway through here, but obviously 100 Thieves is probably the most returning team as far as members go across the board. Obviously,
Twerking was a 10 out of 10.
Terra going over to Navi, but Self is more than adequate to fill that spot, in my opinion, in a different way that I think could be healthy for the team. FlyQuest, they just announced their roster.
What
fellas.
the?
I mean,
what are you
the
doing,
biggest
man?
change in a team, right? So definitely FlyQuest looking
what
much
you doing,
different,
man?
and most of them is to the team to the right of them in Liquid. This team is stacked. We'll get across to that, but definitely some of the more talented folks you know from FlyQuest over there with their
Was my
main
dancing
vest
that bad?
and
You gotta
Fly.
leave?
And then, you know, looking at Sentinels, gonna go just straight down. Looking at Sentinels and what they bring, this is obviously a team that's been in here since the beginning, and they brought the party back. Armore's not there anymore, but Crimzo, Korova, Rimazing, that kind of duo or triple is all together. There's just a different dynamic for that team. It's going to be interesting to see how they come together. Shib, you want to talk about a few here?
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll jump after that. I mean, Space Station Gaming, I mean, this is a team that, you know, obviously new to what we can see here in Ignite, but it's a lot of names you know. Blur, Doomed, Fidel, Month. You've seen, obviously, speaking of Envy, talking about shipping them around a little bit. Nectar, they are disgusting, right? As a duelist, really play virtually everything.
Good shit.
And then SJW, who's actually going to be a sub, a very similar duelist that we've seen across the board. So this team, it just has a lot of talent, but we have literally no idea how they play together. And I think that's going to be the big shock surprise. TSM, a brand new roster coming in, but we've seen these names together as a unit prior, right? So you've got Bedtime Story, Gale, Gilbert, Guru, Pizza Demon. All these guys have played together hit scan fashion for a very long time. And some of them are at the top of ladder right now. But
I really want to run that. What's that dance called, chat? The Running Man?
So I do want to see how
was that called the Running Man?
As we move forward, they could be disgusting. Nightmare, obviously, this is a team with Light. Light was on
the Running Man. Okay.
Quest. Mace, who we've seen on teams in past, running comms, a very good comm leader. Monster, one of the strongest Hulks I've seen, but now definitely plays some of that Vanguard pool. You've got Vision, who is a dirty DPS, plays a lot of Namor, but now just that hit scan side is always available. And Smash as a substitute, who was on Dark Zero, one of the few controller duelists. It's something that I think is more of a unique selection, especially at the top level, but being able to do that, I have no idea how you're able to play at this level as a duelist on controller. So
yeah, I was trying to do the Ted Lasso. I love the Ted Lasso, bro.
This is kind of their meta, right? They love this kind of more divey style of play. So I do think they have some potential, which just in comparison to a team like TSM, I think it's more different for them, right?
No, for sure. All great points there. To wrap it up, we have Swamp Gaming. I think a heavy favorite coming into this. They're a little bit of nemesis from last year, but we have new strategists that are going to be a big upgrade for this team.
You know what I should do for TikTok?
Preseason and exactly
I should try to do a dance from a character, and then you guys try to guess what character dance it is from the game. That would be cool.
From the MRC. I think Cafe Rose and Lunex will have a lot to prove, but it's Marvel rivals and anything can happen.
Do Venoms? Venoms is twerking, bro.
Is looking like a team that even though they qualified from the MRC, they are dive heavy, and look out for them. So there's your quick recap of all the teams for America in the Ignite preseason.
Okay, 1 minute, chat. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. You got that ass. What? Predictions? Oh shit! Yeah. Chat, this is your chance. Who is going to win? You have TSM and you also have Space Station. I'm too lazy to write their whole names. But you have TSM and you have Space Station Gaming. You have 10 minutes to get your predictions going, chat. Wait, did I not start it? What the hell? Error creating a prediction. Huh? Oh, it's already going. There you go. Get your predictions going, chat. Get your predictions going. Let's get it. Looks like it's going to be another great game.
Protect your bald
Hello and welcome one and all. We are getting ready for our second match of the day. We started things off with a banger of a series with an upset. Cafe Rose coming on top.
Let me put this on my bar so I don't have to keep doing this.
Predictions are up in flames. Let's see if we can continue on this trajectory.
Protect
TSM and
your
Space Station
bald
Gaming are the next match. Now, this is the first foray into Marvel Rivals for both of these orgs.
Hey, appreciate it, my friend. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Who put together a roster?
Yo, Top Vin. Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub and enter for none for 7 months. Absolutely insane. And cost for 2 months. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Set the stage, the expectations. But yeah, we have another great match here with TSM Space Station Gaming. I think for me, this is going to be such a big match to kind of set the stage of who should...
Yo, Hales Gaming again! Bro, Hales, holy shit. Gifting another 10 subs for an even 35 with second place. Absolutely insane, Hales. You are carrying the stream. I appreciate it.
What does that look like? Because if anything,
absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
As the team with the more kind of synergy and spin together has the upper leg. Vicky, this is a good one.
Yeah. I think the big question too is, Cozy, if you look at TSM, a lot of people look at these individual players and you look at the history of what they've been able to roll out with, and you look at the meta, is the flexibility there? That was always the question when we saw a lot of the former players of TSM that, you know, were together on other teams before. But it's about the flexibility going into this current meta. Obviously, map is very, very important too. You take a look at Gale and Guru from that team specifically. How are they able to play to their strengths, especially when it comes to the Angela that I'm probably expecting to see rolling out from that team. And then you look at Space Station Gaming, a team that I feel like everyone, where do you fit these two teams specifically, right? I'm on the same boat, by the way, where I had Space Station in that 4th place spot and TSM more in that 5th place spot, but I feel like TSM has a lot to prove, especially looking at a lot of the naysayers on the bottom end of things. I'm excited to see how this is going to go down, because it also depends on that back line too and how long they can stay alive with Dive being in the meta.
Yeah, Cody, this is the streamer team. Gale, Guru. They picked up Cal as well. Bedtime Story, Pizza Demon. Hey, Gilbert. It's a great team, chat. It's a great team.
One of the few to finish this team. I think all
a great team, bro.
Does help them a lot. But listen, when they were Solaris way back in the day, they were looking great back then. Had a tough draw. And this is a team that I think definitely have the talent, and they've proved to be able to play together. Not to mention, they've added Cal, who was with Envy, which is a great pick, especially with him playing the strategist role. You know, you have Brady, who was with Kiri in Stage 2, Luminosity Stage 1, and then all across the board, the rest of them have all been together. From
not too bad. 60% for TSM, 39% for SSG. Pretty close, pretty close.
But now, under TSM,
pretty close.
You've got yourself the opportunity to play for an org. For Guru, he says on Twitter, it was his dream, right, org to have, and there it is. He's on the stage to show it. And what a great opponent to show that against in Space Station Gaming. This team's got a lot to show.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming, Vicky, I've got to get your thoughts here, because a lot of the players that played together before, right? Netcry.
Hello from Germany.
Nectar,
hello, how are you?
They played in the Mega Monthly actually just recently as Intergalactic, and they came last, like far behind fellow NA teams like Lunix, and yeah, we lost.
Yeah, that's why when I was talking about like the backline specifically, I have my eyes on like Fidel and Month specifically too being.
This is a really good team as well, chat.
Like,
Month, we played with Month, Fidel,
in a team where
Necrise,
really
Doomed,
points,
Nectar,
right?
SJW, bro. This is another great
like
team, bro.
The Vanguards are able to
this is another great team.
Of course, I know we saw it in EMEA, but like we could also see the fastball coming out. Maybe it depends on which of these teams feel comfortable rocking that composition.
Yeah.
You have Blur too, right? If you have the Rogue coming out, you could expect these Gambit bans to keep going forward, because that's a huge problem to deal with, especially if you have Gambit, Star-Lord, Rogue, or insert Gambit, Rogue, and then Magneto.
Yeah. Vic, let me just point this out. For those that don't know Space Station, right, you have Blur, Doomed, and then Fidel, all on Shroud X back in the day in Intergalactic. But Fidel, if you don't remember, he played for Chopper Mag.
When are we getting a J3 team? Chat, brother.
Awesome. And so he showed
if I finance a team
and perform well,
it's either I finance a team or I pay my mortgage. I don't know which. I think there's one that's more important than to me than the other.
Zoe. They have one of who I thought was the best duelist in the America region last year. They have the Thanos, as we like to call him, in Nectar. They could do anything. They're a very talented player to put this team all together.
If I don't have a place to stream, chat, I can't stream.
What would you accredit the Mega Monthly performance? Like, that was that was literally just a month ago. Like, where did they fall short, or did they maybe not take it as serious?
The pictures that you are seeing are not the characters that they are playing. So you saying why is no one playing a shield tank?
Too much stock into like one tournament, one scrim, but yeah, it's definitely.
Those are just a placeholder, just to show you who's on the team. That's not the characters that they are playing.
That's big brain stuff.
Brain plays. I see. I love that. Love that theory. You're an apologist. I'm here for it. I like that. No, yeah. I mean, I'm always falling to recency bias. Like that's just kind of me. So yeah, it's easy to do as well, but I think a lot of teams also probably didn't want to like give away too much. Also, again, recent patch changes have changed quite a bit for a lot of those teams. So yeah, we'll see what they bring to the table in today's match. Ideally, I hope this is going to be a close one. I hope they can take this to 3 maps. Sure. I would love to see them being.
We have not seen a game go to 3 maps yet. I'm really waiting for a game to go 3 maps.
So like we were talking about Nectar, and Nectar was always like that highlight player that you and I saw from like the Sentinel side of things on his former team. And I agree with Soic here. I feel like also maybe it goes hand in hand though with the fact that the meta has shifted away from what we saw in that month, and Nectar maybe having a lot more time to make those adjustments.
Let's see it.
We've already got it started. It looks like cozy. Let's dive into the action here with our second series within Americas.
All right, both teams going with a different approach. TSM going to go ahead and get rid of the server admin and Elsa.
One team banned Elsa, but one team banned and saved Elsa, chat. But the other team banned and saved the Gambit.
But looking at what they want to go with next, Elsa being saved. So you have two very good, top of their class, top of their role heroes being both banned and saved. This is definitely going to make things interesting.
Oh man, I mean, then you're looking at Space Station side. I mean, they don't want to have that Gambit come out. Imagine that here, all the damage output that we could be seeing from TSM side as they
both teams banned Tank Deadpool, obviously. Tank Deadpool's really broken, chat. Gotta get it out of the game.
Though here, Cozy, I already like what I'm seeing though. It's been a really big focus, I think, as a highlight, and I think as people have made their adjustments to having triple ban within the respective rank game, as there's been a really big focus onto that strategist, because as you just saw in our last series, how strong still like the triple strategist is.
You like throwing up?
No, for sure. And as we look at what they're trying to pull together as their last game plan, I actually have to give my tip the cap to TSM. I like that they're going with the Loki save and with the Loki ban instead. With giving the Star-Lord up is going to be what was the last ban for them, but that save happening right before it is why it's so important to try to get that order of operations. I definitely think the tank pool was the right call 2 bans ago. But now giving access to what is one of the scariest combo of ults, especially on a map like this.
Emily's okay, chat. She just doesn't feel good right now.
A pretty tough thing to try to defend against here. We'll see as these teams lock in, Vicky. But who do you give the upper hand to for ban and pick?
I mean, seeing the fact that you have Gambit and Star-Lord, that's the win condition right there for Space Station. It's going to be interesting to see how that's going to transcend here for both of these teams. Whereas TSM, they don't have the Gambit, right? But you have the Loki, you have the survivability if you end up copying out the Invisible Woman. And that's why you see the bans that you see right there. Within the moment that Space Station see that they wanted to protect the Loki, they would rather get rid of the Cloak and Dagger, whose ultimate lasts a lot longer than that Invisible Boundary, than, the Invisible Woman.
This is going to be a great game, though. I think both of these.
Sure that's not going to last as long as they try to proceed with their win condition of that Star-Lord.
I hope your wife feels better. Being sick is never fun.
When you have
She's my sister, but I appreciate it.
I mean, that is all you need right there.
Sister, wife, same thing.
Is feared for a reason. I saw the favorite thing I saw the other day was like describe the meta right now, and someone just said Galartrox. I mean, it's true. I mean, it's an absolute ult to be feared, and Gale is one of those players.
She's not my sister, chat. Let's just let's calm down. She's not my sister.
We're gonna see him as much in this scene, but being on Elsa, we're gonna see now what they can put together.
I have a brother. I don't have a sister.
Strange Bedtime Story has been playing Star-Lord all the way back in Ignite 1, so we've seen what they can do there. And then we've got the Venom and the dive to follow. So we'll see.
Okay, let's get this, chat. It's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be a good game.
Gale not afraid here on the Monster Hunter. That is Elsa.
I like Verity being able to take over onto that high ground position, trying to enable Gale to have the positional advantage. But Space Station playing right below it as a line of sight. Very
okay, let's see this. Let's see this. Let's see this. Oh, Cal is on the starting roster. That's good to see. Cal was a DPS player, chat, for Envy, and now he is playing support with TSM. Very crazy to see.
Fidel, we're going to keep our eyes on him, obviously, with the Raging Royal. He's going to go ahead and get up to that 35% Nectar, being that huge anchor for this team. This is someone who's going to have to step up and get picks in this neutral, and Star-Lord can do that so well right now in the meta. Oh, but now going to go ahead. Okay, Nectar is doing exactly what we just said. Needs to get those opening picks picked. We got one to start it off.
Again, one of those star players that you have to keep your eyes on now. As they go in for the dive, they already know they're at the number disadvantage, and they're just going to stall out what they can because they got the point very early on. Nectar popping off of Fidel.
Yeah, Cal is playing support, which is very interesting. I mean, there are a lot of DPS players in the tournament, especially that you saw 100 Thieves last time. 100 Thieves had,
every bit of the point. Obviously, was on
what's his name? Chat. What's his name? He was a DPS player, but he ended up playing support for 100 Thieves.
Monk's gonna go ahead and rotate.
Millennia, there you go, yes, thank you.
See if they can try to get something early with the aggression now as well.
Delena's a flex player, chat. He's mostly a DPS player.
It is all but over for the next push for TSM. See how TSM responds. Cal has got to try to keep his eye on Fidel to see if he can copy that Raging Royal. That's going to be their game plan here.
Just staggering, lingering before diving in. Oh, forced out the invisible boundary. It still clips him.
Oh! Both supports too. Bro, Venom players when they hit the ground and then like uses that, I don't know what the abilities are called, chat, but uses that like thing that connects them to the supports, and then he hits times the ult perfectly, so it all does that burst damage. Oh my god, the full combo, chat. Beautiful. Beautiful. Ooh.
This is a team that he's played with Doom, he's played with Fidel,
oh man.
With his fellow teammates in Intergalactic, and we saw that team coming together as one, shutting down a huge hit there on Cal. Nectar gets another, and right now this is just feasting time for both Venom and the rest of Space Station. My goodness, Vic.
And month 2 going all the way up with the rest of Space Station. They're literally hugging them on the other side of the point. But look who's here on the point. Bedtime, sorry, no one's looking at him. TSM keeping this in overtime, but is it going to be too little too late after they lose out on Gru next? Gilbert Nuno is incredibly low. They don't have that.
Damn, bro. Damn.
Keep your attention.
Oh, this was a dominating performance from Space Station, bro. I thought this game was... Hey, it's the first round.
So Space Station,
I thought it was going to be a lot closer.
One of those teams
I thought it was going to be like we just saw in the other series, chat, where like they were switching the points. Both all three maps went to 100 to 100. Oh.
Just got swallowed up by the in full.
Let me just see something real quick. 40. We have another one, chat. 41% on Space Station Gaming. 2.5 million. TSM has 3.5 million, but they're the team that you guys want to win. Space Station Gaming is the underdog. Don't tell me we're about to have another upset with chat.
You see Guru going over to Thing. And maybe could disrupt a little bit of the issues that we're seeing here, because currently TSM, especially that backline, has been pressured out by Blur and Nectar. The follow-ups are amazing. And then you have Necrise being on the Emma as well to try to jump and catch Bedtime Story whenever he's trying to go into their backline. A lot of peel potential on Space Station side.
All right, TSM, let's see what you have in response. And as we just said, having that legendary can definitely get things opened up. Necrise does have such a great counter to the ult, especially after the buff as well. And so we're going to look to see with that new damage mitigation what this Emma can do. Not seen a lot of Emma over the last day or so,
Travis Johnson with the 25 gifted subs. Absolutely insane, my friend. I appreciate it. Yo! Happy birthday. Oh, no. TSM looks like they're going to take the first point here. Maybe. Absolutely insane, Travis Johnson. You're too kind, my friend. I appreciate it.
There's not enough sustainability as TSM are showing some signs of life. A nice little stall out though before they finally take over.
There we go. There we go. It looks like TSM started finally getting their movement. I don't see enough movement, chat. If you know, you know.
Onto the Elsa HPA, but this is a great sign here for TSM to at least get set up early here, because Gilbert Noodle will have that strengthening position on top of Gale and that ultimate.
Absolutely, and that's what their game plan was. Gale has a lot of pressure on him right now because you're going to allow the Elsa to be in this game. Well, guess what? You've got to take care of Nectar. You have to do your role and your job. The Glartrox is ready. They found the Venom diving in the back line now. Good job on the spectators with the eagle eye view to see here as Guru's going to rotate up, point up to 30%. Gale's got the Glartrox Trying to find the right angle. They do have the Raging Royal. This is what the win con is. Here they go, rushing in. Cal 10% behind, not going to be able to answer on the defensive side. Vicky now at Chanel, pushing in, trying to find his first pick. Let's rotate over. And just in case of that Cal copy does play back, does get the defensive ult up though.
Never folds, and he puts everything on that Star-Lord ultimate that didn't give him what he wanted because Cal was ready with that God of Mischief. He gets the copy onto the invisible boundary, and then Pizza Team Demon just rotates alongside them. Space Station forced it back away. It's up to Doom to call out.
Slam dunk, slam dunk. Come on, man. You're supposed to be like LeBron James, bro. That slam dunk looked like Tony Snell out there.
It's a matter of time before it's clean up on aisle.
Come on, man. I want to see a good dunk.
These Vanguards are just a symphony hitting every note. Doomed and Blur are locked in step together, fighting and collapsing on the same target. They just got rid of 3 pieces in just one fall swoop. Guru has Clobber in time. Outside of that, though, not loving the timing of these strategist ults on the side of TSM. You have 70% up, though.
I got you, Broken. I got you.
Neutral, or at the very least, try to force out some ults.
Hey, I just got here. Is this the first game? This is the second game of NA.
Everything climbing back up on Space Station side.
How you doing, Travis, though? I hope you're having a great day, my friend.
Here, as we
You're
see
too kind.
An absolute infinity war happening in front of our eyes. On our second matchup today, Gilbert Neuter going to lead the charge as Gru. Go ahead and focus in, and there it is. Happy holidays once again. Bedtime story to put an end to the story.
100 Thieves is the last game of the day.
Space Station, but no connection.
Oh, the way they just played around that out of the line of sight was Chef's Kiss.
Ooh.
It's clobbering time. Side of Seduction just catches him, though, in the net. Forced to back away. You see the invisible boundary, and guess who the #1 problem is for TSM? It's been Blur, who has been constantly harassing this backline, disrupting them to split up their attention, and more time is wasting away. Strangling Prison follows up from Gilbert Noodle. Is there going to be a follow-up to actually back him up, as Gale is also very close to having that Apex Predator. Necrise gets Guru out of here, and Monk following a little bit behind. Fidel had that Raging Royal flush, though, to try to get everybody into that position. Star-Lord up above. Is it going to be able to find the Invisiwoman?
Oh my gosh, what an amazing ult again from Blur, trying to get that half health in. Necrise is going to go and collapse on top of it. Nectar and Doom to finish. This has been perfect coordination. One word to sum it up has been
this one looks a lot better, Chad. I like this. I like this back and forth gameplay here.
Gale, Cal have ults ready, 70% to 84. They've got.
Oh, and Necrise is a controller tank player as well. There's a lot more controller tank players out there.
Play aggressive, move in now. We'll see if TSM can take this back.
They're already nearing that 95% in favor for Space Station. Doomed does have that Meteor M as Cal gets the copy. You're going to be able to get the Rage Royal Flush over to the other side. That's a big copy, by the way, at that one. Before diving in, this could be the win condition. He needs to avoid the big meatball coming out of the sky. As you can see, Blur trying to get everybody up together. Gets the ante put onto him, forcing him to back away. Overtime ticket away as TSM do boot Space Station out, and they take the real estate for free.
Yeah, but Vicky, Videl, and Mont are so close to have ults together, and TSM is going to be in a world of hurt, especially when Bedtime Stories goes down with 82% up first. Gilbert Noodle at 93. They don't have much to respond.
Come on, TSM, you guys got to tie this up, bro. You guys got to tie this up. Please tie it up.
Going to go ahead and throw on the M ult. All eyes on the thighs now as they continue to.
Oh, good stuff.
They at least have the point ready. A little bit on the Gambit ult early, but this might be it.
I mean, if anything, you're going to have to expect TSM to try to portal in because Guru comes right back around. Overtime
does Guru get the portal down, Chad? Does Guru get the portal down? I don't think so.
Back as Bedtime Story is the last one out.
Wow, and that was a lot closer of a round, but
end up burning that at the very end. Space Station with a great
Space Station taking the first game
2-0,
bro, on cost.
They had another chance to try to get that back, and it kind of felt like the ults were going that rotation. Bedtime Stories fallen early. I mean, the word was aggression, but the song was, as I said, coordination. They were able to play so well in these ready-go comms. And Fidel, who we highlighted early, played for a team not even in his region, stepped up so much to the plate, and did so today as well, leading that MVP charge.
Man, look at this. Not only were they able to let him get away with it on Gambit, we got to see some beautiful follow-ups with Blur trying to negate that backline from the other side. Even though they went over to some changes there, you can see Cal over on that white box. That is not what we saw out on our screen. It was that Loki. And that was even with Cal too, Cozy, getting the copy onto the Gambit at the very end. But it's kind of like you said, right? They utilized so much, and unfortunately, those ultimates were so close together. And with the current recent nerf onto ultimate charge across the board, that's been like a very bold thing that we haven't really highlighted. And these changes influence comps like that when you try to prolong more of these ultimates, especially when you try to go out with the Loki ult too.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to let the stats speak too much for themselves, but a bit of a Vanguard diff there, right? 5 and 6 on the eliminations loss side on Guru and Gilbert compared to what Blur and Doom did together. I mean, just absolutely crazy with Necrise as well. I mean, we continued to see what the triple Vanguard lineup can do, especially at high-level play. You know, shout out to Guang Guang and Ji Young, showed those stats in the Dev Vision. We can just see how effective it is at top-level play. Also need to see Cal and Pizza Demon a bit more in sync. These are two, great strategists put together on a team that has clicked in the past, but we need to see them do a bit better there. Seems like, Vicky, to me, they were warming up a bit on that first map, coming together a bit closer. But the game plan was behind Gale, and it was unable to hit all together.
I agree, and Blur being a really big problem too. The win condition, if you look at Space Station and their current composition, is to make sure you have that Raging Royal Flush, you push Nectar forward, Blur waits to see if he could either bait out a strategist ultimate or is able to get that Feast of the Abyss online to then get that anti-heal, so that way they can actually delete the strategist through those ultimates that were already wasted here for that first map. And we know too, Cozy, domination is incredibly strong, but we got to see what we're going to be moving on to next to see how that's going to flow.
Now, we're kind of seeing the opposite of what we did with FlyQuest. I had both the teams, I believe, ranked at 5 on each of their respective groups because they both had the talent, but I wanted to see how they were together. And what FlyQuest was missing in that first map, they had a bit more Zoe.
Brungy Cords, we should have to do tier 1 sub. And Noah?
It really was. It really was. I think, yeah, big takeaway.
Appreciate the massive 2 months, my friend. How you doing?
Was that SSG, as you already pointed out during the cast, just very well.
Yeah, Emily's fine, chat.
What
Soups? Appreciate the massive 2 months. How you doing? How you doing?
They've been dictating the tempo of this match, and there was just so much pressure on that backline. Like, what do you want to do moving forward to stop Blur and Nectar getting away with this?
Yeah, I mean, Vicky, for me, if you're going to try to do the triple Vanguard thing, you have to have such a strong, dominant anchor there for the DPS role. And Nectar lived up to the part most of the time. I mean, was really able to get,
Levi with 3 months inhales.
So, that is the strategy going in now that the cards are revealed
with
quite literally
10
in Gambit,
gifted
but also
subs. Wait, chat is popping off today, bro. And Pringle King, appreciate massive prime sub as well.
Yep.
Massive W again, Hails. You're too kind, my friend.
Right? Like,
You're too kind.
You see the Gambit go through. Also, in the pick and ban phase, we got to see some bait and punishes too,
Put
right?
myself up here so you guys can see the casters.
What do you want to do? You want to ban out the Cloak and Dagger, so that way you don't have to deal with extra elongated ultimates.
You're too kind, Hails. You're too kind.
That would have actually shut down what Blur's goal would have been there too, right? Because he wants to try to go in for the anti. You have to catch a Cloak and Dagger at the very end. If they haven't burned away their dismiss. And then in that case, that's why they were able to note that exactly what that game plan was going to be.
Ban the Venom. Honestly, Zoe, ban the Venom. I think you've got to take care of what was the biggest problem. There were times where it's like, oh, Invisible Boundary up, no worries. And then you would have the clash of Magneto and Doomed and Blur jumping in there as the Venom. Those are some of the best Feast of the Abyss I've seen in a hot minute, I gotta say.
How many hours until 100 Thieves plays? 100 Thieves plays in... This is the second match out of 5. 100 Thieves is the last one. So you still got to go through
Going 17-0
this one, 2 more, then 100 Thieves.
Unbothered, moisturized in Blur's
Raven, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
Definitely adjustments that need to come in heading into this.
And YouTube is popping off. Heartstuck Platish with the 10 gifted subs on YouTube. Absolutely insane. I appreciate it, my friend.
Central Park. All right, Vic. I mean, are you surprised at all? I know we find New York a lot, obviously, to be a map that people depend on, whether it be Midtown or here. I would say, I don't know if I had on my bingo card that
Chat's
Central
kicking
Park
ass
was
today.
a Rocco
God
in the last one. As like
I appreciate it, Hales. You're too nice. You're too nice.
But TSM, obviously, they know what they like, and not only for themselves, but maybe against Space Station, and whether it be scrims or intel that they did have from the coach and all. But yeah, we got to see them lock together more, and this is a bit better of a map that they can find that success.
Yeah, because if you take a look at like what we saw from the stats, obviously Gale was on fire, right? Like even though it showed like he went 6 and 2, he literally put down like less than like 18k damage on that dot, and that further like highlights. Okay, well you're gonna be able to build into these strat ults a lot easier, but is this gonna be?
Does this stream help with Twitch drops? Yes, Twitch drops are on this channel. Yes. If there's any drops ever for Marvel Rivals chat,
where I think TSM
I got you guys. We are the #1 watch party stream.
Teams,
if there's ever any matches you guys want to watch, I got you guys.
Pros, right? They just weren't all together on one team. I want to give a shout out to Month as well on Envy. You know, I think this is a player that I wanted to see develop a lot in the offseason, and obviously showing great here got to cast some, grassroots stuff and see them evolve as a player. Obviously got to meet them over in China and Guangzhou and see what they could do for Envy when they got all the way up to second. So coming into this new team and playing a good backbone part of this role with Fidel has been really cool to witness.
Do you think either teams will be switching things up, or do you think like we're just going to be kind of leaning towards that triple Vanguard for SSG and the more 2-2-2 style from TSM?
Chocolate, what are you saying?
I think they're going to let the Elsa through again. Why not? I mean, I think they were
I feel
fine
like
with how that
Bedtime
worked out
Story
last
should have been
time.
on Hella, and
Yeah, I
more
think
there
that
for
if their
Star-Lord and
focus
Venom.
is going to be very similar to what
These
we saw
teams
in the last
practice
series in the pick and bans. I think if anything,
and
just make sure that
scrim
you do not
a
enable
lot
the Elsa,
and against each other, chat.
especially
So
if we see that
I
even
think
coming out, I don't think they're even afraid
think
of
they
that.
know
On the other hand,
more.
I am expecting the triple Vanguard to really come out
Yeah.
from Space Station. We're going to see how that works out because we know that these players are also flexible. We've seen that before, right, Cozy?
Yeah, for sure. On Central Park, it'll be interesting to see what route they choose, especially on the sense of Gale and Guru. I want to see who they end up selecting on this map because in the past,
I wonder if they're
know
going to go
Gale
to a
did
break, or
prefer
they're
a
just
lot
going
of
to
Hawkeye on this map. Even at times Moon Knight Storm has made her entry a little bit as well. But it's going to be a different ball game for them as we find ourselves in just a complete new meta altogether.
Rudy,
That's what I think makes
appreciate
it
the
so
massive new
exciting.
tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
Took the right approaches
They're
as well.
talking. They're
Like,
talking
to
a
me,
lot
it
because they have to
almost came
wait.
off as a
Chat.
little bit of those newly
There's a lot of
signed
stuff that you guys don't
Udor
see on the back
nerds,
end.
right?
The players are probably
it felt
going to the
like that they
bathroom.
finally were
The
clicking
players
a
are probably
little bit
getting
there on that
water.
second point
The
of the map,
lobbies are
outside
not.
of
The
just a couple
lobbies
of the
not
ultimates.
ready.
So
They're picking the
it's
maps.
fairly
There's
easy.
a lot of stuff that's going
Start
on in the
from
back
there,
that you guys don't see.
And then try to get some things
The
rolled together
caster's
here on
job
Central
is
Park
to
that,
talk,
map
to
you pick.
stall until the players are ready.
Yeah, I also feel like, by the way, like we saw. Sorry, so I was seeing like the Star-Lord diff. When you're going into your own games and you get to see like somebody try to ditto you and they just try to find you and isolate you and try to beat you in the ditto. I feel like we saw that a few times too in that first map.
We really did. Yeah, I think maybe the first map here was also just, first of all, it's predetermined map, right? So like, it might not be everyone's favorite. And maybe they were just like kind of feeling it out, trying to see what the opposition has in store for them. Because I think a lot of the teams, obviously, if they know like you're opening matches against Team X, like you're not going to scrim them. So you might not actually get that much insight. And maybe you're not as prepared as you would be if there was more footage on those teams in this new meta.
Yeah, listen, Central Park is ready. The teams know
Is
exactly
Cozy
what
your
they wanna
brother?
do, and we'll see
No,
now. If
you
we get
can tell
another
that he's not my
2-0,
brother
and what some would
because
say
of the
they
hair.
expected, others would have, their belief in TSM, but cough, cough, myself, at least in this point. And this is what I wanted to see, though, is how it all comes together as one. They've been here before, though. Plenty of these teams, especially TSM, has had their backs against the wall. Been told the team that can't do it, right? But Space Station, wow, what you can do for your org to say, hey, we're here for the next year of Ignite, and we're ready to go.
It looks like our teams are ready as well. Let's get this started here. We're moving on to our second map in our group stages, guys, as we take a look for the first time at Group B after we saw the action play out in our first series between our two teams in Group
Hey, first
A.
time watching the
And we
Twitch
talked
stream
about
and
it
watching
before,
YouTube for a
Cozy. We
long
mentioned the pick and
while,
ban
5
phase may
weeks.
have been
Hey, welcome,
where
my
the
friend.
TSM
Welcome.
team may have fallen short
Welcome
on, and
to
it's
the
the
best
gambit off the
stream, bro.
table.
Right,
and said,
chat?
all right, we ain't gonna have that, but guess what? That opens up for the Protect next as Space Station's on the attacking
okay?
side, and they get to protect the Elsa.
All right, with Gambit, yeah, both being banned,
you
it
okay?
definitely will change how this already opens up with the protection on Elsa on their side as well. They're like, okay, you guys played her, okay, but give us the server admin this time, and we'll show what you can do with the Monster Hunter herself. The Vanguard Protect on the Deadpool. This is just now going to offer a completely different flow and pace of the game that we just saw from Domination. There's the Elsa pick, the Elsa ban, so the strategy that we saw on the opposite side from TSM last going to light. With this next ban it's a very important ban if you were TSM here, looking at what the strength was of Space Station, which we've highlighted was the Venom. A bit early here to probably ban that Venom. They're going to go with the Deadpool Vanguard instead.
Okay. Already expecting that from Space Station side, something that TSM get to protect from themselves. We get to see their next protect here. What are you going to try to lean into, right? Because you won't have the Elsa on your side, which was what was allowing you to pop off originally, right, Cozy?
Okay.
Because we got to see that from Gale already specifically, and you won't have that damage
Michael,
boost
appreciate
to
the
really
massive
work
Prime
into
sub,
your
my friend. And
favor as
Hales,
you
appreciate the
protect
massive
that
gifted sub
Mantis,
as well.
so you can
Again, my
expect
friend.
that triple strategist to roll out.
Yeah, the Mantis Protect is big here. I actually like the change that they're going to try to roll with, especially with the Mantis ban. Got to try to find where they can, get themselves the edge. And that'll definitely be it. As far as, not having the Elsa, Gale.
Yeah,
can play
Emily's
just about
not feeling
anything.
good,
I'm not too worried about him on the hit scan side of things. I mean,
We got
we've
her
seen Punisher
food,
in the
though.
past and more.
Hopefully she'll
Invisible
feel a
gonna
little
be
better.
saved. there from Space Station. So for our last ban, looking at what you have available, Loki's no longer an option for Cal, so they'll have to adjust. This is exactly what I was hoping. Get that inverse Loki ban on their side is what they're looking like they're going to lock in. We have two very different team comps up together. TSM going to be more in the most likely triple strat approach.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I was waiting for it, Cozy. I already seen these adjustments. So
Can we do
talked about it,
predictions?
right?
Yes,
Right before we
predictions
got
are
into the series,
predictions are for the
you're
whole
gonna have to
series,
see some of
chat, not
these
per
changes.
game.
We were expecting it coming out into that pick and ban phase, basically like a whiplash of what we witnessed in our first map, and this is the adjustments that you need to make, especially in a best of 3.
Jay, whose team are you on? I am a content creator. I am signed to no team at the moment.
Angela, maybe not from the side I was expecting, Cozy, but from Neckrise, who also has a sick Angela.
And Cal on the Adam Warlock, good old nod back to the Envy days. He did play plenty of Adam, and obviously duelist for that team, and so I was hoping that that's the route they went. Pizza Demon over on the Cloak and Dagger. That is where you're going to find the success, and we just saw,
who do you want to win?
You leave Adam Warlock available to
I want to see a good game, chat. I am rooting for my friends.
Their advantage.
A lot of my teams, a lot of my friends are on a lot of these teams, chat. I want to see good matches. I don't like that. All day has been 2-0. I want to see a close series. I want to see a neck and neck game go to a map 3.
What side as we move on?
2-0s are boring, bro.
Central Park getting these different looks too of these different maps.
I just confessed I own most of the teams. I wish.
Right now. Daredevil having the Elsa, the Venom, and Neckrise. I mean, this is the dive. The dive that's going to thrive right now in this meta.
To be honest with you, Space Station Gaming... Oops, I'm blocking it, sorry. Space Station Gaming, I know months pretty well. But for TSM, I do know, like, a lot more of their players, so... I mean, I guess if you wanted to know how many more... I have more friends on TSM than I do Space Station, so let's go TSM.
Oh, what a huge pick to open up on Fidel, though. That's going to slow down what is otherwise the aggressive early dive call.
Oh, he domed him in the head like back-to-back, actually. Oh, no, that's my health pack. Unfortunate for the Angela to back away before being able to boost at least into months. Strat ultimate for trying to dive back in, but the problem still remains. It looks like Cozy where Blur has been the issue here. He keeps disrupting this backline, and not only that, you have to worry about Doom being on the Daredevil on top of Neckrise trying to shish kebab you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that pickoff also just stops a lot of the momentum that they had in the last Pizza Demon to get closer to that. And there's Cal.
Dude, the triple support with Adam Warlock. I don't know, man. This is looking pretty good.
Key picks, it's going to allow you to survive something like Pizza Demon falling. Fidel's going to crash again, and right now TSM is definitely finding themselves here in New York under the reign of Dracula, trying to get themselves back into this thing. Gilbert Noodle close on the ult. Gale going to follow with that combo, and look at every strategist ready to go nearly, with Cal coming last, but that's important. This is going to be up to the wire here if they're able to hold on. 2.5 minutes left, Vic.
They know somebody's right behind him. It's a Daredevil to try to go in for the dive 1-2 onto the strat backline, and with the face of the abyss, then you have the third member.
Oh, do they have the res? They don't even have the res yet, bro.
Following up together with Doomed and Blur.
They don't even have the res yet, bro.
They only used up 2 of those. One of those.
I don't think they're gonna get. If they get the TP, no, there's no way they get the TP down. No.
And it happened,
I think they're going to need to get off this team comp.
Because they had their, oh my god, the portal with the cap doesn't matter. They were 5% or so from just having the full the gameplay just completely happen to their liking with the strategy.
Oh my.
But Space Station didn't give them an inch to breathe, and that's what you want to do with this comp. But perfect ult tracking and or just...
I think Bedtime Story is a great player, don't get me wrong.
Dude, that physically hurt me.
But I feel like they're wasting his talents on that character, chat.
Waste so much time, and it's so important.
Don't get me wrong, Mantis is really strong.
As he releases the Glortrox onto the strat.
Also, so if you guys really want to do this in your ranked games and look smart, play Mantis if the other team has a really good Elsa. Because like you just saw, if the other team Glortroxes as Elsa ultimate ability, and you Mantis ult, technically if you get hit by, and your Mantis, you pop your ult and you get hit by that ult and your team gets hit, technically you're ulting and you're getting pulled, your whole team's going to get healed because you're ulting as Mantis, unless you fall off the map. So like your whole team will live if they don't use any other ults.
Quickly with the
really good play.
Cal does have that
but
still.
They still lost that.
Point, so they don't have a lot of a defensive effort. Doom gonna have the devil out right now. A little bit of a neutral game. Cal, I would say in the TSM.
Or you can ban Elsa. Yeah, that's true.
With this
Dallas, appreciate it, massive donut, my friend.
Out of
Too
place,
kind.
though, and out of pocket. Doom gonna go ahead, dive in, has the devils ready to be let out. Here comes Vicky, finds one with Bedtime Story and continue to look for success, but good bubble there.
And is the Born Again lasting long enough to avoid letting the devil out? Because guess what? Blur is still in the fray, and we are in the Feast of the Abyss. Unleashed. Does it find it smart, though? It does not, because he gets punished immediately afterwards. I love this positioning that we're currently seeing from Gale, who is currently damage boosted by that Mantis. You see different positioning held by Cal to also harass them. They hold them back for now, and TSM finally gets some room to breathe.
I've said this for this team time and time again, whether it's in Ignite or other tournaments, Gale is such the glue that holds this team together, especially with the damage boost up. You're giving this man everything you need. Didn't work on the Elsa on the last map, but have it here on this one with a good rotate. Now looking Pizza Demon and Bedtime Story getting close to the Soul Resurgence. They need to hold on, though. This is where they kind of broke on the last first point. Can they get these points up? Guru's going to get Nectar out. That's going to give them the time they need to get these other strategies hold. And hopefully, if you're a TSM fan, get this thing going a bit more.
Oh, they couldn't get the kill.
It was
though,
only
bro.
up to Blur, and he's still alive.
They're on season 7 patch. They're not on the current patch that just happened Thursday. That little mini one with Deadpool, Elsa, and White Fox. That's not in the game right now.
Blur comes down. By the way, another piece of the Abyss. You would think it's Thanksgiving here. How he's been feasting like it's a buffet. He moves back, but the Glartrox gets sent out, and Gale then gets a follow-up. I mean, negating those two ultimates that were used from Space Station.
The perfect answer, the Glartrox and the Feast of the Abyss, one of those alone should be able to get a couple wipes, but no, it's going to be them only using the Soul Resurgence, keeping the team up, and this is it. 1 minute, 24 seconds, have the internal bond ready. Cal should be close to follow up there. Look out for Munt, though. We'll see how this It's Jeff is going to play the biggest part of this matchup and what could be their path to a 2-0, and he's hungry. He's hungry, Vicky. He's ready for lunch.
I think everybody's just hungry on this team, it looks like. But Monk does get stunned temporarily. He's still alive for now. Getting pocketed by Fidel. Here over to the other side. Necrai just looking for the hunt before diving in. And it's going to be Guru who tries to find the isolation onto the Jeff originally. I love the fuel that we currently see from Necrise. Cloak and Dagger here from Pizza Demon is going to have the Eternal Bond to paint the floor purple before backing away. But the way that Space Station's playing this, they're just backing away here instead.
They had the res too.
That Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond said, okay, fine, you can have this.
They can't die to the Jeff, chat. They can't die to the Jeff.
Yeah, Cal ready to go too, and you can see him playing way back, not just a little back, in the castle, fully hoping to get this resurrection rolling for the team. Doom gonna go ahead and get picked up on the Bedtime Story. Cal gonna bring him right back, and here they go, win again, fight again.
Wait, I can't see who's, how many people does he have? Oh, he has 2.
My God, it's disgusting.
Born again into gone again.
Hey, that was a good hold, even though they took it to almost overtime and they got rolled first point, so I think that's pretty good.
A good amount of time to control a lot of this extra space.
That's pretty good.
Seeing set up by that bridge.
It feels like Space Station has a strategy right now, and TSM, they're figuring out what theirs is as the match plays on. And again, to allow symbiotic shenanigans with the Venom and the Jeff is just such a tough thing to go up against. Gale trying to get some pickoffs early, has the in song. It also got the clobber in time, but good luck as the Glartrox on this stage of the field is super tough to deal with. At least try and keep out and keep up alive.
A lot to worry about here, too, on this extra side. You can see the way that TSM are just trying to play a little bit split, trying to give them their attention to make sure that they have heal for that backline. That's why you see Cal made that swap over to that Luna, trying to get a freeze if they can. Bedtime Story swapping over to the No More. They've isolated that. Blur has been a problem here, but you got to look right in front of you.
Yeah, they got off triple support for 3rd point.
Is out, and he sees himself at the very top of the food chain.
The No More, and they also switched to Luna, which I think this is our first time seeing Luna in the pro play.
What are you going to be able to come back with? Cal is a mile away from the ult. Bedtime Stories falls again. Pizza Demon maybe can get back, but it's Jeff falls as well. And this is going to be the push all the way to the middle of this castle. First point going to be a 3-0. 1.75 on the clock. Nectar finds more.
They capped that. Wow, and they capped with 30 seconds left. They took the whole 3rd point with like a minute. Wow.
Space Station quite
damn.
Blasting off.
Damn.
Their eyes as a new team.
What's the ban style for this tournament? There's 4 bans and 2 saves for each team.
You would get whiplash.
Right there, as you can see.
You got the Angela flying over to your backline,
The
waiting
tournament-
to
it's the
dive
tournament
in
ban
together with
phase.
Blur, and then they were having to worry about the dive opposition from Space Station. They made the adjustments very quickly, Cozy.
Hey,
but on
hey,
TSM
considering
side,
that
they did win,
Space
those 2 to 3
Station-
fights, they made changes, but maybe a little too late. Because
Wait.
those 4 staggers were pretty rough too.
Dare I say welcome to orbit? I mean, can I can I even say welcome to orbit? I mean, look at what this is able to be done as a team put together, and really all these players showing that they don't only have the talent, but they are able to combine what has been not only meta strats, but I
Yeah,
like
no,
the
never mind.
strategy in
Space
general
Station is kinda
for
like-
this team coming together as one.
Oof.
If you're TSM, you've got to look at what you can do defensively or offensively here
okay.
to try to put them a
Did
little
they
bit
just mention
more
Overwatch?
on their.
Did they?
I want to say going to their backup plan, but I feel like
Did
Space
they
Station,
did they
haven't
mention
answered
Overwatch?
everything.
Uh-oh, fined $5,000.
Alrighty,
Can't
for
mention
it.
Overwatch on a Marvel
And now
Rivals
at least being on the
broadcast.
Jeff means that when they see Fidel
Uh-oh.
using the invisible boundary and everyone wants to get healed up right back
Huh?
together, you're gonna expect the It's Jeff from their side.
I don't know,
of
chat
things.
said it.
And
I didn't
kinda
hear it.
taking a note here from what we already
But,
saw from Month.
oh,
Now
Cozy
Space
said,
Station
"Welcome
gets
to
set up
Orbit."
on high
Oh, come
ground.
on, man.
Blur already getting ready too, but Blur's been a big highlight now as you see him take out the group.
Ooh, thank you.
Okay, so here we go, Blur. Eyes
You're
on
too kind.
Blur, saw plenty of the Venom side. Month's still going to stay on that Shark, and right
Oh,
now their
thank you.
strategy early was look for that Born
Hope you
Again.
feel
and then
better.
just
Let me know if
keep
you
the
feel
game.
better.
Now not going to have Cal on that. He's going to match him with the Shark. Up is Gilbert trying to take a page out of Blur's note on the first map. It's a little bit of something going. Just trying to get those cooldowns, those important hits for their team. And we saw plenty of Bedtime Story on Psylocke with those early buffs. We'll see if he can take full advantage. Angela going to go and get a quick hit on there as Necrise now has a bit of the advantage on the height.
Still being that mosquito that they're trying to swat away, though. Taking a lot of that damage, and this is the issue when you're running a triple Vanguard lineup from Space Station, and you have Month and Fidel who are keeping everyone alive. But look at this communication. They back away before they try to recontest here. They're the ones with the group. You got to take your eyes and see which of these ultimates are online, but it's going to be TSM having the tank pool to be able to dive right back together. But Necrise off to the side says, what are you waving at? You down there back in the spawn room gates after getting that environmental KO.
Yeah, we saw with Angela and the nerf she got you just to be that much more precise when you do get those pickoffs as Angela, and he is showing that it did not at all affect the pro scene, at least on his side of things. Now Guru is going to look to try to get back together with his team, and this Elsa pick is just doing way more for Space Station in terms of space making and picks happening. Now Month playing a bit back here, 92%.
That is true. Good Angelas are very annoying. I hate Angela, bro. And she's a really good tank because she can. Well, she is a good tank in the air.
Invisible boundary. Fidel trying to find some room. It's gonna be this. I mean, no, you can run, but you can't hide.
Ayúdame.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, chat. That's how you protect a teammate.
Back up. And you got the double jump too, right? But they were able to find that pick up the Jeff. And that's so unfortunate because look how close TSM were getting to that second point. And then the immediate turnaround. Necrise has been on fire. So Blur leaves some room too. As I've also moved in here. This Vanguard lineup from Space Station is impeccable.
And One Wing Angel getting it done. All at once.
I think Marvel Rivals players are more obsessed with Overwatch player than the other side around. No, trust me, that's not true at all.
And we've got the dance.
I've noticed something in my life as a streamer.
To not be able to find that value.
I play Marvel
early here at
Rivals
Psylocke,
day in and day out. But when I go play Variety, my chat likes it. They don't complain. Now, when I play Overwatch and I play something else, they call me a traitor. They say a lot of mean shit.
Meteor goes down, connect. Oh! Goes through with the slam dunk, Vic.
Oh! He goes in and he left Gilbert Noodle one, by the way. Like, again, Doom now moves up.
No, rival players do not do the same
still has
thing.
that
Nah.
ultimate ready to go. Angela's been such a problem. I mean, if Aerith saw this, she'd be having a little bit of PTSD, as you had mentioned. The One Winged Angel coming out to play, but TSM do have 2 ultimates. The only thing is, though, here, Cozy, they don't really have anything to really follow up. It would have to be Gilbert Noodle that opens it up to allow Gale to pop off of an anti from that piece of the Abyss.
Yeah, forced out Gale. Just going to go in and throw up the Legendary from the back, see what they can find. This is kind of what we've seen from him. Gilbert Noodle does get 2 in the back.
Oh, they might get it. They might get it. They might get it.
Take point 1. This fight is going to continue.
Hey, they got it.
All you need to keep your opportunity alive for your first appearance in the
They got it,
preseason
bro.
of
They got
year
it.
2, Vicky.
Great option coverage, too, knowing that everyone wanted to hide away from that Galactic Legend. They wanted to hide inside that hallway, so you get the piece of the Abyss
Oh, you're
to
right
clean
here?
up the rest of
Here you
that
go.
fight. Space Station, though, already back up. trying to hold this choke. And remember, when we saw TSM originally on the defense, they were stuck over some big staggered KOs. And Necra still holding onto the ult before Gilbert tried to dive in. He sent it down on the spear, but no follow-up as everyone was kind of outside of that tank pull bubble. But Bedtime Story still gets called out.
Yeah, there's actually a big pick there from Guru to be able to help out and trading the duelist front, but with the res that has him back.
Cal has played so many characters already. He played Adam Warlock, he played Luna.
Gets that love.
Now he's on, I guess, 3. Now he's on the Rocket. I guess they're trying to see what sticks, you know what I'm saying?
We'll see if they continue forcing the ult from Fidel. This gives them not only the space, but also the ult advantage moving in, Vicky. Like what I'm seeing from TSM here. Next to they're close to the Glartrox. Look out for this rotate.
He was Cloak and Dagger too.
Yeah,
he played and Loki. Playing a lot of
there
things,
too.
man.
To try to save the day. Does have that itch depth ready, but Space Station have a lot of along of cider too, as TSM are down a minute less than 55 seconds. And I like the peels too, because you currently see them just going to be able to follow up with that team up from the Venom too. You try to go in for the Feast of the Abyss if you're Blur, but fails to land on its mark here instead. TSM having to dive down. The BRB brings back Pizza Demon at the very least, and now you get to have that
that's a good ult. That's a good ult. You guys gotta kill the people there. Oh, nice dodge, nice dodge. You guys gotta kill the people though. Bedtime Story with the amplified Psylocke. I feel like Psylocke is such a great character this season, chat. All my Psylocke players out there, bro, we are eating well. We are eating well, bro. I'm loving Psylocke. I'm loving Psylocke.
Only 26 seconds left for Space Station, so they're on track. TSM is. They used a lot, obviously, but needed to. Gilbert gonna be close and can combine with Gale. They did that just enough to get .1, Vicky. Let's see if they use that as their option here.
Especially with Month, by the way, swapping over to the white box as Bedtime Story is the next victim here. Necrise tries to move all the way up. No Heaven's Retribution we're holding on to. They're coming in clutch. It's so big here. That's why we see that Rocket swap up too, right? They wanted to see if they could try to get these follow-ups immediately when we see that Fidel was on that Invisible Woman from Space Station side. And now you have the Galactic Legend from Gale. Just putting
Could they
in so
have
much
a comeback? I don't know, man, chat.
They're out of his
say
line
it.
of sight. They walk away. Just wait for it to end.
Yeah, we all know Venom. I mean, he just keeps feasting. It is very hard to take that man down. They full committed on it. Doom gonna go ahead and find a quick hit on Cal. Finally getting rid of the raccoon and gonna continue to find what was left from it now. And there's Guru trying to throw up his best ult. Doom goes down from it. Bedtime Story starting to heat up a little bit here on Psylocke in the neutral. I'm gonna go ahead and try to hunt for Angela and the Yokai next. Finds more, 42%. Vicky, Pizza Demon needs to get this ult as quick as possible on this next rotation. Next, you're getting close to the Glartrox. Does find the best of Bedtime Stories. That slows them down. Minute 27 in counting.
Wow. Talking about these BRBs, look at this. Bedtime Story is right back as a problem, and Bedtime Story, as you mentioned, maybe taking a little bit of time to warm up here.
Rocket's such a great character, bro.
You see the dive
just the fact that if someone dies, Rocket just can bring someone alive every 45 seconds is just crazy.
So they're gonna need to get
it's really strong.
This follow-up, the synergy going in this communication. And Gale tries to go in for the peel, help out the back line as Blur is forced to back away, but he's got the reset available with the Feast of the Abyss.
I mean, it is boring,
on top of Cal,
but I mean, Rocket is really strong, chat.
Oh man, do not let the lawyer get too close to you. Objection. Blur finds one. Necrise another.
Wait, he just killed an invisible Psylocke.
Left to reset and do your last bit.
Chat, coming up here to the last fight. They have the Animal Crossing backline ultimate abilities. They also have Bedtime. 3 ults compared to... Ooh, Space Station. Space Station has 5. Wait! I just realized! Month is on White Fox.
That's 2 for the price of 1 with the respawn. Guru gets doomed in return for the overextension. Doesn't matter though. It's Month. Pizza out of here with the ult. That's huge.
Puts the extra pepperonis on the pizza though off of that too. Being able to get that follow-up is amazing. TSM down that 1 extra member, and that's why they made that swap. Now Cal is forced to get off the Rocket, goes over to the Luna, no BRB, and now we're going to be able to play Patty Cake right next to the Invisible Woman's shield instead. Next against Bedtime Story.
That's unfortunate.
TSM has that BRB. Now this time from Pizza Demon. Says, all right, don't worry, Cal. I got you if you don't want it. But is it going to be enough to deal with this Daredevil?
Absolutely. June continues to find
no, chat. You know what I think is happening? I think TSM is having like a, they're having like a hero crisis, bro. Pizza Demon. Cal was on the Rocket, now Pizza Demon's on the Rocket, and then Cal had to switch to a Luna. Bro, I feel like they just don't know what to play. TSM is looking really lost right now.
They're gonna find the top here as Bedtime Story continues on their story now with Gale.
TSM is looking really lost right now. Hey, Boba.
Sadly off the map.
No way! Coming out of the portal like that, just to deal with that is crazy, but that's what you have to deal with when you're here on this bridge with the environmental chaos. Mita Demon does have that BRB, brings back Gale right afterwards. If Gale could also go for something crazy, it could be great.
Nah, this is GG's. This is GG's, chat.
This
oh my god, stop it. What is my lawyer doing, bro? He's supposed to be defending me in court. What is he doing?
We have a problem, and it's Space Station coming to the America scene. What an absolute
yeah, that's true. Wasn't Space Station Space Station wasn't an NA team last season.
And it is at the
now now they're rolling they're rolling NA right now.
Out of Elsa
and
bring to the table.
Let's see, I want to see the stats.
I mean, Vic,
Fila, appreciate the massive 5 subs as well on YouTube, my friend. Absolutely
and
insane.
nailing
Appreciate
every
it.
single note. Taking a look here across the board. Anything you want to highlight outside of the obvious?
It's going to the moon, I guess. I don't know, because then you get to see Nectar, who not only popped
I appreciate
off,
the 5
but
gifted,
literally
my friend.
went down
Absolutely
twice.
insane.
Neck rise, huge problem on the Angela. Then you could see the adjustments that they made.
But
it was very
Space Station Gaming
again. Take a look at TSM. You're wondering, were these
was the lowest? Hey, don't do that.
To try to get this payload to the finish line, because the one thing that Space Station noted was Doom
Space Station Gaming
was
was. Oh, here's the stats. I want to see the stats.
44
and 2. Nah, chat.
They swap off.
Delete that character. Delete that character.
Let's try this. We were
delete it.
The Animal Crossing backline.
44 and 2. 30 and 1 on Angela. 36 and 4. No, chat. Delete it. Nah, this team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just survivability across the board, absolutely crazy in terms of Space Station. They use Doomed aggressively where they can because, they were able to get the trades off at only 2 eliminations.
I'll go back over here so you guys can see the rest of the stats.
Absolutely wild. Like a 22.0 KD. Are you kidding me? Absolutely perfect numbers. And that's what I think it was.
Also, if you guys are looking here again, 41%. You guys thought SSG was the underdogs. TSM lost at 60% with 3.5 million.
Clearly, blast off to space, and we just saw that. So great opening from them as an org. And really, no notes.
Fortunate to everyone who thought TSM was going to
the way
win.
that second series already played out. Remember, it is 2 out of 3, right? So it's very quick to see a lot of these teams get that momentum. As now you're coming into the fray. You get to see how everything got to play out in that Central Park. What are your thoughts there after seeing the pick and ban phase change up exactly how you wanted?
I mean, clearly the teams have the right read here, right? I'm just very, very, very impressed with the cohesion from SSG. I
got my dinner, chat.
And that's exactly what we need to see from them heading into tomorrow's match, which is going to be against...
We're eating. I'm eating dinner with you guys, so it's basically like we're on a date.
Top dog of their group, right? But if they can rock up with this kind of coordination, with this kind of pacing, and with just this kind of dominance, I don't know. That might be a lot closer than some people might expect.
For me, it's why I'm a fan of best of 5 a lot of the time, Rick, because it allows you to get this breathing room. But in this quick round robin best of 3 format, we've seen it. We saw it with EMEA before, and
what is it?
Now,
what am I eating?
Team that's winning that dom,
Pokey.
It's so hard to quickly adjust your game plan, your mental, and then just try to flip it right back to them. 2-0s are a plenty right now because of this quick pace, adjustment to the meta and the teams around them.
Yeah, I mean, but the adjustments were made, right? Just for TSM, especially in the game itself, those kind of adjustments always came at just a little too late in the map, a little too late in the series where...
Hey, there has to be a winner and there has to be a loser, man.
Snowballing so heavily.
That does suck, though.
I mean, listen, Vicky, what was the player that stood out the most for you from this SSG team?
I mean, Nectar, right? You talked about it already before, because the thing is that you're so busy trying to focus on making sure that you're peeling for your backline.
Thanks for the stream, Jay. Thank you for being here, man.
KOs, looking down the lane where Elsa perched high on her tree. It's going to be Nectar being able to pop off basically for free, uncontested.
Yeah, they had an incredible game, but also Necrise. That Angela was such a massive issue for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the pack.
Wait a minute.
People were like,
Zoe
Angela,
knows the character names?
Never dead, but different for sure. And how were those changes going to affect the pro scene, especially because we've seen tons of pros obviously love Angela and what they offer in the nicheness of the Vanguard category. But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of how they utilize the hero to the best success that they could. Looking back at what they could do better, I don't even know if I could say much. I mean, obviously the game plan, I think, is a lot of what Nectar did on Star-Lord on the first map, Elsa on the other. So look at him as their main, look at them as their main point. But Nectar, they're tough to stop. We saw it with Sentinels, back last year.
Sentinels against Swamp Gaming. I think that's going to be a good game.
We talked about the changes that we were expecting. Angela, how, now she gets a little bit more fluidity. Daredevil nerf where? Like, we get to still see like Daredevil just popping up and still harassing.
What's the caster on the left's background? Like she does she cast for other games? Yes. She is big in the Overwatch space, and also she does cast.
Just basically like butter on toast.
I think she also does Valorant, right?
But then guess what?
Yeah, a lot of casters stream for other games, chat.
Saw a little bit of that movement too from Nectar earlier.
Yeah, I think honestly with the changes and like the uncertainty in the meta, like those pick and ban phases are so crucial. They're going to be so interesting as the teams have to adapt map to map when they really see how much stronger some of those heroes still are despite the perceived
Will
nerf.
you be cheering on
Also,
TTK?
We had White
I hate
Fox
TTK.
appearance. Moth played White Fox. Initial thoughts here and how that
I will be
slotted in?
cheering on his team.
Yeah,
Yes.
before, if you guys don't know, you're just coming in watching, this is not the patch where White Fox got the buffs. This is kind of previous before that. So it was fun to see.
100 Thieves against NRG would be a really great game too.
To close up the point. That's probably why you see a quick adjustment there and how tight the corridors were for them. And speaking of White Fox as the new strategist, that's for TSM what I need to see cleaned up. The strategist play in general. I mean, it feels like we're back in the mid-season finals, guys. Jeff is just on top of the meta right now in this dive comp. Something that might seem puzzling to see as a ban, but I think is an important ban. I mean, it could definitely just really help the team. I mean, Cal, they were cooking with Adam and those born agains, but then they always had the answer. Month would just eat them up.
I think they're gonna do an interview. I don't know.
Trying
there you go.
Get ready for our interview, and here they are. Nectar joining us for a quick chat. First, of course, congratulations! What a dominant first showing. What did prep look like heading into this match? How did you feel you're gonna stack up against TSM?
Well, I think going into the match we were pretty confident. I think all six of us, even though we were on like different teams and like part of different cores, I think we're all really capable players, and I think we really put in the time and the effort this week, especially to prepare for the
match. He has a kitty behind him. Oh my god! I think that is a kitty, right?
Dude, good to see you again, man. I've been waiting to be able to talk to you, and we're back. It felt like it just came so quickly. You too, and so obviously got to spend a lot of time with you in China, and I mean all over. And I got to ask you, I mean you were with Sentinels, right? Now you come here, you have a team of Intergalactic coming together. Shroud X before that. You get Month from Envy. It's a little bit of like everyone from everywhere. What is the identity of this team? How did it come together? How is the team, and the vibes as one?
Yeah, well, to be honest, like Month has been like my best friend basically for like probably like the past like majority of the last 10 years. So it's been nice to actually like finally be able to like play on a partner team with him, especially this night. So, and I think him and I really play well together. So that's helped us a lot. And I think just in general, when I was traveling in the off season, I really like the core. I like their ideas of the game, and I really believe that that we'd be capable of winning and doing pretty well.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Nectar. I mean, you were popping off, right, in that last previous series. We just saw the stats across the board. You guys were able to make that really quick adjustment. I love how you guys went over to the Daredevil to then focus down on the Rocket because that BRB was getting a lot of value. Looking forward, though, into day number 2.
What's up, Flack? Are you excited, bro? You're gonna see your team's first official match, bro.
Predictions. And it's gonna be
you excited?
Team Liquid Citadel, I believe, for the very end of day number 2.
Tomorrow.
Looking at the way that you were able to pop off today, I mean, how are you feeling?
Right, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
Do in the
this next match is gonna be good.
That's as strong as Team Liquid Citadel.
I feel like
what's up, Astro?
Especially Doom Deny, we're very flexible, and we're both like willing to play whatever we need for the comp to work. I think that's a big strength that we have. So
someone said on my YouTube, someone cleaned the door. It looks like it has Cheeto fingers.
Same thing as usual.
Well, Nectar, listen, I said on a cast, I was looking at the team and I was like, hey, they've got a pretty cool team, but Nectar, I mean, we called you Thanos, man. I mean, it's like having you here is fun to put the team all together. Give my big shout out to your Vanguards, though. I thought they played tremendous this
You guys noticed some of the weirdest shit, bro. Look at the cat, bro. Why are you looking at the door?
All right, thank you so much. Always nice to talk to you, Cozy.
Appreciate it.
Great to hear from Nectar after.
Chat, Nectar's a cool guy, really great player as well. Why are you guys who cares about the you guys probably have worse keyboards.
And quite frankly, they looked so cohesive. Like, given the fact that they are just kind of thrown together like that, there's so many different players coming from different teams.
Is there a self promo in your chat in your Discord? I got a super important event I need to promo.
You know, kind of result in a clash because there's too many cooks in the kitchen. But for this one, it's been working out. They are eating. So let's see what treats they have for us in their upcoming match tomorrow. They will be going up against, Liquid Citadel. How do you guys feel they're going to stack up against them? Not having seen Citadel in action just yet, or Liquid Citadel rather.
Bro, I have them turned up all the way.
Liquid is a very good team. So, you know, to not take away from what I was very impressed with SSG. I think it's really cool that Month and Nectar are close. Nectar
that's Max
popping off. That's what Roster Mania is so cool about, is to have these big changes. Liquid is a whole nother beast. If you look at not only what they got from America, but also over from EMEA, that entire team is stacked, and that will be the true litmus test, right? For SSG, because if they can, show a strong performance, win or lose, but strong performance, then wow, the America scene is just up for grabs for anybody, to be honest.
It is indeed. Now that was just match 2 of 5.
Wait,
and next up
watching this stream inside of Rivals. Can you, bro?
After a short break, so
someone needs to take a screenshot of that. I cannot believe you could watch my stream inside of Marvel Rivals, inside of another video game. That is fucking awesome. Oh, we have another 10-minute break, chat. Well, I mean, Sentinels and Space Station Gaming is next. I mean, not Space Station, Swamp Gaming is next, so that's gonna be good. Gonna be a good game, chat. Gonna be a good game. I should try to do that dance again, right? Primo, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome. I just want to say, hey, chat, we have 10 minutes. Everyone watching the co-streams. Everyone being here in chat. Twitch, YouTube. Appreciate you guys being here. I love doing the watch parties with you guys. So, I know you guys can watch any other streamer. Not really, right? But I appreciate you guys choosing this stream. I hope you guys get your drops. I will be live tomorrow as well, and every other day when there's tournaments going on. So if you guys want to get your drops or any other time, I got you guys. We watch every single game. We're here. We talk shit. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Hey, appreciate it. Predictions time. You're ending. I'm not ending. Yeah. We still have 3 games to watch. I just noticed something. We've been live for 10 hours today too. No, I'm not ending. I'm gonna watch all the games today, and I'm watching all the games tomorrow, and I'm also watching all the games on Sunday. Yeah. Wait, check your Discord. I sent you a screenshot of me watching inside of Rival. Where at?
Behold, that child! Survive this!
1 second. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, check my, where did you post it? Chill chat? General chat? Did you DM it to me? Photos. Chat, just as a heads up, if you guys are looking for a great Discord channel to use, hey, right here, bro. We have a 70,000 member Discord channel. What in the fuck is this? Yo, this guy needs to change his crosshair. J3 stream inside of Rivals. Wait, how the hell do you do that? Wait. You're not even following! Oh, you're not even logged in. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Wait, so my stream just pops up on the esports tab? Wait, that's actually fucking sick. I wonder if that gets counted towards a viewer. Yeah, send it to me, Flat. Nah, bro. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. It does count as a viewer? Oh, that's actually pretty sick then. That's actually really sick. I like that. Pretty cool. Okay, chat. You know what time it is. This is gonna be a great game. You have Sentinels against Swamp Gaming. I'm gonna give you guys 10 minutes to predict. Good luck, chat. Now, you guys are probably wondering, J3, if I had to make a lot of money, how would you make me a lot of money? Well, chat, I would put all your money on Swamp Gaming. You know why? Swamp Gaming is basically just like Florida, because we have the swamp, the Everglades, and on top of that, your favorite streamer lives in the swamp, aka me. So I would put all your money on Swamp Gaming. Watch. You guys are gonna be like, "Wow, J3, I'm glad I listened to you." Watch.
They just announced their roster, fellas. I mean,
I can predict the future. I have a very special gift. I can predict the future.
Much different, and most of them is to the team to the right of them in Liquid. This team is stacked. We'll get across to that, but definitely some of the more talented folks you know from FlyQuest over there with their main vest staying with Fly. And then, you know, looking at Sentinels, I'm gonna go just straight down. Looking at Sentinels and what they bring, this is obviously a team that's been in here since the beginning, and they brought the party back. Armory's not there anymore, but Crimzo, Kurova,
Let me see something real quick.
That
Is this full volume?
Is
Is that low for you guys? Because I have it on full volume. I think it's because it's the preview show.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll jump after that. I mean, Space Station Gaming. I mean, this is a team that, you know, obviously new to what we can see here in Ignite, but it's a lot of names you know. Blur, Doom, Fidel, Month. You've seen, obviously, speaking of Envy, talking about shipping them around a little bit. Nectar, they are disgusting, right? As a duelist, really play virtually everything. And then SJW, who's actually going to be a sub, a very similar duelist that we've seen across the board. So this team, it just has a lot of talent, but we have literally no idea how they play together. And I think that's going to be the big show.
They're not talking about Swamp Gaming.
A brand new roster coming in, but we've seen these names together as a unit prior, right? So you've got Bedtime Story, Gale, Gilbert, Guru, Pizza.
They're talking about teams
have played together, hit scan fashion for a very long time, and some of them are at the top of ladder right now. But this is not necessarily, in my opinion, their meta. They're more of a hit scan team. So I do want to see how they play here in Ignite as we move forward. They could be disgusting. Nightmare, obviously, this is a team with Light. Light was on old school.
I don't think Armory is kicked out off the team. I think Armory is still signed. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Armory is still signed to Sentinels, but as a streamer.
You've got Vision, who is a dirty DPS.
Is she?
A lot of Namor, but now just that hit scan side is always available. And Smash as a substitute.
Yeah. There you
was on Dark Zero, one of the few controller duelists. It's something that I think is more of a.
She's signed as a streamer, chat. A lot of teams do sign people as a streamer.
How you're able to play at this level as a duelist on controller. So definitely got the talent there on Nightmare, and this is kind of their meta, right? They love this kind of more divey style of play. So I do think they have some potential, which just in comparison to a team like TSM, I think it's more different for them, right?
No, for sure. All great points there. To wrap it up, we have Swamp Gaming. I think a heavy favorite coming into this. They're a little bit of nemesis.
When do 100 Thieves play? 100 Thieves play. I'll move my fat head. We have Sentinels against Swamp Gaming, which I think is going to be a great game. Right here we have Team Liquid Citadel, because Team Liquid and Citadel Gaming joined forces. So they're right here against a team called Loon X, I believe. And then the last game of the day, I think, is going to be a phenomenal game to end on. You have 100 Thieves against NRG Shock. That's going to be a great game. Yeah. I love that NRG actually, you know, NRG Shock started coming over here to, you know, Marvel Rivals as well. And you have Zoe, who's a great caster for Overwatch, a great host, coming over to Marvel as well. Good shit, good shit, good shit. Who's on Swamp Gaming? You are about to see both teams in a second. How are our predictions going? 2.4 million on Sentinels with 200 votes, and only 1.2 million with 150 people voting for Swamp Gaming. Come on, chat. This is the only time you're able to do predictions on my stream. Get your predictions in. Uh-oh, we're starting soon. Wait, what do you mean Liquid and Citadel did they fuse? Yes. Esports is a very hard business, man.
Back one and all today, one of the Marvel
Is Tens playing for Sentinels?
Preseason
Yeah, Tens is Tens plays a lot of Marvel Rivals, bro.
and
He's on
about to set the stage
yeah, he's
for
on
round
this
number
team.
3. Sentinels going up against Swamp Gaming. Now, Cozy, you have this one as your match of the day. Let's walk me through it. Why do you think this is going to be the Giga Banger?
Well, for starters, the day didn't go anything of what I thought it was going to be, but it still is the match of the day, in my opinion. I think when you looked at Group A and the Group of Death, that 1 through 3 spot for a lot of people had 100 Thieves, Sentinels, and Swamp Gaming as those 3. We've heard a lot of things about Swamp Gaming being this not up and coming team. I would say the team that's doing well kind of in scrims and behind the scenes, but we know the storied past of Sentinels, 100 Thieves, and Sentinels, they're kind of back to their old form. Obviously, they don't have all the OG members, but you have Rymazing, Kurova back with Crimzo, and so will the kind of consistency win this one, or the hot and on fire Swamp Gaming? This one's going to tell us a lot about the America scene.
Oh, let me see this.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to like looking at my predictions, the number 2 and number 3 spot were so easily contested, and that's where I was like kind of stuck when it came to placing where Sentinels and Swamp Gaming was. And this was the series that I also wanted to highlight, because this is kind of telling us where these top-end teams are going to be staying. Are they the scrim bucks that, you know, you can't cash in when tournament day matters?
Ooh.
Or is it going to be like the old former team kind of getting that reunion that Cozy was just mentioning from Sentinels, going to be able to find that form? I honestly personally feel like currently when I look at the pieces of Sentinels, they have that synergy, Zoe, but it's like, is the meta going to really benefit them is the real big question mark for me.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had to go kind of back to the drawing board, because a lot of stuff that they played last year,
if Sentinels don't win, it's crazy. If they lose, I'll put my underwear over my head.
You know, they didn't make the grand
You better
final.
post that in my Discord. Chat, remember the name Spider_Lucas. If you don't put your underwear on your head, we're banning you.
Off, like, winning it all in stage 1, but then it was kind of downhill from there. Now, of course, Sen fans always stand, right? So, like, Sen City is always going to be behind them, so they will always pick them as the favorite, like, no matter where the meta is and how well or bad they're doing.
Rob Moore definitely knows what he's doing. He knows when to sign a great team. I mean, but the GOAT, you know, Mori, the GOAT being gone, and a huge piece of that team, kind of the ult caller, ult tracker, and perfect timing as we look at the Sentinels team.
Crimzo,
I want to
Dongman,
highlight a lot of big shoes to fill.
Rymazing,
for you. Flamay, first of all,
Kurova,
into that
Mirror.
Flamay,
Wait, Mirror
came from.
Was it Mirror a DPS player?
Shroud X, where we just saw all that success
on Envy
from Space Station.
I mean, no, he was a tank player. Why is he picking
Sentinels.
Rocket?
Obviously, we know Crimson does so well as that coach and player. Dongman is so interesting of a pick here for me as that second Vanguard. I mean, Vicky, we've seen his storied past where there's been great moments and also some letdown. So I want to see what Dogman we've got now and what he's kind of gone up to be. And then
Oh,
Yucher
that's
as
Window.
Well. Team Carry
Yep, never
was where
mind.
they were
Wrong
last
person.
with stage 2,
My
same as
bad.
MRC. Good duelist player to complement Rye Mazing, who might be the jack of all
Mirror,
trades.
Window,
I think
same
Rye
shit.
Mazing is a great complement duelist to any duelist that he has on his team. And he picked Iron Man for a reason. This was his first love, and he's looking back a little bit.
It's one conversation I will never forget having with Sentinels when we were Sentinels is what I mean. I mean, formerly Dark Zero over in the back room here, Cozy, in Championship, was amazing saying, what can I do to like force out the Iron Man? I would do anything. I love playing Iron Man, but it's extra funny too because it's true. Amazing's like a professional ditto. He could slot in to whatever you tell him to
Swamp
do.
Gaming.
Triple strategist, but now we take a look at
Melophobia,
Swamp Gaming.
Porky Dog,
And you talk about
Valentina.
all right, are the Scrim Bucks actually going to cash out right now? I really
Graze
like
Main.
this look from this team. First off, you have an amazing foundation already from a roster that has a lot of synergy together. But you look at that backline, and Day specifically is an insane Daredevil. The coach of Swamp Gaming was talking to me. He was telling me,
I don't know.
easily,
Do you
hands
guys
down,
know who
Day
Daze
is probably
is?
going to be looked at.
This isn't
because
Day the
you
Spider-Man,
can't target Ban
obviously.
or Vanguard.
I don't
Our
think I've
Vanguards
ever-
are just so flexible. But Days
I don't
of
think
anything
I've ever
being
seen
a-
Daze.
be the Daredevil that they want to focus on. He said that he thinks that Daze is the best Daredevil right now in the region. Porky Dog and Valentina Evo.
Who are you going for, Jay? This is a tough one,
also
man.
a very big foundation to the Strat backline who know how to hold their own in a composition where you could sometimes expect a dive.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, of course, they do have the same coach with Fox, right? So there is also that.
Daze is a high-ranked flex DPS, Daredevil God, big up and comer. Really, I have not seen this guy.
For them to have that pre-existing synergy, not just.
Then
from
again,
Team
I see a
Nemesis,
lot
but
of
also from
names.
Radis
I
was,
can't even remember my own name when I wake up.
But
I'm
for
old.
them to have like that
I'm old.
pre-existing synergy, I think this is really going to come into play. I also was just so excited to see Valentina finding a new home, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen her along Chime and who else was on that team? Stinker, Chuckles, like on
Nice.
Dreamland. So it's great to see her back in the mix and back in action. I think they're going to make a really competent backline.
Valentina is an awesome addition. I mean, coming from Dreamland, and it's fun to see her outside of that team. You know, she's played with a lot of them so long now, and just a rank demon as well, a ladder demon, if you
Right.
will. Seen so much from what they're able to put together. And then, yeah, outside of that and Forky, you've got what was Team Nemesis, you know, and some of the core back in the day.
Daze is a magic
And so
player
the
in
reason I
Daredevil
bring them up is because
and
Vicky and I, we
Wolverine.
had the luxury. It
So he's a
always
dive
kinda
player.
seemed like we were casting their biggest games, and they do so well in these matches. I feel like that build up to the biggest spotlight, but I need to see them in the biggest of moments, and I feel like this is one of them. To prove yourself in this new scene, that's why I'm so excited to see these two Titans clash.
Yeah, I'm honestly
I hope
like.
for a really close match. Vicky, if I'd ask you for a scoreline here, like, can they take it to map 3? Are we going to see one
I
today?
think so. Yeah, I definitely
Oh
think
my
this is
God,
gonna be
if
a
we
good
make
one,
it to a
guys.
match
Get ready,
3.
Trap them. Hopefully I don't just caster curse that. Of course, you just saw it too, a little preview on your screen. You know, it always happens, so it always ends up going on, and I know Cozy and I always have to apologize to the players because it wasn't us, but we are expecting a banger of a match for our very third game of the day in Americas, because now you have a team that had that cohesion, and then you look at a team who not only have brought these really strong backliners that you guys were just talking about, but you take a look at like the Scrim Bucks, again, taking that with a grain of salt, just the fact that they haven't lost, specifically Swamp Gaming, have not lost a scrim on this patch, even against some of the biggest Titans in the region. Like, they have been able to
Swamp
really pop off
Gaming
against
hasn't
100
lost
Thieves.
a
I
single
believe just
scrim
yesterday they had scrim 2 against
this
100
patch.
Thieves, and they didn't lose a single game. So we got to see how that transitions, where it counts going.
You guys
into
put
this
all
series
your
in our
money
tournament.
on Sentinels
Indeed.
at 40
And
at
as we talked about the
4.3
meta
million.
Here, right, Vicky? You said that the current meta might
Swamp
not really
Gaming.
favor what we know from Sentinel.
Yo, Swamp Gaming might look like they're eating goods a day.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what they have as a team, it's
Swamp
first of all just
Gaming
bringing in
might look
Crimzo
like-
with
hey.
his, you know, old friends, the original kind of OG Titans of the America region. I don't think we're going to see much Karova on Adam Warlock, as much as we love to tote it up and ready to see it, especially on Domination. That's not sneaking through the cracks, right? I know Swamp Gaming knows what they're doing. I'm a competitive guy. I had Swamp Gaming.
Jay,
as my
you never
third
tell
and
us these
Sentinels
things
as my
before. I
second,
don't know what
and
the
it was
I
back
don't know
and
what the
forth.
teams are
I'm gonna
doing. I don't
find out
ask
and get
how their
humbled here
scrims are going,
potentially
chat.
as they close in. But yeah, we've got a good one, Zoe.
Listen, it's not my job to tell you the history of all. That's the caster's job, bro. My job is just sit here and make fun of people. That's why I love being a streamer. I just sit here and make fun of the players if they mess up.
Here we go on the pick and ban phase. So important, and we know who's leading the helm over there with Crimson.
I'm turning into my dad that watches like sports. Have you guys? Do your dads do this when you're watching football and someone throws a pass and it hits the guy in the hands and he drops it? Your dad goes, "What the fuck was that, man? I could have caught that shit."
Like Gambit
What the
get away with
fuck?
it, which is
And
something
that's
that
me
Sentinels already
with
noted.
video
That's
games.
why it's the first thing off the table, while the second ban goes forward to the Mantis. While they want to be able to protect their Mantis here, Cozy, they want to get that damage boost to help enable Kurova, or rather Yusher and Rymazing.
Yeah, with the Mantis save and pick like that, because we said this early that Rymazing has this incredible flexibility. He's going to go over and play the Mantis. That's going to have Yusher having to carry a large load for the DPS department.
Carrying a large load.
Kurova, he's begging for that Atom ban because then it opens up other options.
They're
but
not.
if it is less
Save
available, the Golden
Gambit.
God, and dare I say,
They're gonna
the
no.
Living
Whoa,
Tribunal
whoa, whoa, whoa,
costume,
whoa,
you know what's
whoa.
up
Oh
there.
wait, okay.
Will
This
be
is
making an
weird.
appearance
What's
potentially, but
Sentinels
the ban on
doing?
Gambit is going to come from the back end.
Like, Swamp Gaming already has such a better ban phase. They banned Elsa, they saved Elsa, they banned Gambit, and they banned Tank Deadpool.
Saving the last ban, everybody's excitement going to kind of settle for a second, and I think that's a big thing to shut down Sentinels, especially, again, on this domination where you've got to play perfect. There's the Daredevil save, though, Vic.
Yeah, because you were talking about it in one of our earlier series, Cozy, that having Adam on Dom is just so brutal. And when it comes to looking at Kurova, how many times have we said Kurova, it seems like the embodiment of Adam, right? So now you try to go into what you can work off of, and with the Jeff ban being the very last one that Sentinels puts down onto Swamp Gaming, now we get to see everybody lock in, but guess what? They let the devil out of jail, and Daze is able to flex right back over onto that wall. Again, they feeling very
you guys have
confident
talked up Daze, Daredevil so much. This guy better pop the fuck off, chat.
There's also been a good amount of time for these team, specifically Sentinels, to really figure out what those weak spots were.
This guy better play like J3 in Game 7 and dominate. You know what I'm saying, chat? Can I get a true?
Because I think Pame is a absolute, just crazy strategist on the Loki, especially we saw in the past with the Intergalactic Squad. So now here, and with Kurova not having Adam, first of all, he's used to it. All right, the man is used to this guy being banned, and even when Adam was out of the meta, was able to flex over, play plenty of Sue, so that's what we're going to see here. Yusher, this is where we've got to see kind of the battle of Yusher versus
Jay, you don't have a Daredevil up
up
your sleeve? No, I don't. I don't play Melee. I grew up playing Counter-Strike in games that didn't have Melee characters. I grew up playing Hit Scan.
Daze being this new Daredevil too, I love, because I mean I always just think of him as the Wolverine.
He's letting instead of the claws out, he's just letting the dive in instead.
The devil out.
The devil in, literally, right? I say dive because it's like that PTSD, but then you also
let's see this.
Pop off.
Just better pop off.
It's really important to highlight like how strong this backline from Swamp Gaming is, to the point where Sentinels had to ban out 4 strategists just onto Swamp Gaming alone. Let's see if that's going to bite them, though, after we see the way that these duelists play out.
Yeah, Valentina's like, I don't need the buff here for the White Fox. We're going
they are playing White Fox. Interesting.
We expect there to be a heavy aggression from this team early in our first look at 2 Titans clashing. Once again, point opens up in 2-1, and here we go, folks. Strap up, put the seatbelt on. This is going to be a good one. Dogman loves his Magneto. Played him early in stage 1 and 2. Back here for the Sentinels, doing it again. Here's man going to go ahead and show what he can do.
Oh, this is the second time we see a Captain America as well.
On the side of Swamp Gaming, Daze on the quick dive. They're going in quick on the target. They find their first bit of the pie. That's going to be Yusha going down first.
Ooh! He got the moves!
Him in the perfect angle before diving over to the other side. Crimson's right there to help for the peel because Daze is taking a good amount of chunk damage, but Scatter, together with that tank ultimate, is going to be able to bring everybody together. Look at him. Dogman finds one pick.
Oh my god, taking a picture of Lady Loki.
Yeah, Yusha's going to be the first pick to go. This is going to be a long road for Sentinels.
Yo, Swamp Gaming taking the first team fight.
Up to 70% at least gives them a chance here for opening. You want to push up on this point, as we always see in Wakanda. This is definitely one that favors the first point capture more than most points do within this game. Here's man going to go ahead and go rotate around to find Crimzo on the Angela. Interesting pick here from Crimzo, Vic, for the Angela on this map in particular.
I was going to ask you, too. I mean, could it be the verticality that we have with the repositioning? Maybe the also, like, quick awareness of being able to peel if they can. Rymazing with a great pick of a Forky Dog is going to be the green light button. Flamme is going to be able to have the God of Mischief to get the copy from Rymazing into the Soul Resurgence. Dartrox is out and about from Mellow, and Kraz has been able to isolate Kurova, who was so close.
He deflected.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's a massive pick. But User does find 2, and that is what they need exactly as Kurova goes down early, trying to get another pick here on Days. Days being slippery as the...
Oh, one second.
And Craze quickly with freedom, never dying, finds himself 3.
Oh my God, the Captain America chat. Goddamn there, brother. I'm going to spread some goddamn freedom on this goddamn game.
Honestly, doesn't need it at this point here because he brings and rallies
Gotta
everybody
do it
together with the
for
freedom.
freedom.
And they held it down because Valentino
Do it
was
for
also
Uncle Sam.
able to get that ultimate online. A nice look
What
at
the
White
fuck
Fox could do before the
is a
bump.
kilometer?
Means it's the green light button, and Rymazing was ready with the Soul Resurgence. They try to back away, and Yusher with the damage boost is gonna melt down to both of the strategies of Swamp Gaming.
Yeah,
Michael
again
with the
playing the role that they have to. Very interesting comp with the third now, going for 4. Can he find it?
Hey, they're looking
this
good.
is exactly what they need, though, for this team. And, you know, it's a very untraditional comp if you're coming here looking at it, especially as a casual. Like, what
hey, they got 93%, Chad. That's good, but can they finish it out?
The best from the neutral game to its fullest.
Can they finish it?
Does have the boundary to open up the aggression. Push in here on Swamp as they come out of this spawn. Crims are going to get a little bit of poke. Can he get out of here? Hello. Does find some safety from their Kurova. Man, it's fun to see Kurova, Crimso, and Rai all on the same team once again.
The gang is back together again, but they're trying to just negate these POs. A beautiful assault originally from Swamp Gaming brought them to that 93%. Dogman, can he hit the meatballs? And it's a little bit of deja vu, but it's fine. Just enough of that damage, though, is a nail in the coffin to at least find Days, but Kratz is going to be able to get that trade off onto Usher, who was unable to get the reset off the ultimate.
Yeah,
wait. Swamp Gaming can go in, though. They have a support ult. Oh, but they're about to have Loki on the other team. Oh, Flack as well, my friend. You're too kind. I appreciate the massive 5
out. Keep eyes on that cooldown. Looking for the copy. Trying to look at which one he wants to go with. Going to go with the Soul Resurgent once again. Push on the aggression now. The team with the Swamp Gaming halfway to the point.
I'm pretty sure Swamp Gaming is trying to bait out support ults and bait out these ults so they can go back in with their ults. Yep, there you go. They commit Luna now.
But then you have Kraz, who's still in your
Yo,
face.
Captain America's busted. I don't know, man. We need a nerf.
The back line again. They need some help.
Oh my God!
They called it out. This just leaves the invisible woman to try to
Captain America's busted, chat. Nah. What am I watching?
In time and has a freedom charge, leaving a pathway of some extra health as Swamp Gaming flip it back in their favor, and it doesn't look like Sentinels can touch unless Dogman puts down that portal in time.
Oh, they have to touch. They did touch.
That Amazing as the Soul Resurgence, but the quick Melophobia on the Monster Hunter herself, finding Usher. So the damage is out. They got to just stay alive at this point. Valentina going to go in the 9 tails ready. Quickly going up.
Oh, that's a huge Daredevil ult, bro.
For this team, aggression was on the maximum from the start.
Nah. Stop it. They're dead, bro. Stop. They're dead already.
Craze man, who's so far.
Oh, he's aura walking. He's aura walking! Nah. You can't do that to them, bro. That's disrespectful.
And keep it going as we get into that second round.
Oh no!
All right,
oh
well,
no!
This
chat.
is what we thought we would see. Swamp Gaming pedal.
Oh no!
And this is what we've heard from this team coming together as one. Sentinels looking to get back on track, but a lot of this, in my opinion, was won in that pick ban.
I know this is too early to say because it's the first round, chat, but.
Sentinels,
Sentinels,
they picked this early, right? They had the
300 people.
This is what they chose to go with.
I hope you guys are okay with losing all your money.
One small difference, but man, there's just so much getting thrown at them, Vic, between Days and Craze. And then on top of that, you got Mello, just constant there on the Elsa.
That's what, like, this is something that Swamp Gaming was expecting almost, like, looking at Sentinels specifically, calling them, you know, they were expecting the triple strategist, and Swamp Gaming were able to answer that so well with Kraz harassing that backline. I mean, if I was one of those strategists, I would literally be crying, and it's 3 of them that they got to work with as you get a nice little cinematic pan view of our teams rolling out of the spawn room gates to be able to contest down in the hallway.
And I think that's why the team comp in general, why the Angela pick is a little bit puzzling to me, but we'll see if it comes fully to what they planned.
Funny enough, a lot of people do complain about the poke, but like what you're seeing right now is you're seeing half poke, half.
Not enough to stop what is the train of Elsa finding one.
Oh my God!
The 3-4 for Forky, they all just vanished. Did they get snapped? What just happened?
Mello just went crazy. That was just a straight neutral, but also you look at what Sentinels have, and something else that we need to pinpoint, when you are running the triple strategist, especially now with the ult nerfs, Cozy, it takes a lot longer to build up those ultimates, and they didn't have any defensive ultimates to withstand the onslaught of damage that they were met on the other side of Mello's weapon.
I don't think
this
Sentinels had a
totally
good
drives
draft
off
phase,
right
chat.
now, right? I mean, no, they don't need to worry about any front line when there's something
I don't think
always in the
Sentinels
back
had a
line.
great
That's
draft
happening
phase.
right now. Quick pull on Magneto. Down goes Dogman. They found the front line in the danger. Forky in that exclamation point, now throwing in. Let's see if they continue to find success now with a quick swap over. Yusha going to have to go on the bit of the anti-dive safety, but it's always better to be on the dive side, Vic.
Better to not have to worry about that on your side is Crimzo. Already incredibly close. I have Retribution here. Mellow, too, could unleash the Glartrox. And Flamme does have got a mischief to at least keep them in this fight. Wait for Krova to get that ultimate online even faster, too, so that way they don't get distinct in terms of how long they want to keep the survivability. You're noticing, though, that it's been a huge problem to have to deal with Grass and Daze on the Daredevil, so they made that swap over to that No More.
Yeah, you sure. Making a quick swap change is important. They have every Q ready, but 60% and up. They really got to win this fight. Not committing everything all at once, but with Yusha getting that opening pick on Valentina, that's definitely going to open the floor.
They have 6 ults, bro. Sentinels. Don't pop all 6 ults, bro.
Started from Luna. Soul Resurgence going to match the circle now as quickly Yusha flies up, throws Triton down. Dogman,
oh, good kill on the ult. They didn't get it. Oh, nice slam dunk as well, but you can't commit all your ults for this team fight.
Right there, too. Forky Dog.
They committed 3 ults. They got to win already.
Together with Mello, who's in the back line to help with some peel just in case.
Oh, both teams are committing a lot of ults, actually.
You got the God of Mischief of Flamme, so that way
they won the team fight. Nice.
Able to flip the point in their favor for the first time of the second round.
Yeah, and they have 2 left, right? So at least having Kurova and the Whale is always going to help them a little bit. At least get this thing back up to 60 and beyond, but they've got a long way to go here. Down a first point here with 88% on the second. Flamme for their opportunity on where to set up as they're going to look to the top ramp. This is
no, it's not Chipotle,
dive in.
Chipotle
Valentina could lead the
makes me feel bloated.
And
this is a
thought it was going to happen, and out comes a scary form and quickly pounded out from the Fox.
Oh, Daze falling low though as he lets the double out, forcing out Kurova in the invisible boundary. And before the same Sentinels just build up even more of that space, Scatter gets into position. They wrap up behind this backline, make a sandwich out of Sentinels after they lost out on Flamme.
They make a sandwich out of Sentinels.
And Ramesi only has so much of those sleeper darts too. Daze then comes in, gets 2 following up, and it's another wipe here from Swamp Gaming before they retake the point.
Flame's gonna hear what are you waving at in your, absolute nightmares. And Loki just such a good target to put that on because when the clones miss, it just hurts the Loki as well, and it's just so tough on that back line.
Oh, that's a huge pick. That is a huge pick.
The sniper here with the Luna, and there comes the portal. This is going to be our first desperation play from Sentinels now as they come out. Dogman does find the pick on Daze. Scatter the gate. Dogman the first out of there. The corner trying to take Sentinels.
Oh, Mellophobia.
That's a big monster.
That is how
that was a big monster indeed, chat. Oh my god. I mean, it was the portal play, chat. They all have to jump through the portal. One good little what do you call it, monster play right there. God damn.
Starving, and he got a 3-piece there. What a death sentence. That was a fun one, Vicky. And
it's starting to look like oh my god, Captain America MVP, bro. Captain America
when I saw that
MVP.
Huge stagger, Cozy, I knew it was going to be very difficult to make a comeback from that, but I saw that Apex Predator being held. When is he going to use it? Is he going to get something big? And the shish kebab with the Apex Predator finding all 3 of those.
Oh, sorry, I'm blocking probably a lot of the stuff, but if I go up here, I'm probably blocking some more stuff as well. But I think Sentinels lost this because of the ban phase. That ban phase.
Terrorizing your triple strategist who can't really
that ban phase is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Back them up, but I feel like even with Dogman, landing that bit of damage with the Meteor M in that first round, then finding another player over on that second round, wasn't able to really find these isolated picks onto Forky Dog and Valentina because I had to burn that instead.
Yeah, we also saw just obviously what the ban does when you don't have the access to Vanguard Deadpool, right? Crimzo on the Angela, obviously, they have a reason to the madness, but it just didn't feel like the pick. I mean, you can just look at the numbers right here, obviously, right? And just see the impact, both damage block and damage out-wise compared to what Craze and Scatter did in the opposition. Great player, great team. Talent-wise, they can go,
fun you. Appreciate it as 2 months, my friend. How you doing?
Comp for me that just felt completely one-sided, especially, and you can only do so much to hold back just, flood waiting to just burst out.
Yeah, definitely.
Chat, you guys talking about pro players ranked? A lot of the pro players don't like. A lot of them scrimp.
Is sitting in the driver's seat. Who is the biggest problem here? Because we pinpointed already Nectar and being able to see rather on the other side, looking at what the Elsa was able to do as a problem, but then being able to have a Daredevil out to play, I mean, it's also splitting your attention where the Elsa's just getting away being on the top.
Yeah, honestly, Scatter Genji Vanpool has been looking clean. Like, if that doesn't deserve a ban heading into the next map, then I don't know what should be. Cozy, something you mentioned
Faker is not
halfway,
even challenger, which is funny.
Actually, at the very end
I mean,
of the
I
first
just
map,
think
heading into the second map, the Crimson
lot of the
Angela,
pros
you weren't really
just
sold on that
scrim or practice all day,
for their
chat.
team comp. Why is that?
Well, first
Also,
of all, you know, you had Dog.
If you're a professional player, I'm not saying this happens, chat, but I feel like if you are a professional player and you scrim 24/7, if you guys have scrimmed, it does make you a better player. And then you go into ranked and you start doing things a little differently than you would in scrims, you can practice bad habits. That is a thing as well.
Especially with the other options available. To me, you know, again, Crimson, my goat, my guy. You know, when I look at certain players, I'm like,
don't get me wrong. I think if you are a pro, you should be like grinding the game and trying to get better. But like,
was off the table, and I'm sure that's a big comfort pick. It didn't feel like it meshed with the triple strategist.
J3, can you poop on me?
Especially with Namor's pick.
What the fuck?
Definitely agree.
Speaking of strategists,
You are a new that is a new Twitch account. You just followed my
not
stream
the
and that is your
play
first
here.
message.
I don't know. Maybe that actually came back to haunt him.
I just want to follow up from that too, yeah, because I was gonna say like I was talking about like the Elsa, like Mello just getting away while like Daze and Cap is just harassing your backline makes you wonder. Okay, well we put so much focus on making sure the strategist can't find that foundation. We're talking about a strat line that has a lot of flexibility, which is what we've always seen from Valentina and Forky Dog too individually. We highlighted them for a reason, and you could try to focus them, but guess what? Then you have to look on the other side of the problem, and with Mello literally going down one time, the survivability was there for Mello to just get away with harassing them with so much damage. Literally from the very beginning of that second round, we saw that opening from Mello.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and if you just look at too, just a lot of that comp in general with the Loki and the option to really copy the Mantis, it just felt all like reactionary. And I just, man, right now in this dive heavy and thriving meta, it did not feel like from the moment this kind of started. You know, we've seen what Amazing does on Mantis, and I think he does play a great Mantis, but that role has to be very heavy in the DPS, you know, department.
Do most pros have coaches, or is everything self-taught? A lot of the pros have coaches on the team, yes, but
But
they're
Vanguard
relatively
also
still
just went
really
down
good players.
Quickly, right? So like in that scenario,
there are coaches
like,
on
the three
teams.
strategists will be competing for that heal, and now with the changes to the ult, like ults will not come online quick enough, so it kind of just like snowballed out of their favor, if you will. Meanwhile, Swamp Gaming just looking really clean. Let's see if they can translate that onto our second map.
Yeah. We're going to be moving on to Midtown here, Cozy, and now as we move on to Convoy, I want to follow up from Soe's point because she makes a great point. It's true. We didn't get to see those strat ultimates online quick enough from Sentinels, and it goes back to what we were talking about before. You have the ultimate charger.
You didn't answer me. Are matches impacting your tier list rankings by any chance?
Across three
no.
different strategists
I try to do my tier list with all the ranks in mind, not just pro play.
Sure. I feel like
if I give you guys a tier list based on my rank and you guys are like 5 ranks lower than me, it's not really going to matter, right? I try to give you guys like
let's go to throw that. Let's go and tuck that
all
one
ranks
away for now and try to swap things up because I know what Rye can play,
no,
the ability he brings in the duelist
in
position.
lower ranks.
And so right
you can
now,
get a lot. You can get away with playing off meta heroes because it's low rank.
Your identity there with a quick triple strat and go back to the traditional 2-2-2, especially at the helm of what Crimso's going to bring. Ban-wise, want to ask you both of y'all, I mean, do you feel like there's priority of one particular ban? Because, I mean, there's a lot to chew off of. Just they won in many ways, I felt like.
I would say don't let the devil out.
Yeah, I don't... It's difficult, right? Like, when the whole game plan falls apart, then, like, what really... Like, can you really focus on what your opposition did? Or should you just, like, kind of focus on your own game plan and what you want to play? I think the Scatter Genji Vanpool was incredible, dominating. Like I'd probably take that out of the mix.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think the Mantis ban is fine, you know, for sure. That's the game to play. And there's always, you know, when you let something in, there's going to be another strategy with it, but then test that against them. See if they can then bring that Mantis lineup, but at least get rid of the Deadpool Vanguard is what I would like to see, at least in this next hit. Obviously, the Gambit being, you know, left on the table on one end. Elsa being picked, then banned right away. Maybe they swap that up and try to, ban the Elsa to start as well, because they had so many different ways to beat you, and giving that Elsa available is just another. I mean, we just saw it just won by itself at the end of that overtime.
Jay, is tomorrow going to have another extra pair of drops? Yes, there are 2 drops going on right now. You have the Gambit, and you also have the Wanda.
I'm not too sure how that's going to work.
And there will be, yes, if you type ! drops, I have 2 links. It shows you all the information.
Was there, despite them not running the triple strategist.
And by the way, Danilo, appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend.
Match point for Swamp Gaming.
Appreciate it.
Can they bring it home? Let's find out.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, will we get our first 2-1 of the day? 1-1.
Ooh,
we gotta start there.
Okay.
We find out in Midtown.
Sentinels is banning
Convoy. Right away, Elsa
Gambit and
banned
saving
Gambit to follow, so we can expect more of the same. They did swap how the first protect happens. So this next ban coming out from Swamp Gaming is going to be to the Loki, which we obviously saw Flamay play as best as they could on that last hit there. Elsa going to be saved yet again. Don't blame them on that front. This is where you want to see, in my opinion, the tank pool ban. If they go with Mantis again, they're going to stick with their game plan, is what it tells me. And they're deciding. They're talking right now, Vic.
Seeing what they could roll out with, because I always see Sentinels, Cozy, and I'm always assuming that it's going to be like the triple strategist lineup that they're going to roll out with. It's almost guaranteed looking at the they see it, and they do. They heard us through the grapevine. They knew already. They took the notes. They take out the Van pool off the table. It was a huge problem. Love how Soe was able to call that out too, because Scatter, he went down like 3 times being on the
Let's
tank
see.
pool,
I want to see what Sentinels is banning. They are banning Gambit. They are banning Loki. They banned Tank Deadpool, which is smart. I agree with that.
Slows them down a bit.
Ooh, Swamp Gaming is going to have the Elsa and the Daredevil again.
Whole arsenal of the dive Vanguards ready.
Yo, Dino Bob, appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
Potentially, we'll see if that's what they end up going with.
And now they're gonna they're not gonna ban Luna. Venom would be a okay ban, yeah.
White Fox ended up being played just well.
They banned Venom.
All right, this is what they dive is their identity right now. Vicky, get rid of one of the other big Vanguard threats.
Noting too, like what Sentinels is expecting Swamp Gaming to roll out with because of the flexibility that the Vanguards
love your streams, Jay. You're the most entertaining streamer I know. I wish I could subscribe and support you better. Unfortunately, the finances are tight right now. Bro, never feel sorry about not subscribing, bro.
They protect the rogue, which means we get
Listen, I will be streaming for years to come. So if you are still watching me and you want to support me, you can support that way. But just being in stream, chatting, watching YouTube videos, liking tweets, there's a lot of different ways you can show support to a streamer other than just subbing to someone.
I've not got to see
so if someone
play the Vanguard much.
If someone guilt trips you to like subbing or something, I don't know. That's fucked up.
But fun to now see him go from strategist to Vanguard, Vicky.
Oh, Slushy, you're too nice. I appreciate the massive gifted sub to Shadow.
Ditto that could slot in. Crimzo just lingering to see what he's gonna really play out with, because if you do want to go
too nice.
You saw they protected Daredevil. They have to stop Daze from being able to have these pop-up opportunities. And since they didn't ban out the Daredevil, you could expect a very similar case to what we saw from game number 1. Daze rolling out here on the Daredevil. Valentina showing that flexibility that you mentioned.
I'm not one of those streamers that are going to be like, $5. Have you guys seen that clip? $5.
That's going to give them a bit more.
If you guys can't get $5, you shouldn't even be watching Twitch. Sub right now, it's $5.
On the Sentinel side, so funny to see the evolution of meta, right? Used to be a lot of triple Vanguard holds on defense. Now we've got the offense approach coming.
Buy my cookies or you're broke.
Trickster, and the gates open up, Vicky. Let's see what we can do on offense here if your Sentinels to respond.
Yeah, because you know what? You don't even just have the married couple team up. You've got the extra damage with the team up onto Magneto. You love to see it because it's the win condition that Sentinels are going to lean into. Showcasing that they don't need to be the ones on that triple strat lineup. You talked about seeing more from Amazing, being able to have that flexibility on that Vanguard now. As Kurova's trying to get isolated here, Crimzo's going to be able to back them up, putting down these walls, but they have to look behind them to make sure that their backline isn't getting dove.
All right, now good rotation, get pressure early on. Really marching this cart right down the street here. Crazy Man going to be up top trying to get a dive down. Ooh, nice little bluff there on where he's going to dive. Goes in on Kurova. Amazing is low and is going to get out to the Rogue. I can't feel you is what Gambit is saying on the other side of things. You're going to find the best of Crazy Man, and that's a huge pick on the sustain now, pushing forward. Crimzo, 67 and climbing. Look for that Raging Royal as well with Kurova. Everyone doing a good job just staying alive here with their rotations, Vic.
it's been very neutral here, right? You're playing the neutral to see who can boost up those ultimates, and it is Flamay who does have that invisible boundary first, but Forky Dog is right behind him. Look for Mello, though, and to Mello seeing everybody
Oh my God.
inside that room is the green light.
Oh
to take
my
control
God,
over
bro.
the fight and
Oh,
wipe out
at
Sentinels
this
completely.
point, just ban fucking Elsa and let them keep Gambit. At this point, chat, you gotta try something differently, man. Ban Elsa, let them have Gambit. I think at this...
Now we've got the Ninetales ready to, pun intended, Ninetales ready to come out here in a moment from Valentina. See if Kurova's going to let them rage now. I think they're going to use this as a defensive approach. Look for this 2 to be pressed any minute now, and there it is. Here we go. Kurova throwing in with Crimzo. They throw everything out at once. Scatter goes for the... Okay.
I thought that looked like a J3
from the
eye of Agamotto. I was about to say.
And guess what? The Beal was right there to help out. At least one of the backliners being Kurova. Flamay did go down a little bit earlier after that. Agamotto that we saw. And Valentina is showing who's got the claws.
Ooh, good shit by Ryan Amazing. Hey, good. He almost got the mega, but good shit.
Right forward, and Scatter goes down as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a reset as the staggers do come out. They were stalling for as long as possible on this point.
I hate Captain America, bro. All you do is see Captain America in your back line, holding the point down, just jumping. They don't do anything. They don't punch you. They just jump with their shield, blocking damage. Just stall the point. It's a good play by him, but it's so annoying.
Gonna lead the charge right into the Infinity Ward once again.
I mean, to be honest with you, stall simulator lane gameplay, it's not lane. The objective of the game is to push the cart and to stop the cart. He's doing a great job. It's just very annoying.
They're trying to boot them out from going down the middle, but they really need to get that follow-up because now Daze is letting the devil out and you don't have a reset.
It doesn't matter if you go 50 kills and 2 deaths, chat. If you don't move the cart as far as they did, you lose. It's an objective-based game.
Takes advantage, and now
also, we don't see a lot of Strange in this game, but we're seeing Scatter Genji kind of pop off.
Scatter with the pop of the AoE of the Maelstrom. That was sick. All right, now Kurova back close to the Raging Royal. They don't have much to push forward, and Swamp did use a lot here. So if you're Sentinels, you should be able to win this with the 30 seconds with what is available. Kurova has it now. Press the Q if the ult tracking's ready. Remember, Armor did a lot of that for the team in the past. How well they at it now. So I'm going to go to keep them up, and there it is. Summoned up, ready to go for Habit. Pushed in and healthy.
I feel so bad for my boy Kurova, chat, and Ryan Amazing, and Crimzo, and everyone, bro. This is
They're
tough.
looking behind him, though. The Eye of Agamotto comes in. He tries to isolate Kurova. Doesn't land its mark. So it's just like you said, Cozy. A matter of time.
Ooh, wow. Good invisible to say. That guy was 1 HP. There's no way, dude.
To the ult, but gets clobbered immediately. The protection is just what they had. Swamp Gaming.
Good ult, yeah. Good protection, chat. Always love good protection.
If they can find Flamay in the back, and they do, they break down the invisible boundary, and that's the win condition now off the table.
That deletes the invisible boundary just like that. All three, they try to get what
that's something that you rarely see. Oh wow, they won that team fight too. Wow, bro. Wow.
From Swamp Gaming. Yeah, you said it. I mean, Valentina.
Wow, full hold by Swamp Gaming, bro. Oh my god.
And could not finish. Now, this is a map that we do see some .1.
Hey,
so
I just want to say,
at this point,
when your teammates don't play for their own stats and they ult, like your thing ults 2 people that are about to kill you, and he saves you. That's fucking. That's teamwork, chat. That's teamwork. But sadly, they couldn't cap first point.
The Kumiho has been unleashed, and
you okay?
Flexibility from Valentina.
I thought I heard something.
Seeing the way that they had so much impact off
that's
the
cute.
Apex Predator, Glartrox was eating double after that round.
Yeah, again, I mean, this
you got Boba's attention. He's coming.
Sometimes
Bye,
like
Boba.
unconventional stuff, right? With them being the leaders of the kind of triple res comp back in the day. Now you've got Amazing on Rogue, and this is the gameplay. Once you go in through the pick ban phase and Gambit gets through, like this is what they're going to stick with.
Okay, chat, it's fine.
For a little bit there, but
full holding is very common on this map.
Counters that came, but
let's see what happens.
It's crazy. I mean, to watch. This is a lot of fun.
And I think it's also a really
Sentinels
big,
is running the 3
showcase the
tanks
flexibility
and the
and the
2
importance of the
supports
it's always
with
important,
a
but specifically when it
solo
comes to the Vanguards in this
DPS
current meta,
Phoenix.
I don't really see a lot of the Americas running the fastball special, but if there is a team that has been doing it consistently in scrims, it's been Swamp Gaming, and they're rolling out with it, fully expecting to see Crimzo and the Emma, but how is that going to work out?
Wait, what
They
the
get
heck?
choke
There was
slammed here,
the
and they're
doors
looking to see if
open
they
and then
can
the
knock
doors
somebody
open
out
again.
there, but if anything, they could also make a quick
Someone's
swap
on the
if
delay.
They don't see the composition that they were expecting from Sentinels.
Yeah, Daze has evolved as a player a lot. I always thought of him as a Wolverine, as we continue to say, was a sub way long ago for Nemesis, and proved to get that starting spot. And boy, has he deserved it now, as Dogman is going to find a connection as Mother takes down the Gamma God. Continued to push forward. There's
Did he
the
just
Wolverine.
call
They wanna
Emma
continue to
Mother?
face. I do like this defensive setup
Okay.
they've got. It's going to work for them a bit better on this side than the offensive side. But there's just so many ults to watch out for early. Mello at 42%. Blartrox is hungry and waiting, building up slowly. There's the punch, down goes Daze, and that second life passive to follow. It's a good opening start from Sentinels, Vic.
Definitely agree here too, because you see a lot of that damage output. If no one's going to take care of Dogman, who has so
both
much
teams are
of that
running
being
thing. It's
charged up
actually
as it
really
gets
funny
reset
just seeing
with,
2 things
Swamp
smack each
Gaming
other.
now
Okay.
resetting themselves. They need to have a lot more.
You guys know what I mean.
So that way
Like
they do
Marvel
not burn
Rivals.
down through what Swamp Gaming are lingering on. So you see Forky Dog open up the floor.
They were just
though, the
smacking each other
DDR
for like
calls
10
it
seconds right there.
And Flameta
They
maxed
were
out
just
with the
not doing
invisible
anything.
boundary. Invisible boundary not lasting very long though before they try to back away, counting down the time.
Shut up,
left
chat.
for
Stop
the
being
Luna
dirty,
ultimate,
bro.
where
You know what I
Blaze
mean?
takes the opportunity to
Both
try to close the gap.
things were at the corner just smacking each other.
Their advantage shortly off the cooldown. Now quickly with the diving and try to find the best value they can. 2 minutes, 31 seconds. There goes a couple as Crimzo.
Uh-oh. Hey, Sentinels is having a good hold.
On the ultimate side.
Sentinels is having a good hold.
Has the ult there. They've used a lot to kind of get this position, but they haven't even touched this card, Vic.
Really hasn't moved much. Around a few inches here from the starting point of those
A few inches is a lot.
So trying to get something. He finds the Emma. If it's up from the traditional kidnap, he found the ultimate here. Forky Dog follows up to find that Emma. No sign of seduction in this fight. Whereas Swamp Gaming, they have everything. It's clobbering time. Finds the isolation onto Luna. Valentina!
Oh,
sharpening up her
shit.
claws alongside Daze here too on the Wolverine. I mean, the kitties really are coming out.
The Fox with the 3-piece just like that. Pretty buff as well. This is what... Listen, Nemesis signed... We're going to echo this. They signed these 2 strategists to go on with their team, right? Not Nemesis. Swamp Gaming, former Nemesis, got these 2 additional strategists. And we are seeing that...
Bro, this is looking bad. This is looking bad. Sentinels needs to win this. This is bad. This is bad. They have to get through the portal. If they don't get through the portal, they're going to fucking lose, chat. They're going to lose if they don't get through the portal. GG's. It's over.
Does have that invisible boundary, but someone's
Swamp
got to
Gaming won.
recontest right now.
GG's.
They're about to push it over to the finish line. No, Kurama being the only one there. Can't get there in time. Swamp Gaming dominating his first series here against Sentinels in this first day.
We said we were going to find out a lot about the America scene, and this is exactly why. What an absolute performance in showing from Swamp Gaming. Led
That is fucking crazy.
In
What do you mean the J3 curse is real? I told you guys to vote on fucking Swamp Gaming, and you guys all put your money on Sentinels. Why don't you listen to me? Have I ever lied to you guys?
Can we talk about like 27.6K? Yes, Flamay did the same thing as well.
You guys
but
put
the
all
damage
your
output being
money.
very spread out within Swamp Gaming specifically.
$4.3 million.
Only went down
4.3. Why?
They focus so hard on banning out the Van pool. That
You know what,
now
chat?
you have to
5 gifted
consider
subs
just
right
the
now, and I'll give it all back to you guys on
flexibility
Sentinels.
that
5.
this
No,
Vanguard
don't do that.
lineup
Don't do that.
of
Don't do that.
Swamp
Don't do that. Don't do that. Swamp
Gaming
Gaming wins.
Flamay was doing amazing too. I mean, you have 27.8K healing on the board, but it's really difficult when it comes to trying to play out maybe a different competition that you're not really used to going into against Swamp
Michael
Gaming,
with
who
the
were
5
expecting
gifted. Hey,
maybe
brother.
they're not gonna run out with a
You got a
triple
good team.
strategist lineup. They felt way more confident in the
Look at the
double
stats, chat.
strategist
Look at the
lineup
stats.
instead.
Got a good team, man.
I just didn't like the team comps from Sentinels. I mean, it's pretty as easy as that. I mean, both sides, on both, like, I kind of just had that, okay, you know, kind of question mark, like, both times. From when they were
and they won with White Fox, chat, in pro play. And this is without the White Fox buffs, just as a heads up. They are playing on Season 7 patch, but they're not playing on the Season 7 patch that just happened yesterday, chat. So this is without the White Fox buffs. So, hey.
Dreamland last year, they qualified from the MRC and then did very well into Stage 2. it's cool to see her and Forky Dog come together with
Hey,
this
good shit,
team
Michael.
of
Though
four
appreciate the
and
massive
really
5 minutes,
make
my
a
friend.
strong
Absolutely
statement.
insane.
And having a really crazy pop-off opportunity there too, right? We saw the dive down
Dude.
from the Wolverine ult. Valentina said Kitty got claws.
Hey,
she
and
not
they
only
said it,
rolled
chat.
right
They
on
said
top of
it.
them,
They
but
said
was able to try
that
to harass
apparently
them, getting,
Swamp
like, 2 to 3
Gaming
hit
has
kills at the
not
very
lost
end.
a
Chef's kiss
scrim
performance from Swamp Gaming, and I think Cozy, that's a really good
this
contributing factor to
patch.
that upper half.
And
of
I'm
that
just
group
saying,
of NA
scrims
teams,
don't.
and then you
Scrims are
take a look
different than your
solely
actual
at the
matches,
different
but that's
pick and
crazy.
bans. I want
crazy.
to like parrot what Cozy said, because I feel like aside from the different comps that we saw, I also wasn't the biggest fan, aside from the tank pool being banned out, of like the pick and ban phase 2 from Sentinels.
Scrim, you
I
need
wonder
Matt.
if they just,
Yeah,
like,
no, you guys
kinda had the
scrim.
wrong
You guys
beats.
haven't lost
Like, it
a
just seemed
single
like they weren't-
scrim.
Like, it didn't really match up with what
You guys
we
haven't
know
lost-
the
you guys haven't
opposition
lost
can
a single
play,
map?
because they do have so much flexibility. So maybe the focus was just on the wrong thing here. And I also just want to talk about Valentina again. Imagine doing all of that with the White Fox, and we're not even playing on the recent patch, right? It's like,
Yeah.
this is gonna be scary looking ahead.
When I think Valentina, I always thought Invisible Woman too. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, Valentina and Invis go together. Like, I mean, come on, Vic, that's like what we saw so much from her as a
Swamp
player. but
Gaming
just to
got
have that
main villain
flexibility
vibes.
just shown to the highest level, and honestly, across the board, what I've seen, this team that we've been together now for stage after stage. Vicky, I don't know about you, but it just feels like they are way more than one-dimensional. And Sentinels, I felt like this a little bit last year too. They go in with a game plan, and it's almost like they stick to it. Like, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, it's not the current.
for
It's not.
this
It's not the
matchup,
current
and
White
you
Fox
have to be
box
able to
chat.
adjust on the
It's
fly.
season
But
7, but
that's
not the
very
patch that happened on Thursday, which was
I agree.
yesterday.
Yeah, because you're
It's
literally
not the.
have such limited time
It's
to
not
make those
the
adjustments, but I feel like it's very telegraphed, kind of like
Deadpool,
that black and white
Elsa,
that we were talking about before, where you know what to expect.
White Fox changes.
And teams are already doing their research, getting ready for their first series into the season. I also feel like just taking a look at the different pieces that have made their way onto Swamp Gaming, picking up some of the players that weren't in part of the core previous rosters that we have seen a lot of these players on before, became that foundation. I think we highlighted it perfectly. The strategists really
Hey, Michael's
helped
good.
showcase
Say good
not only
shit
the
to your team for me, bro.
flexibility, but
That's
look how worried
they showed up
Words
today.
have
They showed up
focused so
today. I
hard
don't know
on
what
that
you're
first
feeding
game
them.
onto the strategist
That was
only
some
with
good
4
shit.
bans onto strats.
Yeah, I'd feel so flattered if I were that background.
Hey,
I'd be
appreciate
like,
Lucky.
"Stop it."
Appreciate it.
But yeah, I mean, rightfully so, right? If you even just looking at the very end there on that score card, like the sustainability for Swamp Gaming was kind of insane. Like they just would not crumble. They cannot die. They were so slippery. Like this composition works out so well for them. Like entirely their look, their style works out so well for them. Whereas for Sen, as you guys already said, like they do need to add a few more pages to the strap book.
Yeah, Craze evolved as well, Vic. I mean, Craze Man was going off there. I mean, as a cap at first. I mean, we saw some Hulk in the past, but not a lot of cap from them, so it was cool to see. And listen, Melophobia was a lot of that anchor for this team. I think even going back, like way back, hella plays. I remember, you know, clearing my head from stage 1. And to give that team the ticket of Elsa, Daredevil, it just felt like you got maybe the comp that you wanted on your side, but you gave them every little ticket they needed to have not only their, you know, probably their dream lineup, but a meta one as well.
Yeah, bro, Sentinels is not embarrassing. It was their first match. It's the preseason, chat.
I think it's,
this isn't even the normal season. We're not even talking about playoffs. Playoffs. Don't talk about play. We're talking about the preseason.
Make sure you
come on, chat. They have a lot of room to grow. It was only the first match. Next time they could play, they could probably stomp.
Yeah,
come on,
we
chat.
do have Melo joining us for a quick chat now as well. After that dominant performance, Melo. Whoa, hi, surprise!
Oh my God!
Sorry, you surprised me.
For a quick chat.
Oh, Annie has a good mic. Look at that hair, though.
That's how we roll. Melo, you guys surprised us as well. This was
jealous.
so dominant. We kind of hoped for a closer series. Did you expect such a one-sided outcome?
No, not really. They don't look that good. I'm not gonna lie. We were very confident. We're very confident with the new backline and the changes that we made, and just how scrims have been going.
Shots fired.
That I won't say that we have it on lock, the group, our group, but it's going to be hard for other teams to play against us, I think.
For sure. Hey, Melophobia, we've been watching you guys for a while. It's always been fun to watch you. It's now been nearly a year of watching y'all do what you do great. Talk to me about the new additions on the strategist, right? And bringing that to your, you know, kind of core 4, if you will. And I'm seeing a couple guys in the back. Are you guys all together as a team there in person? But how is this team kind of gelling now? And what makes this team now different than those of the past of stage 1 and 2?
So obviously we had a change in backline. Forky Dog and Val. They've been really, really good, consistent additions and changes. Can you guys not? I'm sorry about them. They're a little rowdy. But no, Forky Dog and Val. I mean, we think that they're the best supports. I don't think we would give them up for anyone actually. Even the people that say are better, like Cyper or Cooper, would rather have Val.
Oh,
the chemistry that we have.
Chat, I would never give you guys up.
We are living in a team house thanks to Swap Gaming.
Hell yeah.
I love that shout out. I mean, you guys are literally like not only gripped up together, you guys are building your synergy in real life. We know how like amazing your backline is. Valentino is like permanently is always like #1 on ladder. Is something else to highlight. Like you looking forward though, I think day number 2, you guys saw a different look in our first series. Cafe Rose beating out on FlyQuest. You guys have to face off against them in day number 2. You already said you guys are feeling confident. I mean, if you take a look at the pick and ban phase, the real question here is, how do you feel how teams are just focusing on your backline? I mean, is that kind of like a compliment to you guys? Are you just able to get away from not getting Elsa in jail and the fact that you guys
these guys are ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, I think we so going into the match, we didn't think that we would get Elsa. We thought they would Gambit first ban, or I mean Elsa first ban. I'm sorry, but they gave us Elsa and DD, which we were very confused about. We didn't think we would get both. I don't think teams should give us both. I think that's just like an instant loss for them. Because I'm very confident. I think I'm the best Elsa in the world. I think I can confidently say that. At least NNA. And Danny's definitely, or Days, sorry, is definitely the best DD in NA. Probably the world. So giving us both just to focus on our backline, which our backline is not one tricks. They can play like any backline ever. So it's really, really confusing. But I mean, it worked out for us and didn't work out for them. So
hey, that's good confidence, show. Chat, it's not a show with ego.
When you're such
not
a
ego, bro.
roster,
Confidence is
them out,
really good to
them.
have.
So Mello, we hope you guys continue in that trajectory.
Like, I think I'm the tallest streamer in the world.
We wish you and the team
I
best
know
of
that
luck
I'm the
tomorrow.
tallest streamer in the world.
thank you.
I can say that with a fact.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Great
Wow,
to hear
that's some
from
confidence, Zoe.
Metaphobia. Yeah, right. Man, I love just the vibes, like in that interview that people are coming in and out. Like it's giving.
Yeah,
frat house,
Swamp Gaming
it's
looks like they have a good
like,
team though.
fam,
Everyone had
bonding,
messing
it's
around,
giving
going behind him,
synergy.
putting
I
bunny
love that.
ears on him. They seem like they have a good team.
Listen, I always love seeing the personalities, especially in a newer esport, right? As we're continuing to birth past year 1 into year 2, it's like you're seeing a lot of these players and pros now in the limelight for the first time, or just finding their way in their personalities, which I think is what makes esports great. And so we're seeing that against shout out to Swamp Gaming for getting them all together. I think there's definitely power in having your team going out.
Yeah, it makes such a difference. Honestly,
How many
to
more
just be
NA
there in
games?
person,
2
not
more
just
NA
to,
games. We
vibe
have
and,
really good
kind
games
of that
actually.
team bonding
We have
experience, but also in order to give
Team
feedback face-to-face
Liquid
right
Citadel
away. Like, no
against
one can, like,
Lunex.
just retreat and like
And then
go off to
100
their,
Thieves
their
against
own thing. Like, they're there
NRG, which I
together
think is going to be a
working
great
on,
game.
making
The
it work
last
on the
game is
server.
going to be a
Now,
great game
we
as
are,
well.
of course,
I don't.
not
Does
done
anyone
for
know
the
what
day.
place
No, there's more
Lunex
matches to go.
placed
The
in
next
MRC
one
to make
is
it
gonna be
into
Liquid Citadel and the Lunex
MRI
gaming. You don't wanna miss it.
preseason?
All of that.
Anyone know?
This.
Wait! Spider Lucas said, if Sentinels don't win, it's crazy. If they lose, I'll put my underwear over my head. Yo! Lucas! You haven't sent a message since 7:49 p.m. Lucas, where are you? You know what? You don't have to talk, because I will find you. He's not here. That son of a bitch, bro. He fucking left, chat. He fucking left. Lucas! Oh, it's Spider? No, he's not there. Lucas. He's not. Hey, I want underwear on the head action. He fucking left, chat. He left. Yes, I did watch the EMEA. We're on an 11-hour stream right now, and I'm having a great time. I don't know about you guys, but yo, appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you guys supporting the stream. Anytime there's watch parties, anytime there's drops, I will be live for you guys. I appreciate you guys being here, chat. I love you guys. Thank you for shooting the shit with me and you know, watching the co-stream with me. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Don't feel... make some friends in stream. Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Love you guys. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom, though. I really gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta be right back.
Behold, that child! Survive this!
Here's the preseason teams. If you don't know who is playing, and they obviously are separated into groups. Quickly, I'll go to give you guys the rundown on America. Shiv, I'll give you halfway through here, but obviously 100 Thieves is probably the most returning team as far as members go across the board. Obviously, have a big departure in Terra going over to Navi, but Self is more than adequate to fill that spot, in my opinion, in a different way that I think could be healthy for the team. FlyQuest, they just announced their roster, fellas. I mean, the biggest change in a team, right? So definitely FlyQuest looking much different, and most of them is to the team to the right of them in Liquid. This team is stacked. We'll get across to that, but definitely some of the more talented folks you know from FlyQuest over there with their main vest staying with Fly. And then, you know, looking at Sentinels, I'm going to go just straight down. Looking at Sentinels and what they bring, this is obviously a team that's been in here since the beginning, and they brought the party back. Armore's not there anymore, but Crimzo, Karova, Rymazing, that kind of duo or triple is all together. There's just a different dynamic for that team. It's going to be interesting to see how they come together. Shiv, you want to talk about a few here?
Yeah, so I mean, we'll jump out to that. I mean, Space Station Gaming. I mean, this is a team that, you know, obviously new to what we can see here in Ignite, but it's a lot of names, you know, Blur, Doom, Fidel, Month. You've seen, obviously, speaking of Envy, talking about shipping them around a little bit. Nectar, they are disgusting, right? As a duelist, really play virtually everything. And then SJW, who's actually going to be a sub, a very similar duelist that we've seen across the board. So this team, it just has a lot of talent, but we have literally no idea how they play together. And I think that's going to be the big shock surprise. TSM, a brand new roster coming in, but we've seen these names together as a unit prior, right? So you've got Bedtime Story, Gale, Gilbert, Guru, Pizza Demon. All these guys have played together hit scan fashion for a very long time. And some of them are at the top of ladder right now. But this is not necessarily, in my opinion, their meta. They're more of a hit scan team. So I do want to see how they play here in Ignite as we move forward. They could be disgusting. Nightmare, obviously, this is a team with Light. Light was on old school FlyQuest. Mace, who we've seen on teams in past, running comms, a very good comm leader. Monster, one of the strongest Hulks I've seen, but now definitely plays some of that Vanguard pool. You've got Vision, who is, you know, a dirty DPS, plays a lot of Namor, but now, you know, just that hit scan side is always available. And Smash as a substitute, who was on Dark Zero, one of the few controller duelists. It's something that I think is more of a unique selection, especially at the top level, but being able to do that, I have no idea how.
Who, Boba was looking for me in the bathroom?
Duelist on controller. So
sorry, I was fighting demons.
There
I was literally Daredevil in there. Oh shit, is my mic on? Oh, hey guys.
So I do think they have some potential, which you know, just in comparison to a team like TSM, I think it's more different for them, right?
My bad. I thought my mic was muted. Hey, how you guys doing today?
A little bit of a nemesis from last year, but we have new strategists.
Oh,
be a big upgrade for this team.
Where did you get your chair? My old org gave it to me. I don't recommend it. It's my old org. It's a good chair. I'm pretty sure it's in my. You check underneath my bio. It's ! chair or something.
Lunex will have a lot to prove, but it's Marvel rivals and anything can happen. And yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost is looking like a team that even though they qualified from the MRC, they are dive heavy and look out for them. So there's your quick recap of all the teams.
Sorry about that, chat.
Preseason.
Also, guys. You guys enjoying Season 7? Ultimate changes? I'm enjoying it. I think Marvel Rivals is going in a good direction. I think the Ultimate changes were the best thing. 3 bans. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I think now since they did the Ultimate change, they had to do individual characters now. And like, or oh yeah, you guys want to bet? My bad. What's next? My bad. Sorry, I was in the bathroom. Listen, it's the first time I had a go number. Yeah, you know what? Anyways, next game here is Team Liquid. You know what? Oh, Team Liquid Citadel, right? And then here you have Loon X. Start your prediction, chat. I don't know who's on which team here. This is all you guys. Good luck, have fun. Yeah. And if you guys want to do me a favor, make sure to click on both Twitch and YouTube. You guys, there's a pinned message, chat. Season 7 live now. Definitely check it out. A lot of fun. Hope you guys are enjoying it.
Protect your bald king.
Welcome back, friends. This is
Rose,
the
penultimate series of our opening day
Absolutely
here
insane. In the Americas.
We're about, if you don't want to bet just yet, hold off on it. You have 10 minutes. You're going to see who's on what team as well.
And I can't wait to get into this one. I think Liquid Citadel and Lunex Gaming might be a one-sided affair, but I think we can all agree that we're just excited to see Liquid Citadel in action after they've been like praised so highly. I mean, they kind of assembled like an America's Avengers team.
Yeah, listen, you heard March Madness. It's Marvel Madness right now. I mean, we've had big upsets already happen here, and I feel like...
Do your homework. One of the homeworks are clicking on that pinned message.
Thought out, but anything can happen at this point. For me, especially with Liquid, listen, I'm going to say it spade to spade. EMEA, they've won the last 2 lands, right? And this feels like one of those teams, like,
I don't think I have any EU viewers that are awake right now, but EMEA has, the EU has done, they won two LAN events, chat. NA has 0.
So for me, you know, I just casted so much Lunex with you, so I don't.
Wait, you guys are EU and still awake? God damn! Yo, massive love.
Bring to the table.
Massive
Liquid
love.
Citadel,
It's
I
like
mean,
4
this is gonna
a.m.
be
for you
fun to
guys, probably.
see
Goddamn.
everyone come together.
Yes, and if people were wondering, you know, who is Team Liquid Citadel? Well, guys, let me introduce
Jesus
you to
Christ,
a
appreciate
huge
you. Hey,
titan
yo,
of a
massive
team,
love to the
because they've also
EU
brought
and
in Polly, who
all
was
over
formerly
the
part of
world
Citadel,
viewers, man. You guys are
Sparky
insane.
Energy,
So
Speedery,
Liquid
Nero,
Citadel
they're all names
has Polly,
that
Spark
we've
Chief,
seen for
Energy,
so long now,
Speedery,
Cozy.
Nero,
And Gator's also
Cooper,
coming
and
back
That's a
into
fucking
fruition
strong
as the
team.
coach for this team. He found a
Holy
home after
shit,
Envy
that is a
beating him
really
when
strong
Thanos
team.
snapped,
Okay.
But now being able to find his own
Okay,
home
I would
here
put
in
my
Team
money
Liquid
on
Citadel.
Liquid Citadel. I don't know who's on
It's gonna be
Lunex
such a
though,
great
but this
resource, honestly,
team,
for Polly and Spark Chief.
this
Like,
team-
they have similar hero pools, but now
this
they also
team-
have the guidance of Coach Gator, who has
This is a
years
team.
and years and years of competitive experience in that particular role.
Wait, does Liquid
I'm
have
saying,
Coach
if I could
Gator?
draft a team myself, I would almost come up with this exact team. Like, that's how stacked they are across each role. I mean, Paulie's one of my favorite vanguards across the game. Speedery from the Envy side and Nero were, in my opinion, like the two strongest players there to put them
Wait,
over on
chat,
this
does
team
anyone
with
know who
Energy
the
and
coach
Cooper.
is for
Fly's
Team
strongest members
Citadel?
is
Was
Spark
it,
Chief as
did they say
well.
Coach
And then you
Gator?
have the family dynamic with Paulie and Pokey. Pokey there, you know, coming in when needed. I mean, it's such a fun team put together as
Oh,
one.
it is
And
Gator.
yeah,
Oh, that's a
Gator,
good pickup.
I mean, he's been with
That's a good pickup.
Speedery,
I'm
Nero
glad that Gator
before
went somewhere
and
other than
knows how to coach teams at
because
the highest
Envy's
level.
not in the tournament anymore.
You literally get like FlyQuest, and then you get Envy, and then you find homes for both these teams, and this is how what you created, right? And then you look at the other side, and Cozy, you were just talking about it. We saw Lunex just the other week, a team that made it over to the grand finals, trying to figure out their own footing. Has there been enough
Speak
time
of
though
the
in this
devil!
meta to then rework what they had to do? Because
Citadel
that was a 24
with
minute
the
or so,
5
final
gifted
game that they
subs.
do not want to
Hey,
repeat.
there's
against the titan
no
of the
way
team.
Citadel's here, bro. That's crazy.
Listen, like they are the heavy
W,
underdog in this
W, I
matchup,
appreciate it, I appreciate it.
absolutely. But albeit
Means a lot. It means a lot. Appreciate it. Yo, W. I didn't even.
Already, right?
What a crazy
So last year, spread
what
through
crazy
America's Stage
timing,
1 and
dude.
2. They were all over the place. They did gain experience.
For sure. I mean, you just said it perfectly. It's like a team made of duos. You have two coming from YFP. You have two coming from.
Oh
Vision
shit! I
Network,
just
and
completely
those
forgot.
teams
Did they
did
show the
struggle
other
in the
team?
stages, but they have the
Who's
pro
on
experience at the
Lunex,
very
chat? Did
least.
they
Not
show
to
that?
mention, probably one of my favorite duos of as of late.
Cooper
especially in the
carried
MRC
Jay to a
world,
win
was
in Boger
Iffy
Bash, so
and
now we
Tones.
support
Tones
Cooper.
is a
And I
disgusting rogue.
reverse
Plays
that. Jay3
absolutely
carried
top,
Cooper.
You know, level for the Southern Brawler, and so for me at least, Vicky, I was always
Wait.
highlighting that Vanguard.
Oh, Lunex.
like,
Sorry,
they
chat. I went back a little bit. If C Tones, Redis, Tico, Logan, Silent Blaze. I don't know any of
They're
these
the heavy
players.
underdog in this matchup. Like
I feel
absolutely.
like I should know them. I think I've seen Silent Blaze before in our ranked games.
Our first domination map of our 4 series of the day.
Really interesting. I wonder how Lunex is going to approach that. I mean, we heard it
Sorry, just making sure we're not delayed.
earlier, right?
Carl,
Rose,
appreciate
like,
the massive gift
no
and sub. You're
pressure,
too
being
kind.
the
You're too
underdog,
kind.
actually
K3
the
streamer of the
perfect
year. Hey,
place
appreciate
to
it, but
be.
I don't think that would
They
ever
thrive in
happen.
those
But it means a lot. It
situations.
means a
Do you
lot.
feel like it's going to be the same for the Lunex players?
What time is it for you right now?
Listen, when
9
you have
o'clock.
nothing to lose, go out there and just have a good time.
We're
Like, if
we're almost at a
you
12-hour
said you're gonna
stream.
lose, why even show up?
Watch
Why
parties are a
show
lot
up
of fun.
because of what we just saw from Cafe Rose, right? I mean, when your back's against the wall, you have just enough support to come out swinging, and that's why I love underdog stories. Now, I said I would eat your headphones if Cafe Rose won. Well, I don't even know what to offer at this point with Liquid because they're so stacked. But Lunex, go out there, be the team that we've continued to see them to be.
All right.
And again,
Appreciate it, Citadel. Hey, good pickup. Good
especially
team,
starting
good
out
team,
dominant.
and great. I'm glad that you guys picked up
this is gonna
Coach
be
Gator. He's
another
a really good
battle
guy.
For our underdogs, a great first look at this super team. Our expectation for this team, though, are
Energy is on
extremely
Liquid
high.
now.
So that can, of course, also add
So
some
a lot
pressure
of
onto those
the-
players, Vicky.
Yeah, I agree.
lot
too,
of
'cause you talk about,
the
like players that have already had experience, they understand what it is to be
FlyQuest
under
team is over
pressure,
here.
But for this to be your first matchup, it's pretty rough, but it's also a statement maker, right? It is 2 out of 3, so you have less time to make that adaptation. But you take this here and you try to see, okay, well, where is our strength here? You were talking about the Vanguard lineup. I know Logan is also a very great strategist too. Seeing how that's going to work out with their back line against a team
Oh yeah, let's
that
see what the predictions
could really
looking like.
dismantle them with Dive being the big highlight of the
4.3
current
million on
competition.
Citadel.
And Logan actually
Almost
playing,
a
against
million
his
on
teammate,
Lunex.
Aren't he and Spark Chief and him are on Northwood University, aren't they? I believe they are.
I believe so, yeah. And you know, for me, what's cool is I feel like this team,
Oh,
the heartbeat
she's lagging.
behind Lunex, if you don't know them, I think a lot of people are familiar with the players of Liquid and like what makes that team up. Look to Redis. If Redis gets access to Elsa, like we just saw on this side of.
Did anyone watch MRC? What team did Lunex Cusp. What place did they?
Let's
There's
see
top
if the
3. What?
Titans can roll out of the gate strong, or Lunix is
Hello,
making up
I'm here from YouTube, partially here for the skin, but I do enjoy your content.
Listen,
Hey,
Vic,
welcome, my friend, welcome.
saw this with Cafe
If you guys
Rose
are
and their tickets
YouTube
to
viewers
success,
and you
they
have
have
Twitch
the
open for the
gambit,
skin,
and
you
they
guys
use the
could just
gambit to their
have
advantage because they
just
practice
mute
it,
the
and
tab, don't
whenever
mute
you've
the
got a
stream,
little
and you
bit
can
of,
go back to YouTube if you like.
you know, chaos. You might as well go all in.
Lunix
And
got
just like that,
second. They
they're not
lost to
gonna be able to with
YWL.
Bear.
Okay, thank you.
Never mind.
All right. Remember when we heard in some of our interviews, right? Like they also being that problem.
Okay, let's see this.
Lunix being on the other side will be able to protect that for themselves. Whereas Citadel will not be able to.
Let's
roll out
see
with that.
what
They banned the
Liquid
Mantis
Citadel
next because
is
they don't
cooking
wanna
up.
damage
So
these,
far, they're
Elsa
banning
to
the
just get
Gambit,
away with
and
whatever
they
she
are
can
not
get away with from
banning
high
the
ground,
Elsa.
especially since we are
So
going
far,
after
in my
Pro. So you
opinion,
have a
chat,
lot
we've
more of a
watched
high
this
to
all
low ground
day. I
disparity, a
do
lot of
think
different
Elsa
off
is a
angles.
first ban
Seeing what
instead
this
of
next protect is
a
going to be
Gambit,
the
though.
first protect
So,
for Liquid Citadel is going to
one
be
team
Gambit.
has
So that's
Gambit,
definitely the
one team
upper
is
hand
not going to
here
have
that you have
Elsa.
much more flexibility in running. If you want to do Gambit, Rogue, Magneto, what are you going to ban next? Because you kind of force the rock, paper, scissors of, okay, we see
Wait,
Gambit.
the first
Do we
place
wanna
team is
ban
called
out the Rogue or
YWL. Yeah, we
Magneto?
lost.
Or Star-Lord?
And they won.
Yeah,
That's
no,
a fucking
it's
great
point. I
name.
think Star-Lord and or Loki should be the next. Probably Loki to be the next up. It has to be the priority ban here for them, and then they can get away with Star-Lord later on.
No, you
Having
cannot
Elsa,
save the
though, I
first
said
ban,
that would
chat.
be a big ticket
You
for
cannot
them
save the first ban.
with
So if
Rubio
Elsa
that
is
they can't
banned, you
follow.
cannot
So Loki's
save
gonna be banned.
Elsa
You just
next.
Cannot
Cannot do that.
It would just be over before it started, right? You can't give double the fold against that team. So we'll see that get banned out as I'm completely out of my mind, and it goes to Rogue. Okay, well. At this point, you save Star-Lord, you save Loki. This is already interesting. Okay, it's Daredevil. I quit. This is gonna be a fun one.
The Daredevil is saved. Okay, well, remember those nerves? I'm not too sure about those because the devil has been let out way too many times within this first day of Americas as they hover over the cap. Okay, well, that means
Banning
that at
Captain
least
America.
From the other side, you still have the Gambit. It looks like maybe
Who gets the
here,
ban
rather from
first?
Liquid Citadel, they have
That's a
the Gambit
great
saved here,
question,
so they have
chat.
to use up
Usually
that
it's
one
like
ban on the road,
lower,
which means you only have
lower
so much
seed
to
or
work
higher
with before
seed
we see this last
decides.
protect
But
of
since
Lunix.
it's preseason,
No,
I
this
don't
is
know.
saying,
I
hey,
do know
we know how good
Lunix
Pauly
was
and Spark Chief are, and we have to attack
the
best
MRC
of the
team, so
best.
maybe
I mean,
Liquid
obviously,
Citadel
the
is the
cap is all there for Pauly.
higher
I always
seed?
want to see. It's like Kurova's Adam. Like I'm dying to see.
I'm not
it.
so
We never
sure
get
on
to
that.
see it. And so we're seeing a lot of target player-specific bans on that team. That's why it's a bit out of the norm. But then what you do is you open up any option for this team, and look how perfectly open the dive is. Energy on the Star-Lord with the Gambit, paired up with Speedery on the Devil, Venom in the animated glory coming from Spark Chief. It's gonna. Pauly's like the only one that probably not gonna play what he
Wait,
wants
I just
to
noticed
here, 'cause
something.
bad cap, it would be it.
Lunix didn't
That's why
ban.
he's going over to the Magneto. If they're gonna
Wait, 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 wait.
on the Gambit, Nero
Wait, wait,
people
wait, wait, wait,
wondering,
wait.
okay, do you just wanna swap
Lunix
it, and I'll be
didn't
able to
ban
take the
Gambit, and they
instead.
also didn't ban
Meaning it's this
Loki.
win
So they're
condition,
giving.
Spark Chief and Energy are going to be a huge problem.
So they're
Then you
giving
add
Liquid
in the extra
Citadel
damage that
Loki
Pauly's about to
Gambit?
do, thanks to the team up, as doesn't even look like that's what they're gonna be leaning into. I'm wondering they want to get that Strat Ultimate online very quickly, rotate through that, and they could even make the swap if they wanted to. Okay, no, that's not what we're gonna be leaning
And
into.
Cooper is
Instead,
an
we got the
insane
Loki available
Loki
with the
player.
Rage and Royal Flush double combo.
Yeah, two things to look out for you, Lunix, right? It's going to be the dive on Silent Blaze and keeping up and getting the 2-for-1 and trying to get out the res before it can happen. And then the other is going to be on Ritas and all that pressure. He's got to really bring a lot.
I went back to see what Citadel said, and Citadel said they have
today to
they
kick
have
off the day. We're in the fourth match. Gates are
Gator
open, the
and Legit
Hellfire
RC
Gala
as
getting
coaches.
ready as we
Fuck,
speak as we find ourselves
that's a
in
great
Krakoa,
coach
ladies and gentlemen.
lineup. Shit.
Here we go.
Two great coaches.
My first personal favorite maps, Cozy, as we get
That's a W.
things set up. Another diverse look at a lot of our beautiful maps. And
Oh, shit, yeah, I moved my camera. My bad. I didn't know the game
Play
started.
already from Tico to get Lunix set up first. I do like this, but Spark Chief being a little displaced notices, okay, they wanted to contest us on the bridge. Now they're already on the point with the
my bad,
aggression
Heisen, my
in terms
bad,
of
my
positioning.
bad.
You can currently see Iffy too, just lingering up on top, has a lot more of those pillars to work around.
Yeah, Cooper, one of the best strategists, if not the best in this game right now. It's so fun to watch what they can do on the hero of Loki. Now, probably going to be the first to fall. That's going to be a big pick early now to set up the success against this heavy dive that will come. Tones trying to find their first target against the energy there as Star-Lord. Logan keeping the team up and healthy from a distance. Both other strategists not getting hit at all. Safe and ready. Spark Chief goes down. And there it is. Lunix is going to get the first cap like we all expected. Like we all
chat.
wrote down.
Lunix taking the
believe how
first
everyone's predictions are looking, by the way, by the end of today.
fight.
It's also a little statement maker to open up our first day here. Logan being able to get that first pick too. Also before they were able to get that follow-up.
My bad,
Look at this
Cognito.
ultimate economy
My bad.
with Logan closer to that invisible boundary, whereas Cooper had tried to get that copy before after making that swap up. And now is sticking to that Loki and Gambit still here, looking like he's already close to 80% on that God of Mischief.
Yeah, only 20% and up, right? So they can push in quickly with this comp. Start keep going to the Groot and change some things up here. Now quickly as you have the Speedery diving in, will he have...
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the like letting a team get a Gambit. I don't know, bro. Oh, that's a big ult. That is a big ult.
And it could be Paulie finding himself out of this as the Gambit ult goes.
Oh, that's why they banned Captain America, because of
And just like
Paulie.
that, able to flip the monster on its heels, Vic.
And he double jumped all the way to the top before finding that dive onto the back line. Just a Magneto with his extra shoes really tied up. And the Eye of Agamotto comes in, finds 3. Huge. Needs the follow-up, though, as Nero has a Raging Royal Flush. Beerberg is going to be able to actually help them out from the back line, but then you have a huge anti up to Tico and Iffy. They're forced to back away. It's Logan who's the first to get called out. Lunix is trying to play this very spread out, but it is Liquid Citadel who have way more bodies
I don't know,
here.
chat,
Nice
bro. A
trades,
lot of the
but
teams
Silent
are
Place is
letting
still
like
alive.
Gambit go through, but is
fact that they have
Gambit
the point is the
the
only
people
good
who
thing
let
going for
Gambit
right
go
now for
through?
Liquid, because if they didn't
It
have
ends
the
up
point
looking
in,
bad
they
because
did all
the other
the
team has
resources they had,
Elsa,
it could
and I
be
think
really rough,
Elsa's just a
you know,
better
so they could
pick.
just have this sustain fest on. Vic, that's what gave this fight in this map a chance for them as they continue to push on now as the time ticks up. The Devils let up on Speedery. He continues to fight.
Hey, Teresa, appreciate it. Randomly stumbled across your stream while looking for a mate's channel, so glad I did. Hey, appreciate it, my friend.
Together, the point is, at this point, you know, lost. Get back together and don't let any more staggers happen, but they can't get away. Tones goes down as well, and now another.
Definitely agree, because then now you had the solid opportunity just for Liquid Citadel to increase their aggression here on the point. They're nearing 60% now as energy's coming right back around.
Wow, they actually won that fight. That looked very sloppy,
and
then like
and that Apex Predator as well as Iffy's got that Heaven's Retribution to follow up as a wombo combo.
Absolutely. Now, as they have fully reset, Cooper on the Loki is a problem. I do report absolutely putting the God in the God of Mischief here. Energy ready to throw down the in song as well, hunting the Angela in the sky as if he's trying to.
Dude, the dual Gambit ults, bro.
Goes out, the full aggression goes. He's trying to hunt and pray. Vicky, can he find one success? They're pushing him back to spawn.
A great play by Lunix by like kiting that whole ult, but sadly they lost one person there. That was a good kite. Someone's gonna have to need a touch though.
On the back end, are we gonna see a follow-up here as Energy takes to the sky with a quick reset just to make sure they see where everyone from Lunix is
Will the
coming.
losing teams today get another chance?
Now they're
Yes.
just staggering even more overtime.
Just
taken
because you
away.
lost today doesn't
Liquid
mean you're out of the
Citadel,
tournament, I believe.
Finds not one, but 2.
A little bumpy start at first, but things starting to click now. Radius is going to get energy out of here. Iffy going to fall. They do have Tico with the portal, but not going to be enough time to get things rolling for the team. Vic, yeah, I got to just say, when
Liquid Citadel came back and won that. I will say,
that's really what allowed them to keep the momentum on.
I played on a team with Cooper Tastic for the streamer
and
tournament
they
on
kept trying to
Boger
force
Bash,
it,
right?
We saw Lunix just
Cooper
keep trying to
Tastic
stagger back in and out, and
is
it
a
was
high
unfortunate.
school
You
kid,
called it, they had to reset a lot earlier
when it comes to
before
this
trying to
game,
force more of
he
these
is one of
raw
the
stagger
smartest
forces too,
fucking
when
kids
Liquid Citadel
I have
already had
ever
control
seen
of the
play
point.
this game.
And
He
listen,
is
I'm just gonna say,
so fucking smart. I don't know if you guys remember. I think I have a YouTube video on me playing in the Boger's Bash and winning. Go watch that video. That kid's brain is so fucking big.
Cooking with the Vanguard Deadpool, that's where they have a little bit of their advantage, if you will.
The kid is so smart, man. The kid is so smart.
Trucks is ready to go and roll out. But yeah, dealing. I mean, we said right away, Vicky. We were like, okay, they got to ban the Loki here.
You couldn't say that before I bet on Lunix, Jay.
Double Raging Royal Flush get them out of problems. I mean,
I don't
count at least in that last hit.
And it's like
I don't change the bets, man. Listen, I can't give you guys information before the bets. The bets are your guys' opinion.
Output too with the team up that you have to
Maddington for 6 months. Appreciate it.
Flush, by the way, seeing how Logan's gonna be able to try to survive with the invisible boundary as they may need to back away, but Silent Plays also has a good amount of that damage output with the C available. Raging Royal Flush is gonna come out first, forcing Nero to back away though, because there's another portal play to block out his entrance.
Yeah, here comes all the fuse at once. Grab cards begging for life now as dash up goes Logan. Trying to keep his team alive from the back end. And just like that, Clark's just gonna go.
Kiddos who are asleep don't have to watch Jay on mute now. Let me know when they're watching, man. I'm sorry. I'll
is the one that finds from
My
the
apologies.
ult
My
of the
apologies.
Glartrox. Both
Say
strategists
sorry to the
right
wife for me.
No one's looking at Regis because Regis is getting away with all this damage output from the sidelines. Yes, you were able to clear up your backside. Polly was in Timbuktu and now sees that the rest of the team is gone. So it's going to be a nice reset here from Liquid, but a better takeover from Lunix to finally take the point first.
Yeah, quite literally using the advantages we just pointed out to their advantage in that fight. And they burnt an ult, right? So they were able to get through Nero's first wave, which was going to be coming shortly after. But now they can set up, and I think this team comp for Lunex is a bit better here once that point's already
I have
tapped.
no
Like,
idea,
they
chat.
have a lot of sustain that they can roll with. Tico going to go with the Agamotto early. One that I
This
liked
is
earlier,
pre-hot
one I wish
fix.
they had
Yes,
back,
this
was the
isn't.
Devil being let out
This
shortly
is
from
season
Speedery.
7, but
Here it comes.
without the
Let the devil
Deadpool.
out. Diving right back in. Speedery finds Tones next, and
Elsa,
Logan gets to
White
defend
Fox
themselves.
changes.
Thanks to the BRB, Tones comes right back around, and look at Tico, who tries to get a little sneaky. I have a photo right around the other side of the shield, but it's
good
fine.
eye,
To the
stun
backside,
2 people,
okay.
but guess
Gambit
what?
never
Gambit
falls
ult
to the form of
cleanses
the
it.
God of
GG's.
Mischief. They've lost out on the group here. They have the damage output. Tones looking right behind them. No anti to follow up, as they've isolated Energy, who doesn't have a reset either.
Nice tracking though by Tones.
They are going
Good
on
shit.
here as Tones is hunting and praying Regis on the other side. Quite literally, the 2 meta picks getting it done for this team. Speedery does put it into Tones there, which is a big pick, as he did have ult there as the Vanguard tank pool. Regis now continuing to hunt. Forget Monster Hunter. It is a Liquid Citadel Hunter at this point.
Lunex, the back-to-back, another stagger fest though. Speedery left one.
Oh, does he get the kill? Does he get the kill? Oh, he missed. Oh, he lived.
Of his team, as the Daredevil does.
Already 74%, and right now all momentum for this second point for Lunex. They've got Heaven's Retribution with the Glartrox alone. He used the 4, 5 teammates all going. Gambit, Raging Royal, and they all forward up. The Glartrox comes out at the same time. This just happened the last hit, and they have one trade-off.
Oh, poor Rocket.
Enough. Looks like Liquid should be able to take this.
To use at least the Phoenix Ultimate to take care of the Sia, but was it worth it? As Regis, unstoppable, finds Cooper as the next
Yo, wait a
victim.
minute. This is a good
Who's
game.
that? Is that the
Lunex
mistake,
kind of
though?
just rolled
They
this
try to call
point.
out
Wait a
where
minute,
Nero
chat.
is. Cooper comes back. Heaven's Retribution this time. As they try to
Lunex,
isolate Speedery. May need some help because they
99 to
lost out
0
on
right now.
earlier on. Lunex back to 99%. It's Liquid's time to shine. They try to retake it silently, as now Regis and Silent will be able to try to come back to recontest, but they don't want to stagger like we saw in the last round.
Man, fun to see Speedery back into this thing, huh, Vicky? I mean, we had him at the fly over there in Envy, now on the ground, showing what they can do on the Devil, who wasn't even, barely available for them back in last year's Ignite. Tone's going to go to throw out the ult early. Now Liquid fully has to hold this thing if they don't want to drop even a point, which I know is their expectation against this team. Lunex, though, at the hands of Regis, getting it done. Throwing out the Unicorn.
Uh-oh. Lunex has no ults, though. Feels bad, man. I think Liquid Citadel wins this fight. They have to win this fight. Oh my god.
That's the trailer for Season 3. Season 4.
That's the trailer for Season 3, he said. Oh my god. Let the devil out and all you hear is a ding!
Is on fire
Dead.
this game. Cooper got a mission into the Raging Royal Flush. We see them trying to dive in. They got the big jump. Smart Chief takes so much damage. He's still alive. And now Regis sends everybody off the map.
Nah, bro. Elsa needs to get removed from the game, bro.
Finding Speedery and Polly.
I mean, just handling just constant Royal Flushes has been actually a sight to behold here from Lunex. 99% to the 63. Now they're doing their job. Look at Regis just one by one, finding his prey. Tones with the follow-up on the Deagles as well. Going from D tier up to C shortly on the ult. And there it is, 99 and ticking down. Last desperation, Paulie gonna go ahead and try to get the point meter in. Up, down, doesn't matter as the big C is in the way. This is
Oh, they blocked it so the thing didn't take any damage. What a...
Do you have it? Yes,
oh my god. Oh, yo. We got ourselves a game.
Sia too, just in case, just to make sure it's a
What a block.
We got a banger on our hands as Lunex.
What a block, bro. We're going to map 3 on
available to get the dubs, right? I mean, this is absolutely at the hands of the Glartrox. I mean, you see, constant purple cards just flying around Liquid, but they always have the right positioning in the answer. And if you're Liquid right now, you're doing the right coordination. It's about getting the right targets at the right time. Iffy with that massive pick early on Speedery too was disgusting. If you look at the ult economy, pretty close, but obviously you've got the Agamotto that should give them a bit of a heads up.
I will say this, chat. This is why I never liked the Overwatch League.
I
the
mean,
fact
Reyes is
that
just getting
teams
away,
who are
literally,
not
with
sponsored,
anything, right?
don't
Like,
have
no one
anything,
from Liquid
can
Citadel
just
has been able to pinpoint
rise the
Reyes.
ranks,
It looks
keep
like
on
Reyes is
winning,
Cirque du
and then
Soleil,
end up
and
in
he's
the
just been
professional
dancing
play
around all these
is
different
fucking
ropes,
awesome, bro.
playing on the
I
outskirts
love
of
that.
last round's
I mean,
point.
it
Let's see if they
it
can do
is
because now
3
you have a lot
teams,
more
but it is
verticality. You have
something.
the
And like these
ability to
teams
try
who
to
are not
hide behind the
sponsored or
waterfall
anything
before getting onto the
can
point. And you have
get
a
their
lot
name
more
out
open
there,
sight lines
and if they
to
keep
try to
winning,
contest a
hopefully
lot
they
of
will
these
get
strategists that
sponsored.
wanna
I like
back
this.
away, maybe even go to
I
hell
don't like
practice to
the
the right side of the cliff.
exclusive, you know, hey, if you're not in the Overwatch League, you're not going to be in, you know. I don't like that. I like, that's why I liked running my own community tournament, because it involves the whole community, and you don't know who's out there that just needs that moment to shine, to pop off, to get noticed. That's what I like.
As I said, this could be a good one. Regis now with a quick dash. You can barely see her. That aim is
J3
deadly.
team. Wait, hello? Hello? Hello?
Paulie now going to go ahead and try to get some sustain on this point. Not giving
J3
too
sponsored
away.
team
Already
win.
with that ult now. Pressure on
I
Max.
will sponsor a team
Where's
if
the
I'm
Steven
still
was
streaming in
alive?
28 more
You're
years when my
nothing, take it to the
mortgage
side,
is done, chat.
Logan.
Because as of
Has the
right
invisible
now,
boundary, though, the Eye of Agamotto hitting
I-
ghosts while Paulie is able to
I can
find
give
Nikki, who was trying to
I could
harass
sponsor
their
a team
backline,
for a few
but this
handshakes
forces
and maybe
Lunix
some
to now allow themselves to plant their
crackers.
feet on the point first. Very similar look to what we
That's
saw
all
in
I
the last
got.
round for round number 2.
This Agamotto's been wildly placed. And Tones, one of the big things you guys have to highlight is, yes, one of the big things about Tank Pool is the snowballing that can be done in domination. Already upgraded to the
Ritz
max.
or
Those Golden
Cheez-It?
Eagles ready, and that is just going to give that much
Off
more
brand.
momentum.
Not even
for
Ritz or
Lunix.
Cheez-Its.
There's the gambit.
Off
Old
brand.
Chico gonna find
That's
easy
how
from
bad
the
we're down.
Paulie
Chat,
finds
I have a
Tones.
28 years. I signed a 30-year mortgage, bro. It's been 2 years already.
Get upset here. Peter is just climbing the trees. Who said Rocket's mobility is dead? Look at that. Look at that animal go.
He is dipping and diving. Liquid Citadel retake this point, and they have some ultimates.
Hey,
to
you
work
heard it
with
here
too.
first,
Nero
though.
has that survivability. I do think it's important to
Yeah,
highlight how they
in
decided
season
to get off.
253,
All of that
chat,
low-key pick, they really
J3
didn't feel like they
rivals
needed to
will be
utilize
there.
those lamps instead. They just need help with the peeling. So then, nice takeover. My eyes, though, are currently on Redis, who has been a problem.
Yeah, they definitely have.
My
to
interest
play
rate is
by the Regis
7.5%.
right now if they want to continue. Nero now out of the Loki. We're out of the Gambit. Cooper's going to take over the Gambit. Nero over to the Invis with the boundary ready to roll. This should allow them to sustain the point plenty. And we'll see how they choose to push in. They know exactly where Regis is. Trust me. If it's not from the gunshots, it's from everything else coming from that direction. Here comes Logan, though, pushing in with Speedery. Now going to put the pressure on the opposition. This is going to be close as they fight in the invisible boundary, Vic.
Great repositioning from Logan, too, to get right on top of that broken tree trunk, too. Take it to the skies, the meteor M.
This last round looks a lot better. Both teams are going back and forth, though.
There is no help on the peeling side from the strategist. They need the assistance. It's up to Redis to back away now, noting that they don't really have that sustainability, but it doesn't matter, though. Lunix may not even need a sustainability because guess what? The damage output has been there.
Ooh,
but now
Speedery's kind of popping off right now.
60% already on the point in favor for Liquid.
Yeah,
oh!
No
way.
Find Speedery.
Oh, fuck, that was dirty.
Speedery's target rotation was actually very good.
Spark
there,
Chief.
Vic, but you left him alive and really just
Spark Chief
himself and the points take back. I mean, that's how crazy this
What
can be.
did Spark Chief just watch a J3 montage and wanted to copy me? What was that?
Redis is Timothy, literally. Like, we gotta see these stats at the end of the game because this is absolutely insane. Liquid Citadel do have answers, though, up their sleeve. Cooper, Raging Royal Flush, ready to go together with Energy. That's gonna be the get ready go button into the Galactic
Yo,
Legend,
Metal,
but may
appreciate
not
the
even
massive
need
prime
defending
sub, my
if
friend,
the
and
Invisible
Timonius,
Boundary
appreciate
comes out,
the massive 55
as it
months.
does. Legendary needs help. The follow-up right afterwards, and that's gonna be the team takeover for Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, biggest thing there is they were able to pop.
Oh,
Logan
damn,
with the
Energy kinda
boundary
popped
as
off,
well.
wow.
I thought that was actually a good play by them, but it was perfect communication from Liquid, all diving at the
Good
same time.
shit.
Speedery turning the eyes as well over to the boundary. They used a bit to get it, 76% end up. Remember, it's 1-1 per team. Winner's going to take this first map. Will we get an upset, Vic? It's coming down to the wire. Iffy at 98% on the opposition side. Still a lot of ult climbing for Liquid.
This is the most hype game we've gotten all day here. Tones moving up. They bursted his bubble, though. Iffies, though, coming in from the other side. Heaven's Retribution ready to go. As Liquid Citadel are nearing 99%. They got to recontest here on the point. Big ante.
Yo,
onto
Tethered
Logan. Can we see a
Rose.
follow-up
Appreciate
as
the massive new
Energy,
tier 1 sub.
who
Welcome
finds
to the
Tones.
Balding
No
family. As soon as you sub to this
for
channel, you
the
lose
Van
50% of your
Pool
hair.
here. And with overtime
Appreciate
taken
it.
away, Lunix get a little bit more aggressive, but Iffy gets taken out. The BRB comes in clutch from Silent Blaze, but is it going to be enough? As Paulie gets the back-to-back. Redis cannot do more. Liquid Citadel,
my.
they defend their throne to take game number 1.
Vicky! That was so close.
That was a very
totally
close game, bro.
I mean, listen, I thought, obviously, first of all, shout out to Paul.
Hey, that was a really good
I mean,
play by both teams,
I
though.
thought that was going to come out a little bit
I think
quicker.
chat, this might be the first time we see a map 3.
Answer to what they did at the end each time. But No was unable to get, I mean, sneak a
Okay, let's see
game
this.
out
Let's see
from
the
them.
stats. Let's see the
But
stats. Show me
Lunex
the
said,
stats.
We will be anything but an easy match here. Taking a look at the stats, you said he can't wait to see Ritas. There it is, 18 finals. But on the opposition, Cooper farms MVPs like nobody else.
Ritas went, oh my god, Ritas is carrying that team. 35-4 with 18 final hits.
The strat difference too, right? You have 32k, 33 for Nero alone. You're able to get these follow-ups a lot better and enable speedery. Energy too, with the Star-Lord Galactic Legend in combination to that Rage and Royal Flush, just allowed them to stall for as long as possible. That's even with Ritas repositioning like we saw to then try to retake over the point. It was incredibly close for that first map.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think there's definitely a lot that they can clean up here. We're kind of seeing this team come together in front of our eyes. And I think adjust to the bans. You know, the bans were, I think, a bit trickier than we all thought they were, especially on Liquid's side. Really, tank pool.
I think what you need to do, chat, is ban Elsa first instead of Gambit. I don't think you could take a chance. I think you ban Elsa, and if the other team gets Gambit, so be it. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world.
Really allowed them to kind of kick open the gates and get picks when needed.
Yeah, and then you take a look at Spark Chief too. You talk about maybe like some of the weaker holes in this foundation for Liquid. I feel like we've seen Spark Chief pop off way more, right? You want to be able to get way more done with the ante that's provided from the Feast of the Abyss. And unfortunately, they had all eyes on it. I think Ritas was a big problem in preventing Spark Chief from being able to get that game going, which is, I think, something that they're going to know.
Oh shit, is that really true?
I don't think we're going to see the Elsa.
Ritas used to be
Liquid's
a champ on Rainbow Six playing with Jinxie a lot, and now he's a Marvel Rival Pro. That's fucking cool.
Like, I thought
Thanks for sharing that. That's pretty sick.
To Liquid Citadel, right? Loki and Gambit both going through, and I'm like,
that's awesome.
Oh, well, okay, like, gotta.
Oh, let me put myself back up here.
The Loki. Why not? You're sure? Why not? Like, take the L, I guess. But they played it so much closer. Like, there were so many layers to this, and I do love how they adjusted. And like, yeah, round one, like they just kind of staggered in, but that could also have been their map. Like, they had a really strong start on each of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. To point out a couple things that you just said. First of all, yeah, it was the Battle of the Vanguards that I pointed out early in the show that I was like, I'm interested to see what that looks like. And they kind of targeted those Vanguards. And
hey, what's up, Shadow Master? Hope you're doing well.
And it kind of happened. I mean, Paulie and the Magneto, we didn't get as much results from that.
That's why we need a designated place for those. You can't have them in the middle of the walkway.
I think talking about it, Lunex, though, handled the Loki Gambit better than I've seen most teams do. That is a very tough, constant source of communication that you have to not miss a beat. And it was hide the Ritas and here's the Glartrox and constantly to continue to match that. And they almost had that again. If they would have pulled that off at the end, I think this could be a different discussion. They'd be up.
Yo, Sage Shark for 30 months. Appreciate it. It is kind of wild that the other team didn't ban Gambit, let the other team have Gambit, and they also didn't ban Loki and gave the team Loki Gambit. That's just wild to me as well. Hey, but then again, chat, I'm not a professional player. I don't know what's going on.
The strat healing that we really needed to see, and that was all thanks to the fact that even though Sparky wasn't enabled as much,
hey, take care, Tommy. Sleep well, my friend.
It was like the second highest damage that we saw overall for that team, in combination to Energy, who had over 20k damage done too. So that was another like highlight, and that goes hand in hand with the Gambit team up that you're giving to Magneto to deal the extra damage.
Yeah, I mean, also just looking at the team in general, we talked about that as we were setting up the match, right? Their Vanguards have very overlapping hero pools. So if you're focusing on
where did Cozy Rivals come from? Cozy came from
taking out 2 players. So
actually another Marvel game. He came from Marvel Snap, right? He was a big Marvel Snap person. I think he came over to Marvel Rivals.
You know what?
Cozy's a great caster, great host. He's amazing. I had him for my own personal tournament, the J3 Community Clash. Fucking amazing guy.
There's no way else is gonna make it through this next ban phase.
Chakra, appreciate massive prime sub, my friend. Welcome.
And that was a big ticket to allow them.
Jay, are you tired? Please get some rest. We almost been on a 12-hour stream, but I love doing these. I love doing these streams with you guys.
To get the best of 3.
Based on what we've seen now on map 1, what mode do you think they're going to take us to?
Yeah, Lunex. So
It's almost been 12
loves
hours.
New York.
I love
They do
doing
a
watch
lot of
parties, chat.
Midtown,
I'm gonna be honest
a
with you.
ton
I
of
really
Midtown.
do
And
love the
so
Marvel
I wouldn't
Rivals
be surprised
esports,
to see
like,
Midtown from them. And again,
you know, scene.
watched a
I love
lot of
it.
this team
Some
over
of
the
the
last
players that
month.
we meet
A
as
team that I
well do
didn't
content
know,
with
you know, I
us,
knew
with
the
you
players,
guys as
but I
actually.
didn't know they
So
existed
it's
almost.
been
And
a lot of
then
fun.
to see how much they've come together in a somewhat of a
Hopefully,
lower bracket run.
I don't know if this is
Well,
going to
the
be a
only
thing,
team they've
but
kinda struggled
hopefully
against
Marvel
was Yeah
Rivals
We Lost, who was very
invite
dominant in
streamers
URC.
to these LAN
because they
events that
always
they're
have
having,
to.
and
Phoenix
hopefully
was the
you
only team
guys
that managed to even
go
take
as
a
well,
map
and you guys
off
get to meet me.
Yeah, we lost.
But just be
So they
careful
are
when you do
the
meet
best,
me.
you know? Yeah.
I am
They dominated
6'7",
Cafe Rose.
420
Like,
pounds
a
of pure
team that
jack
just don't
muscle,
win,
so
right?
just
And
don't
so
be
they've got the
intimidated and
talent.
don't be scared. You might have to stand on a chair to at least get to my height. Just don't be scared. It's easy. It's really easy to find me in a room. Just look for the tallest guy with long, flowing blonde hair.
He's there. That's why these players are finding themselves in Ignite now, right?
A
So
Sage
it's
Shark
gonna be
with
very
5
interesting
gifted
where they're
subs,
taking this
absolutely
band-wise. I
insane.
love
Sometimes
to see
B
the
with 7
stats
months.
who's gonna be banned
Chakra
out.
with the massive prime. And
Generally, though, style-wise,
Agora
Daredevil
Hills.
is
Appreciate the
seeing
massive
a lot
30
of
months, my
play.
friend.
Did
How
we
you doing?
just all have the wrong read on the patch notes? Like, are they having the wrong
Jay,
read? Like,
didn't you need a box to stand on at one of the award shows?
It goes to show how good a hero
Yeah,
is.
ban that
right?
guy.
I mean, if you take something from it can still be, you know, a
That
top
was
tier
China.
hero,
I
even with
stood
so
on a
many
box
changes. Look at
so I could get
Gambit,
closer
he's on
to
his, like,
Cozy's height.
10th hit, right? And he's still doing okay out there. So
I was just
you know,
surviving an actual cockroach. It's incredible.
And he feels like he could fly too, literally. Like
Right.
how? Like, when he
You
pops
got
the Raging
me.
Roll
Wait, your
Plus, his
content got
cockroach
me
is
into playing
literally flying like a
Psylocke. Thank
palmetto
you.
bug in my
Psylocke's really
direction,
good
but
this
it's not
season.
one. It's like
If
5
you guys
others.
need a DPS character to play this
There's
season,
a dominant
Psylocke.
more if you see one, so.
it's fun to see Speedery, Nero outside of Envy. You know, I've been super excited to see. I think, you know, Envy was a team with like a lot of expectation and pressure all the time. So now to see those two very anchors now go over to this side of things, you know, when you have like all these talented players put together on one team, sometimes I'm not saying there's personality clashes, but there's just so much talent to handle almost, right? So putting it together and the expectation.
Panther over
Also,
Psylocke?
Hey, let's call
No,
it what
bro.
it is. We see this across sports as well.
No,
When
bro.
you look at the, you know, schedule and you're like, oh, we have Lunex, we'll be fine. Sometimes you kind of, you know, underwrite your competition, and maybe that kind of linked in a little bit to that first map.
Yeah, especially in that first week of play, where you really don't know how much the individual teams have even shown in scrims, right? Because not everyone is showing their full hand there. Everyone is still trying to figure out new meta.
Yo,
new
Northman!
teams,
Appreciate the
new
massive prime
players,
sub.
so
How are the games
there's
so far? I
a
saw your
lot of
POV and
moving
SSG and
pieces
TSM
for
series
every team
earlier.
to take into consideration for their opening match.
Some of them are close. A lot of them are upsets, but a lot of them are just 2-0s, bro. You're not going to see closer games until we get to like the finals, or the playoffs, I guess, in my opinion. Hey, Maple.
Together, they have a baby. This is what you get as a result, right? Liquid Citadel has a lot to prove.
I appreciate the
in that
massive
way,
8 months, man. I
and
really
if
appreciate
that
it.
is
Northman,
the
appreciate
first
the
game
prime.
I'm
Jam
still
session
best,
as
2
well
out
with
of
the
3.
massive prime.
I'm
Appreciate
not
it, guys.
feeling
Do you
the
know if you're
best
going to
in the way that maybe
BlizzCon?
that
I
pick
have
advance
no
went
idea.
down, right?
It's
Elsa
too
probably
far
stuck
for
in
me to
jail.
tell.
We'll have to see how that plays out, but then you only have so many pick and bans too. It depends on what side these teams decide to play on as well. So seeing also if the Daredevil will be let out too, because that was also a problem that we've seen be repeated as a mistake in our other previous series when you go into the pick and ban phase.
It's funny when you're your favorite team, how, you know, like Liquid just
Yeah,
won
it's
that,
too-
and
too
we're
early
always
for me to
talking
tell.
about it like they lost, right? Like that's the expectations that you have.
Right.
And we opened the show with this, Zoe, of like, this isn't just about, you know, the preseason seeding and prize. It's about showing your org. Liquid, hey, welcome to the Rivals esport. You know, I know they all got flown in together. I
What
think they're
the
all
hell?
together right now. They have high expectations of this very talented roster they saw.
J3, you might be the shortest and baldest Marvel Rivals streamer, but at least you're the only streamer with an entire
Especially
bakery
in a
back
system
there.
where you do have promotion relegation,
What
and there
the
are
fuck?
opportunities for the org to, well, kind of drop
No,
you,
we're
right?
going to
So
match
there's-
2.
There's kind of a knife hanging over players' heads. You want to perform each and every single day.
And there's the map, by the way. This is where it's like, I might watch an unhealthy amount of Rivals, all right? I had a feeling Lunex would take it here. They did this often. I think this is where they took the map off. Yeah, we lost way back when as well. It's just a comfort map. You know, all teams have a comfort pick, and Midtown is going to be that exact for them as we take a look at the graphic.
Yo, Go Kappa, appreciate massive new tier 1 sub.
I like this though, Cozy. You called it out perfectly. And you know what? You also have a lot of more vertical sight lines to work off of. So definitely have to keep your eyes on your backline to make sure you can help peel for them if you found that to be a difficult thing if you're Lunex. honest, while Regis has been able to just pop off and be able to have that mobility, it's about being able to also try to help out and make sure that your strategists are sustained too.
Yeah, I mean, Regis' Elsa needs to be taken out of the equation. Liquid Citadel, I'm sure, wants to make this a convincing victory. After the first one was maybe a little bit too competitive for their liking. Let's see if they can bring it home. It is match point for them, so the pressure is definitely on Lunex.
Yeah, for sure. If team can take it though,
Please don't tell me we're gonna go to a 10-minute break. Don't tell me it's a 10-minute break. Don't do that.
Back in the MRC, and so
Don't
this
do
is
it.
also like small changes. And right now we're seeing teams that have made changes are flourishing. So I think it's definitely gonna lend towards them. The ban phase, I don't think it's gonna look anything like we just saw. If you are Lunex, you want to try to copy some of what you just did because it's a
How big of a dono for a twerk?
And shout out to them because a lot of that comes from the scouting and what you can do, which isn't a lot out there on Liquid Citadel. There's way more tape on Lunex's side being in the recent MRC.
What
So
happened?
you're kind of forced to either do just meta bans, right? Or you
Don't
just
tell me
ban
he was
out
on the metal
individual
one.
players, which was a very heavy Vanguard.
She was on the
focus
metal
for them
one?
in the first set of bans.
That's dangerous.
Absolutely.
All right, let's
Are you
get
serious?
started here, Cozy. Group stage, we already got our team Liquid Citadel sitting at match point, as so we had already mentioned. While
Come here.
Lunex,
Oh,
I feel like they
not
built
this
up
one.
the
Come here.
skeleton, but it's about filling up the
being really
pieces.
bad,
Maybe
chat.
no
What are you
Angela,
doing?
so that way you have somebody who could try to go in with you, because unfortunately, that didn't seem like
No,
the
you can't
opportunity
do that.
Lunex was
You can't
leaning
do that.
into when Regis was popping off more so in the back line.
Look at her.
Absolutely, with the quick
can't do
ban
that.
over to the outsets, yet again the same call to victory for Lunex. So they were like, you know what, we're fine with that. We'll adjust a bit, and there's the Mantis ban to follow. So they're gonna go with the same song.
She's
and dance.
playing
They came
life
away with the W, right?
in the
So
fast
why,
lane,
why
chat.
fix it too much if needed?
She's
we thought maybe we
jumping
would've
on a
saw bit of
ledge
change
next to
there,
the
but
stairs
either
that is
way,
very
just love
unstable
it.
where
All-
she
you
could
can
fall.
Just tell these players are just ranked demons
She doesn't
from
do
all
that.
these animated icons.
I don't know
Come
why.
on. How many you got in your threshold there? I'm still working on my second. It's gonna take me God knows how long. But we've got our Vanguard Deadpool band yet
Wait,
again.
what
for
are
the
they doing?
side
Liquid
of
Citadel.
Lunex. We'll see if they.
I guess
It's
if it
reminding
ain't
me, I
broke,
don't
don't
touch grass
fix.
here, Cozy,
But they're not
maybe here,
banning.
too, because
They're not
the
banning
Loki's been a
Elsa.
problem. You don't want to have that out, okay? Because they've already learned their lesson as Liquid Citadel was able to cycle through so many Rage and Royal Flushes, and no Daredevil going into Midtown's very smart, because we were just talking about the back line here.
This
and trying to
time
find
they
different
did
spots
ban
that you
Loki,
can get
though.
dove on, so that's something that Liquid Citadel doesn't have to worry
This
about.
time they
being
did
Nexus
ban
side.
Loki.
Tico already hovering over that
Daredevil
Black Panther,
ban,
though, is a
very
nice
interesting,
sight
but
to
they
see,
they
with a big
saved.
conversation point going into how
They
Dive's
saved
been so
Rogue.
strong this season.
Absolutely. The Loki being banned this time around, I think, is probably a bit safer than the, well, obviously with the Rogue pick being saved, but I just like it better altogether for the team, just to, first for the mental, but also just for the constant source of ults that you're facing there in the Raging Royals. The ban on Daredevil continues to open up the odds, and there's the save once again so that Tones can be on the Merc with the mouth. Last ban going over to the Jeff, so a lot of similarities that we see with the Rogue Protect going to open things up here for Spark Chief, who's going to flex.
Yep, they
not
are
only
playing
on
Rogue
the
again.
icon, but
I think
flex the animated
Rogue
one on
is.
us here.
Wow, Rogue's a
Vic,
very
as they
strong
lock
character
in
right
their
now,
team.
man.
It's such a great animated icon. I love the Rogue icon. All right. Getting started now. Liquid Citadel, a little too close for comfort, knowing that they're going to change things up just a bit. The BRB goes crazy, but it's even more important to highlight, Cozy, that Liquid Citadel are
Bro,
starting
I'm
on
gonna
the
be honest
defense.
with you guys,
This is why
though.
they're able to pick up just that you could expect, as well as a triple Vanguard.
You saw what this
Alright,
guy
so we've
did
got
on Elsa
the
against your team on the
Rogue
previous
on
map,
the
and you're
defensive
going
side
to
with
allow
Energy.
him
With
to
Energy
do that
oftentimes
again to
back
you?
into his fly
That
quest
doesn't
days,
make any
would flex over
sense,
to
bro.
This exact Magneto, who does have this kind of up his sleeve. And
It just doesn't make any sense.
To have that flexibility. And, you know, I think this aided a lot of players in the past Ignite because of how strong Triple Vanguard was back then, especially on the defensive front. Now, in the aggression, I mean, the game plan, looking simple. You got Regis, you've got the Groot, and Tico still trying to find what they want to do here. But one now over to the Winter Soldier, our first appearance of the Soldier this Ignite, or at least right here
That's
in
pretty
America.
cool.
Here we go, Vic. Doors open in 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what
But
we got.
isn't that like a?
Little change up here before Regis looks ahead. Making sure that they got the communication going down right to pinpoint where they're located.
Yeah, isn't
because
that a
currently
Doom match?
Energy's already hanging out on the high ground, being on that mag. Nice isolation with the bubble already from Tones. Look how quick. I always gotta see it. How quick Thankful tries to get that ultimate already online, nearing 70%.
Yeah, just about to put that pressure on immediately. And with Logan now overall on the Loki, I think this is definitely going to be all about positioning and keeping the eyes on Cooper here early.
Oh, we're seeing a Bucky play here from Lunex. Okay.
Constant, you always do something, right, Vicky? Whether it's healing or just a quick damage on the back line and the call out. Silent Blaze me up on the top here as Sue, looking down on their Vanguards, keeping them up and farming that ult up. Notes the controller stick. Silent Blaze on the controller here at the pro level.
Wait!
There's the ult coming out, though.
Silent Blaze is a professional support player on a controller. So if there's any support players out there on a controller, hey, that's your man.
And now you can force out the lamps from Logan, who is very close to the God of Mischief, but they've lost out on Regis, who was a big point here for Lunex. There's that God of Mischief that we just heard from Logan, and it's going to be the invisible boundary, a Venn diagram you can see from Nero unleashing his
nice
own.
Grab, nice kick.
Down
that's
right
huge.
Outside
good play by Polly.
Protection means that it's going to cost another member of Lunex to go down.
Look at that delayed hit there, just to see if we can get the health pop at the end. What an absolute great play and awesome just job of Polly. Emma is still very well
energy. Wait.
Scene, even though people want to write off Mother herself, Cooper gonna go and get a quick punch and
chat.
finish there with the ult charge to push this team back to that.
Oh, they're trying to run 3 tanks, 3 supports for a full hold. I was about to say, why the hell is energy on a tank?
Not only that, like the fact that they had the Gambit already in that last round, they didn't want that extra damage. Now they get it double time with Magneto and Rogue, and you have 3 ultimates to work with. Nero's getting already to that 50% mark with the invisible boundary, but with the Heartbreaker to start things off, you take away the sustainability from those supports, but he slams down the Meteor M onto nothing. Great protection coming out as Lunex get away from that trouble. Logan close to that, got a mission, but look where Regis is. You're down in an alleyway, and Polly's just trying to get them to side.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, bro. Hitting no one.
And just using every
great play by Lunex, though.
For all of them, whether it's Energy with his, Sparkkeep with theirs, and now Paulie just hunting there with the Pulse. They go ahead and try to get some room here. Tones is as he goes down the queue, and there is the Glartroth. Had so much success there on Domination if he could find Energy, but just like that, the free life, and a big one at that. Speedery bringing back the Magnetic Hero themselves. Tones gets a pick. This is coming down to the wire here on point 1.
And that was a follow-up off of the slam down onto both of the Vanguards. They only get 1 out of the 3, though. Nero, invisible boundary. As now Polly's going to come right back around with the Doctor Strange portal, trying to prevent Lunex from even getting to that next point. But with even more members falling down, Lunex looking fantastic.
They're going to get the portal, I think.
Energy,
right?
By the way, in that back line as the Mag. Now Energy going to go to Wolf.
Yeah, they got the portal down. This is a good first hold.
Over, especially with that second life. But down, okay, they do find Tico even with the portal, so success is going to be found here at the last moment to hold strong. Sparkkeep going to activate that team up and the ult on top of it. Silent Blaze trying to stay alive within the boundary. Root ult is out, no success from it, and with a laugh from it, Nero's going to find Iffy. It's Liquid coming from the portal.
Great hold by Liquid, though. Great hold over here.
And it was like some excellent violence, right? We saw.
No, this is not the last game. After this game, I think you have one more. You have. Yes, you have one more game after this.
Fight when you're down less than 15 seconds for Lunex to get this first checkpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Energy also's got the ult as well. And so look out as Paulie can get the Yagamoto Sparkkeep to join in. This is going to be everyone wanting a piece of the pie here. As Sparkkeep with the quick take on the thing. Finds the health pack in the back and somehow dives out of here. Are you kidding me? It's 1v5. Mother stayed alive, but down goes Sparkkeep finally.
Finally, we're coming in from the heavens.
Oh, is it big?
Finds 3. Get down, says Glartrox, though, the Apex Predator, to try to back away and clear.
Yeah, one more series, chat. One more series after this.
Because they're trying to clear up that space, but the
100 Thieves against NRG. That's going to be a really good game.
Just in time, as a huge
but he didn't get anything, dude. That looked fat.
To help them out too, and Tones sees everybody, but they need to get that Gambit ultimate first. You got to look at Cooper, who's a little bit behind, and Nero's close to that invisible boundary to stay alive. Maybe not anymore.
Trying to get them off the point there, and was almost successful to win in the overtime. Committed from it.
Good play by Tones to keep like harassing the supports though.
Like that, they're gonna take the point.
They cap first.
Really well jobbing. Just goes to